Transcending into the perilous world of Naruto, he finds himself as Uchiha Shun, a member of the Uchiha clan, facing a tumultuous fate. Confronted by the blood-soaked night of his clan's annihilation and the looming threat of infinite Tsukuyomi, he awakens a system that rewards him with exponential returns for teaching. He imparts the Tai Chi fist to Neji, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, thus grasping the essence of Tai Chi. He teaches Uchiha Itachi the Sage Mode, unleashing a 1,000-fold critical hit and gaining the power of the six paths. Starting with a decisive victory over Asuma, he rejects the role of a guardian of the 12. His singular aspiration is to gather more disciples, for he harbors a secret. Through imparting knowledge, he can grow stronger, and teaching begets rewards. As he disseminates extraordinary techniques such as the Marine Six Powers and Tai Chi throughout the ninja realm, what storms shall he unleash? Witness the most extraordinary Uchiha as he rewrites the destiny and structure of the entire ninja world through teaching. Chapter 1. The beginning of the journey. In the 52nd year of the Leaf Village era, amidst a forest at the border of the Land of Fire, severed limbs lay scattered. Asuma silently lit a cigarette, gazing at the corpse wrapped in white cloth before him. He could not fathom why his father had allowed Orochimaru to escape. Perhaps it was time to depart. Retrieving his thoughts, he revealed a sorrowful expression. Shun, I am sorry. I promised you that after this mission, I would take you back to the village. I have broken my word. I cannot even bring your body back. I'm so sorry, with tears brimming in his eyes. He approached to ignite a funeral pyre, when suddenly, the white cloth before him stirred. Blinking in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickled down Asuma's forehead. There was no mistaking it. He had personally examined the body. His dear brother, Uchiha Shun, had been pierced through the heart by a kunai wielded by Orochimaru in a bid to save his life. Yet how could Shun's corpse still move? Was it an illusion? In any realm, upon hearing the words, "Hey, look, he is moving," the first instinct of those attending a funeral is not surprise, but an innate fear. Swallowing hard, Asuma drew his kunai, cautiously approaching the increasingly vigorous white cloth. "Brother, do not blame me. The dead must return to where they belong." With a ripping sound, a pale arm emerged from beneath the white cloth, instantly conjuring a multitude of terrifying legends in Asuma's mind. As the son of the third Hokage, he had witnessed countless miraculous jutsu, but a heart shattered into 8 pieces, yet still revived, was something he had never heard of. With another tearing sound, another pale arm protruded from the cloth. Asuma gritted his teeth and swung his kunai. "Whatever monster you are, return to where you came from." "Damn it!" Uchiha Shun tore away the white cloth. "Which bastard wrapped me like a mummy? Are you trying to suffocate me?" Then he saw a cold kunai poised just inches from his face, his anger surging as he snatched it away. "Damn it, do you still want to kill me? Today, I'll show you who dares to lay a finger on me. Just watch. I will annihilate your entire family and I." Surveying the scene, he noticed Asuma, whose jaw had dropped in shock, and furrowed his brow. "Oh, are you cosplaying? TSK, not bad at all. Come on, buddy, have a smoke." Receiving the cigarette that Asuma numbly offered, he took a deep drag and exhaled a long plume of white smoke. "Speak up. Who sent you?" With no parents, having grown up relying on the kindness of others, he was fiercely defiant against fate. Anyone who dared to bully him or his friends, regardless of their status, would face his wrath. Known as Baldy-san, he recalled yesterday when his childhood friend brought along 2 exuberant girls for a night of revelry, leaving him perplexed as to why he now found himself wrapped in a shroud. What a ridiculous turn of events! Asuma, trembling, slowly rose from the ground, gazing at Uchiha Shun with tears of joy and disbelief as he gently touched Shun's cheek. "You are alive? Wonderful! You are really not dead, damn." Uchiha Shun swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward Asuma. "Who the hell said I was dead?" "Ah, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm Asuma." Asuma ducked and covered his head. "Oh no, don't hit my face. I'll spit." Uchiha Shun reveled in the brawl, eventually stepping on Asuma's face. "With you like this, who are you calling Asuma? If you are really Asuma, then I am the Hokage." Just as he was about to utter the word shadow, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He had transcended to the perilous world of Naruto, and more tragically, he was Uchiha Shun. This was truly disheartening. It was an unmistakable path toward doom. Orochimaru had already defected from Konoha, and how long could it be before Itachi was manipulated into slaughtering their clan? He wondered if it was too late to cling to the third Hokage's leg. Wait a moment, that person he just beat up, wasn't he named Asuma? Can someone who just arrived in this world survive after thrashing the third son? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Asuma, nursing his nose, slowly rose, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Shun. Are you awake? Shun had grown up alongside Asuma, and he was part of the third Hokage's efforts to ally with the Uchiha clan, though it bore no fruit. In fact, it had rendered Shun a traitor among his kin, deeply ostracized. Haha. Shun embraced Asuma with enthusiasm. We are brothers, indeed. Asuma gazed at the sky, striving to control his emotions as he spoke with a hint of hopeful anticipation. Will you truly not join me in the 12 Guardians? 1 second, 2 seconds. Shun's silence seemed to convey the answer, and Asuma despondently shook his head. Then I can no longer protect you. Take care of yourself. By the way, I promised you, if you desire any jutsu, speak now. I can grant it as long as it isn't exceedingly special. Before him, Shun stood, having severed ties with his clan, which was already disfavored by the village's higher-ups. He pondered how Shun would continue to remain in the village after his departure. Perhaps in the next mission, he would remain outside forever, never to return. Humph, those old geezers in the village, merely occupying their positions, knew nothing but to strike against their own. He had long been disillusioned with the Third's various compromises. Otherwise, he would not have sought to leave and join the 12 Guardians. Ah? Uchiha Shun looked at Asuma. The only connection he had just established with the Third was about to depart. I want the Flying Thunder God technique. Asuma, gritting his teeth, choose another. Oh, Shun shrugged. Then how about the 8 gates? Asuma fell silent. Fine, I will do my best for the Flying Thunder God. If not, then the 8 gates. Though the 8 gates is deemed a forbidden technique, it is not particularly suited for the Uchiha clan and is relatively easy to learn. Many can master it, but few use it. Achieving mastery is even rarer. As while taijutsu is easy to learn, perfecting it is arduous. Only a select few manage to open the 4th gate. Moreover, the final gate, the death gate, guarantees death after a fleeting moment of brilliance. How many would dedicate their lives to practicing merely for that ephemeral moment? Scratching his head, Uchiha Shun nodded, albeit in confusion. All right, it wasn't that he had been dazed. Rather, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated deep within his mind. Beep, system activating, 3:11. 35. Activation complete. Binding host. Host binding successful. Beep, disciple return system, binding successful. Chapter 2. The 6 powers. Indeed, the golden finger may arrive late, but it shall never be absent. Listening to the unfamiliar mechanical voice in his ear, Shun's spirits soared with exhilaration. Originally, all the fears and anxieties evoked by the cataclysmic powers rampant in this world of Naruto had dissipated entirely. What remained was an overwhelming sense of joy and exhilaration surging within an avid reader, who does not know that with the advent of a golden finger, the world becomes one's playground. Calming his excited heart, he began to meticulously study this system. It was remarkably straightforward. By accepting disciples and imparting to them ninjutsu or other skills, one would receive returns multiplied several times over, up to a staggering 10,000 times. There is also a chance to trigger quality returns. For instance, bestowing a single Tomo Sharingan upon a disciple might yield a Mangekyo Sharingan, or even a Rinnegan. Ultimately, whether the return was multiplied or of higher quality depended on fate. Furthermore, each disciple had a triggering limit, preventing the exploitation of a single individual for excessive gain. This implied the necessity of taking on multiple disciples. However, the system would not recognize just any candidate. A minimum aptitude of a rank was required for acknowledgement. After grasping the system, Uchiha Shun draped an arm over Asuma's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. So, would you consider becoming my disciple? Surely, Asuma possessed at least a rank aptitude, right? Asuma, utterly bewildered, stared at Shun in disbelief. Had he lost his senses? A mere Uchiha, with a single Tomo, was inviting the son of the 3rd Hokage to become his student? Hey, what's with that look? Uchiha Shun retorted, visibly displeased. What's wrong with calling me teacher before you leave, brother? Rest assured, I won't let you do it for free. I'll teach you a jutsu that's guaranteed to hit. A technique known as the double dragon grab. Although Asuma was uncertain of what the double dragon grab entailed, he sensed it was hardly a legitimate ninjutsu. Moreover, considering Uchiha Shun's strength, what could he possibly teach? Pushing Shun's arm away, he strode purposefully towards the village, Shun hurriedly called out from behind, "Wait, the 18 clouds of azure. You might want to think about it." Throughout the journey, Shun persistently attempted to persuade Asuma to accept him as a teacher, but to no avail. With a long sigh, he returned alone to the Uchiha clan's compound, only to be met with an overwhelming aura of hostility. On one hand, the Uchiha clan, as the village's police force, often found themselves at odds with others, and with the machinations of certain individuals, they had become the subject of disdain among the villagers. On the other hand, Shun's close association with Asuma, the third Hokage's son, drew the ire of his clan members. Caught between competing factions, Shun embodied the plight of a minor character beset by disdain from all sides. Reflecting on Itachi Uchiha, who had been forced to make heart-wrenching choices under the pressure of the village elite and Uchiha Madara, Shun felt a profound sadness. Shaking his head to dispel these extraneous thoughts, he resolved that since he, Uchiha Shun, had arrived, the narrative of tragedy must be rewritten. Nothing, not even the Otsutsuki, could alter that. Pushing open the door to a cabin that was both unfamiliar and familiar, he was greeted by the starkness of poverty. Checking his personal information. Host, Uchiha Shun. Age, 13. Rank, Chunin. Bloodline limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball, Fire Style, Phoenix. Fire, Uchiha Taijutsu, Uchiha Shuriken Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Substitution, Transformation, Shadow Clone. To his astonishment, he was a Chunin? How could the original's meager abilities qualify him as such? As is well known, ninjas are categorized into Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Kage, culminating in the divine level, Sage of Six Paths. Except for freshly graduated Genin, Chunin are already capable of executing missions independently and, in times of war, leading small teams. Given the original's paltry skills and a single Tomo Sharingan, to be classified as a Chunin seemed absurd. However, considering that during the Third Great Ninja War, even 5- or 6-year-old children were not spared and were sent to battlefields as Genin, it was evident what this Chunin situation entailed. Shun could not help but scoff. If he were to take on disciples, what could he possibly teach them? 1,000 years of killing? Or perhaps how to poke eyes? Closing the panel, a notification chimed. Ding. System prompt. The host has yet to claim the beginner's gift pack. A surge of excitement filled him. The golden finger truly delivered. System, claim the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Navy's 6 Powers Inheritance, a punishment rod *1, and a bottle of cleansing elixir. The punishment rod needed no elaboration. It was for disciplining disciples. A painful experience without leaving lasting harm, even alleviating muscle fatigue. Wait, was this punishment rod legitimate? A dangerously mischievous thought flickered through Shun's mind, which he promptly dismissed. System, activate the inheritance. Ding. The Navy's 6 Powers Inheritance is being distributed. Instantly, Uchiha Shun clutched his head and howled as a torrent of text and imagery flooded his mind, causing excruciating pain. Simultaneously, his body underwent peculiar transformations, alternating between iron rigidity and the lightness of paper, with his legs and fingers receiving particular emphasis. Countless muscles were torn and reformed, as if years of arduous training were being condensed into a singular moment. Exhaling a long plume of mist, Uchiha Shun closed his eyes and uttered Soru. In an instant, his feet struck the ground in rapid succession, utilizing the explosive recoil to propel himself at astonishing speed. His figure flickered. In less than a breath, he had circled the cabin thrice and approached the wall. Tekai. His hand transformed into a formidable iron fist, delivering dozens of strikes against the thick wall, allowing rays of sunlight to pour in through the newly formed holes. Rankyaku. Centering on his left foot, he lifted his right leg with incredible speed and force, creating a vacuum that unleashed a crescent-shaped slash, shattering the wall and soaring into the sky for dozens of meters before vanishing. Jeppo. With a powerful thrust, he stepped onto the air, generating significant upward force, enabling him to traverse the sky at high speed. With one step, Shun soared to the rooftop, and with another, he suddenly shifted leftward by 5 meters. This was achieved without any external support. A smile crept onto his lips. This technique was impressive, offering unexpected results for both offense and evasion. Finally, Soru. He released all his strength, attuning his senses, rendering his body as supple as paper that he flowed with the air currents, evading all incoming attacks. Indeed, these 6 powers techniques proved exceptionally practical in combat, and thus far he had only scratched the surface of their basic applications, with more advanced uses. In combinations awaiting his exploration.as for the remaining iron block, he thought it best not to experiment with that. Gently descending to the ground, Uchiha Shun opened the cleansing elixir, inhaling its potent aroma. Without hesitation, he swallowed one of the pills whole. Chapter 3. Rock Lee. In an instant, a peculiar force surged into his body, coursing through his veins and reaching deep into his internal organs. As it enhanced and transformed him, it also expelled impurities, allowing his potential to deepen further. 2 hours later, Uchiha Shun slowly opened his eyes, and within his crimson Sharingan, an additional tomo appeared, granting him not only insight but also the ability to replicate techniques. Truly, a product of the system is exceptional. Feeling an explosive surge of strength and nearly boundless stamina, Uchiha Shun pondered, but where can I find a disciple? At this thought, a hint of difficulty crossed his gaze. Most of Konoha's elite ninjas were monopolized by their clans. In other words, without quality resources and ninjutsu support, it is challenging for commoners to emerge as noteworthy elites. Throughout Konoha's history, from its founding to the present, apart from Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, none have stood out. Jiraiya's rise was merely a result of his mission, stumbling upon the reverse summoning technique that led him to Myaboku Mountain. As for Minato, he was undoubtedly a mere tool. And surely you wouldn't consider Tintin an ordinary person? With her speed and wielding blades, she would surely go mad without considerable assets. Reflecting on Tintin, Uchiha Shun clapped his hands, realizing how he had overlooked her. Rock Lee, a ninja who excelled solely in physical techniques, yet boldly declared his ambition to surpass all geniuses, was at the pinnacle upon his debut. Subsequently, he largely devolved into a background character, even having a son in Boruto, while the identity of his wife remains a mystery. Too lazy to arrange that. This has made him one of the greatest jokes among Hokages, alongside Neji, who defied fate and ultimately perished while attempting to save Hinata from the main family. It is lamentable. Does effort truly not triumph over lineage? Such is the case in the world of Hokage, Pirates, and Dragon Ball. What initially appeared to be an underdog's rise ultimately revealed itself as a tale of the second generation's exploits. Thus, it is he who shall shatter this destiny. After all, his master is genuinely devoted to teaching, with no secrets withheld. Determined, Uchiha Shun donned his attire and made his way toward the slums, for indeed, Konoha also harbors a vast expanse of poverty. The chaos wrought by the Nine Tails had undoubtedly left countless orphans, and the higher-ups merely gestured, providing each orphan with a small wooden house and meager relief funds. A glance at Naruto's early life reveals that the supposedly benevolent leaders of Konoha were merely putting on a show. Who truly cares about the lives of those commoners? You might argue that Naruto faced such hardships because he was the Nine Tails vessel, yet do not forget, he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Throughout the years, has a single high-ranking official ever spoken a word? None, not even the 3rd Hokage, who allowed the situation to spiral out of control, let alone for the other orphans without parents. As he stepped into the slum, dilapidated wooden shanties and famished children squatting on the ground greeted him. In the hollow gaze of these children, one could discern no hope for the future, only a numbing despair. Producing a piece of candy, Uchiha Shun called out, "Can anyone tell me where to find Rock Lee? This candy is for whoever leads me to him." Upon seeing the enticing candy, countless children gathered around, timidly standing aside, afraid to speak. They recognized the emblem on Shun's attire, the mark of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's foremost family. Shun did not rush them, patiently standing there until, after a long silence, a white-haired child mustered the courage to reply, "Yes," at the training ground. Uchiha Shun slowly approached the child, crouching down to ruffle his hair. "Well done. Would you like to take me there?" The child nodded vigorously, and Shun handed out a generous handful of candy to the others, giving the remainder to the boy. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he understood their plight. "Let us go?" As the child cautiously tucked away the candy, Shun took his small hand and they departed. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated training ground, which was less a proper arena and more a patch of uneven, muddy land with a few wooden stakes. At that moment, numerous children were hurling stones at a black-haired boy in green, who was tirelessly training, none other than Rock Lee. You can't perform ninjutsu. You'll never become a ninja. Just give up, tail end. They taunted. You can't transcend your class. Isn't it better to just lie down and accept your fate? What is the point of trying? You'll still be worthless. Lee remained undeterred. Even as stones struck his head, drawing blood, and faced a barrage of ridicule and insults, he was determined to prove to the world that he, Rock Lee, was no inferior to anyone, and perhaps even stronger. Suddenly, a boy around 6 or 7 years old leaped from the crowd, instantly silencing everyone. His clothing bore a fan insignia identical to Uchiha Shan's. He approached Lee with an air of arrogance, looking down upon him. Waste, are you still unwilling to concede? Rock Lee did not respond. 897898899, he muttered, still 100 repetitions from completing today's training. Enraged by Lee's disregard, Uchiha Kiyama raised his foot and began to kick at Lee. Dare to ignore me? Die. He was a proud member of the Uchiha clan, a grandson of the clan's second elder, and even his kin showed him utmost respect. How dare this worthless child disregard him? The brutal assault forced Lee to halt his training, rolling back in retreat. Filth, perish. Uchiha Kiyama advanced. You think you can become a ninja like me? Dream on. Lee struggled to withstand the onslaught, dodging left and right. However, having gone without food and pushed himself to the limits in training, how could he withstand the assault of Uchiha Kiyama, who was backed by abundant resources? Within 3 punches, Kiyama shattered Lee's defenses, landing a blow on his nose, causing blood to spatter across his small face, leaving him in a pitiful state. Yet, Kiyama felt it was not enough and continued to pummel Lee into the ground, fists and feet raining down upon him. Ninjas are not meant for worthless scum like you. Just lie there and look up at us. Don't foolishly dream of resistance. You think you can catch up to me, surpass me? Impossible. Blows rained down on Lee, landing on his body and face, leaving him gasping for breath. Only then did Uchiha Kiyama relent, spitting disdainfully on Lee's face, his expression a mix of satisfaction and contempt as he turned to leave. Yet, a hand grasped his ankle, and Lee, with slurred words, declared, "No matter what, I will surpass you all and become the greatest ninja." Chapter 4. Rooting out the weeds, then die. Enraged, Uchiha Kiyama drew a kunai from his pocket, viciously aiming for the top of Lee's head. He intended to demonstrate to all present the dire consequences of provoking him. The wind howled, the glinting kunai drawing ever closer to Lee's eyes, closing in on him. Was it to end here? He had yet to become a ninja. His dreams had yet to commence. Bang! The anticipated cold steel did not arrive, and Lee gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. Who are you? Do you wish to grow stronger? Uchiha Shun did not turn around. If so, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall teach you. Lee stared blankly at Shun's retreating silhouette, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Tears that had previously eluded him in the face of brutal beatings now flowed freely. Is it possible? Can it truly be? At long last, someone acknowledged him. Could he finally become a ninja through his efforts? Of course, as long as you call me master. Uchiha Shun turned, extending his hand, and countless rays of sunlight streamed from behind him. Everything is attainable. Master. Lilac extended his hand, firmly grasping the large hand of Uchiha Shun, shouting with all his might, reaching for the heavens. Uchiha Shun was kicked away, and after rolling countless times on the ground, Uchiha Chishan finally came to a stop, seething with anger as he cursed. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Do you believe I can have you killed? Leave or perish. Uchiha Shun pulled Lilac up, turning to look at him with a cold indifference, motionless. Initially, considering Chishan's youth and their shared clan, he refrained from killing him directly, but now Chishan dared to challenge him? With a violent surge of anger, Uchiha Chishan spat out a mouthful of blood, furious at being disrespected. You traitor! How dare you speak to me like that? I am the beloved grandson of the second elder, Die. With hands moving in a ritualistic dance and taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, Fire style, great fireball technique. He cared not whether he truly killed Uchiha Shun or any innocent bystanders. All he knew was that Shun had humiliated him before others. He needed to reclaim his honor. As for whether Shun would dare to resist, that thought never crossed his mind. To him, a lowly traitor within the clan dared to oppose the grandson of the second elder? Did he wish to die? As the massive fireball surged forth, everyone recoiled in fear, while he firmly grasped Uchiha Shun's hand, overwhelmed and uncertain. Uchiha Shun comfortingly patted Lilac on the head. Now, let me teach you your first lesson. To become a powerful warrior, one must be fearless. With a swift motion, a gale erupted, and a crescent-like slash surged forward with overwhelming might. Li Lok watched in a daze, as if something within him had been unlocked, something he could never close again, no matter how hard he tried. He was merely a commoner, an orphan, and against the Uchiha, a prominent clan in Konoha, he had never even considered resistance. Moreover, the opponent was the grandson of the second elder. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Yet this teacher, whom he met for the first time, dared to act directly? Did he not fear retaliation? After all, he was the grandson of the Uchiha clan's second elder, with a sound akin to slicing through tofu. Uchiha Shun's strike effortlessly cleaved the great fireball in two, scattering flames like stardust upon the faces of the onlookers, leaving them in a state of disbelief. How could anyone dare to strike at Uchiha Chishan? How was it possible to shatter the great fireball with a single blow? Uchiha Chishan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the approaching slash, forgetting to evade. Throughout his life, he had bullied countless individuals, and no matter how much he insulted them, none had dared to retaliate. But now, standing 5 meters away, then 3, the once mighty Uchiha Chishan stood frozen, questioning his very existence. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, enveloping the area in thick smoke, leaving everyone covered in grime, yet transfixed on the heart of the smoke, afraid to divert their gaze for even a moment. Is he dead? Li Lok asked the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Was the once invincible Chishan truly dead? No. Uchiha Shun's lips curled into a slight smile as he sensed a dirt wall rise just before Chishan. Little Li, remember this, whenever there is smoke, the enemy is not dead. With a cold snort, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged from the haze. What audacity! Who gave you the courage to strike at the grandson of the second elder? Had it not been for my heightened chakra at the last moment, my earth wall would not have held against that slash. A cold sweat dripped down his forehead at the thought. Had Uchiha Chishan made even the slightest mistake, he feared it could have been fatal. Kill him, Chishan bellowed, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. He almost killed me. This is unforgivable. Yao Yang, what are you waiting for? Kill him. The sudden arrival was none other than Uchiha Yao Yang, a Leaf Village Jonin, selected by the second elder to be his guard. Understood, young master. Yao Yang smirked, setting Chishan aside as he unsheathed his kunai, licking it with malice. He approached slowly, emanating an aura of death. He knew that Uchiha Shun was a mere waste, barely a chunin, yet in comparison to his strength, they were worlds apart. He relished such opponents, eager to torment them slowly, allowing them to die in endless fear, thus deriving pleasure from their despair. The oppressive aura sent shivers through the crowd, rendering them powerless. Not only was resistance out of the question, even escaping seemed a distant dream. And this was merely the aftermath. The primary killing intent surged toward Uchiha Shun. He gently brushed his hair aside, looking at the trembling Li Lok and asking, "Are you afraid?" Naruto, that foolish boy, was petrified upon encountering Zabuza's murderous intent for the first time. He wondered how the 5 or 6-year-old Li would react. Not afraid, though his limbs were cold. Li Lok stubbornly assumed a combat stance. His teacher had said that a strong person must face terror head-on, without fear. Very well. Uchiha Shun nodded in satisfaction. Then let me teach you your second lesson. Do not hesitate with any enemy. Eliminate them completely. Chapter 5. How dare he? Uchiha Yao Yang sneered disdainfully. You, a mere one-tomo waste, dare to speak so arrogantly? Watch how I teach you a lesson today. He hurled a shuriken, swiftly forming hand seals, fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom. White smoke billowed. Cough, cough. Uchiha Yao Yang, disregarding the blood spilling from his mouth, widened his eyes in shock at the sight of Uchiha Shun, who now stood where he had just been. Body flicker technique. No, it can't be. My Sharingan detected no chakra fluctuations. Then was it taijutsu? Gasping in disbelief, he realized the power required to breach such a distance before his technique could take effect. A monster, a monster. Fear gripped his heart. Wait, where are the others? With his Sharingan activated, he scanned his surroundings frantically. Left? No. Right? No. Below? No. Finally above? Still nothing. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his muscles tensed. He dared not look back, yet the faint sound of breathing behind him sent chills down his spine. What are you looking for? Uchiha Shun kindly patted his shoulder. Finger gun. With a speed akin to lightning, his fingers pierced the critical joints of Uchiha Yao Yang. After consuming the cleansing elixir, Shun's strength was formidable. and his swift movements were unmatched. With a horrified scream, Yao Yang's upper body erupted in a fountain of blood, instantly transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. It was over. He was finished. Failing to protect the grandson of the second elder, he was doomed. Collapsing to the ground, he weakly asked Uchiha Shun, "What technique was that?" Shun did not respond. Instead, he took deliberate steps toward Uchiha Chishan. He had no intention of explaining his techniques to the enemy, allowing them to discover any weaknesses. A waste, a 3-tomo jonin, slain by a mere failure? Uchiha Chishan feigned calmness, standing firm, yet trembling inside. "Don't you dare take another step closer, or I will have my grandfather kill you." "Stop! Did you not hear what I said? Do not advance any further." Chishan's voice trembled. "You and my grandfather are the second elder. Before him, you are but an ant. Kneel and beg for mercy." Yet Uchiha Shun continued to advance slowly, and finally, Chishan could no longer hold back. He burst into tears. "Please, do not come any closer. I beg you, truly do not take another step. I was mistaken. Please spare me this time. I promise I will never dare again. Truly, if you let me go, I will comply with any request you make, be it ninjutsu, wealth, or beauty." Witnessing Uchiha Chishan kneeling on the ground, weeping and pleading for mercy, brought immense satisfaction to all present. None among them had escaped the torment of Chishan, but his status and strength had instilled fear that rendered them powerless to resist. Now, witnessing him receive his just retribution, how exhilarating it was. Uchiha Shun approached Chishan, extending a hand to clutch his throat, lifting him from the ground. As the air dwindled in his lungs, Chishan began to struggle, his eyes rolling back in desperation. Humph. Onlookers were captivated, with Uchiha Yaoyang unable to suppress his derision. "What are you pretending for? If you have the courage, kill him. Do you dare?" A sharp crack echoed in the air, filling everyone with dread. What? Had he truly slain Uchiha Chishan? The crowd, overcome with panic, scattered in all directions. Chishan lay dead before their eyes. The second elder would surely demand that all present accompany his grandson to the afterlife. Uchiha Yaoyang was left flabbergasted. He had assumed Shun was merely putting on an act, never expecting him to actually commit murder. This was not just any commoner. This was Uchiha Chishan, a figure who roamed freely in Konoha. Yet Shun discarded Chishan's lifeless form as if it were refuse, turning away. "Inform him, the killer is Uchiha Shun." Boom. Lee Rock felt as though his mind had been struck by a fierce wave. What does it mean to be a man? What defines a true warrior? This is it, fearless and imposing. Just standing there commanded respect, and being by his side enveloped one in a sense of safety. "Let us go?" Uchiha Shun stated matter-of-factly as he walked out. Lee Rock nodded vigorously and hurried to keep pace. Thud. The white-haired boy who had led Shun suddenly knelt before them, pleading, "Please, allow me to follow you." Uchiha Shun glanced at him, his brow furrowing. With a rank of D, the boy was of no use to him, unable to trigger any system responses. Furthermore, even if he were to train him as a ninja, his future achievements would be exceedingly limited. Shun's expression struck fear into the hearts of those who had not yet fled. They dared not breathe, lest they become the next casualty. Yet the white-haired boy appeared oblivious, relentlessly banging his head against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Blood flowed freely from his head, his small forehead smeared with dirt and debris, yet he continued to bow fervently. After some time, as he finally lost consciousness, Uchiha Shun spoke. "Take him with you. Stay close to me." Indeed, he was of no use, even considered a burden. However, within him, Shun saw a reflection of his own past, a time when he, too, had been alone, stubbornly refusing to yield, seizing every opportunity to rise, regardless of whether such chances were laced with peril. Gradually, the trio disappeared from sight, yet this incident would soon stir hidden currents within the seemingly tranquil Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window, contemplating the happy lives of the villagers below for a long while. Finally, he sighed deeply. "I am sorry. For the stability of Konoha as a whole, he had to sacrifice certain personal gains. Thus, to avoid further inciting the Uchiha clan and prevent them from launching a rebellion prematurely, he chose to abandon the one known to the public as Uchiha Shun. He offered no assistance, nor did he acknowledge the situation. Deep within Konoha, in the shadowy depths of the roots, Danzo clutched the intelligence reports and laughed heartily. The heavens are aiding me. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is a source of chaos. Each member embodies an unpredictable factor that must be eliminated. However, for now, Uchiha Shun is still of use. Chapter 6. Disappearance Bring forth my orders. It is our duty to protect every Konoha ninja. We must ensure they suffer no unjust treatment. Therefore, safeguard Uchiha Shun and bring him to meet me. Yes. Several shadowy figures quickly departed. Meanwhile, at the edge of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan's secret chamber, Fuyuki and several elders engaged in a heated debate. The audacity. We are the founders of Konoha, yet they dare to ostracize us, roared the fourth elder. The third elder's expression darkened. Recently, several clan members have vanished without a trace, neither living nor dead. Humph. Is it not a ploy to covet our bloodline limits? The second elder seethed with anger. I've explained countless times that the Nine Tails was never under our control, yet they refuse to believe it. The Senju clan has already vanished. We are next. We must resist, insisted the first elder, his tone grave. Fuyuki, as the clan leader, what is your stance? Fuyuki cursed internally. This old fox only wanted to shift the blame onto him. How could the Uchiha clan possibly contend against the entirety of Konoha? Moreover, without the support of the daimyo, lacking missions and resources, even a successful rebellion would not secure him the Hokage's seat for long. This was merely a scheme to have him lead a rebellion, only to later cast him aside as a scapegoat for their own gain. I believe that with Shursui just awakening his eyes, he is not yet prepared to confront the power of the Kage. For now, we should feign compliance. Buying time for Shursui, he argued. Bang. The fourth elder slammed his palm on the table. Fuyuki, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon the Uchiha clan? Consider that individual. Shursui now possesses eyes akin to his. What is there to fear? The third elder chimed in. Indeed. Will you merely stand by and watch your kin perish without taking action? The first elder nodded in satisfaction. Fuyuki, this matter is urgent. We bang. The door to the secret chamber was flung open, and Uchiha Yaoyang burst in, bloodied. Second elder, something terrible has happened. Chishan. What has happened to Chishan? The second elder sprang to his feet, seizing Yaoyang's arm and demanding an explanation. The first elder, Uchiha Tianyu, shot a disapproving glance at the second elder and reluctantly stated, today's meeting is adjourned. Yaoyang, tell us what transpired with Chishan. The second elder, Uchiha Chuan, had a personal stake in this matter. Chishan was his only remaining relative after his son perished in the Third Shinobi War. He had doted on Chishan, raising him with utmost care, which had led to Chishan's arrogant demeanor, necessitating the protection of a clan elite with 3 Sharingan. Yet this only fueled Chishan's arrogance further. Yaoyang hesitated, then finally stammered. He is dead. What? Uchiha Chuan staggered back, stumbling 3 steps. Chishan is dead? He is the last of our bloodline. No, it cannot be. He has never left Konoha, and under the protection of a Jonin, who could possibly kill him? Who would dare? Yaoyang, gazing at the enraged second elder, swallowed hard and knelt. It is my fault. It is my fault. The young master was merely taking a stroll in the village when he encountered a civilian struggling to control their chakra. He offered some advice, but then he was ambushed by the traitor Uchiha Shun, who used an unprecedented ninjutsu to seize him. I couldn't help but intervene and fought to rescue the young master. But I was gravely injured by his swift new technique. And then, he disregarded my attempts to stop him and killed the young master. Silence, a deathly silence. The 4 elders and Fuchio coldly gazed at Uchiha Yao, who lay prostrate on the ground, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, rendering him as though he had plunged into the depths of a frigid winter. The chill was bone deep. The eldest elder's eyes flickered. Someone is coming. Humph. Uchiha Chuan swiftly unsheathed a kunai and, in an instant, severed Uchiha Yao's head. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining a large portion of the ground crimson. With a rustle, 4 ninjas adorned with animal masks appeared before them, casting not a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, by the order of Lord Hokage. We are here to escort Uchiha Shun for an important mission. Impossible. Uchiha Chuan leaned forward, a fierce aura rippling through the blood that pooled on the ground. He has slain my only grandson. He must die? Are you suggesting that your Uchiha clan dares to defy the orders of Lord Hokage? The lead masked ninja spoke with a deep, menacing tone. You should consider your words carefully. Are you threatening me? Uchiha Chuan's body swayed, but was restrained by the eldest elder, Uchiha Tianyu. Is this the will of Lord Hokage? Of course. The lead ninja stood proudly. We, the Umbu, only heed the commands of Lord Hokage. Any who dare defy our orders shall be deemed rogue ninjas, mercilessly slain. You. Uchiha Chuan was consumed with fury. "Brother, give the order." In an instant, Uchiha Tianyo's eyes blazed with the crimson of the Sharingan, surveying the scene before finally resting on Uchiha Chuan's face. "Fool, can you utter such words at this moment? To kill him is said to awaken the cursed eye only by slaying one's closest kin." The overwhelming presence instilled fear in every individual present. This aura, though lacking the power of a shadow, was fearsome nonetheless. 1 second, 2 seconds. The four masked ninjas clutched their signal transmitters tightly, cold sweat beading on their palms. If the Uchiha clan were to rebel, they must relay this information at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Fuchio and the other three elders felt their hearts race, muscles tensed, anxiously awaiting the final decision of fate. However, after a breath, Uchiha Tianyo's eyes returned to normal. "Very well, I shall personally visit Lord Hokage shortly. I hope he provides a satisfactory explanation." A collective sigh of relief escaped the gathered crowd. The lead masked ninja cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Tianyo before turning to leave. Lord Danzo was correct. The Uchiha clan was indeed a source of chaos. Daring to seek an audience with the Hokage for an explanation? They must be eliminated. Uchiha Chuan clenched his fists. "Shall we simply allow this to pass?" "Humph." Uchiha Tianyu gazed at the four faces etched into the Hokage rock, as the clan leader stated. "The time is not yet ripe. Furthermore, we must unite all our clansmen to reclaim our rightful place in Konoha. Do you understand?" Uchiha Chuan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Yes, I understand." Indeed, with rebellion looming, regardless of the reason, publicly executing a clansman would only serve to dampen morale. Thus, they must make him disappear quietly, much like those mysteriously vanished clansmen. Chapter 7. 100-fold retribution. At this moment, Uchiha Shun, having just exited the barbecue restaurant with the two children, encountered two ninjas wearing animal masks. "By order of the Hokage, you must accompany us." Why were they so nonchalant? Simply because they were well-versed in their roles. Firstly, they were indeed members of the Umbu, merely planted there by Danzo. Secondly, not everyone is Naruto. Not everyone can meet the Hokage at will, let alone confront him directly. Moreover, even if a fool dared to confront him, they had confidence that the third Hokage would always shield them. Lastly, once ensnared within the roots, seeking out the third Hokage was impossible. One would either die or submit. Uchiha Shun glanced up at them. "You're from Danzo, aren't you?" He held no belief that the indecisive third Hokage would choose this moment to protect him, even though he was indeed a pawn in the third's efforts to win over the Uchiha clan. "Hold!" The man with the raccoon mask erupted with fury. "How dare you utter the name of our lord so casually? This is unforgivable." With hands forming seals, he prepared to forcibly subdue Uchiha Shun. Yet, Shun was not one to remain idle. With a disdainful smile, he readied himself to retaliate. He was indifferent to whether this was a bustling marketplace or what the onlookers thought of his open defiance of Umbu orders. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed. "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." A massive fire dragon, over 3 meters in diameter, materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the two masked ninjas. What? The pair was taken aback. In Konoha, who would dare to openly attack the Umbu? Did they not fear being branded as rogue ninjas? Looking up, they were met with a pair of blood-red eyes. "This is bad." Both realized simultaneously that the intelligence had been erroneous. Uchiha Shun was not a traitor at all. No, they must relay this information to their superior. Gritting his teeth, the man with the raccoon mask threw himself in front of his comrade, bracing for the second elder's vengeful Jinjutsu. In an instant, excruciating pain flooded his mind, and his limbs felt as though they had been pierced by nails, rendering him powerless. He was then consumed by the oncoming fire dragon, turning to ash. Yet his sacrifice was not in vain. The other ninja, enduring the pain, rapidly formed seals to escape using the body replacement technique. "Humph." The second elder Uchiha Chuan snorted, seemingly unaware as he allowed the other to flee. Sigh. Uchiha Fuchio appeared emotionless behind the second elder, revealing that the recent dragon fire technique had been his doing. "These two are spies from another village, masquerading as Umbu, secretly transmitting orders with the intent to steal our Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Thankfully, Uchiha Shun's sacrifice revealed their plot, preventing further losses. As a reward, he shall be promoted to the captain of the 5th Security Unit. Report tomorrow. The Hokage wishes to protect you. Then we shall deliberately slay the Umbu in public and attribute the reasoning to you, thus promoting you. Even if the third doesn't he believe it. This incident will surely cast a shadow in his heart. Uchiha Shun raised an eyebrow, amused. So, they were not merely seeking vengeance, but also eliminating Danzo's agents for him? Quite intriguing. He nodded in agreement. Very well. This was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. Fuchio and the others understood well that Danzo wielded significant power, yet the Umbu operated directly under the Hokage, allowing only trusted individuals to join. Uchiha Shun was already viewed as a traitor, closely associated with the third Hokage's son Asuma, so it was natural for the third to intervene on his behalf. However, as a time traveler, Shun was well aware of the third Hokage's character and easily deduced that this was a ploy by Danzo. Thus, a misunderstanding was born. Seeing Uchiha Shun agree with such ease, the second elder was momentarily taken aback and then shot him a venomous glare before turning to leave. Boy, dare to sever my bloodline, and I shall ensure you find life unbearable. Sigh. Uchiha Fuchio sighed once more, patting Shun on the shoulder, shaking his head without uttering a word, and followed suit in departure. Shun watched his retreating figure, smiling broadly. This Fuchio was quite an interesting character. He wondered if he had awakened his Sharingan, and what his abilities might be. Let us go, Lee. After a hearty meal, it's time for me to begin your training. Oh yeah, Rock Lee exclaimed with excitement, still relatively normal before experiencing Guy's tea toxicity. The three quickly arrived at a secluded training ground, where Shun produced a cleansing elixir and tossed it to Lee. Take this. As for the white-haired child, Hayu, who awakened midway, he received nothing. Nor did Shun harbor any desire to take him as a disciple. After all, his talent was insufficient to trigger the return strike, merely relegating him to the role of a attendant. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee accepted the elixir and consumed it. Humph. Instantly, a muffled groan escaped his lips as a wondrous power coursed through his body. The elixir not only cleansed his marrow but also repaired the hidden injuries he had sustained from reckless training. Muscle reconstruction, the rebirth of shattered bones. The excruciating pain caused his veins to bulge, and beads of sweat as large as marbles cascaded from his face to the ground. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Despite this, he made no sound of pleading or cries of agony beyond an initial grunt. For the dream of becoming a ninja, he could endure anything. Time trickled away, and Lee Rock could no longer stand upright. Instead, he resembled a boiled shrimp, hunched over and gasping for air. Huff, huff. Master, it's finally over. Can I begin my training now? Uchiha Shun nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that young Lee's determination was truly remarkable. Or perhaps all those in the world of Naruto were exceptionally resilient. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have assisted your disciple, Lee Rock, in refining his essence and enhancing his aptitude, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have gained 300 strength, 500 physique, 200 speed, and 50 recovery. Do you wish to claim it? Could this be possible? Uchiha Shun's expression instantly became quite animated. If he had known this would happen, why would he have endured the hardship himself? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he instructed, You may go wash up now. We will resume training tomorrow morning. Lee Rock caught a whiff of a foul stench that nearly caused him to faint. Looking down at himself, he realized that his entire body was covered in a thick, black, sticky substance that was emanating a strong odor. Scratching his head in confusion, he said, I'll be right back, master. Watching him depart, Uchiha Shun thought no more of it and declared, Claim the reward. In an instant, a formidable power surged into his body, rapidly spreading to his limbs and bones. Then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from beneath his feet, reaching the heavens. Chapter 8. More terrifying than the 9 tails of fierce wind howled, dust billowed, and countless patches of grass were flattened as if swept by an immense force. The most unfortunate was a figure named Shio, who was caught off guard and blown away for dozens of meters, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. His heart trembled. Was this truly a person and not a monster? The overwhelming strength compelled Uchiha Shun to unleash a punch. Boom! The ground shattered, and dirt flew. In Shio's dazed eyes, Uchiha Shun's punch fundamentally altered the terrain within 100 meters. A blow of such magnitude, if it struck a human, would undoubtedly reduce them to a mere puddle of blood. This punch surpassed even the full-force strike of Tsunade, known for her monstrous strength, one of the legendary Sannin. It was truly terrifying. Uchiha Shun retracted his fist with satisfaction. Indeed, if 100-fold was this powerful, Just imagine the potential of 1,000 or 10,000 times. But wait, now was not the time to reveal himself. Swiftly, he gathered Xiao and Li and disappeared. Although Shun had chosen a secluded location to avoid disturbances, the violent rumble still drew the attention of many high-ranking officials and powerful figures in Konoha. The third Hokage, observing the bathroom for any hidden foreign ninjas, trembled slightly and hastily activated his telescope technique to locate the source of the noise. Upon seeing the devastated ground, the third's expression darkened considerably. It was not due to explosive tags. The marks indicated the result of some violent force. What a troublesome season it was. He felt himself age a few years, burdened by the untimely death of the fourth Hokage and the stagnation of the next generation. The enormous village of Konoha rested solely upon his frail shoulders, and he felt utterly exhausted. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he must protect this hard-won peace. In the heart of the flames, fire continued to burn. Deep within Konoha, in the roots of the village, Danzo furrowed his brow. Tsunade has returned? No, that could not be right. This force was more penetrating, akin to pure physical power rather than the explosive strength derived from chakra manipulation. Who could possess such power? Someone, investigate any unusual individuals who have recently entered the village. At the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi lifted a cup of tea to his lips, pondering the recent turmoil. White Fang was forced to commit suicide, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had defected, the Senju clan had vanished, and the Uchiha clan was on the verge of rebellion. Now, a mysterious powerhouse had suddenly emerged. What course should the Hyuga clan take? The various clans, Fuguki, the mountain tribe, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, each led by their respective chiefs and powerful individuals, employed various means to investigate, causing a ripple of unrest in what had once been a tranquil Konoha. However, all of this was of no concern to Uchiha Shun, who was joyfully walking towards his small courtyard with Lee Rock and Shio. The journey was notably quiet, with every clan member who caught sight of him recoiling in terror. The news of his slaying the elder's grandson had already spread far and wide. Who would dare approach him? The trio pushed open the courtyard gate, revealing the ruins of a wooden house. Lee Rock foolishly asked, "Master, did you offend someone?" Uchiha Shun suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was Lee's performance in the original story not primarily influenced by Guy? "You talk too much. Hurry up and sleep." A playful thump landed on Lee's head, and Shun found a piece of wood to lay down and sleep. Lee and Shio exchanged glances and reluctantly found a spot to rest. The next day, at noon, Lee Rock squatted in front of Uchiha Shun. "Master, why haven't you woken up yet? The sun is scorching my backside." "Master, I'm so hungry. You said you would teach me training today. When will it start?" "Master, I want to do push-ups." As Uchiha Shun enjoyed his slumber, he felt as if countless mosquitoes were buzzing around his ears, making an unbearable racket. With a resigned wipe of his mouth, he opened his eyes to see a pair of eager eyes staring intently at him. Stretching leisurely, he said, "Ah, splendid. Another beautiful day awaits. Now, I shall teach you the 6 secret techniques. Pay close attention." Shave. With a stomp of his foot, he appeared 10 meters away in an instant. The essence of this technique lies in rapid, consecutive footfalls on the ground, utilizing the reaction force for swift movement, creating the illusion of teleportation. As he demonstrated, he explained the technique while Lee Rock learned and attempted it alongside him. True to his nature as a gifted martial artist, after just over an hour of Shun's guidance, Lee grasped the fundamental principles. Ding! You have imparted to your disciple the Navy's 6 styles, triggering a quality return. Congratulations, you have acquired the Purple Dragon Inheritance. Purple Dragon? Saint Seiya? Upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Uchiha Shun could not help but smile with joy. How quick this was. While others struggled to train and earn points, he merely needed to teach his disciple the basics to grow stronger. What a delightful feeling. With previous experience, Uchiha Shun sent the bruised Lee Rock and Shio to fetch breakfast for him. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Extract reward." Ding! Purple Dragon Inheritance is being distributed. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness. The Purple Dragon, one of the 5 small bronze warriors, was known for his exuberant personality, loyalty, and integrity, having trained under the guidance of Master To in Mount Lu. After acquiring the Dragon Cloth, he participated in the Galactic War, befriending Seiya and others, and later stormed the Sanctuary, battled in the Sea of the Dead, and ventured through Hades. Each life-risking battle only served to enhance his strength. Techniques: Sonic Finger, Sonic Fist. Acupoint Strike. Dragon Power. Lizard, Dragon Transformation, Inspiration. Ultimate Moves: Lushan Rising Dragon Wave, Lushan Dragon Soaring. Secret Techniques: Lushan Dragon's Fury, Lushan 100 Dragons, and the Indomitable Holy Sword. One by one, images poured into his mind. Each movement flowed through his body, accompanied by a unique conviction that permeated his thoughts. A promise made is a promise kept. Unto death, time seemed to pass in an instant, yet it felt as though a century had elapsed. Uchiha Shun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flickering within. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, his hands gliding gracefully, summoning a colossal azure dragon that roared from behind him, startling the birds and sending beasts into a frenzy. The surging heat within him reached its zenith at that moment. Like a tidal wave poised to crash forth, Lushan Rising Dragon, Uchiha Shun. Suddenly, the gate of the small courtyard was kicked open from the outside, and two Uchiha clansmen stormed in, seething with anger. How dare you make us wait all morning in vain? We shall teach you a lesson. Without hesitation, Uchiha Yuji and Uchiha Shuchi fell to their knees. Brother, no? Father, you are magnanimous. Please spare us. We were unaware. Originally, they were assigned by the second elder to monitor Shun, but after waiting in the security room for what felt like an eternity without him reporting to take them away, they had come to vent their frustrations. However, upon entering, they were met with a scene that petrified them. Chapter 9. Worthless. These were ninjas rigorously trained and carefully cultivated by the clan, fearless in the face of horror, unless they were utterly overwhelmed. Good heavens! That aura! What is the Nine-Tails chaos compared to it? It pales in comparison. The second elder had sent them, not out of choice, but because their adversary was too formidable to confront head-on. As Shun approached them, fists clenched, he said, "You have 10 seconds to provide me with a reason not to kill you." In his prime, poised to unleash his newly acquired technique, he found his momentum interrupted by these two insects. Unforgivable. Yet, he had to thank them. Had it not been for their interruption, the tale of his might would have echoed throughout the entire ninja world, not just Konoha. I'll speak. I'll speak. Uchiha Yuji blurted out, revealing the entirety of the second elder's plot. Sir, Uchiha Chuan, that scoundrel, sent us to spy on you and instructed us to lure you to Training Ground 29. He has set a trap there, waiting for your appearance. Furthermore, Uchiha Shuchi chimed in hastily, they believe you are aligned with the third Hokage. To delay you? They even sent subordinates disguised as you to steal the Hokage's sealing book. Whether they succeed is irrelevant. The goal is to sow discord between you and the third. The two spoke candidly, revealing everything, even the scandalous affairs of the second elder. The sheer might of Uchiha Shun had left them no room for defiance. Very well. Shun nodded. Since he has so earnestly invited me, I shall graciously pay him a visit. You too, lead the way. Though he had no intention of being ostentatious, he understood that the mysterious jutsu within the Hokage's repertoire were numerous. Techniques such as the Kodoame Tsukumi that could alter one's thoughts, or the sudden onslaught of a Shinra Tensei could spell disaster. Not to mention, should the third Hokage deem him a threat, he might resort to the Shiki Fujin. The outcome of such encounters was known only to fate. Yet, his desire to test his new skills was thwarted, igniting a fire of frustration within him. Under the cautious guidance of Yuji and Shuchi, the trio swiftly arrived at the secluded Training Ground 29 on the outskirts of Konoha. This desolate area was notorious for the many civilians who had perished or disappeared within its depths, yet the higher-ups turned a blind eye. At this moment, the second elder was busily arranging something, his back turned to them. Uchiha Shun swiftly approached him, curiosity piqued. Elder, what are you doing? Needless to say, the second elder snapped back. I am setting up a barrier. That freak, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is always peering through his crystal ball, disturbing our peace. Furthermore, we plan to capture Uchiha Shun, that traitor, and torment him, so we must establish a barrier to prevent interruptions. Wait a moment. The second elder turned around and frowned at Shun. Did I not instruct you to steal the sealing book? Why are you still here? Uchiha Shun felt a pang of exasperation at the elder's lack of wit. No wonder the esteemed Uchiha clan faced annihilation. Such incompetence in leadership was a recipe for disaster. He patted the elder's shoulder, stating, because I am the traitor you seek. The second elder's eyes widened in shock. He turned to the trembling Yuji and Shuchi, his fury boiling over. You fools. Traitors. You have revealed my entire plan to him. Are you not afraid of my retribution? Yuji glanced at the second elder, then at Shun, and decisively abandoned the former. He activated the barrier, enveloping them all. Sir, this is the perfect moment to eliminate him. Seeing this unfold, the second elder's rage intensified. You mere wretches dare challenge me? Very well. I shall show you what an insurmountable chasm looks like. With hands forming seals, he chanted, fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, slightly over a meter in diameter, lazily approached the trio. Uchiha Shun, Uchiha Yuji, Uchiha Shuchi. Was this truly all the might of the esteemed second elder's ninjutsu? Such disgrace for the Uchiha, renowned for their fire techniques. Shun tilted his head, raised his left hand, and with a single, deft motion, cleaved through the fireball, sending a razor-sharp blade toward the second elder. It was the ultimate technique imparted to him by the Capricorn Gold Saint, Shura, the Holy Sword. The second elder clumsily rolled away, his indulgent lifestyle having rendered him out of shape. He fumbled for his lone shuriken while forming new seals, declaring, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Humph, boy. This is an exceedingly rare B-rank ninjutsu. Let us see how you handle it. Raging flames engulfed the flying shuriken, launching a torrential assault toward Shun. B-rank ninjutsu was regarded as commendable within the ninja realm, for even Uchiha Madara's techniques like Great Fire Annihilation and Dragon Flame Jutsu were merely B-rank. Yet, in the hands of the second elder, its potency was pitifully diminished. This time, Shun could not be bothered to evade. He unleashed an unseen aura, enveloping himself as he advanced steadily. Dragon Force, Lin. Boom. Shuriken imbued with flames rained down upon Shun, yet not even a thread of his clothing was singed. The second elder stood agape, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. This is B-rank ninjutsu. How could it have no effect? It must be an illusion, he thought. Yet regardless of whether he bit his tongue or channeled chakra chaotically, Shun remained unfazed, striding toward him. You. The second elder raised a finger to speak, but suddenly, a kunai pierced through his heart. The grand elder, Uchiha Tianyu, glared with his blood-red Sharingan and uttered, worthless. Chapter 10, Gentle Fist. Nothing more. The three Tomo in his eyes began to tremble violently, yet they could not evolve further. He truly loved his younger brother. It was through his unwavering support over the years that this worthless fool had been elevated to the position of second elder. However, years of residing in power had led him to gradually lose himself, forgetting the heart he once had. Uchiha Kawaguchi's body trembled as he turned around, releasing a sigh of relief upon seeing his elder brother. Ah, it's you, brother, he breathed, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, the three Tomo of his Sharingan had activated, just as he anticipated his brother would unleash some jutsu in a desperate struggle. The second elder seized his eyes and presented them to him. Tianyu's eyes quivered violently, two streams of blood tears cascading down his forlorn cheeks. Brother, he lamented, recalling their parents who had perished in battle and how his elder brother had raised him from infancy. Yet, perhaps due to excessive indulgence, he had remained remarkably weak. Left with no choice, he had to ascend the ranks step by step, hoping to protect his younger brother. Alas, all of that came to an end today. Grasping his brother's Sharingan, he inhaled deeply and addressed Shun. The higher-ups in Konoha envy our clan's bloodline limit and have deliberately ostracized us, resulting in the mysterious disappearance of countless clan members. Reluctantly, we have resolved to rebel. Uchiha Kawaguchi disregards the bigger picture, harming his own kin and jeopardizing our clan's grand plan. He must be punished. Now, with Uchiha Shun's exceptional prowess, you are entrusted with the role of second elder. I hope you will lead our family to glory. Do you agree? Uchiha Shun remained silent for a moment, pondering whether the Uchiha clan's annihilation night was truly as simple as Itachi had suggested. How could one individual have eradicated thousands of clan members and hundreds of shinobi, including numerous elite jonin? Or was it possible that the Uchiha clan genuinely sought rebellion? Perhaps the truth was far more complex than it appeared. Nodding in response, Shun affirmed, very well. Turning away, he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Without commensurate strength, he feared he too would meet his demise that fateful night. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, to break free from his constraints. Returning to his modest courtyard, he set aside distractions and earnestly began training Rock Lee. Days passed in serene monotony until a month later. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, on the playground, Rock Lee struck a pose, extending his finger. Neji, accept my 101st challenge. This time, I shall not lose. How childish, replied Hyuga Neji, turning arrogantly away. He had no intention of sparring with someone incapable of even controlling chakra. Not once. All of the previous 100 were but a farce. Are you afraid? Rock Lee continued to provoke. If you're scared, just admit defeat and crawl between my legs. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the playground. Perhaps even the entire school. Neji's forehead pulsed with veins. How could this fool not understand that one cannot resist fate? Why? Why wouldn't he accept his position and live as a commoner? Why choose the path of a shinobi, risking death on the battlefield? Didn't he realize that only 1 in 10 graduates from each class of genin survived? Since you seek a fight, do not blame me. Neji seethed with rage. No matter how hard he tried, he was still a branch family member, unable to escape the fate of a caged bird. This made him furious at Rock Lee's relentless defiance. Spinning around, he unleashed a punch, his intense anger enveloping his fists in a thick layer of chakra. Yes, just like that. Rock Lee shouted in excitement. Paper dance. Relaxing his muscles, he moved with the air currents, tilting his head just enough to evade Neji's furious blow. What? Neji gasped in shock. What kind of jutsu was this? He had never seen anything like it before. As he threw another punch, Rock Lee lightly tapped the ground, gliding through the air like a delicate piece of paper. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Neji, defying all odds, swung dozens of punches. Yet he could not even graze Rock Lee's clothing. Impossible. How could this be? In the past, just 2 light punches would have brought him to the ground. Why couldn't he land a single hit now? Planting his feet firmly and bending his knees slightly, a Taiji Bagua appeared beneath Neji's feet. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams. A powerful surge of chakra tightly bound Rock Lee's body, preventing him from shifting his form, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, he exuberantly shouted, "Iron block." His muscles tensed, and his entire body became solid as iron. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as Rock Lee stepped back, blood trickling from his mouth. I withstood it. I withstood it. He could not comprehend why his master looked down upon the iron block, insisting that he refrain from training it. Yet, he adored this feeling and was determined to master it. Indeed, the 8 trigrams that once felled him to the ground could not breach the iron block's defense. Neji, staring at his nearly bent fingers in disbelief, gazed at Rock Lee. What kind of jutsu is this? Hee. Rock Lee bounced around. This is a secret technique my master taught me, the 6 styles iron block. It truly is effective. And my master even said that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is a disgrace to the name of gentle fist. It lacks finesse. It would be better called the rigid fist. They can't even step on the main battlefield, only appearing to drag out the plot. Unforgivable. Neji gritted his teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain in his bones. He clenched his fists, veins bulging in his eyes as he activated his Byakugan. I will not allow you to insult the Hyuga clan or the gentle fist. We of the Hyuga clan are the most powerful family in Konoha. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. The Taiji Bagua re-emerged, yet this time, Rock Lee chose not to endure. With a swift step, his figure appeared outside the Bagua's range. Body flicker. Impossible. Neji's eyes widened in horror. How could anyone escape his gentle fist technique? This was inconceivable. However, the chakra was already in motion. He could not halt it now, resembling a monkey as Rock Lee toyed with him, throwing 16 strikes at the air. Just as he ceased, a vacuum slash surged toward him, the very essence of Rock Lee's gale foot. Crossing his arms defensively, he was still sent flying high into the air. Puff! He coughed up a long stream of blood. What is this? He was bewildered. When did this fool, who could not even control chakra, become so formidable? Rock Lee stood proudly before Neji. Of course, it's martial arts. My teacher is incredible, right? Oh, by the way, my master mentioned that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is merely superficial. If you wish to learn true gentle fist, you must seek him out. Puff! Neji spat out another mouthful of blood, elegantly fainting. The secret techniques that his family would not easily impart even to branch family members were merely superficial in the eyes of his opponent. Chapter 11. The emergence of Taiji. When Neji awoke, it was already the following afternoon. He silently entered the school and approached Rock Lee. Who is your master? I wish to meet him. He sought to understand the strength of the one who dared to openly insult the gentle fist, which held his clan's standing in the shinobi world. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his intuition told him that perhaps Rock Lee's master was indeed correct. Ever since he began training, he felt that something was amiss with his path, yet he could not articulate what was wrong. Huh. Rockley scratched his head. My master said you would definitely come to find him, and here you are? Follow me. The two departed the school, traversing through Konoha, gradually veering off the beaten path until they reached the Uchiha compound on the outskirts of the village. Neji suddenly realized, your master is from the Uchiha clan? Furrowing his brow, he recognized that despite his youth, as a branch family member, he was quite perceptive. The impending rebellion of the Uchiha clan was common knowledge. Could it be that they had set their sights on the Hyuga clan? Yet, if that were the case, why would they seek him, a mere branch family member, rather than Hinata? Are you afraid? Rockley asked, observing Neji's nervous demeanor. My master said if you're scared, then just forget it. A true strong person must first possess a heart devoid of fear. Neji clenched his fists, unyielding. What a fearless sentiment. Yet, when faced with destiny, who could truly affect change? To rebel? He had tried that before. Being born into the branch family, dedicating his life to the main family was his fate. Humph. Neji stepped forward with a solemn expression. Who claims that I am afraid? Let us proceed. I wish to meet your master and see who dares to say that my gentle fist training in the Hyuga clan is flawed. Under the watchful eyes of the Uchiha clan, the two soon arrived at Shun's small courtyard, pausing at the entrance. Neji gazed at the thin wooden door before him, envisioning torrents of blood surging forth from within, as if it were warning him. Pushing open this door would unleash hell, irrevocably. After taking a deep breath, Neji ultimately refused to yield. Even if he were to step into the abyss, he sought to challenge fate once more. He slowly pushed open the wooden door, revealing a man lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Beside him, two sycophantic ninjas, Yang Er and Shou Yi, were fanning him and presenting fruits. Neji was filled with doubt. Is this truly your master? Master! Shaoli exclaimed joyfully as he leaped into Shun's embrace. I have brought Neji. You promised to teach me the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. You must not break your word. Oh dear. Shun coughed violently, a grape seed lodged in his throat, as Shaoli's sudden assault caught him off guard. After a struggle, he managed to expel the seed and delivered a reprimanding punch to Shaoli. How many times must I tell you not to leap on someone without cause? Someone could get hurt. Shaoli was quite diligent in his training and held great respect for his teacher. Yet Neji could not help but feel that perhaps his lack of paternal experience had led to his reckless behavior. Every time Neji encountered him, he would launch himself at Shun's midsection, causing discomfort. After chastising Shaoli, Uchiha Shun scrutinized the dazed Neji, standing off to the side, and nodded in satisfaction. To his surprise, Neji's aptitude was not merely A rank, but S rank. It was no wonder he could comprehend the 8 trigrams and heavenly spin techniques without any formal instruction from the clan. However, tragically, he had ultimately met his demise at fate's cruel hands, becoming the only casualty among the Konoha's 12 little strong. Even Guy, who could open the 8 gates, had been forcibly saved, yet no one sought to revive Neji. It was as if his existence was destined to be forgotten, a sacrifice for the main family. With his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, and eyes squinting against the glaring sun, Shun inquired, Neji, do you wish to become my disciple? Neji silently took a step back. Why should I become your disciple? He had no desire to be entangled in the Uchiha schemes. Nor did he wish to involve the entire Hyuga clan, especially not with a master who seemed rather unreliable. Although he was unaware of Shun's true strength, Neji had no impression of him, leading him to conclude that he could not possibly be a Jonin. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their fire techniques and Sharingan, and thus could hardly comprehend the Hyuga's gentle fist. Sighing, Uchiha Shun lamented, was I not told that once the aura of dominance dissipates, all would kneel and beg for mercy? Why does it not hold true here? Watch closely. He spread his legs shoulder-width apart, inhaled deeply, and extended his arms, slowly lowering them as if cradling a ball, a watermelon. With a leisurely motion, he sidestepped, lifted one leg, and stretched his arms, cut it in half. His body moved with a bow-like motion, arms curving forward. You take half, I take half. Neji was taken aback. What is this nonsense? It was so slow that even the non-ninja villagers of Konoha could probably defeat him. Disappointed, he turned to leave, sensing that his fate was indeed unchangeable. Try hitting me, Shun called out just as Neji turned away. Neji furrowed his brows, hesitating for a long moment before suddenly pivoting and throwing a punch. This strike gathered all the chakra within him, embodying his disdain for the injustices of fate. Shun smiled subtly. He did not understand the gentle fist, but had practiced Tai Chi under an elder in his past life. However, it was evident that the Hyuga's techniques bore no relation to the gentle fist. He extended his hand, chakra threads ensnaring Neji's wrist. Bind. As Neji retreated, Shun used his momentum to ensnare Neji's furious strike with layers of chakra threads, completely immobilizing it. Seize. Neji was taken aback, attempting to withdraw, but his wrist was tightly bound, and he could neither break free nor escape without sacrificing his entire right hand. With gritted teeth, he anchored his feet into the ground, striving to halt his momentum, but Shun at that moment withdrew his pulling force and executed a flying kick. Bang! The kick struck Neji squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward over 10 meters, rolling on the ground. Rising to his feet, blood trickled from Neji's mouth as he defiantly advanced. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. This was the strongest technique he had mastered thus far. Yet Shun merely bent slightly, his left hand sweeping in an upward arc, effortlessly disrupting Neji's onslaught. Simultaneously, his fingers curled around Neji's wrist, instantly siphoning off 8/10 of his strength, and with a gentle tug, Neji's balance faltered, sending him forward. In that instant, Shun stepped forward, harmonizing his waist and horse stance. Arms bent at the elbow. Tai Chi, using strength against strength. Neji was knocked back, sprawling on the ground. In that moment, he felt as though he grasped something vital. Disregarding the pain, he rose with vigor. What is this technique? Chapter 12. Neji becomes a disciple. Uchiha Shun widened his stance slightly beyond shoulder width, one hand rising slowly, the other descending gently, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tai Chi. Neji's eyes sparkled with realization as he fell to his knees. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. In that instant, all notions of clan divisions and the strongest family in Konoha faded into insignificance. A new door had gently opened before him. Good. Uchiha Shun nodded. Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall impart to you the 13 forms of Tai Chi. The first form, the immortal, releases the sword. With legs spread in an outward 8-step stance, knees bent, hands embraced at the chest, shoulders relaxed, abdomen contracted, and waist softened. The second form, the universe, spins the ball. Assuming a wide horse stance, toes pointed outward, shifting weight to the left, right hand flipping downward, left hand supporting. The third form, the beauty, gazes in the mirror. Left foot stepping into a left forward corner, adopting a left bow stance, left arm raised. The fourth form, the fifth form, the 13th form. Have you memorized them? Uchiha Shun generously demonstrated and explained the 13 forms of Tai Chi learned from the elder. He concluded with a profound statement. This fist emphasizes intention, not form. It utilizes intent, not force. When you forget all the techniques, that is when you have truly learned. Limitless, heavenly, venerable, boundless nothingness. All laws are natural. This is Tai Chi. Xiao Li, Yang Er, and Shoei watched in bewilderment, confused by this soft and slow-paced display. Can it truly kill someone? It seems anyone could easily knock him down. However, Neji was filled with excitement, sensing an epiphany as he practiced right there in the courtyard. Initially disjointed and sporadic, he moved through the forms, at times shaking his head, at others smiling in joy. Gradually, his movements became fluid, an imperceptible aura began to rise from him, transforming into a wave of energy that encircled him, drawing in everything around him. Ding! You have taught your disciple Hyuga Neji the 13 forms of Tai Chi, aiding in his comprehension, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have attained the true essence of Tai Chi. Would you like to claim it? Is this even possible? Uchiha Shun pondered as the familiar voice echoed in his mind. He had merely imparted a technique learned from the elder in his past life. To trigger a critical return at the end? It seemed Neji's comprehension was remarkable. Turning to Xiao Li, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Reflecting on the martial arts familiar to many in his past life, such as the Inch Punch, Baji Quan, and Xingyi Quan, he thought, if I have more disciples, and they gain insights, wouldn't that lead to a great fortune? Claim it. In an instant, his soul once again plunged into darkness as 2 beams of light, one black and one white, emerged from the depths of his mind. Within you, there exists a part of me. Within me, there exists a part of you. This profound intertwining is both seamless and distinct, merging and separating in a continuous dance. The intricacies are boundless. In a fleeting moment, one is left in a daze. as the duality of black and white transforms into two yin-yang fish, merging into his being until they vanish from sight. Boom. A surge of primordial energy ascends to the heavens, sweeping across the village of Konoha, only to dissipate in an instant, leaving an impression of illusion. The harmony of yin and yang in Tai Chi, the balance of hardness and softness, allows an ordinary mortal to wield the techniques of the divine. At this moment, Uchiha Shun, seemingly unremarkable, has transcended to a state of profound simplicity. It could be said that the essence of Tai Chi he embodies far surpasses the legacy of the Purple Dragon. In the Hokage's office within Konoha Village, the third Hokage looked up in astonishment. The aura he had just sensed, though restrained, brushed against his face like a gentle spring breeze. Yet his heart felt as cold as the depths of winter. This was a presence he had only felt from the first Hokage, a reminder that all things were but dust in the wind. Clenching his hands, he pondered whether it was time to resort to that forbidden technique, to revive the living, and even allow the deceased to return. No, he must extinguish any threat to Konoha. Danzo furrowed his brow. This aura was distinctly different from the previous ferocity, yet it felt even more formidable. Had yet another expert arrived in Konoha? Sarutobi, is this one of your people? How many secrets have you concealed from me? If only he had been bolder in the past, perhaps the position of Hokage would have been his. Hinata Hizashi looked up at the sky, perplexed by the recent events. Uchiha Fujo activated his Sharingan, filled with worry. The depths of Konoha were indeed treacherous, and he had little confidence in his ability to successfully rebel. However, the Uchiha clan had co-founded this village alongside the Senju clan. Why was it that not a single member of the Uchiha was present in the Hokage's office? Now, they were being pushed out of the upper echelons. No, he could not sit idly by. Otherwise, like the mysterious disappearance of the Senju clan, the Uchiha would find themselves in dire straits as the tension escalated due to Shun's rising aura. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests stormed into his small courtyard. Bang! The door, barely settled, was kicked open, revealing a throng of Uchiha ninjas before them. I refuse to accept this. Why should a mere one-tomo Uchiha be promoted to the position of second elder? One of them exclaimed, just the other day, I saw him chumming it up with the Suma. He must be a spy planted by the third. Traitor, have you conspired with the third to harm the second elder? I challenge you to a duel. The loser must kneel and beg for mercy. Another shouted, yes, let him take his own life to atone for the second elder. A multitude of former subordinates of the second elder and foolish individuals blinded by self-interest, spurred on by certain instigators, marched towards Shun. Ha ha. Shun covered his face with laughter. I've been waiting for you for a month. You finally show up. How disappointing. If you had come to me the moment I was promoted to second elder, I might have thought you had some courage. Now, a bunch of trash. Neji, throw these worthless fools out. With that, he reclined back, and his two lackeys, Yuichi and Shuchi, swiftly brought over a rocking chair for him to lounge in. At that moment, Ryu also arrived, presenting his favorite fruits, placing them near Shun's mouth. Such blatant disregard incited the newcomer's fury, and they drew their kunai, ready to teach Shun a lesson, only to be halted by a powerful gust of energy. Neji stepped forward. His Byakugan activated, assuming a stance. My master says, you all should leave. The crowd froze, then erupted into laughter. What did he say? His master? A member of the Hyuga clan dares to cause trouble in our Uchiha territory? Kid, have you graduated from school? Do you know how many lives we've taken? Especially those of your age? It's quite enjoyable to see you begging at my feet, haha. With a cold glare, Neji refrained from further words. Propelling himself off the ground with force, and in an instant, he was before the loudest mocker, delivering an elbow strike. Chapter 13. Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Nobuhiro easily countered Neji's sneak attack, grinning menacingly. Kid, you're quite brave. He yanked with his left hand while sweeping with his right kunai, aiming to scar Neji's face. Neji, using the force, spun his body to evade the attack, delivering a powerful kick to Nobuhiro's head. Bang! Caught off guard, Nobuhiro found himself on the ground, akin to a dog in disgrace. Furious, he pushed himself up, relying on the strength of adulthood, swinging his legs fiercely. In the past, Neji would have either retreated or braced himself, but now, he spread his fingers, channeling chakra into fine threads that ensnared Nobuhiro's legs while he lowered his body, avoiding a sneak attack from behind. With a 360-degree view from his Byakugan, Neji's perspective in battle proved invaluable. Uchiha Tomohiro, attempting to sneak attack. wildly thrust his kunai towards Nobuhiro, exclaiming in terror, "Get out of the way, quick!" Unfortunately, Nobuhiro was already ensnared by Neji's chakra threads, swinging towards Tomohiro. Swish! Bang! The sound of blades penetrating flesh and the impact of heavy objects resonated simultaneously. Both Nobuhiro and Tomohiro cried out in agony, falling to the ground wounded. Excited by his initial success, Neji yanked Tomohiro back forcefully, stepping forward to deliver a powerful elbow strike. Boom! With a dull thud, Tomohiro's eyes widened in disbelief as he was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, howling in pain, feeling as though his insides had been upended. Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Kenta exchanged glances, forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two massive fireballs erupted from their mouths, flanking Neji. Neji did not evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, gracefully moving through the air, and two invisible waves instantly emerged, brushing against the fireballs. Gradually, the fireballs, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter, veered off their intended path, gliding past Neji's face and towards their creators. What? Akira and Kenta stared in shock. They had never witnessed a technique capable of altering the trajectory of an attack. Was this an illusion? Yet the increasingly intense heat confirmed the reality of the situation. In desperation, they swiftly pressed their hands to the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom. Just as they managed to block the fireballs, before Kenta could catch his breath, a figure emerged from the smoke. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. No. Kenta barely had time to scream before being struck by Neji's relentless 16 attacks, rendering him completely incapacitated. The remaining Uchiha, realizing the gravity of the situation, activated their Sharingan, attempting to replicate Neji's every move. Yet, it proved futile. The Tai Chi fist, which emphasizes intent over form, could not be mastered through mere imitation. Soon, a multitude of Chunin and Genin lay defeated at Neji's feet. Only one remained, the Jounin Uchiha Masayuki. You truly astonish me, a mere child yet to graduate, capable of defeating so many of our clan members. However, this ends here. I will show you just how vast the chasm between you and a true ninja is. Forming hand seals, he unleashed, fire style, phoenix fire technique. A torrent of flames erupted directly at Neji. With no choice, Neji formed seals of his own, utilizing the body replacement technique to evade. Masayuki smirked, launching 2 massive shuriken before forming more seals. Secret technique, shuriken shadow clone technique. He was the primary instigator of this conflict with Shun, but he had not anticipated being thwarted by a mere child who had yet to graduate from ninja school. Now, he had to intervene personally. Neji focused on controlling his breath, striving to regain his strength. After all, he was still young and at a disadvantage in terms of both power and stamina. With fingers splayed, numerous strands of chakra extended to manipulate the myriad shurikens soaring through the air. It must be said, employing an A-rank ninjutsu against a mere child, Shohiko was truly unparalleled. Clang, clang. Exhausting immense mental energy, Neji finally succeeded in deflecting all the shurikens. However, before he could catch his breath, Shohiko had already appeared before him in an instant. Leaf hurricane. Centering on his left foot, his right foot swung swiftly in a semicircle, kicking towards Neji at the peak of his power. Humph, he had observed closely. Although Neji could alter the direction of attacks, once the force reached a certain level, he would be powerless. Bang. What? A plume of white smoke erupted. It was a shadow clone technique. Shohiko was taken aback. When did this happen? And why did his Sharingan fail to detect it? A sudden roar came from behind. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. At that moment, Neji found himself in a state of exhaustion, unable to change his stance in time. A colossal Taiji Bagua diagram manifested beneath their feet, facing the Jonin Shohiko. Neji was compelled to employ a ninjutsu he had yet to fully master. Bang, bang, bang. In less than a second, Neji unleashed 32 strikes, targeting Shohiko's chakra points to obstruct its flow. Gasping for breath, Neji wondered, did I win? Yet, the Shohiko he had put all his strength into defeating suddenly transformed into a wooden stump amidst a cloud of white smoke. Clap, clap, clap. Shohiko emerged leisurely from the side. Not bad, not bad. Little brat, what is your name? You are worthy of being remembered by me. To force an upper Jonin to use a substitution technique at such a young age is remarkable. If given time to grow, the one who would undoubtedly lose would be me. Grasping Neji by the neck, he lifted him up. Unfortunately, a talented genius who perishes young shall be forgotten. Bang! The head exploded, blood gushing forth like a fountain, soaring over 3 meters high before losing momentum, cascading down to drip onto Neji's youthful face. Uchiha Shun retracted his fist, tilting his head as he gazed at Neji. Remember, in the world of ninjas, there is no win or loss, only life and death. Moreover, are you foolish? Since you have arrived behind the enemy, why not employ the 8 trigrams palm to pierce his heart with a kunai instead? Neji stared blankly at Shun, pondering if this was the true face of the ninja world. Biting his lip, he nodded. Yes, master, I understand. Shun, satisfied, patted Neji's head and turned to look aside. You've been watching for quite some time. Come out. Uchiha Itachi, startled, thought, discovered? Such keen perception. He leaped in from outside the wall. Uchiha Itachi pays respects to the second elder. Shun tilted his head, scrutinizing the man from the original story who loved candy, yet suffered throughout his life. Did you see everything? Chapter 14. The 8 Gates. Uchiha Itachi felt a tightness in his chest, his muscles tense, ready for battle. His father had sent him to monitor the newly appointed second elder, which he initially deemed unnecessary. Having never trained, the once prominent figure now simply lounged in a rocking chair, indulging in food and drink. What was there to be concerned about? To his astonishment, the moment he made his move, the power exhibited was astonishing. His Sharingan had only glimpsed a mere afterimage. Unsure of how to respond, he simply nodded. Enough. Shun waved his hand. Having sensed someone watching without addressing it directly, you may return now. Itachi raised his head in surprise, hesitating before turning to leave. He had no desire to be involved. He was merely the son of the clan leader, Fugaku, with no choice in the matter. After dismissing Itachi, Shun reclined back into the rocking chair, leisurely savoring life. Why toil exhaustively in this world when one can enjoy freedom? Half a month passed once more, and Neji had become quite adept at Taiji. Just then, the recently repaired courtyard door was pushed open again. Asuma entered, accompanied by a man wearing a mask. Shun, look who I've brought you. Shun blinked drowsily. Huh? Yoji and Shuichi glared at the man before them. Kakashi. He boldly encroached upon their Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and every time the clan leader attempted to reclaim it, he was thwarted by the third Hokage, leading to unresolved matters. Asuma, feeling quite familiar, snatched a piece of fruit from Shun's hand and popped it into his mouth. Shun, you're getting better at enjoying life. This isn't good. You must train. You're still young, with a bright future ahead. What if you inherit the Hokage position someday? Upon saying this, he chuckled to himself, doubting the likelihood. Given Shun's lazy demeanor, if he truly became Hokage, he would likely go mad from the relentless paperwork. Hey, Shun stood up. That is fine. But you can't curse me like that. Patting Shun on the shoulder, Asuma spoke with a hint of sadness. I'm sorry. I argued with the old man about Flying Thunder God for a long time and couldn't secure it. However, I've brought the renowned Leaf Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi, to teach you the 8 Gates. Asuma had truly made an effort for Flying Thunder God. But the third Hokage would never allow such a technique to fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. That was simply out of the question. Had he not mentioned it, Shun might have forgotten. Although he didn't need it now, since Kakashi was here, it would be unwise not to learn something. Loosely standing there. All right, please begin your performance. No, you're teaching. Kakashi, hey, he was the illustrious copy ninja of Konoha, an elite jonin. Asuma had to offer 3 volumes of Make Out Paradise to persuade him. What is this indifferent attitude? Are you lost in your journey through life, just like me? Rolling his eyes, the 8 Gates is a technique that temporarily grants immense power by unlocking the chakra pathways in the body. When all 8 gates are opened, one can achieve strength surpassing even that of the Kage, but the extent of this power entirely depends on the practitioner. Among them, the opening gate removes the brain's limitations, allowing one to exert their full physical capabilities. The rest gate releases physical fatigue limits, enabling one to overexert their body. The life gate further enhances attack and speed, causing the body to engorge with blood, turning red, while also emitting a green aura. It is also the last safe zone of the 8 gates. The pain gate maximizes speed to such a degree that, at its peak, it can stir the air and upheave the ground while moving. The surprise gate regulates every function within the body, minimizing consumption and allowing for the most powerful attacks when needed. The death gate, once opened, signifies a door to certain death, It releases red steam from evaporating blood, and from the moment it is opened, your life enters a countdown. However, its power is said to surpass that of the Kage, elevating one above them. Of course, training in the 8 gates is exceedingly difficult. It demands exceptional physical conditioning from the practitioner. While many in Konoha can utilize the 8 gates, only a scant few can reach the 4th gate, let alone the 6th. And the 8th gate is non-existent. Have you truly considered training in this ninjutsu? If you have regrets now, it is not too late. I can teach you any 3 other ninjutsu in its place. Kakashi believed that a Uchiha clan member who had only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan, he, as an outsider, had awakened 3, deeming those of the clan inferior, was merely whimsically wanting to show off, and he could simply brush it off. Asuma, too, looked at Shun with anticipation. He hoped his friend would not pursue the 8 gates, for its arduous training was not only challenging but also led to certain death in the end. Who could endure that? This is precisely why the 3rd Hokage shows no concern over the dissemination of this forbidden technique, even allowing Might Dai, a mere genin, to learn it. Who practices it ends up dead. What purpose does sealing it serve? Shun, indifferent, merely shrugged his shoulders. His curiosity piqued, but certainly not willing to truly unlock the death gate for a trial. Ah, I see. Let us get started. I'm quite famished. Oh, by the way, Asuma, have you ever considered becoming my student? Come on, you are the 3rd senior brother after all. Asuma retorted, student? You? With your level of skill? You would bring shame to the Chunin ranks. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan's reputation and the countless casualties from the 3rd Shinobi World War, would you even be a Chunin? And taking you as a disciple? What a joke. Wait, 3rd senior brother? Have you taken on a student? Lee, with exuberance, flipped over to stand before the trio, giving a thumbs up. I am the eldest senior brother, Rock Lee. Neji, with a stoic expression. Pass by. I am the 2nd senior brother, Hyuga Neji. He truly wished to avoid this encounter, having always regarded Lee as a fool, yet regrettably, he could not best him in combat. Yes, although he had comprehended the principles of Tai Chi, he still could not surpass the explosively powerful Lee. It was quite humiliating and frustrating, for he was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Asuma's hands trembled. What was this nonsense about Rock Lee? The Uchiha clan accepting a Hyuga as a disciple? Was the 3rd Hokage turning a blind eye to this? Chapter 15. Hatake Kakashi at this moment. The higher-ups of Konoha were in a state of disarray due to the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent, compelling the 3rd Hokage to immerse himself in the study of certain forbidden techniques to counter the crisis. Kakashi, equally astonished, pushed up his forehead protector to reveal his crimson Sharingan, scrutinizing Uchiha Shun. Ordinary, lackadaisical, his entire being riddled with numerous vulnerabilities. Yet why would Neji choose to apprentice under him at this juncture? As a trusted ninja of the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi was privy to many hidden affairs, including the plans to eradicate the Uchiha clan. He could not believe that Neji, renowned for his genius, was oblivious to the underlying issues here. But why would he still seek Shun as his mentor? Moreover, it was rumored that Shun had recently ascended to the position of 2nd elder. There must be some undisclosed transaction or secret at play here, igniting the flames of Kakashi's investigative spirit. He was determined to uncover the truth and report back to the 3rd Hokage to minimize the village's losses. Wow, the 3 Tomo, huh? Shun leaned closer to Kakashi, extending 2 fingers to hold open his eyelids, exclaiming exaggeratedly, keeping it activated all the time. Isn't that a heavy burden? Kakashi's pupils contracted. When had Shun appeared before him? And why had he been completely unaware? No, it was inconceivable. He stepped back, fixating intently on Shun. Come on. Don't be so uptight. Shun casually advanced, reopening Kakashi's eyelids for examination. Peering 1T affect your vision. I just wonder why it's not a Mangekyo? Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. He observed Shun's every move, yet his body remained unresponsive. It was as if he had not sensed any danger or the proximity of another. It felt so natural. Alternatively, should he close his eyes or shift his gaze slightly, he would remain utterly oblivious to Shun, who stood so close. What sort of ninjutsu was this? If it were an ambush, who could possibly evade it? Kakashi grimaced. This was no game. It was chilling, yet logically speaking, Obito had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and had even battled the 4th Hokage. Why was he still stuck at the 3 Tomo? Was his body lacking the necessary energy? Indeed, the 3 Tomo had left him perpetually drained. His initial use of Kamui had consumed an entire 2 episodes worth of chakra, a sight that was quite distressing. The most embarrassing moment had been during Pain's assault on Konoha, where he had nearly exhausted himself using Kamui. If Obito were to learn of this, one could only imagine his expression. "Hey," Shun whispered, draping his arm around Kakashi's shoulders. "You can feel it, right? Your eyes still have the potential to evolve. And wouldn't you prefer to fight without worrying about chakra expenditure? Just call me master, and I'll handle everything for you." Kakashi's mind raced. It was a battle of wills. What did he mean? The Mangekyo? In recent years, his Sharingan had been drained excessively. Was it possible that he was lacking the requisite energy to evolve? However, being an outsider, he had always been viewed with suspicion by the Uchiha clan, rendering it nearly impossible to gather more intelligence. Moreover, chakra had always been his Achilles heel. The thought of meticulously calculating chakra in every battle was irksome. "You can handle it?" Kakashi gazed at Shun with a mix of hope and hesitation, then, steeling himself, uttered, "Master." If addressing him as master could ensure an abundance of chakra in the future, what was the loss of a little pride, especially when no one would know? At worst, after the Uchiha clan's demise, he could discreetly pay his respects to Shun's memorial. "Ah," Shun beamed. "Excellent, excellent. Since you've called me master, I'll take care of it for you." Leaning closer to Kakashi's ear, he began to make arrangements. Kakashi's face shifted from pale to red, questioning whether this was truly the right course of action, but the allure of chakra and the Mangekyo was enticing. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. "What are you two up to?" Asuma inquired, peering over with curiosity, whispering behind my back. "When did you become so close? Isn't this your first meeting?" Due to Kakashi's aversion to the Uchiha clan, he would typically avoid any interactions with them, making this indeed their first encounter. "It's nothing," Shun patted Kakashi's chest reassuringly. "We were just discussing some manly topics." Kakashi felt deceived, but it was merely a minor annoyance, not lethal. Shun, in high spirits, was pleased. As soon as one called him master, the system would recognize them as a new disciple. Whether Kakashi was truly willing or wholeheartedly committed was irrelevant to the system's calculations. "Ah, by the way, Asuma, what about Kurenai?" Shun suddenly recalled, glancing at Asuma with an inquisitive expression. Instantly, Asuma's face turned a deep shade of red as he stammered. What? What about Kurenai? Who else could it be?" "Of course, I mean Yuhi Kurenai," Shun teased, playfully nudging him. "We're all men here. Why be shy? Should we tie her up and deliver her to you?" Asuma hastily pushed Shun away, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I don't understand." Shun shrugged. "Oh, never mind. I'll just keep her for myself." "No way," Asuma shouted. "We are all ninjas of Konoha. We cannot harm one another." "Right, exactly. That's the spirit." Shun smirked, plucking the cigarette from Asuma's mouth. "Look at how nervous you are. You pretend to be all pure while puffing on a cigarette like a tough guy. Aren't you ashamed?" Asuma conceded. "You make a valid point," finding himself unable to counter. Seizing back the cigarette, he lit it and took a drag, the smoke swirling around him. "What do you know? This is called ambience." "All right then, when are we leaving? I'll arrange a feast to send you off," Shun said, throwing an arm around Asuma's shoulders as they strolled out, leaving Kakashi caught in his moral quandary. To betray his fellow village ninja or not? What a dilemma, what urgency. Late at night, Kakashi, shrouded in layers, leaving only one eye exposed, stealthily approached Shun's courtyard. Just as he was about to knock, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Hey, dressed so tightly?" Kakashi jumped back, landing 3 meters away, but before he could react, Shun had already pinned him down. "Where do you think you're running off to? Are you really coming with me?" Such power, such presence. It was terrifying. And it was precisely for this reason that Kakashi believed Shun could resolve his issues. "I must ensure that no irreversible harm comes to him." Shun tilted his head. "Well, it's up to you. Let's conduct an experiment together, or rather, let us resolve your issue." Chapter 16, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Kakashi. It seems he heard the word experiment. Could it be that Uchiha Shun is treating him as a guinea pig? Forget it. It doesn't matter at this point. Let us see what happens. After all, the allure of chakra is too great for him to resist. With a leap, he declared, "Let us go." Shun quickly followed. As the essence of Tai Chi proved to be exceedingly useful, seamlessly blending with nature, even Kakashi remained oblivious. The two hastily traversed through Konoha, taking nearly a quarter of an hour to navigate past all the sentinels and arrive at a secret base. Kakashi halted, saying, "He is inside. But I only know that there are layers of traps and countless guards. The specifics depend on you." All right. Shun waved his hand dismissively, striding confidently into the base. Soon, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the facility. Kakashi exclaimed, "Is this what you call stealthy infiltration? This is ridiculous. If we are discovered, will I have to follow in my father's footsteps?" He promptly set up barriers to muffle any sound and prevent anyone inside from escaping to alert others. However, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, he saw only flashing red lights, yet no one emerged. Inside, Yamato lay on the ground, terrified and retreating. "Don't come any closer." Initially, he had ignored the intrusion alarm, having grown accustomed to it over the years. Danzo had never ceased his attempts to bring him back to the roots. Yet, he would rather endure life in this endless darkness than return to that sinister place. However, this time, the alarm not only failed to cease but grew increasingly closer. He stood up, fully alert, questioning whether Danzo had personally led the team. It was impossible. Sarutobi had assured him that as long as he remained here, no danger would arise. With a loud crash, the door to his laboratory was kicked open, embedding itself deeply into the wall. Struggling to swallow, he noted that the laboratory door had undergone special modifications, crafted entirely from alloy. It was 20 meters thick and weighed 15 tons. It had been integrated with the laboratory's structure from the onset, unless he permitted it. No one could open it from the inside. Now, that door, which even Danzo could not breach, had been flung aside as if it were nothing. Shun casually discarded the unconscious leaf ninja he had just subdued, reasoning that if he incapacitated everyone, no one would witness his infiltration. This was the epitome of stealth. With the legacy of the purple dragon and the essence of Tai Chi, this level of defense was child's play for him. Had he not feared that a single punch would obliterate the secret base, he would have unleashed a powerful strike. His overwhelming aura, far surpassing even Danzo's, left Yamato trembling, collapsing in fear. "What do you want? I am a sanctioned individual of the third Hokage. Without his consent, you cannot use me for experimentation." Shun slowly advanced, intensifying Yamato's anxiety as memories of his grim days at the roots and the horrific experiments flooded back. Over 100 children had been injected with Hashirama's cells, resulting in countless mutations and tragic deaths. Only he had survived, successfully merging. Yet, when he thought everything was over, he was met with relentless training and inhumane experiments. Any misstep would lead to whippings and electric shocks, nearly turning him into an emotionless machine. Thankfully, he was clever enough to feign gratitude and align himself with the third Hokage. But who could explain to him what was happening now? "Do not fear," Shun said, producing a syringe he had long prepared. "I merely need to draw a few vials of blood." "Yamato," he gasped. The syringe was as thick as an arm. He could hardly endure even one vial. "Wait, don't come any closer," he shouted, forming hand seals. Would release, would pillar wall. Under Yamato's hurried effort, a semicircular shield formed in an instant, enclosing him completely. However, before he could catch his breath, a fist shattered the shield, revealing Shun South's expressionless face close to his own. "Got you, little treasure." With a roll of his eyes, Yamato fainted. "Oh dear, the third Hokage must hurry. There's a freak." Shun scratched his head, bemused by Yamato's fragility. Scaring him a little had made him faint. Was this Jonin perhaps bribed? He failed to consider that his earlier terrifying aura would have bewildered even Danzo. He signaled for Kakashi to enter. Kakashi raised his hands high, quickly arriving at the scene, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, no one had died. This left room for negotiation. However, how did this chaotic situation relate to the previously discussed covert infiltration? Rubbing his head, he pondered how to extricate himself from all responsibility in this matter. Perhaps he should just tie Shun up? While Kakashi was lost in thought, Shun had already extracted a vial of blood from Yamato's body and injected it back into him. Kakashi exclaimed, "What the?" He's about to break. This was so casual. Drawing a vial of blood and directly injecting it back. Nonetheless, perhaps this was for the best. He realized that Yamato's body contained the terrifying cells of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama. Each individual injected would be consumed, transformed into an extraordinary trade tree. Leaning against the wall, countless memories flashed through Kakashi's mind, from the onset of his training to gradual growth, then to his rise to fame as a youth. Yet destiny had long ago marked everything with its price. First, his father, Tsukumo Hatake, succumbed to the village's slander and took his own life, altering Kakashi's beliefs, making him cold and convinced that mission superseded all else. But when Obito bequeathed him the Sharingan before his demise, he faltered. Was the mission truly more significant than the lives of comrades? Before he could fully contemplate this, he had personally killed his companion Rin, plunging his heart into darkness. Thankfully, he still had his radiant teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who cared for him and instilled a glimmer of hope for the future. Yet suddenly one day, the Nine Tails rampaged, and that shining figure in his heart was gone. One by one, his loved ones and friends slipped away from his world, leaving him alone in this frigid existence without any ties. Wait for me. I'm coming. I'll find you all soon. He spread his arms wide, gazing upward, surprised to feel no discomfort. Wait, what was this abundant chakra surging within me? And my eyes, they seemed to have undergone a slight transformation. Chapter 17, Save My Father. Turning to look through the wall, he could see clearly that his originally three-tomo Sharingan had morphed into a massive scythe-like shape, continuously rotating within. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Moments earlier, after Shun registered Yamato's blood, he indeed heard the system notification. Ding! You have assisted your disciple, Hatake Kakashi, in injecting Yamato's cells, enhancing his abilities, triggering a quality critical return. Congratulations, you have obtained Hashirama's cells and a perfect fusion method. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. It was imperative to do so. Without a perfect fusion method, whoever fused Hashirama's cells would be at a disadvantage. Closing his eyes, a wealth of knowledge flooded into Shun's mind. After a brief organization, he swiftly picked up the equipment in the laboratory and began to work on Kakashi. After some thought, although he was a test subject, he could at least call him master, and he could still utilize him to reap benefits in the future. So, he casually implanted a Hashirama cell into his body to aid in his growth. Kakashi stood there, wearing a look of defeat, as if life had lost its meaning. Stunned, he rubbed his eyes, questioning whether this was truly success. It defied logic. The cells of Hashirama were known for their overwhelming absorption power, and aside from the Uchiha Sharingan, there was no means to suppress them. Though he possessed a Sharingan, he found himself unable to exert any control, let alone achieve balance or aid in its evolution to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Turning to Shun, who was casually enjoying instant noodles nearby, he asked, "Did you do this?" Shun nodded while taking a bite, replying, "Yes, I made it. I wanted to eat something I cooked. There's plenty more, don't hesitate." He mused about how quickly hunger struck after a bit of exercise. Kakashi's mind raced. How had Shun managed to enhance my cellular vitality without any side effects and even assist in the evolution of the Sharingan? Shun, finishing his noodles, casually remarked, "I just improvised. What do you think? You don't regret calling me master, do you?" Kakashi gazed intently at Shun, realizing that the third Hokage's plan to eradicate the Uchiha clan might very well fail. This individual before him was simply inscrutable. Ignoring Kakashi's piercing gaze, Shun tossed aside his empty noodle cup, declaring, "Let us go, someone's coming." Kakashi nodded in resignation, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events and unsure of how to address them. Should he confess to the third Hokage? He needed to contemplate this, but for now, the priority was to leave swiftly. Following Shun's lead, they exited the secret base. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stormed into the laboratory. His expression darkened upon seeing the unconscious Yamato and the disarray surrounding him. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Investigate. Find out who is responsible." The audacity of someone lingering in the lab to eat instant noodles was a blatant insult to Konoha and to him as the third Hokage. Danzo soon followed, grumbling, "I told you not to let Yamato go. Thank goodness they didn't take him. Otherwise, if would release appeared in other villages, Konoha would face irreparable damage. If only my plans had been followed, we could have revived the glory of the first Hokage by now." Hiruzen shot Danzo a fierce glare, asserting, "I will not allow you to use the life of any Konoha villager for your experiments." "Absolutely not." Danzo snorted derisively and turned to leave. "Hiruzen, your mercy is your weakness." Without his covert efforts, Konoha would have perished long ago. The Hokage position should have been his, ensuring Konoha's eternal dominance in the ninja world. With the third Hokage's orders in place, it was clear that this night in Konoha would not be tranquil. Soon, two masked ninjas knocked on Kakashi's door, stating, "The Hokage has summoned you. Please proceed to the office immediately." Kakashi, feigning nonchalance, donned his armor and headband before hurrying off. Meanwhile, Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and other esteemed members of Konoha's elite, trusted by the third Hokage, gathered, none of whom were from the Uchiha clan. Fuji, clenching his fists, thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have gone too far. The clan elder, with eyes resembling clovers, gazed up at the stars, urging, Patriarch, hasten our efforts. Fuji inhaled deeply, affirming, very well. We shall heed the elder's counsel. Returning to their small courtyard, Shun lay down and fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the turmoil brewing. The next day, Yoji and Shuichi rushed to Shun, exclaiming, Master, Master, trouble has arisen. The Patriarch has commanded us to stockpile kunai, shuriken, and soldier pills. Are we preparing for rebellion? For most clan members, rebellion was not a desired outcome, despite being marginalized by Konoha's elite. Their grievances were directed at those in power, not the lower ranks. Some clan members could not become ninjas and toiled in mundane jobs. Would rebellion spare them from labor? Furthermore, ordinary ninjas still undertook missions and formed teams, never encountering disrespect from other ninjas. In fact, their clan's reputation brought strength, ensuring mission success and minimizing casualties. Yet, should rebellion commence, things would change. Even if they were spared from retribution, they would inevitably be assigned perilous missions, becoming mere fodder. Shun rolled his eyes, exasperated. Perhaps so. He struggled to comprehend the mindset of the Uchiha clan's leaders. Why was their rebellion so conspicuous? Did they fear others were unaware of their plans? Did they truly believe they could overpower Konoha solely through their strength? It was laughable, and no wonder they fell to Itachi's singular might. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he too was on the list for reckoning unless he wished to become a rogue ninja, which he did not. No, Shun resolved. I must find a way to address this. Master, Master. Hyuga Neji knelt before Shun, tears in his eyes. Please, save my father. Shun, puzzled, helped Neji to his feet. Speak plainly. As your master, I shall advocate for you. His tone was calm, yet in Neji's ears, it resonated with unparalleled strength. Wiping his tears, Neji continued, last night. During the Hokage's assembly of elite ninjas, an intruder infiltrated the Hyuga clan, attempting to abduct Hinata to seize her perfect Byakugan. Thankfully, we discovered the plot in time, and our leader, Hayashi, led the charge to recover her. However, the intruder took his own life immediately after the failed attempt. We thought it ended there. But the next day, the envoy from the Cloud Village accused us of murdering their man. They demand either the body of the killer, Hayashi, or they will report to the Raikage and declare war. A cold smile crept across Shun's lips. So, I presume the third Hokage has capitulated. What a farce. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called bearer of peace, can endure anything but this. Neji bowed his head in sorrow. Yes, while the Hokage did not explicitly state it. The implication is clear, war cannot be initiated. As a branch family member, my father, Hayashi, must sacrifice himself for the main family. He could not fathom why the Hokage, as the village's leader, would not protect his people. Did the lives of the Cloud Village mean more than those of the Hyuga? Shun nodded. I understand. Let us go. Neji looked up, his gaze fixed on Shun. Master. In that moment, Shun's figure loomed larger than life in Neji's eyes. He realized that these few words signified Shun's willingness to confront the highest authority in Konoha, the most formidable ninja. Overwhelmed with emotion, Neji wanted to express his gratitude. But Shun's stern glance silenced him. Rising and stretching, Shun declared, it is time to make our presence known. Let the world understand that the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Yoji, Shuichi, lead me to the Hokage's office. In a sudden rush, cold sweat trickled down Yang Air and Shoyi's brows as they had just overheard the unfolding events. At that moment, Shun resolved to seek out the Hokage, knowing full well that nothing good would come from procrastination. With a bitter glance exchanged, he muttered softly, Can we not go? They were merely two ordinary ninjas, devoid of grand aspirations, simply wishing to marry and raise a family, living a mundane life. Yet, why were such modest desires so difficult to attain? Shun scoffed. Remember, retreating solves nothing. Today, Neji was bullied, and no one stepped forward. Tomorrow, it could be your turn, and nothing will change. No one will come to your aid. Remember, indulgence will only embolden the aggressor. If you wish to avoid being bullied, you must adopt a firmer stance and assertively declare, no. Only by inflicting pain and instilling fear will they cease their harassment. Do you understand? Understood. Yang Air and Shou-Yi replied helplessly in unison. Shun then turned to Neji and said, There is one more thing. In my presence, cowardice will never be tolerated. If I discover you have yielded, even if it leads to your death or descent into hell, I will drag you out from the depths and re-educate you. Do you remember? Neji, feeling the weight of Shun's piercing gaze, clenched his fists and replied, I remember, master. In that moment, his heart brimmed with strength. He would not tread the same path as his father. What mattered was his own identity, not sacrificing himself for others. With urgency akin to extinguishing a fire, the four set out, charging boldly through Konoha towards the Hokage's office, causing quite a stir. Countless eyes were fixed upon them, some filled with sorrow, others relishing the spectacle. But many were merely mocking. Who does he think he is, a soon-to-be extinct member of the Uchiha clan, expecting the Hokage to reverse his decision? What a farce. And if Raikage decides to declare war, who will fight? Can he bear that responsibility? The scars of the Third Shinobi World War are still fresh. They have no desire to partake in another conflict and face death needlessly. Their brazen approach had already been detected by the Umbu, who alerted Danzo and the third Hokage. Danzo, receiving the note, revealed a sinister smile. Excellent. This is a perfect opportunity to discipline the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's brow furrowed as he surveyed the indifferent expressions of the various clans and the Cloud Village envoy, who was vociferously berating them in the center of the room. Do not let them in. Understood. Two Umbu, concealed behind Hizen, vanished and stood guard at the entrance. Halt. Shun barely deigned to lift his eyelids, preparing to kick the door down, which left young heir and Shoi aghast. This was the Hokage's office. Stepping forward with a charming smile, one of them said, This minor matter, allow us to handle it. He coughed twice. Ahem. This is our esteemed Uchiha clan's second elder, who has urgent business and requests an audience with the Hokage. Please inform him. They believe that as the second elder of the Uchiha clan, Shun would be granted some respect. Unfortunately, the two Umbu behind their masks scoffed. Your clan is on the brink of extinction, even if you weren't. The Hokage's orders render your status irrelevant. They looked down upon the group with disdain. The Hokage is in a meeting with the envoy from the Cloud Village, clan leaders, and high-ranking officials. No unauthorized personnel are permitted entry. To them, every member of the Uchiha clan was merely an intruder. The contemptuous expressions ignited young heir and Shoyi's tempers. As proud members of one of Konoha's founding clans, when had they been subjected to such humiliation? With flushed faces, they reiterated, This is our esteemed Uchiha clan's second elder, who has urgent matters to discuss with the Hokage. Yet, the Umbu remained unmoved, offering no response, arms crossed, coldly surveying young heir and Shoi, making their disdain unmistakable. The Umbu were direct subordinates of the Hokage, having received explicit commands. If these individuals dared to cause a disturbance at the Hokage's office, they would certainly face consequences. With a resounding crash, the left Umbu was sent flying by a kick from Shun. What nonsense are you spouting? Bolt! The right Umbu roared, drawing a kunai. Assaulting Umbu and trespassing into the Hokage's office, traitors shall be dealt with mercilessly. Shun disdainfully raised a hand, brushing aside the threat. Are you certain? Cold sweat dripped down the Umbu's brow as he trembled. As a direct subordinate of the Hokage, he felt the urge to resist. Yet every cell in his body screamed in warning. He could not move, or he would face a gruesome end. In that instant, Shun transformed in the Umbu's eyes from a mere man into a monstrous being, more terrifying than the Nine Tails. 1 second, 2 seconds. He remained motionless, clutching his kunai, paralyzed. Why have you stopped calling out? Shun felt increasingly aggrieved. How dare such insignificant beings bully the Uchiha? He had yet to see his clan annihilated. With a swift kick, he sent the Umbu sprawling, stepping onto his face. Weren't you just so fierce? Call out again. The Umbu trembled uncontrollably, as if a small motor had been installed within him, rapidly spinning. Please, don't kill me. The door to the Hokage's office slowly creaked open, revealing Mito Minion's impassive face. The Hokage has summoned the Uchiha second elder to enter for a detailed discussion. A wall could not conceal the perceptions of those within. To avoid further embarrassment, Hizen reluctantly invited Shun inside. With an exaggerated scoff, Shun took Neji's hand and strode in boldly. Behold, this is authority. Mito Minion's face darkened instantly. As the Hokage's advisor, even the Uchiha clan head, Fugaku, would nod in respect upon encountering him. How dare this unknown second elder mock him? Just wait. When the Uchiha clan faces extinction, I shall preserve your eyes. As he turned to shut the door, Shun interrupted, addressing Yang Heir and Shoi. What are you two waiting for? Hurry and bring me some tea. Yang Heir and Shoi exchanged glances, anguish evident on their faces. "Brother, you are my actual brother. Have mercy on us." They had stolen a glance inside, and they knew that not a single person present was below the Jonin rank. With countless clan heads and elders standing within, was it truly wise to send two ordinary ninjas into such company? With trepidation, they looked to Shun, who urged them forward. And they hurriedly entered, fully aware that failure to comply would spell their doom. With Mito Minyan's piercing gaze on them, Yang Er fetched a stool, wiping it clean and placing it in the center. Meanwhile, Shoei rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, producing an assortment of fruits and snacks, presenting them to Shun. "Brother." Shun, satisfied, grabbed a handful of seeds. Sitting comfortably as he began to crack them open. "I came today for no other reason than to investigate reports of someone bullying my disciple. You." Mito Minyan's fury reached its peak. He had seen arrogance, but never such unbridled insolence. This was the Hokage's office, where all the high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered. And here was Shun, cracking seeds as if it were the most casual affair. "Young man, do not be so arrogant. Is arrogance a crime?" After finishing a seed, Shun tossed the shell at Mito Minyan. "What law in Konoha states that one cannot be arrogant?" At this moment, Mito's door was on the verge of madness, ready to charge at Shun with ferocity, only to be simultaneously halted by the gazes of the third Hokage and Danzo. This was not the time for trivial disputes. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo, and, with a smile, addressed Shun. "Oh, is that so? When did Shun take on a disciple? I was unaware. Do let me see." Uchiha Shun had grown up alongside Asuma, so Hiruzen was quite familiar with him. Regrettably, the Uchiha clan was ungrateful, not only ignoring his goodwill, but also escalating their rebellion. Shun continued to munch on sunflower seeds, offering no response, while Hiruzen remained unfazed. Glancing at the anxious Neji standing beside Shun, "Is this the child?" Neji hesitated for a moment, then, steeling himself, stepped forward. "It is I. I am Hyuga Neji, the child of Hyuga Hayashi from the branch family." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could a member of the Hyuga family take the Uchiha clan as their teacher? Was there some hidden transaction at play? It was impossible not to speculate. Since the Senju clan's disappearance, Konoha was left with only the Uchiha as a prominent clan, alongside the Hyuga family. Moreover, with the Uchiha on the brink of destruction, Neji's decision to take a mentor raised suspicions. Had the Hyuga family secretly chosen sides? A flicker of gravity crossed Hiruzen's face. He had already been aware of this news and had even conducted discreet inquiries. Unfortunately, he had found nothing, and it did not appear that the two families were in cahoots. There was no sign whatsoever. He regarded Neji kindly. "Then how were you bullied?" Speaking openly before everyone. "Rest assured, these are the high-ranking officials of Konoha. They will certainly stand up for you." Neji mustered his courage and looked around at the assembly. It was disingenuous to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was still a child, having yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Encountering so many high-ranking officials and feeling their scrutinizing gazes was enough to instill fear. Yet, for the sake of his father and to challenge the fate of the branch family, he raised his head. "Hokage-sama, esteemed clan heads, elders, and Jonin. The matter is thus. Last night, someone infiltrated to abduct Hinata in order to seize the Byakugan, and I was forced to take my own life." After briefly recounting the events, Neji bowed deeply. However, he waited for a long time, and no one responded. His heart gradually sank, enveloped in cold despair. Was this truly the esteemed Konoha leadership he had idolized? Why did they remain silent? Why did they not speak up for him, nor clear his father Hayashi's name? This was slander and outright affront. A representative from the Cloud Village stepped forward, raising his arm in indignation. "He is slandering me, slandering our Cloud Village." Would one of the 5 great ninja villages resort to kidnapping a little girl over a Byakugan? What a ludicrous jest. "Hokage-sama, if you dare to continue slandering our Cloud Village, I will have no choice but to report this to Lord Raikage. Should he take offense and act, it will be beyond my control." A blatant threat, indeed. Chapter 20, urgently awaiting. It was a blatant threat. He was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to instigate war, especially given the recent suicides of White Fang, the departure of the Sannin, and the death of Minato. Konoha was in a precarious state, with only a gaggle of foolish and greedy high-ranking officials clinging tightly to power and resources. After a moment of hesitation, the third Hokage finally spoke. "Neji, do you have any evidence?" Upon hearing this, the disappointment among the gathered crowd was palpable. Yet, Hiruzen could not afford to gamble. Nor should he offend the Cloud Village over a single clan. It simply wasn't worth it. And what if war truly broke out? Konoha was already lacking in capable individuals. Neji trembled. Although the third Hokage's words seemed to question, they effectively indicated that without crucial evidence, the Hyuga family would pay the price, and his father would perish. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, making his Byakugan appear more fearsome than ever. After a long silence, he forced out the two words, "I do not." Accompanying that declaration, it felt as though all his strength had evaporated, causing him to stagger back. One step, two steps. Was this his destined fate? The Hyuga family was to sacrifice for Konoha, and the branch family was doomed to perish for the sake of the main family? But why? Why must all this burden fall upon the branch family? He had done nothing wrong. Why should all resources be allocated to the main family? Why should the branch family be branded as caged birds? Why must his branch family face destruction? Humph. The representative from the Cloud Village swaggered up to Neji. "You insolent brat. How dare you distort the truth and slander our Cloud Village? Attempting to incite a war between the two great villages. Tell me, are you a spy for the other village?" Tears welled in Neji's eyes as he glared at the envoy from the Cloud Village, wishing he could strike him down. Yet, he could not. Now. The envoy from the Cloud Village pressed on, exaggeratedly patting his chest. "Look at that fierce gaze. I'm so scared. Ha! Are you planning to hit me? Come on, give it a try." He leaned forward, tilting his head to the side, mockingly taunting. "Go ahead, hit me. I dare you." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the office, accompanied by the pained cry of the Cloud Village envoy. He spun in midair, landing on the ground, bewildered and incredulous, staring at the teeth that had flown from his mouth, then at Uchiha-san, who was now nursing his hand marked by a bright red imprint. "You dare to hit me? How dare you?" Shun nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Everyone heard it. "It's not my fault. He asked me to hit him." Such a demand was unprecedented in his life. "Master." Neji could no longer contain his emotions and threw himself into Shun's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Silence. In that instant, the office of the Hokage was filled only with Neji's sobs. How bold is this young man? He thought. Is he not afraid of provoking war? Is he not afraid of being condemned by the villagers? Not worried about the third Hokage seeking retribution? The envoy from the Cloud Village nearly fainted upon hearing Shun's response. Was this even a reasonable statement? He asked him to hit him? That was clearly ridicule. With eyes wide open, he glared furiously at Uchiha-san. "Hokage-sama, I expect a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me." Sigh. Before the third Hokage could respond, Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, his face pale. His brother Hayashi had willingly faced death for the clan. He could not allow his brother's only child to be driven to despair. "Hokage-sama, my Hyuga family is willing to send 50 Byakugan users to join the Umbu." He emphasized the words Byakugan, as although the Hyuga's Byakugan did not require intense stimulation to awaken like the Sharingan, not all clan members could activate it. Currently, the Hyuga family had less than 500 Byakugan users, and offering 1/10 of their number was a significant gesture of goodwill. However, Danzo interjected, "No, such self-serving behavior, disregarding the village, must be severely punished." What did it mean to give to Hiruzen and not to Danzo? Did he look down on Danzo? Did he not understand that all decisions in Konoha could not be implemented without Danzo's approval? Hayashi's expression darkened. Under Danzo's growing arrogance, the situation had turned dire. Yet, he managed to squeeze out a few more words. "There will also be 50 clan members reporting to the root." Tawanzo nodded in satisfaction. Although Rizu spoke of 50 clansmen, he believed that Rizu would not disappoint him. Otherwise, the infamous reputation of the dark side of Konoha would not be taken lightly. With the deal sealed, Tawanzo exchanged a knowing glance with the envoy from the Cloud Village. The envoy reluctantly averted his gaze. Had it not been for their prior clandestine agreement to secure support, he would not have dared to act so brazenly in Konoha. "Have you finished your little display?" Uchiha-shun spat out a sunflower seed shell at the envoy's face. "Now, let us discuss how you intend to address the matter of bullying my apprentice." "You." The envoy's fury erupted. He was willing to overlook the previous assault, but now Shun dared to push further? "Do you believe I won't inform Lord Raikage and instigate a war?" Smack. A hefty slap, accompanied by a storm of sunflower seeds, struck the envoy's head. "Do you think I care? I asked you how you intend to deal with the matter of bullying my apprentice." The air was filled with gasps and astonishment as onlookers were left in disbelief. "Goodness, I thought Lu Bu was invincible. Who is this subordinate?" So audacious and valiant. You. You. The envoy's voice trembled with rage. Because of your reckless behavior, you could ignite the Fourth Ninja War. Can you bear that responsibility? Bear what? Another heavy slap descended. You're nothing but a nuisance. Always threatening war over trivial matters. Come now. I want to see how you would initiate such a conflict. Don't push me. The envoy, battered and desperate, sought refuge. Push you? What will you do about it? Shun continued his relentless assault, showing no mercy. Smack. 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 The resounding slaps echoed throughout the Hokage's office. It was not that the envoy did not wish to evade. As the representative of the Cloud Village, his strength was not insignificant. He was an elite jonin. Yet, no matter how he dodged or resisted, he could not escape Shun's relentless blows. The tension escalated. Enough. Tuanzo's eyes darkened as he glared at Shun. Do you think this is a place where you can act with impunity? Shun pushed aside the envoy from the Cloud Village. And you are? Anger flickered across Tuanzo's face. In Konoha, one might not recognize the Hokage, but one must certainly know him, or face dire consequences. I am Shimura Tuanzo. Oh, Shun feigned ignorance. The head of the Shimura clan? Not that. The elder? Neither. The minister? Smack. Tuanzo, incensed, rose from his seat. What do you mean, boy? Shun merely tapped his ear. You're nothing but a nobody, shouting at me. Someone, throw this trash out. Ha ha. Tuanzo, filled with rage, laughed. Let us see who dares. Although he lacked formal authority, everyone knew he was the true power behind Konoha's operations. Shun smiled, advancing confidently. The third Hokage may have indulged you, but Uchiha Shun would not. As he drew closer, an aura of fire seemed to flicker in the air. Yoni and Shuichi turned pale, their palms slick with sweat. Silently pleading, no, please, brother, I beg you don't. That was the leader of the root, Tuanzo of the dark side of Konoha. Angering the Hokage might leave a path for survival, but crossing him would surely lead to death. The other clan leaders and elders watched with various expressions, their hearts pounding with shock. Goodness, this young man. Truly, a fearless newcomer, daring to provoke anyone. I would call him the strongest man of the Uchiha clan, no. The strongest man in Konoha. Even if he survived today, Tuanzo would ensure that he would never find peace in the future. Tuanzo was capable of the most despicable acts without hesitation. With each step, Shun closed the distance to Tuanzo, who was now forced to carefully consider the bandages that tightly wrapped around his pale arm, adorned with 3 Sharingan. He knew his arm, transplanted by Orochimaru, still bore many flaws that needed improvement. Moreover, such acts of bloodline theft and cellular transplantation could incite public outrage if discovered. Glaring fiercely at Shun, he thought, you are fortunate today. Should you take another step forward, the likelihood of you dying by my wind release techniques would increase. Oh. Shun observed Tuanzo's concealed right arm with interest. Are you afraid? This is not your usual character, Tuanzo. Is it the Sharingan that troubles you? Indeed. Such a transplantation experiment could not have begun after annihilating the clan. It must have been attempted on live subjects long before. Shun even suspected that Orochimaru's exposure was a ruse by Tuanzo to force him to focus solely on researching the Sharingan, thus betraying Orochimaru. And what of my Sharingan? Can you withstand it? Tuanzo cursed inwardly. Damn it. You are proving to be quite the nuisance. Just wait. When the Uchiha clan is eradicated, I shall take your Sharingan and place it where the sun does not shine, ensuring you witness my every act. His expression darkened. Uchiha Shun, I shall remember you. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Tuanzo had backed down. The once ferocious dog, known for attacking anyone, even his own clan, had cowered. Tuanzo's internal struggle was palpable. Without utilizing the Sharingan and Hashirama cells, he barely approached the level of a shadow. Moreover, should a confrontation ensue, he would need to be cautious in protecting his right arm from exposure. Given the earlier display of Shun's strength, he doubted he could easily subdue him. It would be wiser to avoid conflict altogether. Victory would yield no benefits, while failure or exposure would mean tremendous loss. Sighing, Shun showed no gratitude for Tuanzo's decision to spare him. Instead, he stepped in front of him. I am the second elder of the Uchiha clan, after slandering me. Do you think you can simply walk away? You. Tuanzo flared his sleeve, declaring arrogantly, speak. What do you want? I can grant it. Shun activated his 2-Tomo Sharingan. Having also used Hashirama's cells to enhance himself, I desire nothing more than a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan or the corpse of the Uchiha clan leader. Otherwise, the sound of his hands cracking echoed ominously, the threat unmistakable. Toanzo and the gathered crowd were taken aback. He is imitating me. At this moment, it was clear to everyone that Shun was mocking the third Hokage and ridiculing the envoy from the Cloud Village for his unreasonable demands. If Toanzo does not comply, then why should the Hyuga clan? But how could Toanzo comply? Whether a Mangekyo or the life of Fuki, it was not something Toanzo could unilaterally decide. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, his voice authoritative. Shun, cease this nonsense. The priority now is the Cloud Village. The meaning was clear. The two issues could not be compared. You might survive a battle with Toanzo, but the Cloud Village could genuinely initiate a war. With the Hokage's support, the envoy from the Cloud Village puffed up with pride. Everyone witnessed. He was the one who struck me first. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I will certainly declare war. Shun shook his head. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the third's reaction still filled him with disappointment. The clan leaders and elite jonin present shared his disillusionment. What kind of leader would sacrifice his subordinates out of fear of an uncertain threat? Who would willingly follow such a leader? Taking an apple from Shuichi's hand, Shun wiped it clean, musing, sometimes, I wonder, third Hokage, are you a spy for their village? Impudent. Mito Gate-ya and Tezuki Koshu, two advisors, erupted in anger. How dare you question the Hokage? Seize him. All their power derives from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his authority must not be questioned. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet and gently removed the Hokage hat from his head. A tremendous aura surged forth, sweeping across the entire assembly, leaving everyone in awe. He truly deserved the title of the strongest Hokage. This presence, this power, was indeed astonishing. Let him speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sacrificed so much for the village. Dedicating himself entirely, he would not permit anyone to question him, let alone suspect him of being a spy from another village. Huh, Shun said, biting into an apple. You? Pointing at Danzo and the two advisors, Shun continued. Internally, you indulge these three fools in wielding power, oppressing others, and escalating conflicts. Chapter 22, Disappointment. Externally, although you taught the legendary Sannin, where are they now? Orochimaru has defected, Jiraiya has left, and Tsunade, well, let us not even mention her. How have you treated the other heroes in the village? The White Fang of Konoha, a figure feared by other villages, what happened to him? Did he not die under duress? Ask yourself, is there not a reason behind your neglect? If not for your inaction, even your incitement, could he have perished? Hiruzen's face turned pale, and his proud head gradually bowed. He was at a loss for words. His three beloved disciples, the renowned Sannin of Konoha, were nowhere to be found when the village needed them most. The death of the White Fang was indeed a tremendous loss for Konoha. To fail a mission while saving a comrade, who among them had never experienced such failure. Even he was not infallible, yet the White Fang became a scapegoat. He understood that the rumors in the village stemmed from those who felt threatened by the White Fang's prominence, seeking to suppress him to prevent competition for the position of fourth Hokage. He had indeed allowed this to happen, but he never wished for the White Fang's demise. Everything he did was for the sake of the village. His gaze sharpened anew. The second Hokage was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed a naturally malevolent lineage, adept at manipulating hearts and distorting truth. It seemed time to eradicate them. Oh, are you enraged by the truth? Shun continued biting his apple. Fine. Let us not speak of the White Fang, for he ultimately took his own life. But tell me, what did you do during the tenure of the fourth Hokage? Minato Namikaze? Why the silence? Were it not for your meddling behind the scenes, restraining Minato at every turn, would his legendary yellow flash have been extinguished? The mention of Minato pierced Hiruzen's heart. That sunlit man had forever departed from this world. In a voice filled with melancholy and nostalgia, Hiruzen said, he sacrificed himself for the village, sealing away the chaos of the Nine Tails. Ha ha. Shun laughed, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Without your interference, would he have had to sacrifice himself? What were you doing when Minato's wife, the previous Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, was giving birth? What were you doing when Minato battled the mysterious foe? What were you doing when he sealed the Nine Tails? Oh, I can guess. You were merely watching as Minato sacrificed himself using the Reaper Death Seal. How long had he been Hokage before he resorted to that? Surely our esteemed third Hokage, you could have done the same. Thud. Hiruzen collapsed into the Hokage chair, his hands falling limply at his sides. A myriad of emotions, pain, regret, frustration, flashed across his face. He could have used the Reaper Death Seal. But why had he not done so before the fourth arrived? Why? Why had he not been the one to face death? Perhaps had he died then, Konoha would not have fallen to the bullying of the mere messengers from the small cloud village. Hiruzen, you must gather yourself. Konoha can no longer afford to lose Minato. It cannot lose you as well. This is the most difficult time for Konoha. You must be strong and lead the village out of this predicament. As Mito Hamura and Tsunade Koharu continuously called out, Hiruzen reaffirmed his resolve. He stood suddenly and bowed to the crowd. It was my mistake. Everyone present was utterly stunned. At that moment, 3 existential questions reverberated in their minds. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The Hokage had actually apologized before everyone and acknowledged his errors? Who would believe this? Errors. Shun slammed his hands onto the Hokage's desk. What errors have you committed? Haha, the son of the 4th Hokage, the new Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Where is he? He is barely able to feed himself, and you have the audacity to admit your mistakes? As a Hokage, is this how you treat the heroes of your village? Is this how you regard the vital military deterrents within your community? And you still have the gall to claim that where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to thrive? That the flames shall illuminate the village and nurture the new leaves? Disgusting, truly disgusting. By the heavens, this is intolerable. The messenger from the Cloud Village was astounded. What a rewarding trip this has been. To witness such a thrilling scene. Indeed, it was worth it. Wait. He is the 2nd elder of the Uchiha clan. If so, why not just take the entire Uchiha clan back to the Cloud Village? Wouldn't that be delightful? Impossible. Naruto would never allow that. Hiruzen panicked. He truly panicked. Imagining his Naruto in such a terrifying position sent shivers down his spine. He exhaled 2 puffs of white vapor. Understanding that the 9 Tails was indeed the true objective of Uchiha Shun. You Uchiha clan shall not lay a finger on the 9 Tails, not even the slightest. The chaos caused by the 9 Tails was due to its forceful extraction and manipulation by the Sharingan, resulting in such great calamity. Now the Uchiha seek to touch the 9 Tails and the Jinchuriki? Not a chance. As long as I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, draw breath, that shall never happen. Ha, Shun scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Even now, you still think about such trivialities. Alas, I won't waste more words with you. Today, I have secured the Hyuga clan. No one shall interfere, I assure you. What a bold declaration. Danzo stood behind Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, we await your command. Believing he had grasped the entirety of the situation, Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, realizing that in these times, he could still rely on his allies. The tension in the Hokage office escalated dramatically, and all eyes were fixed upon Hiruzen, awaiting his final decision. 1 second, 2 seconds. It felt like an eternity, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. As the weight of the pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe, Hiruzen finally spoke. Messenger from the Cloud Village, what response do you seek? Now is not the time to engage with the Uchiha. For the peace of Konoha, I shall endure. However, his actions only deepened the disappointment felt by the clan leaders, elders, and Jonin present. Even if Hiruzen had overturned the table and decisively executed Shun, it would have been better than relinquishing the matter to outsiders. The messenger from the Cloud Village chuckled, glancing at the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Since Hokage-sama asked what response I desire, I believe all of this to be a misunderstanding. With the 2nd elder of the Uchiha clan as a witness, I trust it to be a misunderstanding. Do I not, Shun-kun? This was bad. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, cursing silently. This rascal was setting them up. Just moments ago, Shun had chastised them before everyone, adamant about not surrendering the perpetrator's body. And now he sought peace so easily? Did that not imply how utterly inept they appeared? This maneuver can be described as remarkably executed. Not only perfectly resolving their attempts to shift blame, but also intensifying the conflict with the Uchiha clan. At that juncture, the Hidden Cloud Village could discreetly cultivate alliances, and it is likely that the Uchiha clan would turn against their own. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village chuckled coldly, for the sake of the village. Sacrificing some dignity, or even one's life, is of little consequence. Consequently, the 3rd Hokage's suspicions towards the Uchiha clan would only deepen. At that moment, Nidame's facial muscles twitched, and after a brief hesitation, he revealed a smile. Well, as long as it is all a misunderstanding. He gestured for the guests to leave. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village approached Shun, extending his hand. Shun-kun, until we meet again by fate. Shun rolled his eyes. And under the divine gaze of Yoji and Shoichi, he pulled Neji along. Let's go, and share this good news with your father. Neji nodded vigorously, and from that moment, his eyes held no orders or the title of Hokage, but solely his master, Uchiha Shun. As they reached the door, Yoji and Shoichi finally reacted, lifting their heads and surveying the area with disdain, as if to say, "Look at this bunch of rubbish, daring to act arrogantly before the Uchiha clan." They departed. Shun turned slightly, casting a glance at the third Hokage, softly calling out, "They came, they came." Yoji and Shoichi happily trotted to catch up, eager to return and boast to their clan. Just moments ago, Shun had been extraordinarily impressive. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village also departed swiftly, even in death. He must relay today as events back. After their exit, only a multitude of individuals with varying thoughts remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated. Shimura Danzo mused, Uchiha Shun must die. Hyuga Hayashi pondered, should we use Neji to make contact? Hatake Kakashi questioned, is it truly as he claims? Regarding the death of my father? The minds of others, including the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans, began to stir. Firstly, the third Hokage was aging and had long been overdue for retirement, only delayed by the lack of suitable successors. Secondly, they had grown weary of the third Hokage and Danzo, particularly Danzo's actions, which had recklessly cost numerous clan disciples their lives. Previously, with the third Hokage's support, they had to tread carefully. Now, however, the situation was ripe for change. Most importantly, as clan leaders, they had to consider their families and could not place all their eggs in one basket. What if the Uchiha clan successfully rebelled? Would it not be a bloodbath? Even if they failed, the loss would merely be a few clan members. Losses incurred by Danzo would also be losses for the Uchiha, which was of no consequence. The following day, Shaoli arrived at the small courtyard at Tion's insistence, pointing at the figure leisurely reclining in a rocking chair. That is my master, Uchiha Shun. Tion thought, is this truly the formidable person my father insisted I must apprentice under? He appears more like a retired old gentleman. Shun, with his eyes closed, savored the fruit meticulously selected and hand-delivered to him. Ah, this is life, this is existence. Sigh, it is time to replace those two fools, Yoji and Shoichi. They are clumsy and lack the finesse to serve as attendants. Oh, by the way, Shio is actually a girl. Her previous boyish disguise was merely a protective ruse. Observing this scene, Tion felt a strong aversion. How can a ninja be so leisurely? However, recalling her father's grave expression from the previous night, which bore the weight of their family's future, Tion, it all depends on you. She resolved to kneel. Please take me as your disciple. Huh. Upon hearing the call for apprenticeship, Shun opened his hazy eyes and scanned the system. A rank. Acceptable. You shall be my fourth disciple from now on. Tion. Was it really that simple? So hasty? No tests or inquiries. Shaoli excitedly pulled Tion up. Fourth sister, I am the eldest brother. Neji is the second brother. By the way, master, who is the third brother? Without any fruit being offered, Shun helplessly reached for the grapes in Shio's hand and popped one into his mouth. A bit sour? It's better not to ask unnecessary questions. How has your taijutsu training been going? Shio felt the sourness and wondered why others could become disciples so easily while she struggled despite her pleas. Did she really have to resort to the rumored methods? At this thought, her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, not only flushed but also steaming. Shun? Why the sudden overload? Did something just happen? A glance at Tion's bun revealed it was her. No wonder she was a rank. Perhaps Okamoto intended to incorporate some Chinese elements by forming a trio, yet unfortunately, after Shaoli's peak debut, there was no notable performance thereafter. And Neji's gentle fist was a complete disaster. Tion. Well, she seemed more like an inconsequential presence. With some reluctance, Shun pulled out 100 explosive tags from his pocket and handed them to Tion, recalling an afternoon when he had visited the ninja tool shop and, with a wave of his hand, ordered 100 kunai, 100 shuriken, and 100 explosive tags, only to nearly choke upon paying. Remember, always inquire about the price before making purchases. Do you understand what a saturation strike is? Tion's eyes sparkled. This master is quite generous, providing something of real value. While her family's weapon shop was a collaboration of several clans, she was well aware that the price of explosive tags was far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Her master generously gifted her 100 upon their first meeting. How splendid. Thank you, master. Ding. You have bestowed upon your disciple Tian 100 explosive tags, triggering a tenfold critical return. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 explosive tags. Would you like to claim them? The melodious system notification echoed in Shun's mind, causing his lips to curl upward. While his disciples might reap a windfall, he certainly would not suffer losses. A saturation strike refers to a scenario where, if there is an enemy within a 10-kilometer radius, one should detonate the entire 10 kilometers. Regardless of the enemy's location, just explode it. Understood? Now go. Do you see that remarkably sturdy tree in the northwest direction? Blow it up along with the surrounding forest. Chapter 24. I've heard you're impressive. Tian swallowed hard. Is this truly acceptable? Yet, her father was indeed correct. Her master was ruthless. Blowing up a 10-kilometer area for a single enemy. How many explosive tags would that waste? How much money? And what if there were 100 enemies? Or 1,000? Or 10,000? Would it not obliterate an entire nation? Is this truly necessary? Tian hesitated, clutching the 100 explosive tags. They could sustain her for an entire month. Go, Shun commanded coldly. With no choice, Tian dashed toward the forest, clutching the 100 explosive tags. At that moment, numerous ninjas from various villages and organizations hiding in the forest looked on in confusion as Tian approached. Then boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions eradicated the robust tree, along with several unsuspecting ninjas and the surrounding forest. Shun nodded with satisfaction, claiming the 1,000 explosive tags returned by the system, and handed them to the rushing Tian. Trees are lifeless. Humans are alive. Merely having saturation strikes is insufficient. We must also employ comprehensive strikes. This means repeatedly attacking the enemy's area 10 times or more to ensure their complete demise. Remember, the truth lies within the range of fire, and all justice exists beneath the explosions. No matter who the enemy is or how many come, just explode it. Tian's eyes gleamed. She wholeheartedly agreed with her masteress' words. Regardless of any peculiar jutsu, 1,000 explosive tags would suffice to annihilate everything. If they survive, then unleash another 1,000, or 10,000, or 100 million. Even gods would kneel. Excitedly clutching the explosive tags, she prepared for a new round of bombardment against the remnants of the forest. The ninjas from various villages and organizations, having just caught their breath, were filled with an overwhelming urge to express their frustrations, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, causing the hidden ninjas within to scatter in panic, crying out for help. A satisfied smile appeared on Shun's face. Ever since he departed from the Hokage's office yesterday, those who secretly followed him had been numerous. Initially, he had decisively eliminated a few, but soon it became a tiresome endeavor. After some time, Tian, savoring the thrill, returned to Shun's side, exclaiming, "Master, I've thrown them all." Her expression revealed her exhilaration, indicating that she was far from finished and craved more. Shun, fulfilling her anticipation, snapped his fingers. "Since you're not done, let us continue." An explosive talisman, measuring 30 cubic meters, appeared out of thin air, a reward of 1 million explosive talismans from the system, following the grant of 1,000 to Tian, resulting in a 1,000-fold return. Ding! You have granted your disciple Tian 1 million explosive talismans, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 billion explosive talismans. Would you like to claim them? The system hesitated, grappling with the implications of endlessly granting explosive talismans. At that moment, it questioned its own existence. Oh yeah. Tian leaped joyfully and bestowed a kiss on Shun's cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Thank you." With glee, she hoisted the explosive talismans and headed towards the forest, or rather, towards the charred pit. The remaining ninjas, in utter disarray, shouted in disbelief at the sheer quantity of explosive talismans, lamenting their exorbitant cost. This 30 cubic meters must have cost a fortune. Did he rob some ninja village? They were utterly overwhelmed. The few surviving ninjas could no longer concern themselves with missions. They shed their disguises and fled in panic. "Hey!" Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Master, there are people." Shun reclined in his rocking chair, continuing to enjoy the service provided. Why should he do everything himself when he had so many disciples? Tian, not one to hold back, seized the opportunity to unleash the explosive talismans. She hurled them like scraps of paper, rapidly inundating the fleeing ninjas, ensuring their demise. How formidable was Obito? Without the pre-prepared Sharingan, he too would have fallen before the sea of explosive talismans conjured by Conan. Thus, the expression to be buried under a mountain of money was no mere jest. After tossing for a considerable while, Tian was drenched in sweat, with 2/3 of the explosive talismans still remaining. Reluctantly, she returned to Shun. "Master, I haven't finished throwing them. Here, I gift them to you." Shun's ruthless words sent Tian soaring with joy. Who would dare claim her master was inadequate? Such a grand and magnificent master was irreplaceable. A cold snort echoed from the entrance. Sasuke stood there, exuding an air of arrogance, slightly raising his chin as he addressed Shun. "I hear you're quite impressive." Since yesterday, Yang Air and Sho, he had been extolling Shun's virtues within the Uchiha clan, painting him as a figure of divine prowess, which irked Sasuke. His father was the clan leader, and his brother was recognized as the strongest Uchiha. As for Uchiha Shun, he dismissed him as a traitor, a mere shadow of his brother. Sasuke was determined to unveil the truth. He wanted his clan to recognize that his brother, Itachi Uchiha, was truly the most formidable. "Have the courage to face me in battle." Shun beckoned Tian with a finger. "Go, disciple, deal with him." "Yes, master." Tian approached with a knowing smile. Sasuke, infuriated, felt disrespected by being forced to confront a mere disciple. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the explosive talismans? Not just one, but a multitude. "I dodge. Is there more? I dodge again. How can there still be more?" He refused to believe it, Mom. "I think I've seen heaven." The sky was filled with an overwhelming deluge of explosive talismans. Boom. As the first talisman detonated, a cacophony of explosions ensued. Sasuke's confidence crumbled as he realized the sounds he had heard were not mere firecrackers, but the devastating blasts of explosive talismans. The explosions continued for several seconds, leaving the ground in ruins, with smoke and dust swirling in the air. Suddenly, a charred, crispy arm emerged from the pit, and Sasuke struggled to raise his head, coughing. Using explosive talismans doesn't define a true ninja. How about a real fight? Chapter 25. Confusion. Shun watched with a cold smile as Sasuke struggled to rise. What sort of ninja master would rely solely on explosive talismans? But since this fool has asked, let us teach him another lesson. Tian, come back. Shun snapped his fingers again, and a ton of explosive talismans rained down, completely engulfing Tian. What use were shuriken, shadow clones, or clay bombs? All the techniques requiring seals, clay consumption, and practice were useless. They were all inferior. They were all worthless. Tian swam joyfully in the ocean of explosive talismans, laughing gleefully. "Mine. All mine. So many explosive talismans. Ha ha ha." Sasuke exclaimed in frustration. "With so many explosive talismans, are you planning to launch the entire Hidden Leaf village into the sky?" "Humph." Sasuke, indignant, crossed his arms. Relying on external tools is no real skill. Without personal strength, one can never become a true warrior. "Okay." Shun gestured, calling out Lee. Lee instantly appeared before Sasuke. Leaf hurricane. Thud. Sasuke's body contorted into a U shape. His features twisted as he tumbled for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. Ugh. That last blow nearly expelled his insides. He raised his right hand. Fingers splayed. "Wait. You ambushed me. I wasn't ready." Lee, with a knowing smile, retracted his fist. "Master taught us to attack unexpectedly and relentlessly. Only when the enemy is thoroughly defeated can we relent." However, since Sasuke was a clansman of his master, Lee decided to spare him this once. Panting, Sasuke clutched his abdomen, lying on the ground for a while before standing up. "Come on, I'm ready. Watch me not beat you into submission." Thud. With the first strike, Sasuke was launched into the air by Lee. Thud. With the second, Lee swiftly followed up with a spinning kick, sending Sasuke flying sideways. Thud. The third strike landed with another side kick, propelling Sasuke back. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes, with Sasuke bouncing around like a ball, only able to emit helpless cries. After being kicked high into the air once more, Sasuke felt numb, unable to keep track of how many times he had been struck. But this time, Lee delivered a powerful downward blow, slamming him into the ground, and deciding not to pursue further, believing Sasuke had reached his limit. Boom. A massive pit formed in the courtyard, leaving Sasuke lying there, lifeless and questioning his existence. What was he even doing here? Why had he come? To be mercilessly beaten by a barrage of explosive talismans and relentless leaf hurricanes? It was absurd. He felt unworthy of the title of ninja. He was the genius. So why was he being ground into the dirt by others? Master. Little Li joyfully ran before Shun, eagerly awaiting praise. Orphaned and alone, he cherished the gentle pat from his master. Indeed, Shun affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "Well done, you have not brought shame upon your teacher. Soon, I shall teach you the Siyuan Quan, a punch that can fracture bones within mere inches." Tears instantly blurred Sasuke's vision as he lamented, "Is there no justice? Is there no law? This is the world of ninjas. How can you defeat someone with a mere punch without utilizing ninjutsu?" With sheer willpower, he struggled to rise from the pit, proclaiming, "I refuse to accept this. This is not ninjutsu." "Oh, very well," Shun called to the outside Neji. As his voice echoed, Hinata Hayashi brought in Neji, whose veins bulged with tension. Bowing deeply, he introduced himself, "I am Neji's father." Shun waved him off, signaling him to refrain from further words. "Neji, what are you waiting for? Strike." "Yes," Neji roared, breaking free from Hayashi's grasp and standing before Sasuke. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. A colossal Taiji Bagua appeared beneath their feet. Did Sasuke regret coming here? "Mother, I want to go home." With a rapid series of 32 strikes targeting Sasuke's chakra points, pain surged through him, rendering him incapable of resistance. How dare he insult his master? Unforgivable. Upon completing the technique, still unsatisfied, Neji seized Sasuke's arm and swung him into the ground, creating a deep crater. The earth trembled beneath them. Without pause, Neji stepped back and lifted Sasuke again, crashing him down repeatedly until, with a final powerful stance, he executed 8th level Iron Mountain Press. A thunderous sound reverberated through the courtyard. Sasuke coughed out a large mouthful of blood, feeling as if his very organs had shattered. His arms fell limp as he lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, reminiscing about the fleeting youth represented by the figure running in the sunset. With a sigh, Itachi appeared beside Sasuke. He had delayed his arrival, fearing for his brother's life. Yet, just last night, the Hokage had issued a secret order for him to prepare for the annihilation of the soon-to-rebel Uchiha clan, leaving no one alive, except for his brother, who had managed to escape. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with determination as he clutched his brother's sleeve, pleading, "Help me, avenge me." His head tilted, and he succumbed to darkness. Itachi's heart tightened, though his senses confirmed Sasuke was alive. Witnessing his brother in such a pitiful state was unbearable. Stepping forward to confront Shun, he said, "Get up." His calm voice barely concealed the raging fury within. Shun remained reclined, reveling in the attention. "Kakashi," he beckoned. Kakashi reluctantly approached, removing his mask to reveal his crimson Sharingan. "If you must fight, allow me to take his place." Itachi frowned, perplexed. Wasn't Kakashi a subordinate of the third Hokage? Shouldn't he be aware of the third's plan? Why was he stepping in for Shun? As if reading Itachi's thoughts, Kakashi quietly replied, "Do not overthink it. I owe him a debt of gratitude." "A debt?" Itachi stared into Kakashi's eyes, not uttering a word, yet conveying volumes. Kakashi felt a pang in his heart, recalling how his father, the Leaf's White Fang, had taken his own life after a failed mission to save his comrades. He thought he had moved on, but Shun's inquiry to the third had left him in turmoil. Why did the third allow his father to be cornered to death? Was everything the third did truly justified? Perhaps a different Hokage would prevent such tragedies. Itachi closed his eyes, then opened them to reveal the 3 tomo of his Sharingan. "You must understand. The true potential of a bloodline limit can only be realized in the hands of its own clan members." This was Itachi's final warning. If Kakashi did not withdraw, he would have to fight with all his might, lest Sasuke become the next Naruto, vulnerable and defenseless. Kakashi said nothing, merely drawing a kunai. The tension of battle was palpable. A terrifying killing intent rendered the others breathless. Was this the true power of a Jonin? Even without engaging, their legs felt weak and unsteady. As time passed, a gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, Kakashi and Itachi vanished. The sound of clashing kunai rang out before disappearing as both furrowed their brows. Realizing their powers were evenly matched, they simultaneously formed hand seals and inhaled deeply. Fire style, great fireball technique. Identical movements produced colossal fireballs that collided, compressing and then exploding. The Sharingan's insight allowed Itachi to copy Kakashi's technique. Impressed, he noted how this outsider had harnessed the Sharingan to such an extent. He stepped back, evading a hand that shot from the ground. Kakashi attempted to initiate his earth-style technique, but it failed. Undeterred, he leaped from the ground and formed seals once more. Earth-style, earth flow spears. Dozens of gleaming earthen spears surged towards Itachi, piercing his form. Was it a shadow clone? Suddenly, a kunai from Kakashi's rear cleaved him in two. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi held a kunai to Itachi's throat, declaring, "You lose." Itachi turned impassively, and Kakashi gasped, too late to strike. His gaze met the scarlet eyes. Jinjutsu, Kage no Jutsu. For massive wooden stakes emerged, pinning Kakashi's limbs and sending waves of agony through him. Kakashi promptly bit his tongue, breaking the illusion, only to see Itachi standing behind the pierced clone, emotionless as he unleashed a fire dragon. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. The colossal and scorching dragon roared forward. Kakashi's heart raced. He could not afford to lose. With a determined grit, he gathered all his chakra into his left hand, invoking lightning style, Chidori. Hearing the sound, Itachi began scanning his surroundings, heightening his senses. No presence to the left, none to the right, nor above. Could he be underground? Impossible. The Chidori was famed for its penetrating power and unparalleled speed. If he were underground, both would dissipate. Wait. A glimmer of blue emerged from the fire dragon. And then Kakashi burst forth, rapidly reaching Itachi's side, slipping past him. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi extinguished the flames engulfing him and turned to face Itachi. Itachi gently touched his eye, where a droplet of blood seeped from the wound. He had not anticipated that a man known for his technique, Kakashi Hitaki, would charge directly from the fire dragon. A slight misstep could have been fatal. What charm did Shun possess that made Kakashi disregard his own life so recklessly? Glancing at Shun and then at Kakashi, Itachi lifted Sasuke into his arms and turned to leave. Kakashi, having lost the will to fight, staggered back, acknowledging Itachi's genius. He could not compare, but now he bore Hashirama's cells and had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. He believed that soon, he would grow stronger. As for why he had not activated his Mangekyo earlier, it was because he had just awakened it and was still unpracticed, not wishing to reveal it. Stumbling, he pulled out the scroll for the 8 Gates training and tossed it to Shun before preparing to depart, stating, "Our matters are settled." At this moment, watching Kakashi fight in place of Shun, Hinata Hisashi felt as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck his heart, leaving him in turmoil. Glancing down at Neji and contemplating the fate of the Hyuga branch family, he felt fortunate this time to have Shun's assistance, which spared him from death. But what about next time? Moreover, he did not want, nor could he allow his child to repeat his tragic fate. He resolved to make a decision that defied ancestral teachings. Neji, kneel. Neji, puzzled, knelt before Shun. Hisashi gazed into Shun's eyes and implored, "Lord Shun, please accept Neji as your adopted son. I beg you." With that, he bowed deeply. Neji stood in shock, while Kakashi paused, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Hisashi. What was he saying? Neji's wish to take Shun as his master was already astonishing. And now he was to be adopted as a son? Had he lost his mind? Did he understand the implications? The main branch of the Hyuga family would never permit such a thing, especially adopting a son from the soon-to-be extinct Uchiha clan. Retribution would surely follow. Without hesitation, Neji knocked his head 3 times on the ground, pleading, "Master, please accept me as your adopted son." Ever since the family and the 3rd Hokage abandoned his father, there had been no one else in his eyes. Nothing mattered more than a word from his master. Neither the Hyuga clan, nor the Hokage, nor Konoha. Shun contemplated whether to accept Neji as his son. As a master, he could choose to overlook many matters regarding his disciples. However, accepting a son was different. It meant they would become one entity, sharing both glory and suffering. Just then, Lee suddenly knelt before him, having lost both parents and yearning for the familial warmth he had always missed. If his master accepted him as a son, he would finally belong to a family. "Master, I also wish to be your adopted son." Tintin, feeling conflicted, was unsure of what to do. Both her senior brothers had implored their master for adoption. If she did not follow suit, would she seem out of place? But what could she do in this situation? Her father had not given her any guidance. Forget it. For the sake of the infinite explosive tags, she knelt before Shun as well, pleading, "Please accept me as your adopted daughter." Kakashi, his face obscured by his mask, was at a loss for expression. Countless sarcastic remarks caught in his throat, yearning for release. "Are you all insane? Neji is one thing. After all, Shun saved his father. He does not want to become the next sacrifice of the main branch, so that makes sense. But you, Li and Tenten, what are you doing? Do you want to hasten your demise and report to the King of Hell early? Very well. Shun observed the earnest expressions of the three and nodded in agreement. I accept. Rise. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden achievement. Be my son. Chapter 27. An invitation from the Hyuga family. Be my son. When the bond between you and your disciple is as steadfast as gold and rock, sharing both fortune and adversity, you shall possess all the training gains of your adopted sons, including martial arts, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and the abilities of bloodline limits. You may also choose to impart a portion of your own strength to them, once per person per year. Note, the strength imparted to your sons will not diminish and will trigger a critical return. What? Such a method exists? If I were to adopt 365 sons with different bloodline limits and impart strength daily, wouldn't that be remarkable? Haha. 3 feeble energies flowed within Shun, quickly assimilated and unified. Closing his eyes, he grasped countless martial arts details as if he had painstakingly cultivated them himself. Upon opening his eyes, the world transformed into shades of black and white. He could even perceive the world a kilometer away with clarity. Was this the power of the Byakugan? Touching his eyes, he noticed no veins bulging. It seemed he had merely acquired the power without developing Byakugan, which was fortunate, as it spared his handsome exterior. Shun narcissistically thought, what more is there to cultivate? I shall simply recline. In time, he would adopt more sons and impart strength to them, and that would suffice. He called Li to stand before him, extending his 5 fingers to rest upon Li's crown. The first time will be a bit painful. Bear with it. And it will soon pass. Kakashi thought, why does that sound so familiar? Ugh, so strange. Pure chakra surged through Shun's palm into Li's body, altering his meridians and physique. Li's face flushed as he clenched his fists. That's enough, master. I can't hold on any longer. Shun glanced at the system. There were still 70 left. Continue. After all, I can only impart strength once a year. Gradually, Li's eyes grew increasingly dazed, unable to resist the intoxicating powers surging through him. After a while, Shun withdrew his hand. Next, Neji. Li stumbled to the side, eyes closed, and fell into a deep slumber. Kakashi approached for a closer inspection. Not only has his chakra surged, but his physical constitution has also seen tremendous improvement. How did he achieve this? This is not merely an enhancement of strength. It's even more terrifying as it elevates his potential. Neji's talent was rated as S-class, superior to Li's, and thus required a longer time for impartation. However, upon completion, he too fell into a deep sleep, resembling someone intoxicated. Kakashi and Hisashi moved closer to examine him, gasping in awe at the chakra levels nearing that of a Jonin. My goodness, Kakashi mused, feeling disheartened. What has my years of diligent training been for? If it weren't for the cells of Hashirama, Neji's current strength would likely be comparable to mine. Otherwise, would he dare to call me adoptive father? Finally, it was Tenten's turn. Her potential was the weakest, and her time was the shortest, yet the improvement was still evident. After successfully imparting strength to all 3, Shun triggered the 100-fold return twice and 1,000-fold return once. Although the trio were not particularly strong, the 1,000-fold return yielded significant results. After issuing a command, Shun returned to his small room to absorb the newfound power. The next day, as the delightful sunlight streamed through the window onto Shun, he felt a tickle in his nose and could not help but scratch it. What is that delightful fragrance? Wait, is that hair? Opening his eyes, he found a cute little face staring back at him, and from her slightly trembling eyelashes, it was evident that she was quite nervous. Sue had lost her parents at a young age and had been adrift, finally finding refuge in Konoha. Yet still seeing no hope. She did not want to lead a life of despair, and everything changed with Shun's arrival, especially as she watched his 3 disciples' rapid progress, filling her with envy. Yet, no matter how earnestly she pleaded, Shun had yet to accept her as a disciple, leaving her feeling insecure and compelled to take a risk. Shun pinched her slightly chubby cheek and pulled her outward. Stop pretending. Sue quickly wriggled free from Shun's mischievous grip, her face flushed as she hastily ran outside. Shun, with a resigned sigh, called out, "Stop." Sue immediately halted, her small hands helplessly flailing, unsure where to place them. Is he angry? Will he kick me out? No. She could never return to that cold, numb place devoid of any future. As these thoughts raced through her mind, tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping to the ground. Master. Why are you crying? Shun extended a finger to gently wipe away her tears. It's not that I want to accept you as a disciple. It's that you are far more important. Like Sue, Shun had also grown up alone, understanding her feelings deeply. However, her potential was simply too limited. Is that true? Shio lifted his head, gazing at Shun with eyes full of hope. Shun gently caressed Shio's hair, saying, "Of course it's true." Overwhelmed with emotion, Shio suddenly leaped into Shun's embrace. Weeping, "I thought adults wouldn't like me and would abandon me." In his previous life, Shun felt the same way at the beginning. Treading carefully in all matters, fearful of inciting dissatisfaction, as he had no backing and yearned for the approval of others. He gently held Shio close, reassuring, "It's all right. This will be your home from now on. Don't overthink it." Adult. This tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Yang Air and Shou-Yi. Yang Air raised an invitation and called out excitedly, "Shundarin, Master Hinata Hayashi invites you to a banquet." Startled like a frightened rabbit, Shio wriggled free from Shun's embrace and buried himself under the blankets, leaving only his small feet exposed. Yang Air and Shou-Yi exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "We didn't see anything." They hastily closed the door and fled. So that's what adults like. No wonder they didn't want to go to the hot springs. "Come back here," Shun shouted angrily. Yang Air and Shou-Yi hesitated for a moment, then turned back to open the door. "Darren, do you have any instructions?" Shun's face darkened. "It's not what you think." "Huh." Yang Air had a sudden realization. "Shou-Yi, didn't we just hear Shundarin calling us before we entered?" Shou-Yi slapped his forehead. Right. Darren, we received the Hinata family's request to deliver this invitation." With sincere eyes, he added, "We truly didn't see anything." Yang Air covered Shou-Yi's mouth, placing the invitation on the ground. "Darren, we have completed our task, and will take our leave now." He dragged Shou-Yi backward, who continued to struggle. "Darren, we really didn't." Shun rubbed his forehead, finding it hard to bear watching them dig their own graves. Most importantly, he believed that the third generation and Danzo would not allow him, an unstable element, to survive. Picking up the invitation, he said, "Come out, they have left." Chapter 28. Elite Jonin Hinata Takashi Shio timidly peeked out from under the blankets, glancing around to ensure no one was present before slowly emerging, curiously eyeing the invitation in Shun's hand. It's quite rare to receive an invitation from Lord Hayashi. Indeed, although the Hinata clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, they had maintained a remarkably low profile, even less noticeable than some smaller families. Yet, it was this humility that allowed them to survive the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars without being purged by the higher-ups of Konoha, remaining the only clan among the three great families to endure. With a hint of disdain, Shun tossed the invitation to Shio. "Enough with the speculation. Get ready. You'll accompany me tonight, and you'll know the truth." "Ah," Shio gasped, overwhelmed with excitement. "I get to go with you, Shundarin? Does that mean?" He pondered, feeling a thrill of exhilaration. With a stern look, Shun tapped Shio on the head. "What are you thinking? You are merely my attendant." "Oh," Shio whimpered, cradling his head in pain. "But I will not give up, Shundarin, I will not." He puffed up his cheeks, silently encouraging himself. "Go for it. Shio, you are amazing." That night, the lights were bright. Shun, dressed casually, brought Shio to the entrance of the Hinata estate, marveling at its grandeur. Truly, a prestigious family, a legacy spanning millennia. Just this entrance reveals its depth, understated yet noble, simple yet luxurious. It must have been designed by a master, meticulously arranged, with hidden intricacies. "Who goes there?" Two Hinata ninjas stood at the entrance, looking at Shun. "Is this the guest of the clan head today? An Uchiha?" Shio cautiously approached, presenting the invitation with both hands. "Gentlemen, please take a look at this invitation." The ninja on the left, Hinata Kamizumi, took the invitation, preparing to open it. Wait a moment. I'll inform the..." Before he could finish, Shun brusquely pushed past him. "Let us go. Shio, we're going in to feast." A flash of anger crossed Kamizumi's face. This was the Hinata clan, not the Uchiha compound. Though discontent brewed within him, he had no choice but to comply, as the clan head had repeatedly instructed not to provoke the guests regardless of their actions. He signaled to a companion to report and led the way. "This way, please." Navigating through a rocky landscape, they arrived at a vast training ground filled with Hinata ninjas honing their skills. Shio gazed around in curiosity. Though the Uchiha clan was also a prominent family in Konoha, Shun was not well regarded within his clan. He had never experienced such a gathering of ninjas before and felt a sense of wonder. "Hey, You little brat over there. A harsh voice interrupted. As Hinata Takashi approached with an intimidating stride, looking down at Shio. What are you staring at? The overwhelming hostility frightened Shio, prompting him to hide behind Shun. I wasn't looking at anything. Takashi glared at Shun, a cruel smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. You're the one who adopted Neji, huh? Do you know what you're doing? You're playing with fire. Have you considered how to bear the wrath of the Hinata clan? His vicious demeanor sent shivers down Shio's spine. Kamizumi stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Shun. Takashi, stand down. Shundarin is a guest specifically invited by the clan head, and you shall not act recklessly here. Takashi grew bolder, beckoning his fellow ninjas to encircle them. The collective chakra surged, creating an overwhelming pressure that left Shio pale and Kamizumi tense. Takashi, do you intend to defy the clan leader's orders? Takashi raised his fist, pointing at Shun. Uchiha brat, if you have the guts, come out from behind Kamizumi and face me in a fair fight. If you win, you may leave alive. If you lose, you will crawl out from beneath me and sever your ties with Neji. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Kamizumi's expression changed, and he shouted, Takashi. Shun, however, laughed heartily. His fingers splayed across his face in amusement, leaving everyone confused. What are you laughing at? Takashi's pride was deeply offended. He was an elite jonin of Konoha, a master of the gentle fist technique, with a completion rate of 70% on missions. In the distance, Hinata Hayashi observed the scene calmly, his eldest daughter Hinata clutching her hands tightly. Father, should we not intervene? Hayashi frowned slightly. Hanabi, what do you think? The younger daughter, Hanabi, replied coolly. If they cannot resolve such trivial matters, they are unworthy to be our guests. Indeed, Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. As the clan leader, he must consider the interests of the entire clan rather than be swayed by emotions. Especially when it came to matters of morality, one must not let personal feelings interfere. Hinata grew increasingly anxious. If her father chose not to intervene, what could she possibly do? Shun disdainfully swept his gaze over all the Hinata ninjas present. A bunch of rabble. If you wish to fight, feel free. But I will kill without mercy. If they sought to test his strength, they could. But Shun was not a gentle sheep. He was a ferocious tiger. Not good. Kamizumi gasped. How could this Uchiha brat dare to provoke them at such a moment? Did he not realize he was in the Hinata estate? Did he truly believe he could single-handedly confront the entire Hinata clan? You have successfully enraged me, Takashi shouted, pushing Kamizumi aside as his chakra surged. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 281 palms. The immense Tai Chi Bagua enveloped Shun instantaneously. Long swung both palms, creating afterimages that roared like a machine gun. Yet, Shun merely unleashed a single punch. Bang! The Bagua vanished, and Long's headless neck shot forth a blood arrow over 5 meters high, splattering blood across the dazed faces of the onlookers. What? He withstood the Bagua's 120 strikes and obliterated the formidable Hyuga Long? Could this be an illusion? It was rumored that the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu was exceedingly powerful, yet he had not activated his Crimson Eyes. Countless Hyuga ninjas attempted hand seals or bit their tongues, but the scene before them remained unchanged. Long's headless corpse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The acrid scent of blood grew increasingly potent as Shun retracted his fist. Is there anyone else? Chapter 29, Stagnation in the Distance. Hyuga Hizashi's expression turned grave. His concern was not for the death of a clan member, even if that member was publicly slain in the Hyuga household. What truly unsettled him was the terrifying power Shun had just displayed. Not to mention himself, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would find it impossible to eliminate an elite jonin like Hyuga Long with a single blow. Otherwise, he would not have sent him to test Shun. This outcome was beyond his comprehension. In his mind, if Shun's strength had been slightly lesser, merely matching Long strike for strike, he could have accepted it. Or if he had been a bit stronger, defeating Long would have been acceptable. But to annihilate Long in an instant? That posed a significant dilemma. After all, only those of comparable strength could be considered allies. Someone fetched the training manual for the Kaiten. At the scene, the Hyuga clan members gazed at Long's lifeless body in the pool of blood, their breaths growing heavier. The feeling of being publicly humiliated was unbearable. Let us fight back. Kill him and avenge Long. The Hyuga are the strongest clan in Konoha. Uchiha, prepare to meet your end. Stop. Hyuga Hanabi intervened, blocking the enraged crowd. Lord Shun, the clan head requests your presence. Please follow me. TSK, Shun sighed with ambiguous meaning as he swaggered past the glaring onlookers, accompanying Hanabi to a small room. Please, go inside. Hanabi slightly bowed to Shun before turning to leave. Only the strong warrant her respect. Shun nodded, finding Hanabi intriguing. He pulled off his sandals and sat cross-legged on the ground, unabashedly devouring the food laid out on the table. Hyuga Hizashi knelt nearby, not obstructing him, but instead instructing his subordinates to continually bring dishes. Thus, amidst Shun's stiff limbs, he feasted for an hour before setting down his chopsticks. Picking at his teeth. Delicious, truly, the clan leader-esque cooking is exceptional. I'm glad you like it, Lord Shun, Hizashi replied, maintaining a low profile. Though he stood firm against the pressures from the third Hokage and Danzo, saving his younger brother was only part of his motivation. The main reason lay in Shun's strength. Despite having only struck once, it was evident why Danzo had recoiled. What are your future plans, Lord Shun? Will you probe further? Hizashi inquired, eager to know how Shun would react to the third Hokage's intentions to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Bah! Shun spat out a toothpick, clan leader. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I find such circumlocution tedious. Ha! Hizashi was not offended. You are indeed straightforward, Shun. Neji, come out. Neji entered the room, foster father. Shun nodded. Hyuga Hizashi was astute. Unlike Fuchio, who had never come to pay respects since Shun became the second elder, it was clear he understood the stakes. Especially given the rebellion that had become common knowledge in Konoha. Hizashi pondered for a moment before stepping before Shun, producing an exquisite box and bowing deeply. Lord Shun, I entrust Neji to you. Shun glanced at the box and then at the tense Neji, smiling as he accepted it. Opening to reveal 3 items. The gentle fists 8 trigrams 64 palms, the training method for Kaiten, and a map with a codebook. He tossed the 2 training manuals to Neji and opened the map, which marked vulnerabilities in the areas under the Hyuga clan's jurisdiction and a gathering place for rogue ninjas. The codebook was unnecessary to examine, as it contained communication methods and codes for exchanging intelligence between the 2 parties. Placing the map on the table. This gift was indeed significant at the time of the Uchiha's demise. Hizashi returned to his previous position, stating, Lord Shun, the traditions of the Hyuga clan spanning a millennium cannot be altered by a single clan leader. Regrettably, I must cast Neji out and entrust him to you. I beg for your understanding. He bowed deeply once more. Each branch of the Hyuga clan typically bore at least 2 children, with one inheriting the main family identity while the others were marked with the caged bird seal at the age of 3, condemned to serve the main family for life. Even as clan head, Hizashi could not change this rule. TSK. Shun lamented as he set the map and codebook alight on a candle, watching them turn to ashes. Hizashi was indeed skilled. Not only did he not obstruct Neji, but he also allowed him to leave, showcasing his wisdom. Thus, regardless of what transpired between Neji and Shun in the future, the Hyuga would bear no responsibility. Simultaneously, he handed over techniques exclusive to the main family to Neji, securing the latter's gratitude while ensuring his heart remained tied to the family. The final sentence regarding the Uchiha's current situation went unmentioned. Help, threats, and cooperation were all omitted. Merely handing over the map and code to Shun, the old fox was indeed perceptive. Shun rose. I seek information on Shursui. Hizashi was startled. It seemed Uchiha Shun desired to grapple with the third Hokage. That was acceptable. After all, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If the Uchiha clan truly faced annihilation, the Hyuga's plight would become even more precarious. Very well. Someone will bring it to you shortly. Shun turned and ruffled Neji's hair. Let us go. Neji cast one last glance at Hizashi, his emotions complex as he departed with Shun. After a considerable time, Hyuga Hizashi gazed up at the starry sky. Come forth. Hyuga Hayashi emerged from the shadows. There is no need for such formality. Hizashi glanced at him and patted his shoulder as he walked past. You saved my life. I owe you a chance. Ultimately, it's you who lost out. Hayashi, for the first time, observed his brother's retreating figure, falling into contemplation. Perhaps their father's choice had indeed been correct. Upon returning to the small courtyard and settling Neji, Shun discovered a scroll placed on his table. He chuckled softly as he opened it, remarking on the Hyuga clan's efficiency. Uchiha Shursui, adept in Jinjutsu and body flicker technique. Renowned in the ninja world under the name of Shun and Shursui. He is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, the protector and disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He has awakened the final state of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, with his ocular technique being the ultimate Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, capable of altering a person's consciousness. He possesses a gentle and cheerful disposition, often stopping short in battle, rarely inflicting harm on others. Lastly, a portrait was attached to prevent Shun from mistaking him for another, a round face, clad in a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt with triangular armor, matching pants, and leg wraps. The Uchiha clan emblem adorned the back of his clothing, and he carried a small tanto. Once Shun finished reading all this, the scroll spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. The flames distorted into a message. 3 days hence, Danzo will meet Shursui at the root. Chapter 30. Itachi awakens 3 days later. Shun, accompanied by Neji and Su, arrived at a waterfall by the South-He River to begin preparations. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shursui arrived at the root as agreed to meet Danzo. Lord Danzo, may I inquire what arrangements you have for me? Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached Shursui. What did Sarutobi say? Jisue, without a doubt, was inherently kind-hearted and had never imagined the depths of Danzo's depravity. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he recalled the words of the Hokage, if the coup cannot be prevented, employ the Kodoamatsukami to forcibly alter Fugaka's thoughts. Foolishness. Danzo scolded fiercely. What purpose does changing the mind of one man serve? It is the Uchiha clan that seeks to rebel. Jisue lowered his head, uncertain of how to respond. The use of Kodoamatsukami would leave a lengthy cooldown, rendering it ineffective against the entire clan. With a heavy sigh, Danzo placed a hand on Jisue's shoulder, stating, in that case, your eyes shall be mine. What? Jisue was taken aback. What was Danzo saying? Wait, what was happening to my body? Why can't I move? The pain surged as he struggled against his restraints. Clutching his right eye, blood streaming profusely. Danzo, what are you doing? Danzo spoke with malice. All members of the Uchiha clan are evil and deserve to perish. Sarutobi was too merciful. Let me make the choice instead. Jisue, you are of no further use. Better to relinquish your eyes to me, so that I may continue to contribute to Konoha. Jisue, with his remaining left eye, gazed in shock at Danzo, his heart sinking into despair. Was this the fate of the Uchiha clan? No matter how he tried, he could not alter the disdain of others. Was the Uchiha clan destined for annihilation? No. As he felt an increasing numbness in his shoulder, he realized Danzo had poisoned him. With hands forming seals, he cast the Jinjutsu Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. Countless terrifying black phantoms surged forth from the cracks and began to split and multiply, while Jisue concealed himself among them and fled. Danzo scoffed, feeling the activation of his own Sharingan and appearing elsewhere, his complexion ashen. Pursue. Fortunately, he had preemptively used his Anaji, or Jisue might have killed him in an instant. What a terrifying foe. Jisue had simultaneously employed Kage Shuriken no Jutsu and summoned his deepest fears, then struck with a shuriken, piercing his heart the moment he broke free. Truly, he was formidable, worthy of being compared to Minato Namikaze, and thankfully, all of this would soon belong to Danzo. Feeling the bloodied eyes in his grasp, his heart surged with fervor. Bring me a replacement eye. Jisue quickly evaded pursuit, using a secret technique to notify Itachi before arriving at the South-He River, feeling troubled. He had grown weary of the ceaseless violence of a ninja's life and the endless missions, particularly the constant surveillance, countless betrayals, and the exhausting choices between village and clan. He longed for solitude, a life unburdened by deceit, for he was truly exhausted. Upon receiving Jisue's secret message, Itachi cast aside everything and hurried to the South-He River, a dreadful premonition rising within him. No, Jisue, please wait for me. With relentless determination, Itachi pushed his body to its limits, reaching their agreed-upon location in a mere 3 minutes. Seeing Jisue's silhouette under the moonlight, he sighed in relief. Itachi, you've come. Jisue turned, revealing his vacant right eye. Itachi's heart felt as if it had been pierced and stirred. Jisue, your eyes? Clenching his fists, teeth gritting, he demanded, who did this to you? Jisue smiled faintly. Who did it is no longer important. I have come today to entrust my eyes to you. I hope you will use them to protect Konoha, to safeguard the village. No, please don't. Itachi rushed to Jisue's side, fervently exclaiming, didn't you promise Lord Third that you would stop the coup? Jisue, with a bittersweet smile, removed his left eye and placed it in Itachi's palm. The Uchiha clan has no future, and I do not wish to continue down this path. Farewell, Itachi. I entrust my eyes to you. With arms outstretched, he leaned back, plunging into the depths of the waterfall. Itachi fell to the ground in anguish, his left hand reaching out uselessly into the air. Why must it be this way? Why must the clan rebel? Why was the third so intent on annihilating the Uchiha? Could they not sit down and coexist peacefully? Jisue, why must you depart? Blood trickled from his eyes as he uncontrollably activated his Sharingan. The three Tomo rapidly shook, eventually forming a dart-like pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened. Itachi Uchiha had finally unlocked the eyes he had longed for. Yet, within him was not a shred of joy, only boundless sorrow. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Awoken your eyes? Itachi nodded. Then hand them over. Itachi turned coldly, an icy aura emanating from him, more frigid than the depths of winter. He made no reply, nor any movement, merely gazing with his bleeding eyes at Shun. How you choose to live your life is your own business. But the lives of thousands of clan members should not be toys for your amusement. Shun met his gaze unflinchingly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Silence, as Itachi silently confronted Shun. After a pause, he prepared to depart. Huh. Shun observed the vast starry sky. A single name has brought you to your knees? Itachi's pupils constricted. How did he know? Your strength is beyond your comprehension. Unless you try, how can you know it's impossible? Shun provocatively stared back at Itachi. Silence reigned, a profound stillness enveloping them, akin to a world devoid of sound. Itachi's heart was far from the calm facade he presented. Family, clan, village, and Madara, each a heavy burden pressing down on him. His arms trembled as his nails dug into his flesh, yet he paid no heed. Until a gentle breeze swept by, he cast Jisue's eyes to Shun. Fine. With that, he vanished. If possible, he still desired to save his parents, even if that hope was exceedingly slim. With a smirk, Shun grasped Jisue's eyes and leaped off the waterfall. Wondering why they were wasting time. He should have simply taken them. Yet, that would spoil the fun. Shun whimsically pondered whether Itachi would still join the Akatsuki on the night of the clan's massacre, as he fell halfway down, landing in a large net. What has happened to him? In the darkness, Neji's voice emerged. Not well. He no longer wishes to live, and no amount of rescue will save him. Oh. Shun tightened his grip on Jisue's neck, delivering a forceful blow. Call me father. Let me show you what it means to be Uchiha. Jisue remained unresponsive, his spirit extinguished, unwilling to engage in any matters of clan or village. Scratching his head, Shun thought of the novels where protagonists exuded dominance, and everyone yielded before them. Why did it not work in this instance? He took out Jisue's own eyes and placed them in his hands. Since you no longer wish to live, let me witness the 0-second eye exchange. I'm curious, really. It was absurd. Eye exchanges in the world of shinobi seemed easier than changing a pair of shoes. It was utterly unscientific, not to mention the compatibility of blood types. Surely, one must at least recover? Even if the veins and arteries were connected, adjustments would be needed. Unnecessary, all of it. More absurd was that any eye could be transplanted to anyone else, or that two Mangekyo Sharingan could merge, or Rinnegan could replace a Sharingan. Surgery? What surgery? I could just swipe them with one hand. Jisue trembled. You are not Danzo's man. What have you done to Itachi? In the fleeting moment when he was caught, he immediately discerned that this individual could not possibly belong to Danzo's faction. The gentleness was unmistakable. Yet, why did this person possess his own eyes, which he had distinctly entrusted to Itachi? Shun, with the curiosity of a child, fixated on Shui and said, Go ahead and change them. I'm eager to witness the transformation. No worries. Once you finish, I'll reclaim them and hand them over to Itachi. Was this even coherent? Shun was not particularly concerned about Shusui's presence. Whether he was there or not, he could still easily overpower the third Hokage and his associates. With his current prowess, he had no worthy adversaries. A single strike of the Tai Chi True Intent, coupled with the Lushan Rising Dragon, was sufficient to subdue anyone. If that failed, he could unleash the Lushan 100 Dragon, and Danzo would find his Sharingan shattered. While it was undoubtedly advantageous to have a powerful son, if Shui was uncooperative, he had little inclination to exert effort. He would rather invest that time in acquiring more disciples. At this moment, Shusui's inner turmoil was beyond Shun's concern. He was merely curious to see how they could switch eyes in an instant. Shui held the eye, hesitated briefly, but his worry for Itachi prevailed. He swept it across the eye socket, and chakra surged forth, restoring his left eye to perfection. Shun blinked, indicating he hadn't seen clearly. How about you do it again? Shui pushed Neji aside, calmly gazing at Shun, fixating on the fan emblem at his collar. Are you the audacious Uchiha Shun who dares to confront the third Hokage and Danzo? Speak your mind. What elaborate scheme do you have in store for rescuing me? Call me father. Shun smiled at Shui. Shui nearly lost his composure. He had a good temper. But such teasing was intolerable. The Uchiha clan faced imminent annihilation, and if you wish to escape undetected, I can take your place in death. The only rationale Shui could conceive was that the other party had offended the third Hokage and Danzo, necessitating his rescue to impersonate him and perish on the night of the clan's massacre. This way, he could wander freely, unnoticed and unscathed. He could not fathom that Shun alone could stand against the entirety of Konoha. Shun extended a hand, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Let me be your father. Shui was incensed. This was too much. Shun was even younger than him, yet he, the renowned wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, was being asked to call him father? This was utterly intolerable. With both hands forming seals, Shun activated the body technique, summoning countless shadow clones to perplex his adversaries. After an entire night of camaraderie and negotiation, Shui ultimately yielded beneath Shun's compassionate yet iron fist, kneeling on the ground. Adoptive father. He desired to be in such a position. He was simply unable to fight back, unable to escape, and unable to even contemplate death. After enduring a night of torment, physically and emotionally drained, Shui resigned himself to the absurdity of the situation, doubting that Shun had rescued him merely to have him call him father. One day, Shun would slip up, and he would unmask him. As Shun triumphantly lifted Shui, at the moment Shui acknowledged him as his adoptive father, a formidable surge of chakra coursed into his body. Remarkably, a precious essence of ocular power also flowed into him, enabling his 2-tomo Sharingan to evolve into a 3-tomo. Shun placed a hand atop Shui's head, and Shui thought, has it begun? You think to seal me? I shall see what you intend. Suddenly, a powerful chakra streamed from Shun's palm into Shui's body, healing his injuries while simultaneously augmenting his strength. Shui was bewildered. What was this? Shouldn't he be sealing him, making him subservient? Why was he transmitting power to him instead? Wait, this power felt exceedingly familiar and immensely potent, as if it had been cultivated by himself piece by piece. Moreover, the blurriness in his vision caused by the use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had significantly improved. Why could he transfer power to others without fearing the depletion of his own strength? Why did he possess chakra so similar to his own? Why was he able to impart ocular prowess to him? Countless questions swirled in Shui's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Ding! You have infused your adoptive son, Uchiha Shui, with energy, enhancing his strength, triggering quality return. Congratulations, you have obtained the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Would you like to receive it? Shun. He had just evolved to the 3-tomo, and now he was receiving the kaleidoscope so swiftly? Was this speed even conceivable? However, the 3-tomo Sharingan could be used freely, while the kaleidoscope would lead to blindness after limited use. Where could he find a brother who could also awaken the kaleidoscope to merge with? He didn't even have brothers, as they had all perished on the battlefield. Moreover, the notion of two brothers both awakening the kaleidoscope and transferring their eyes to one another could only be realized by Indra and Ashura. Wait, Shun seemed to have stumbled upon a grand secret. Could this all be the machinations of the Sage of Six Paths? Otherwise, how could his reincarnated son so fortuitously attain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Rinnegan? As the sun shone brightly, after a morning of infusion, Shun withdrew his hand upon receiving the system's prompt. To be fair, Shui's strength and potential were formidable. At this moment, Shui was utterly dazed, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Why did he feel such overwhelming power within him? Powerful enough to evoke the illusion of being able to obliterate the world with a single punch? As Shun felt his legs grow weak, Shui, akin to Neji and the others, succumbed to slumber, eyes glazed over. Chapter 32. Experiment. Shun smirked, akin to a weary father, and sighed. What else would a father desire? Naturally, he wishes for his sons to thrive. All right, Neji, carry your fourth brother. Neji glanced down at Shui, realizing no. I must grow stronger quickly. That way, I won't allow my adoptive father to be taken from me. The four returned to the small courtyard, where Li and Tintin awaited, almost bursting with impatience. Adoptive father, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Shoo, it's a secret. Shun patted the sleeping Shui. By the way, let me introduce you. This is your new fourth brother, Uchiha Shursui. As if sensing an overwhelming malice from the world, Shursui twitched in his sleep. Li curiously scrutinized Shursui, unaware of the significance of the name, but Yoji and Shoichi were already in an uproar. What Uchiha Shursui? The renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, possessor of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and a contemporary of the fourth Hokage, is the adoptive son of Shunsama? They seem to be of similar ages, though Shursui might be just a tad older. So, they say that prominent figures often have peculiar quirks. Thus, Shunsama's preference appears to be collecting adorable young ones and taking in promising individuals as disciples, as well as strong ones as adoptive sons. Having grasped something, Yoji and Shoichi exchanged glances with Shun, their expressions shifting. What are you two thinking? Shun addressed them with a pair of affectionate iron fists. I have the feeling you're contemplating something inappropriate. No, the two protested, shaking their heads vigorously. Retreating a step, internally relieved that their own strength and potential were rather lacking. Otherwise, the thought of addressing Shun as father at their age would be exceedingly awkward. Neji handed over the 8 gates to Li, while he practiced the 8 trigrams 32 palms and the return to heaven. Tintin, as usual, departed cheerfully with a pile of explosive tags. Only Shun remained leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the service provided by his disciples. This is life. This is existence. As night fell, Tintin, Yoji, and Shoichi had all departed, leaving only Li, who stubbornly insisted on moving in. This infuriated Ryu, who blocked the doorway, puffing his cheeks and declaring, "No way." At first, it was merely a matter of one individual being taken in. After all, he had been cast out from his home. Then, he returned with another, Jishui, and considering his pitiful appearance after falling from a cliff, I could reluctantly accept him. However, now with Shaoli also moving in, how could she ever hope to have a moment alone with Lord Shun? Shaoli stole a glance at Shun, noticing his indifference. They had all settled in, and she insisted on staying with her adoptive father. But that simply wouldn't he do. Shio firmly blocked the doorway, biting her lip. Don't you have your own house? Just go back. Why must you live with Lord Shun? The space was already cramped, with no extra room for her. I'll just sleep on the floor, Shaoli stubbornly insisted. In that house, I am all alone, desolate and forlorn. I wish to stay here to accompany my adoptive father. As the eldest brother and the first adopted son, in his own mind, he could not allow anyone else to steal his father's affections. He needed to closely guard his father's side and receive guidance. Shio exclaimed in frustration, raking her fingers through her hair. Why must you all be like this? It's quite lively here. Jishui, having awakened, curiously observed the scene while sipping tea from the table. He cherished this feeling immensely. As a ninja caught between the village and his family, he was distrusted by both. Thus he found solace in this warmth. What do you call me? Shun asked, eyeing Jishui intently. Jishui, taken aback, lowered his head and softly uttered, "Father." It was not out of desire, but rather due to his awe of Shun's formidable power. The chakra flowing into him was at least 5 times his own. Moreover, he truly could not believe that Shun had gone to such lengths to save him and enhance his abilities solely for the sake of having him call him father. Very well, Shun said with satisfaction, patting Jishui on the shoulder while retrieving a vial. Here, try this. Inside, Jishui's mind screamed, here it comes. So soon, he reveals his true intentions. Trying to control me with drugs is a dream. He seized the test tube and, without hesitation, injected it into his shoulder, simultaneously channeling numerous chakra streams to envelop the substance, attempting to prevent it from circulating within his body. However, his chakra was no match for the Senju cells. The defenses were breached swiftly, allowing the substance to spread throughout him, while the adverse effects began to manifest. The wood-release properties incessantly absorbed Jishui's chakra and, due to their heightened activity, began to self-replicate once provided with chakra. Growing stronger and increasingly difficult to suppress, within a short time, it turned the tables on him. Even with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Jishui found himself losing control over half his body. His left hand began to swell, branches protruding from within him, causing Jishui to break into a cold sweat as he cursed internally. What the hell? He's using the first Hokage SLs on me? He saved me just to turn me into a test subject? Isn't Jishui capable? Shun mused, observing the scene. It seemed that the ninja world was indeed a treacherous place. Without specific conditions, Even the most intelligent and talented individuals could only reach the level of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if one mastered all 5 chakra natures, they would still be unable to utilize yin-yang release. A lack of capability remained just that, no matter how much one wished for it. Shun extracted a scalpel to perform surgical treatment on Jishui, ensuring a perfect fusion with the Senju cells. Jishui was once again taken aback. While he was not surprised that Shun possessed the Senju cells, he was astonished that Shun could facilitate their perfect integration. This type of experimentation was hardly a secret in Konoha, especially after the first and second Hokages had passed and the Senju clan had vanished. It could even be said that such practices had once run rampant. Perhaps Tsunade's departure was closely related to this. Who could accept conducting experiments on the cells of their own grandfather? However, the might of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was evident in his eyes. The Nine Tails was merely a pet. The allure and desire for such overwhelming power could hardly be constrained by mere moral considerations or even the presence of a legendary shinobi. Thus, during that period, any ninja or clan with a hint of power was secretly conducting experiments, but all results were disheartening. Chapter 33. Poison without exception. All test subjects went berserk and perished, ultimately forcing everyone to abandon such temptations and seal them away. Only Orochimaru and Danzo continued their research. Yet they produced only 2 results. One was Yamato, who possessed wood release but was quite subpar in strength, and the other was Danzo with his Sharingan arm. Both outcomes could be deemed failures. This was the sensation that overwhelmed Jishui when he realized he was receiving Senju cells. Was he saved only to become a subject of experimentation? Yet, he never anticipated that Shun would rescue him, let alone facilitate his perfect fusion with the Senju cells. Absurd. Feeling the surging chakra within him and his robust recovery capabilities, Jishui found himself once again adrift in confusion. What was he supposed to do with this power? With this strength, he could easily find some individuals and topple Konoha without issue. Why endure the scorn of his clan in such a small courtyard? Shun patted Jishui on the shoulder, bringing his thoughts back to reality. How do you feel? Do your eyes sense an impending evolution? Jishui was taken aback, touching his eyes. Was this still part of the experiment? His vision had indeed improved somewhat, and the consumption was significantly reduced. Yet he could distinctly sense that not only was there no sensation of evolution, but he was also destined to fall into eternal darkness one day. Shaking his head, he replied, "No, this path is unfeasible." Shun scoffed. As expected, that son of a gun, the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, can awaken the Rinnegan with the Sharingan and Senju cells. Others use Edo Tensei in their state just before death, but look at Madara. He died of old age. Yet he was reborn at his peak strength. How ridiculous. If one could customize such a thing, why not create all strong individuals? At the very least, why didn't Orochimaru customize the third Hokage? The third in his prime was far superior to his elderly self. Fine, Shun said, rising to lead Shio back to his room, allowing Xiao Li to remain in the small dwelling. Make yourself comfortable. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Jishui stared blankly at Shun's retreating figure, unguarded, allowing him to stay here. Did he not fear that he might flee in the dead of night or attack him? After all, Shun's reputation as a formidable ninja was forged through countless battles, his hands stained with blood. Yet Shun seemed utterly unfazed. He merely wished to experiment and see if he could create a multitude of artificial Rinnegan. When Kagaya awakens and sees a world filled with Rinnegan, one can only imagine her reaction. The thought of such a scene was exhilarating indeed. Shio obediently followed Shun back to his room. Her cheeks flushed as she made the bed for him and snuggled under the covers. Shun rolled his eyes, exasperated. What are these little kids in the Hokage world thinking? They're so young, yet already capable of fighting in battles, and emotionally complex beyond comprehension. Kakashi became a Genin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin by 12. It's utterly outrageous. At 5, I was still needing to report to my teacher to go to the bathroom, while Kakashi was already on the battlefield. Even more absurd was their romantic history. These children, so young, had intricate emotions that put even a grown adult to shame. Because Naruto protected Hinata, she fell in love with him? At that time, they hadn't even entered the ninja academy. How old were they? Come on, Kishimoto. With a frown, Shun pulled Shio out. You go outside. A single tear rolled down Shio's cheek. Does Lord Shun not like me? Shun felt a headache coming on. No? Then why do you want me to leave? Shio grasped Shun's sleeve, gazing at him with wide, blinking eyes. In disbelief, Shun found himself at a loss for words. Why must this child intrude upon his privacy? Pray tell, Shun-sama. Shio stepped closer, tears streaming down his cheeks. Do you not harbor any affection for me? You are so kind to others, taking them as disciples, imparting ninja techniques, infusing them with chakra. Why am I excluded? I offer my utmost devotion to you, willing to sacrifice everything. I seek no reward, nor any gifts from you. I merely wish to remain by your side. Is that too much to ask? Why do you constantly push me away? Is it because I am unappealing? Shun had initially acted out of instinct when he saved Shio, extracting the cells of Hashirama and infusing them into her. The fusion was seamless, requiring minimal effort on Shun's part. This perfect union was unprecedented among others. Yet, he thought little of it. Now you possess the same power as they do. Tomorrow, you shall leave to train. Shio, through her tears, smiled, convinced that Shun indeed cared for her. She hugged her small pillow, laid a blanket beside him, and gazed at Shun. Are the inhabitants of this world of Hokage all so obstinate? She lay down fully clothed and summoned the system to claim her reward. Silently, Shun activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, a pattern reminiscent of lotus petals swirling in his eyes. His left eye was the blade of flowing flame, capable of reducing all to ashes, enhancing the potency and control of fire-based chakra, and enabling the powerful technique, Crimson Lotus Phoenix. This technique unleashed chakra, transforming into a blazing phoenix that incinerated all in its path. His right eye wielded a Jinjutsu known as Mirror Flower, Water Moon, which manipulated the senses of others, altering their perception of appearance, quality, texture, and scent. A mere glance was sufficient to induce a deep, sensory hypnosis, ensnaring the target in a prolonged illusion. Unlike other Jinjutsu, the cooldown for this technique was remarkably brief, lasting only about 10 days. Testing it on Shio, he instantly made her believe that the table beside her was him. As she turned to gaze intently, he stealthily shifted closer and tightly embraced the table, vowing not to let go. This Jinjutsu proved exceedingly useful. Altering an opponent's senses in battle would provide a significant advantage. Even in daily life, it was remarkably practical. Though not without its flaws, misjudging the preferences of others could lead to errors. After retracting his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shun felt a strain on his vision. This power, though alluring, was undeniably perilous. Aware of its dangers, he found himself irresistibly drawn to its capabilities. Pondering deeply, he concluded that he must devise a solution to this dilemma. On the other side, Shirzue was restless, wondering why no one was keeping watch over him or restraining him. This unexpected trust left him feeling uneasy. The next day, Shirzue, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at Shun, who interrupted him, saying, I shall step out for a moment. The house is yours to manage. Shirzue couldn't contain his frustration. Must you be like this? I truly cannot endure it. Shun paid him no mind, giving his shoulder a pat before stealthily making his way to the Yamashiro clan's stronghold. Chapter 34. The method of shadow manipulation. Shun's purpose in visiting the Yamashiro clan was not trivial. He intended to incapacitate a few clan members to extract their training methods. Among all clans in Konoha, only the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans possessed jutsu closely related to Yin-Yang release. The Akimichi clan's multiplication technique was akin to Yang release, while the Yamashiro clan's heart-turn technique aligned with Yin release. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique was ambiguous, as it remained unclear whether it manipulated shadows to control enemies or bestowed life upon them. What Shun sought was not their secret techniques, but rather their methods of training and chakra extraction, hoping to derive Yin and Yang release to counteract the diminishing power of his eyesight and to explore the potential of merging them into a dual evolution. As he crouched in the shadows, preparing to act, Yamashiro Hichi, enjoying tea in his room, furrowed his brow at the powerful, vibrant spiritual energy he sensed. It could only belong to Uchiha Shun, the troublemaker from the Hokage's office. What could he want here? Ino, please go to the entrance and invite our esteemed guest, Shun-sama. In, he ordered. Utilizing a secret technique, he connected with Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza to relay information and share perceptions. Ino approached the family's entrance and directly walked toward the concealed Shun. Shun-sama, the head of the clan requests your presence. Just as Shun was about to strike Ino's neck with a hand chop, he froze mid-motion. What? Discovered? He wondered. How did you know I was here? Ino skillfully sidestepped, evading his strike, and forced a smile. Ah, Shun-sama, Our clan's secret technique allows us to detect a person's spiritual energy with remarkable precision. Your abundant spiritual power shines like the moon in the night sky, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Shun, clad in a black cloak and mask, realized that hiding near their stronghold was futile. It was evident that they were not welcoming, especially since he had just attempted to attack Ino. He slapped his forehead in realization. I forgot. The heart-turn technique allows for control over another's body through spiritual entry, making it sensitive to spiritual energy. He had thought that blending with nature would keep him undetected. Never mind, let's go. Ino mused, is this the world of adults? So brazenly conspiring, yet utterly composed? Once they entered the room, even the seasoned Yamashiro Hichi cleared his throat upon seeing Shun's attire. Ahem, I wasn't aware that Shun-sama would be visiting unexpectedly. To what do we owe this honor? He silently thanked his stars for discovering Shun's intentions early. Otherwise, several clan members might have faced dire consequences. Moreover, this was Konoha, and he was the clan leader. Was it wise to act so recklessly? Shouldn't he disguise himself? Everyone had their dignity. Was there no need for decorum? Shun, nonchalantly sitting opposite Hichi, declared, let us dispense with pleasantries. I seek the methods of chakra extraction and training of the Yamashiro clan. Just tell me whether you will comply. Hichi's expression darkened considerably. What does this mean? If I cannot steal in the shadows, I must resort to open demands? And judging by your demeanor, it seems you might upend the table if I refuse. Is there no code of conduct to follow? Can we not engage in this matter with civility? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Shun-sama, this matter pertains to the very foundation of our clan's existence. I find it exceedingly difficult to acquiesce. So you refuse? Shun pressed his hands on the table, his gaze exuding an air of menace. Hichi's countenance grew even graver. Outsiders believe the jutsu of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to be paramount. However, if the power of In release were potent, what jutsu would be beyond its grasp? The restrictions and vulnerabilities of their heart-turn technique were not due to ignorance, but rather a means of self-preservation. An abundant power could easily attract envy and calamity. Your might is undeniable, yet if you are not destroyed, how can they rise? The Senju clan, Konoha's White Fang, and the soon-to-be extinct Uchiha clan have all learned through bloodshed that those who stand out will inevitably attract the winds of destruction. Shun-sama, I implore you, do not press this matter further. Shun crossed his arms. I shall grant you one final opportunity to rephrase your response. I am here not to negotiate, but to issue a declaration. The imposing and domineering aura left Hai momentarily breathless, his face flushing with indignation. Such brazen arrogance was intolerable. Did he truly believe that Uchiha Shun alone could annihilate the three clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi? To demand the surrender of his family's legacy was utterly inconceivable. Even in death, he would not comply. With resolute determination glinting in his eyes, Yamanaka Hai rose to his feet. Ino, deliver this to him, echoed the voice of Nara Shikaku in his mind. Clearing his throat, Hai amended his statement. Ino, please fetch my training notes and present them to Lord Shun. There was no alternative. The three clans had always been guided by the exceptionally intelligent Nara clan, while the Yamanaka clan specialized in perception, and the Akimichi clan excelled in offense. Simultaneously, Shikaku's thoughts were swiftly conveyed through secret techniques. The Uchiha clan's destruction was imminent, and if Shun were to perish within it, the matter would be of little consequence. At most, the third Hokage would learn of it and pay a slight price to rectify the situation. However, if Shun survived, the era of the third Hokage's dominion over Konoha could very well come to an end. Those who had placed their bets early would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, especially as the third's power waned. Externally, the third appeared weak and powerless, with even a messenger from the Cloud Village audaciously threatening to eliminate the head of the Hyuga clan, almost succeeding. What would happen when envoys from the Sand and Mist villages arrived? Would they demand the deaths of all clan leaders? Moreover, one could not overlook the third's performance during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. After years of conflict with countless casualties, Konoha gained nothing. The most exasperating aspect was that during the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha was besieged by 4 nations, yet the third, despite having any allies, accomplished nothing. Such utter incompetence was infuriating. Internally, the third had made a complete mess, appointing the likes of Danzo, Mito Kazan, and Nara Shikaku, who were utterly useless, betraying loyal subjects and causing the once mighty Konoha to suffer tremendous losses. Particularly, That Danzo, who, immediately after the war ended, personally orchestrated the assassination of Akatsuki leader Yahiko by Hanzo of the Salamander. What possible benefit could that have for him? Did he crave the thrill of war after the conflict had concluded? Was it not disheartening that no one stepped forward to assist when the third fell in battle? Otherwise, could 4 mere Genin truly become invincible? Such a notion was laughable, not to mention elite shinobi like Guy and Kakashi. Even the previous generation's 12 ninja guardians could easily dispatch 4 Genin. Shun found himself momentarily dazed. Had they not just been prepared to roll up their sleeves and fight? Why the sudden retreat? Nevertheless, as the opponent had conceded, he could not be overly demanding. Upon accepting and perusing the notes, he discovered they contained methods for extracting yin release. Rising, he brushed off his attire, ready to depart. Very well, under these circumstances, you may seek my counsel once more. Chapter 35. Why would you pass the Hokage position to Uchiha? What is this? Invading her home, and she is expected to express gratitude? A smile crept across Yamanaka Hai's face. I beg your pardon, Lord Shun, my identity is sensitive, and it would not be appropriate for me to accompany you. Allow my daughter to escort you instead. Excellent. Shun replied, his spirits lifted, as he wrapped an arm around Ino's shoulders. So what do you say? Would you like to adopt me as your godfather? Ino. This man was getting too familiar. Robbing her was one thing. But now he wished to assume the role of her father. She cast a pleading glance at Hai, who merely smiled, offering no assistance. Ino fell completely silent, stiffly escorting Shun out the door. Elsewhere, at the Uchiha clan's encampment on the outskirts of Konoha, Fuyuki and the elder sat facing each other, with Shursui deceased. Should we postpone our plans? The elder opened his triangular Sharingan, stating, delays invite chaos. We must initiate the coup in 3 days. Fuyuki opened his mouth, eager to voice his thoughts, but ultimately managed only a single word, understood. Since Uchiha Madara's time, the clan leader had merely been a puppet, with all power seized by the elders. They could even unite to depose any clan leader, just as they had banished Madara. The elder closed his eyes, seemingly attempting to mask the intense murderous intent emanating from him. Summon the second elder to my quarters tomorrow. Fuyuki was taken aback. Was it not too hasty to eliminate a fellow clansman before consolidating Shun's support? Sacrificing a clan member before a coup was a grave taboo. Shaking his head, he reluctantly replied, very well. At this moment, Shun, blissfully unaware of the unfolding machinations, was indulging in dumplings, marveling at the abundance of Konoha's culinary delights. Suddenly, for masked shinobi appeared at his side. Lord Danzo requests your presence. So, the retaliation for confronting Danzo in the Hokage's office had finally arrived? Shun tossed aside the bamboo skewer with a smirk. Very well. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the 4 shinobi, Shun arrived at a dilapidated wall where Danzo stood, leaning on his cane, gazing into the distance. You should not have saved him. Shun positioned himself beside Danzo, replying, he is my clansman. Why should I not save him? Danzo did not turn around but calmly stated, I believed you to be like me, willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha. It seems I was mistaken. With a scoff, Shun retorted, you? Sacrificing everything for Konoha? Back then, you were merely afraid of death. Do not flatter yourself now. Your bravado only serves to mask your cowardice. As the saying goes, one does not strike a person in the face or expose their weaknesses. Shun's taunt about Danzo losing the Hokage position out of fear struck a nerve. No longer concealing his intentions, Danzo revealed his pale arm, adorned with 5 Sharingan. A testament to his entire arsenal, submit or perish. Previously, he had not managed to eliminate Shun in the Hokage's office without revealing his hand. Now, he was determined to exact vengeance for that day. Ha ha! Shun erupted in laughter. You, an old dog, dare to speak so brazenly? Come out, do not hide. Danzo viciously waved his hand, and a full 32 root shinobi emerged, encircling Shun. Kill him. Bang. A headless corpse crumpled to the ground as Danzo's face turned ashen. Standing 30 meters away, bewildered by the speed. He had not even seen how Shun had struck before the man's head was obliterated. Had he not activated his Anaji in fear, he might have truly perished. Forming hand seals, Danzo unleashed wind release, vacuum wave. Ignoring his advancing subordinates, he continuously expelled a cutting aura from his mouth, launching an offensive. Shun observed the scene with amusement, contemplating what drove these root shinobi to follow Danzo. As their chakras surged, he had no time to entertain this old fool. Ryu no Kokyu. The resounding roar of a dragon echoed throughout Konoha, startling the third Hokage, who lost grip on his crystal ball, shattering it into countless pieces. In that direction, this was problematic. It was the root. Donning his combat attire, he leaped from the window. The Azure Dragon's emergence caused the 10 shinobi surrounding Shun to explode in a shower of blood, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Earth release, earth flow wall. Walls of earth shot up, only to collapse instantaneously, failing to delay even for a fraction of a second. Reversal. 2 shinobi exchanged glances. Leaping in front of Danzo, their chakra radiating outward as they exerted their utmost effort in a rapid spin. Yet, like a steamroller crushing foam, the overwhelming force surged through their bodies, leaving no respite. Bang! Another 2 shinobi disintegrated into a mist of blood, and Danzo's expression changed to one of panic. Reversal was a formidable defensive technique. Even he would require considerable effort to break through it, yet it was so effortlessly rendered ineffective before the dragon. Panic surged within him as he activated Izanagi once more and formed seals. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. The intense wind pressure erupted like a rocket, crashing against the dragon, causing ripples before vanishing without a trace. What? This is impossible. Danzo's eyes bulged in disbelief. His vacuum sphere could create a massive crater in the mountain. The Vacuum Great Sphere is indeed a fortified version of the vacuum sphere. Even a high-ranking ninja struck by it would find their body and the protective chakra shattered into fragments. Yet, how could such power merely ripple against the colossal dragon? It must be an illusion, a technique of the Uchiha clan. With hands forming seals, I declare, release. As the swift Day/witnessed the roaring dragon engulfing Danzo. His eyes widened in desperation. Stop, no. Boom. In an instant, without pause, Shun witnessed Danzo being reduced to mere dust before his eyes. The third Hokage, filled with fury, exclaimed, Uchiha Shun, do you intend to betray us by publicly assassinating a fellow villager? Shun casually responded, oh really? Then how do you explain his arms covered in Sharingan? Gasping for breath, Danzo felt the chilling breath of death the moment the dragon invaded his body. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his Sharingan, expected to last a minute, had abruptly closed. The third Hokage, seeing Danzo still alive, felt slightly relieved, choosing to ignore his pale arm and Sharingan. Shun, do not deceive yourself. I have aged. The future of Konoha ultimately rests with you. I hope you will conduct yourself well. Do you understand? Huh. Shun scoffed dismissively. So, you intend to pass the Hokage position to the Uchiha clan? Chapter 36, Susanoo. Shun, you have truly disappointed me. The third Hokage lamented. Konoha belongs to everyone. It is the village of all its inhabitants, regardless of their strength or clan. We must not harbor prejudice against anyone. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall persist. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha's family. I trust you, and you must trust the village. Ha. Shun laughed until tears almost fell. Danzo, you've lost fairly. Just listen to the Hokage's words. They far surpass your mere threats. Danzo snorted. Let us join forces to eliminate this unstable element. I do not believe such powerful ninjutsu comes without consequences. You are welcome to try? Shun observed the two with interest. But let me remind you. You only have 3 lives left. Ha ha ha. You. Danzo, struck at his core, shouted. Sigh. The third Hokage exhaled deeply. The village is currently beset by internal and external troubles. We must unite to overcome this crisis. Very well, Shun. I will promote you to the leader of the Umbu, and we shall let this matter rest. Danzo shouted urgently, locking eyes with the third Hokage. No. The third Hokage shot him a glance. Danzo, the greater good must prevail. It is all for Konoha. Soon, Uchiha Itachi and that masked man will strike. Wiping out the entire Uchiha clan. Why dirty our hands now? Let them fight amongst themselves and reap the benefits. The third Hokage truly is wise in external conflicts, but shrewd in internal affairs. It is not impossible. Shun pondered, deciding to tease Danzo. As long as he calls me father, I shall overlook his clandestine schemes to usurp my clan's bloodline limit. Danzo's rage boiled over. He, a dignified second-generation disciple and root leader nearing 70, was to call a mere 20-something brat father? Would he still have any standing if this got out? Danzo! The third Hokage roared. For the first time, Danzo saw the sharpness in Day/'s eyes, hesitating for a long moment before ultimately yielding. He understood that if the third Hokage refused to help today, his plans would inevitably come to light, and he would be fortunate to escape Konoha with his life. Very well, for the sake of Konoha, I shall endure this once. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Father. What? Shun tilted his ear. Danzo. What did you just call me? Degradation, profound degradation. Danzo's psyche twisted painfully. He wanted to resist, but feeling Day/S gaze filled with affection and longing. He bellowed, Father. Ah, such a good son. Shun laughed heartily, patting Danzo's shoulder. The darkness of Konoha. This is the illustrious darkness of Konoha. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, he snatched back Shirsui's right eye from Danzo's white cloth wrap. I have reclaimed my clan's possession. Danzo felt his heart rend in agony. He had initially intended to ambush Shun with a different heavenly god, forcing his submission. Little did he expect that Shun would preemptively attack. Such a breach of martial ethics. Uchiha Shun, I shall remember you. Very well, but for today, farewell. Shun waved the blood-stained eye, strolling past the two in high spirits. Had the third Hokage not intervened, Danzo would have surely perished. However, with the third Hokage present, Shun could not overstep, for where else could he find a gathering of S-rank talent like Konoha? It was not easy to take on an apprentice. Yet today was not in vain. He had tearfully accepted a foolish son, with a chakra reserve far exceeding Shirsui's, along with sealing techniques, and would release ninjutsu. And the reclaimed right eye, he had truly profited. As for bestowing enlightenment upon Danzo, he might as well be dreaming. There were no critical returns either. Returning to the small courtyard, he tossed the right eye to Shirsui, who was utterly shaken. Could it be that Shun had ventured out early in the morning just to retrieve his eye? What manner of behavior was this? He could have chosen not to, yet for his own sake, he had braved the treacherous route and faced the cruel and ruthless Danzo. In that moment, Shun's figure soared in Shirsui's eyes. Pressing the right eye into the ebony socket, he swiped a hand across, perfectly embedding it. Did you go to find Danzo? It was clear from Shirsui's slightly trembling voice. Shun waved his hand dismissively. No, he came looking for me. I merely helped you retrieve it. How does it feel? Listen to what Lord Shun says. He had ventured into the lion's den for him, yet spoke so lightly and casually. Now, observe the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the Uchiha elders, each viewing him as a calamity, whether to monitor him or poison him to seize his eyes. Shun spoke nonchalantly, but Shirsui believed not a word. In his memory, Danzo was an overwhelmingly powerful figure. How could he possibly return the eye without incurring a tremendous cost? Kneeling on one knee, Lord Shun, I will not hesitate to face fire and water in the future. Shun scratched his head. What was this? Why the sudden declaration of loyalty? Fine. But what do you call me? Foster father? Shirsui shivered with goosebumps. Lord Shun was perfect in every way. Yet this peculiar preference was quite strange. Why did he like to assume the role of others' fathers? Was he not a few years younger than him? Now this feels right. Shun nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, as a son, giving me face is the most formidable fruit. Now, since both eyes are complete, showcase your Susanoo to me. Shirsui? What is Susanoo? Why does it sound so exhilarating? Shun gazed at Shirsui's bewildered expression, sighing deeply. These damned upper echelons monopolize knowledge, possessing so many wondrous techniques, yet hoarding them. What is even more infuriating is that many do not even have their names passed down. Only when one has proven their worth through labor do they begrudgingly bestow a couple of techniques upon you for training. Follow me. Shun led everyone away from Konoha to a very secluded location, opening his eyes, chakra surging, as a crimson arm materialized from thin air, sweeping across. Trees were severed cleanly in half, and Shirsui, astonished, drew a kunai and thrust it fiercely, only to have it snap immediately. This is the initial form. Shun explained to everyone. In this state, chakra consumption is minimal, and the burden on the eyes is slight, yet both defense and offense are formidable. By increasing the chakra output, a massive, evil-laden skeleton emerged proudly. Chapter 37, The Elder. This is the second form, a skeleton, even more powerful in attack and defense, yet with little increase in consumption, making it ideal for small-scale combat. The skeletal figure transformed into a corporeal entity, its head thrown back in a fearsome roar, exuding a malevolent aura that sent shivers down the spines of Neji and his companions. This was the third form of the semi-complete entity. displaying not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also access to a unique artifact for attack. Drawing forth a blood-red spear from its back, it was tossed lightly into the air. The earth trembled, dust billowing, and fierce winds surged. Only after a considerable time did the residual force dissipate, revealing a once small hill that had vanished, replaced by an unfathomably deep pit. Neji and the others stood in stunned silence. Is this the true power of their adoptive father? So overwhelming, beyond imagination. The essence of Tai Chi, the legacy of the golden Saint Seiya of Libra, the combined strength of hundredfold Li, thousandfold Neji, along with the powers of Shui and Danzo, all coalesced into an awe-inspiring might. Shui's eyes shone brightly. Could he too possess such power? In the next stage, Shun bellowed, his potent ocular strength surging forth, a resplendent armor enveloping him. The fourth form, Tengu, majestic and domineering, it radiated a primal ferocity that invaded the hearts of all present, terrifying in its intensity. The energy consumption at this stage was immense, and then, boom, a powerful aura erupted, toppling everyone in its wake, sending them tumbling over several meters before they could regain their footing. With vacant eyes, they stared skyward at the blood-red figure that resembled a deity, their teeth chattering. Was this truly a power attainable by mortals? Soaring through the air, the ground appeared to shrink beneath Shun's gaze. Though not soaring on a sword, the sensation of freedom in the sky was still profoundly comforting. After some time of reveling in this state, Shun retracted his Susanoo and descended to the ground, his vision dimming significantly. No wonder Obito never activated his Susanoo. The risk of revealing his identity was one aspect, but the energy drain was indeed colossal. Neji and the others excitedly surrounded Shun, the magnificent figure that had effortlessly swept all before it forever etched in their hearts. An indelible memory. Shui sighed deeply, pondering why such tremendous power had never been revealed by the clan elders. How could the Uchiha not face decline? If, hypothetically, the entire clan devoted itself to nurturing a being of such strength in each generation, who would dare to challenge or threaten them? Unfortunately, the short-sighted upper echelons were solely focused on their own interests, ruthlessly suppressing the lower tiers of power, preferring to stifle potential rather than risk losing control. Shun clapped him on the shoulder. Henceforth, the duty of protecting our kin falls to you. Shui nodded vigorously, resolving to ensure that someone as selfless and just as Shun would become the clan leader, guiding them to greatness. After imparting the methods for refining Susanoo and Yin release to Shui, the system prompt chimed in as expected. Ding. You have granted your adopted son, Uchiha Shui, the usage of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the cultivation method for Yin release, enhancing his power, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations. You have gained a vast reservoir of ocular power and Yin release chakra. Would you like to receive it? Yes. His eyes felt as though they had been immersed in a hot spring, warm and soothing. Not only had he fully regained his lost ocular power and vision, but it exceeded all expectations. However, the anticipated transformation from quantity to quality did not occur. The Mangekyo Sharingan remained unchanged, failing to evolve into its eternal form. Was it a lack of ocular power? Impossible. 10,000-fold returns should surpass that of a person on the brink of blindness. Thus, other limitations must be at play. Perhaps it had to be among brothers. Perhaps it required the reincarnation of Indra. It appeared that the plan for mass production of powerful beings had failed. As he sensed the Yin release chakra within him, it felt elusive, as if it might dissipate at any moment. What was happening? Shun suddenly realized that the entire ninja world seemed to be shrouded beneath an invisible hand, all fates already predetermined, prophecies destined to come to fruition. No matter how extraordinary one might be, they could not escape the grasp of destiny. What did it matter to comprehend the transformations of 5 chakras? What significance did it hold to unlock bloodline limits? Even opening all 8 gates was merely a supporting role. Was it you 6 paths? Are you the one orchestrating all this from beyond the grave, omnipresent? Yet, does this not make it all the more entertaining? After hunting a wild bear and a few rabbits, the group joyfully enjoyed a picnic in the forest before returning to their small courtyard. The envoy from the Fuchio clan had been waiting for quite some time, coldly tossing a letter before departing. Upon opening it, Shun found only a single line. Tomorrow, please summon the second elder to the Grand Elder's courtyard for a matter of great importance. Shun disdainfully tossed it aside. It must be said, the Uchiha clan in the original narrative was remarkably inept. A single rebellion became widely known, and yet, among thousands of clansmen and hundreds of ninjas, one could not escape the clutches of Itachi? How abominably pathetic. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Shun enjoyed a thoroughly satisfying lazy morning before rising to accompany Shui, cloaked in a black robe, to the Grand Elder's residence, spanning over 1,000 square meters. The entrance towered at 5 meters high, resplendent and opulent, adorned with exquisite carvings that seemed to come to life. Shui was left awestruck. Having grown up in a slum where meals were uncertain, she marveled at the sight. Surely, a single brick here could sustain her for a lifetime? Halt. 2 members of the Three Tomo clan regarded the trio with suspicion. Who goes there? Just as Shui was about to step forward, Shun delivered a forceful shove that sent her flying. Get your eyes wide open. I am the second elder. Get lost. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the remaining guards, he kicked open the grand door and strode in with an air of defiance, shouting, "Grandfather, I've arrived. Where are you?" A flicker of anger crossed the Grand Elder's face as he waved his hand, and 2 ninjas swiftly moved to guide Shun and his companions across the lotus pond to a pavilion. There, the Grand Elder, draped in a lavish robe, knelt on the ground. "Shun, you have kept me waiting." Shun arrogantly took a seat opposite him, while Shui hurriedly poured tea, bringing a cup to Shun's lips as the Grand Elder's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Shun rinsed his mouth and spat the delicious meal onto the table. Enough of the charade, speak plainly. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave. What is the matter? Did the poison not work? That is impossible. I personally conducted the experiment. Young man, do not be too arrogant. If you are willing to fight for the clan, then I can overlook the matter of Chuan's death. Chapter 38. Fuchio's Shun leaned back, placing his feet on the table and crossing his legs. Your talent for spinning lies is truly impressive. He died at your hands, and now you blame me? Fine. Tell me what will happen if I refuse. The Grand Elder opened his eyes, revealing a triangular Mangekyo Sharingan. Death. Swish. Countless shurikens and kunai rained down upon Shun. Yet they were intercepted by a green arm. The Grand Elder stared in shock at the black-robed Shui. Who are you? And how do you wield my clan's Susanoo? Shui removed his mask, revealing his true form, causing the Grand Elder to exclaim in astonishment. Danzo said you were dead? A jolt ran through Shui. It was you who betrayed me? He had long sensed the presence of a traitor. Otherwise, how could the 3rd Hokage and Danzo know everything about him? Yet he never imagined that the traitor would be the Grand Elder within his own clan. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. That useless Danzo couldn't even manage such a trivial matter, leaving it to him to intervene personally. In truth, he had long been in clandestine communication with the 3rd Hokage and others. Even this rebellion was merely a ruse, orchestrated to eliminate threats to their rule, such as Fuchio, Shui, and Itachi. Upon completing this transaction, he would ascend to become the head of the Umbu, finally cleansing his reputation and stepping into the upper echelons of Konoha. This was the so-called return of the wealthy, while the common folk received a mere fraction. With 1 foot on the table, he leapt into the air, drawing forth the long sword forged from meteorite behind him, delivering a powerful strike. The Uchiha sword technique, Gale Slash. The sword moved like a tempest, with overwhelming force. Yet Shimizu remained calm as he unsheathed a short blade, Solar Halo Dance. His form danced gracefully, the short blade in his hand twirling like a delicate sprite. The first strike, a flash of azure light aimed directly at the elder's left chest, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. The second strike, Shimizu bent low, evading a sweeping long sword, the short blade spinning with his body, severing the elder's left leg at the knee. The third strike, Shimizu had maneuvered behind the elder, his toes lightly touching the ground. He rose and struck downward, sending the elder's right arm and sword flying. The fourth strike, the downward momentum did not cease. Shimizu pressed his left hand against the blade, dragging it along, and the elder's right leg was severed at the root. The final strike. Shimizu had returned to face the elder, and before any expression could manifest on the elder's face, a flash of azure light swept through, propelling an aged head into the air. Shimizu's instantaneous movement was indeed legendary. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, the elder appeared 3 meters away, his left eye bleeding. Amaterasu. Though surprised, Shimizu remained composed, having already explained all known kaleidoscope eye techniques to him yesterday. He cast off his robe, shielding himself, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Instantaneous technique. Flash cut. In an instant, Shimizu materialized above the elder, splitting into several figures, each delivering simultaneous slashes within 1/100th of a second. Susanoo, a colossal black skeleton, enveloped the elder, uprooting the pavilion with an unrivaled might. The short blade shattered. Yet Shimizu activated Susanoo, his left hand propping atop the head of his instant manifestation, shielding against the falling debris, while his right hand swept to annihilate any entities attempting to approach. This was impossible. The elder, in a panic, gazed at the green skeleton. "I will have you dead." A beam of golden light extracted the elder's specter from Susanoo, dragging it into Shimizu's illusionary realm, swiftly igniting it. In the span of a mere 1/10,000th of a second, his soul was turned to ash. Shimizu's right eye, divine light of the heavens. All entities with mental strength inferior to Shimizu's would have their souls crushed. As the dust settled, Shun, composed, picked up a teapot and poured it over the elder's head. Steam rising, the teapot was filled with a corrosive toxin. "Is it not better to live well?" He tossed the elder's eyes to Shimizu. "Try to see if you can merge and evolve." Shimizu paused. Was the kaleidoscope not the final form of the Sharingan? He retracted the eyes. "Very well. Let us depart." Shun lifted his leg, preparing to leave, but suddenly halted, surveying the exquisite scenery, and amended his statement. "Su, tidy up. From now on, we shall reside here. Shimizu, go summon Xiao Li and the others." "Understood." Shimizu cast a glance into the shadows, nodded, and vanished in an instant. In the shadows, Fuchio appeared with a bitter smile. He had considered many scenarios but never imagined the elder would fall so swiftly to defeat and death. "Shun, should we postpone the plan?" "Continue." Shun sat amidst the ruins, looking down upon Fuchio, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This sensation, this aura, was as imposing as a mountain, unfathomable, far beyond what a mere elder could compare. After a long while, Shun opened a flask of wine and poured it into his mouth. He preferred wine over tea. "What is your kaleidoscope ability?" Fuchio, astonished, raised his head. He had never revealed his eyes to anyone, yet how did Shun know? With a bitter smile, he realized he had failed as a clan leader. Revealing his kaleidoscope Sharingan like a shuriken, the left eye, illusory void of the other shore, engraves one's thoughts into the opponent's mind. The right eye? Evil domain, flame-killing meteor fire sea, summons colossal magma from above, raining down like a meteor shower, turning the earth into a sea of lava. Shun raised an eyebrow. A powerful illusion technique and an expansive fire release. No wonder he was the father of Itachi and Sasuke. His innate talents were extraordinary. "What if I said I desired your eyes?" Fuchio did not hesitate, pressing his right eye into Su's small hand, and then knelt on one knee, blood spilling. Yet his expression remained steadfast. "I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, through mountains of blades and seas of fire, forever by your side. I only ask that you look after my 2 sons in 2 days." Though Shun did not act, Fuchio still chose to take a gamble, hoping Shun would achieve success in 2 days. Ah, how pitiable is the heart of a parent. Shun mused. There is no need for such formality. Simply calling me father would suffice. Fuchio felt 3 lines of sweat trickle down his forehead. He had heard rumors of the second elder's peculiar habit of adopting children, and though he previously disbelieved, he now realized the tales were true. Bowing his head deeper, "Lord Shun, my aptitude is poor, and the eye would not unleash its full potential in my hands. It would be better to entrust it to you for proper use. Moreover, according to records, the kaleidoscope Sharingan will gradually lead to blindness with use." Very well. Shun's attitude was resolute, and he did not insist further, waving his hand to dismiss Fuchio. Su dashed to Shun's side, presenting Fuchio's right eye as if it were a treasure. "Lord Shun, will it truly lead to blindness? Children should not pry into adult matters." Shun tapped Su's forehead, taking the right eye. "Ding. Discover other kaleidoscope Sharingan. Would you like to merge? The system has this feature." "Merge, it must merge." Fuchio's right eye transformed into a red light and entered Shun's left eye, a warm sensation accompanied by a twinge of pain. Chapter 39, The Betrayer, Death. Opening the kaleidoscope, Shun comprehended deeply, and the technique flowing blade like fire received substantial enhancement, while his left eye subtly indicated a trend toward evolution in a specific direction. Could it be that the assumption was incorrect? To evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope, it did not depend on the amount of ocular power, but rather on consuming the eyes of one's kin, just like the colossal Rinnegan upon the moon. As time passed, all Uchiha ninjas hurried back to the clan. While in the streets, numerous ninjas donned in animal masks emerged, moving about repeatedly. The storm was brewing. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening destruction. A chilling atmosphere enveloped Konoha. Even the dullest of individuals could sense this extraordinary aura. Prepare provisions, minimize outings, and hide at home, praying in silence. 2 days later. In the midnight hour, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. Below, countless Umbu ninjas stood in silence, their presence almost ethereal. They were the most trusted subordinates of the Hokage. The sharpest blades of Konoha, they bore code names, not names, and concealed their faces behind masks. Inside the office, Danzo, Mito Kazumi, Tsunade, and the Umbu captain paced anxiously. It has been 2 days without any news. All Umbu who entered the elder Uchiha Tenyu's courtyard have not returned. Uchiha Shun has also vanished. The last report indicated he entered Uchiha Tenyu's courtyard and a battle ensued. Impossible. Reports state Uchiha Tenyu has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. That little brat Shun cannot possibly be his opponent. He has betrayed us. Should the plan still be executed? The third Hokage leaned back in his chair. Puffing on his pipe, his gaze sharp, Uchiha Shun, the pawn he watched grow, intended to probe the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, he broke free from his constraints, unknowingly growing into a towering tree, a presence that could threaten him. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage set the tone. I will not permit any existence that threatens the safety of Konoha. Danzo's demeanor turned fervent. It was about time. Last time, he should have taken that scoundrel down with him, preventing such a passive situation. How many orphans were left homeless due to the Ninetales incident? How many villagers perished miserably? We cannot allow tragedy to strike again. Danzo, issue the orders. 1 second. 2 seconds. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage sorrowfully closed his eyes. Retrieving the Hokage's insignia and tossing it to Danzo. Take your men and execute according to the original plan. But the third Hokage once again opened his eyes, casting a sharp gaze over the few individuals present. You must remember, they too are part of the village. Until the very last moment, I absolutely forbid any of you to strike first. In his heart, Danzo silently derided Hiruzen, thinking how naive and kind he still was. Always willing to give others a chance. Even when he had once sent someone to assassinate him, he could choose to forgive. However, the Uchiha clan was a calamity. They must be eradicated. He grasped the command token and departed alongside the head of the Umbu. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage approached the window, observing the Umbu ninjas below. Following their figures as they departed, he clenched his fists silently. For the village, even if it means bearing the brunt of scorn, I shall not hesitate. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, at the Uchiha encampment, a light rain began to fall from the sky, adding an ominous touch to the impending rebellion. All the Uchiha ninjas gathered in the training ground, their voices loud and fervent. We must reclaim our rightful power. The village is unjust, viewing our Uchiha clan as a scourge, suspicious and ostracizing us, forcing us to rebel. Let us fight. There are many Hokages, but this year it shall be our turn. They cried out for rebellion, declaring, even if we die, 18 years later, we shall rise anew. The atmosphere was charged with fervor. They had endured oppression from Konoha's higher-ups for far too long. Although they were marginalized during the second Hokage's era, the Uchiha still held a position of power. They established the guard division to protect Konoha and the village, but since the third Hokage's ascendance, their status had plummeted, particularly during the Ninetales incident. They felt most betrayed when their heartfelt pleas to join the battle were met with rejection and surveillance. Subsequently, they were exiled to the outskirts of Konoha, burdened with the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, yet receiving no rewards or promotions. They were even subjected to deliberate harassment. Year after year, they had grown weary of such a stifling existence. They were determined to fight back and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. Seeing the morale rising, Fuchu stood up, raising a wine bowl. Gentlemen, let us drink to this. For ourselves, for our families, for the future. Let us shed our blood and fight to the death. The crowd echoed, cheers, cheers, cheers. He downed his drink and smashed the bowl. Gentlemen, fight to the death. The sound of shattered bowls filled the air. Fight to the death. The atmosphere surged with intensity, a palpable bloodlust rising. The third elder and fourth elder watched in alarm, uncertain of how to respond. Wasn't he agreed that the clan members would die for their promotion? Why did the situation deviate from their expectations? They quietly approached the disguised elder Shursui. My lord, Please say something. Shursui cast a glance at them, then stood up, kicking away a large box filled with gold, silver, and numerous scrolls and jutsu, scattering them on the ground. The clan has reached a critical moment of life and death. I implore you all to fight valiantly. For every enemy slain, you shall receive a reward of 10,000 Ryo for 3 enemies, a promotion within the clan, and 100,000 Ryo. For 10 enemies, a third-class honor medal, 1,000,000 Ryo, and a complete set of ninja tools. For slaying a jonin, a second-class honor medal, 10,000,000 Ryo, and a set of jutsu. For defeating a minister or deputy minister, you shall be promoted to elder, receiving a first-class honor medal, 100,000,000 Ryo, and the choice of 5 jutsu. For slaying Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will be the next clan leader. Additionally, for every clan member who dies in battle, a compensation of 1,000,000 Ryo shall be provided, and all direct relatives will be supported by the clan, with one child selected for careful training. Boom. The entire Uchiha clan erupted in excitement, their morale soaring as they prepared for battle. With wealth, jutsu, honor, and the chance to be promoted to elder or clan leader, what was there to fear, even in death? They rallied. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The third elder and fourth elder were left in a daze, questioning their own identities and purpose. Uchiha Itachi, observing the elder's back, felt a heavy weight in his heart. What was happening? This was entirely different from what he had conveyed to the Hokage. With such fervor, 3,000 ninjas, nearly 1,000 with the Sharingan awakened, hundreds of elite jonin, and dozens of elite shinobi surged forward, threatening to breach the Hokage's office. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he stood before the crowd. Traitors to the village, die? What? The clan members looked at Itachi in confusion, unsure of his intent. Uchiha too stepped forward, wanting to inquire, Itachi, what do you mean? Without further words, Itachi drew a kunai and thrust it towards Tu's chest. Traitors to the village, die? Tu stared at Itachi in disbelief, forgetting to evade, for he could not comprehend what had driven the son of the clan leader, a prodigy within the clan, to betray them and aid Konoha. They merely wished to reclaim what was rightfully theirs, so why? With a clang, a shuriken intercepted the kunai, and Fuchu leapt in front of Itachi, his palm poised to strike, yet halted midair. Is this truly your choice? Is a life in the village worth more than a life among your kin? You have disappointed me greatly. Itachi remained silent, wishing his father would strike him, but alas, he did not. He understood this was his father's way of respecting his choice. If forced to choose between the village and his family, Uchiha Itachi would choose to die alongside his kin. However, there was that enigmatic masked man who called himself Madara, compelling him to choose one among his parents, brother, or beloved to survive. He could only choose one. The burden of choice was painfully heavy. He wished for everyone to live, or for him to die alongside them. But he could not. He had to protect his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, for the sake of their clan's legacy. No response came from Itachi. He drew forth 7 massive shurikens, employing a specific technique to launch them, altering their trajectory in the air, attacking from 4 directions simultaneously. Uchiha Shuriken Manipulation Technique. Fuchu threw 3 kunai, severing the barely perceptible chakra threads in the air, stepping to the left, forming seals. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, surged towards Itachi, who stubbornly stood his ground, chakra swirling around him as a faint red skeletal arm emerged to shatter the fireball. Boom. Flames danced wildly as a figure leapt from the inferno, brandishing a sword and shouting, Uchiha's sword technique. Flame leap. The scattered flames rapidly coalesced, engulfing the long sword, which was then unleashed. Crack, crack. The sound of Itachi's Susanoo echoed ominously. Itachi quickly drew a short blade to shield himself. The next moment, boom. The flames erupted from the sword's opening, obliterating the Susanoo and sending Itachi flying. A trickle of blood escaped his lips. He hadn't anticipated that his father, having been clan leader for so many years, would possess such formidable strength. Forming seals with one hand. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A roaring dragon of flames surged forth as Itachi simultaneously hurled countless kunai, leaping forward. Combined technique. Chaotic Snow Moon Flower. With a swift stroke, he severed a head, and then the fire dragon consumed it. Yet there was no joy on Itachi's face. Instead, he asked, when did this happen? As the illusion faded, Itachi stood amidst the ruins, flames flickering, and there were no clan members left. they had already vanished into the battlefield. Sighing, Fuchu appeared before Itachi, blood streaming from his left eye, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion, imprinting his thoughts into Itachi's mind. From the moment Itachi had taken a step, all subsequent events and battles had been mere reflections of Itachi's actions projected into his consciousness. Will you not turn back? Itachi gazed at his father. What has caused your change? Is it Shursui? Fuchu nodded, drawing a kunai, preparing for close combat to restrain Itachi, yet this time, it was his turn. Tsukuyami. A powerful ocular force emanated from Itachi's left eye, drawing Fuchio into the realm of illusion and binding him to a cross. Do not force my hand, Itachi warned. Fuchio, with a slight smile, carelessly surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, an impressive Jinjutsu. If I am not mistaken, your other eye must be the legendary Amaterasu, known for its unparalleled physical prowess. With these two abilities, my son will undoubtedly surpass the level of a Kage. Do not force my hand, Itachi repeated, panting heavily. He thought of his father, mother, brother, and Uchiha Izumi. Why, oh why, did the masked man allow him to choose only one? The increasing pressure from the village, the relentless torment from the masked man, and the resistance from his clan left him gasping for breath. He was utterly exhausted and desperately wished for an escape from this torment. Fuchio, using his ocular prowess, managed to free one hand and gently caressed Itachi's hair. Despite his youth, he exhibited a maturity that made Fuchio almost forget he was merely a teenager. Come now. Fuchio smiled. Allow your father to experience your ninjutsu. In a fit of rage, Itachi drew a kunai and pierced Fuchio's heart, blood pouring forth. He truly did not wish for this. Again and again, he thrust the blade into Fuchio's body, tormenting him for a grueling 72 hours. Yet, to an outsider, it appeared as but a fleeting moment. Fuchio, having retrieved a lollipop to offer to Itachi, suddenly collapsed to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Itachi gazed at Fuchio's still form in silence for what seemed an eternity, ultimately unable to deliver the fatal blow. He accepted the lollipop and turned away. I hope you are right, father, he murmured. Suddenly, Shun emerged from the shadows, kicking the motionless Fuchio. Enough of this charade, get up. Itachi found the source of his reluctance to confront Sasuke. Fuchio's antics had nearly rivaled the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. With a goofy grin, Fuchio sprang to his feet beside Shun. Sir, what shall we do next? Shun, gazing into the distant flames, smiled knowingly. We shall accompany Lord Third to complete this grand performance, he laughed. Meanwhile, Itachi had arrived on the battlefield, where explosions, cries of battle, and anguished shouts echoed all around. What met his eyes was not a fair fight, nor the dominance of Konoha he had imagined. Instead, it was the Uchiha clan relentlessly pursuing the Umbu. Umbu ninjas fell one after another, not due to weakness. After all, only elite jounin could join the Umbu. However, they had initially planned merely to collect the dead. How could they possibly triumph against hundreds of ferocious Uchiha? The Umbu captain, standing high above, wore a grim expression. What in the world has possessed the Uchiha clan? Quick! Send a signal for reinforcements. He did not want it to come to this. He was genuinely overwhelmed, having suffered catastrophic losses, nearly half of their forces. They had meticulously prepared nearly 1,000 elite Umbu. Even in the face of unforeseen events, he believed they could manage. Yet, he never anticipated being chased like dogs by the Uchiha. He witnessed an Uchiha ninja, having been fatally wounded, clutch onto an enemy and detonate the explosive tags hidden on his person, determined to drag the enemy down to hell with him. Was this madness? There were even lower-ranked ninjas who, fully aware of their defeat, opted to go out in a blaze of glory, their bodies adorned with explosive tags, charging into the crowd like human bombs. One explosion would suffice, 2 would be a bonus, 3 would be a profit. After all, this life was forfeit. Better to secure a future for their descendants. What if they took out a significant figure? Were they so willing to sacrifice everything? The Umbu captain questioned his own existence, wondering what promise had driven the Uchiha to such ruthless fervor. They fought valiantly, disregarding their lives, even employing self-detonation. A brilliant signal flare shot into the sky, resonating throughout Konoha, as countless ninjas, long prepared, emerged from their hideouts, each driven by distinct motives, rushing toward the battlefield. Bang! A figure wreathed in blue steam descended from above. Konoha's great whirlwind. A powerful strike sent several Uchiha tumbling. The azure beast of Konoha, Guy, made his dazzling entrance. Lightning blade. With a flash of electricity, a figure pierced through 5 or 6 Uchiha Jounin, bringing them to the ground. The skilled technician Kakashi appeared, flipping his eyes dramatically. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma, accompanied by Kurenai, positioned themselves before the Uchiha, anxiously scanning the crowd for Shun. Please be safe. Asuma tightened his grip on the secretly enhanced Hokage order, having refrained from leaving out of fear for his friend's life. At that moment, various elite Jounin, including Moonlight Wind, Mitarashi Anko, and Yamashiro Aki, among others, emerged, while clan leaders such as Hyuga Hayashi, Narashikaku, and others brought their family ninjas to the scene, effectively encircling the Uchiha. This is it. We fight. Better to die than to endure the humiliation inflicted by Konoha's higher-ups. Enough is enough. We fight. They were entrenched in despair yet refused to yield, having suffered endless marginalization and scorn. Even if they were to perish, they would fight to the bitter end. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless scythe-like gusts surged forth, cleaving through both retreating Umbu ninjas and advancing Uchiha, splitting them asunder. The Umbu captain fumed, his eyes ablaze. Danzo, what are you doing? Danzo, appearing atop a dream beast, scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of useless fools. Konoha does not require cowards. You. The Umbu captain seethed, his teeth clenched. I will report everything to the Hokage. He knew that even if he reported the truth, the third Hokage would not take action against Danzo. Instead, it would invite retaliation. Still, he couldn't accept the loss. These were ninjas painstakingly cultivated for the village, sacrificed without reason. Danzo cast a dismissive glance, unfazed. As he withdrew the Hokage's order and commanded, all Konoha ninjas, listen. The Uchiha clan has rebelled, and the evidence is irrefutable. I hereby order the extermination of their clan. With that, the Hidden Root ninjas surged forth towards the remaining Uchiha, a wave of grief and rage permeating the air. They were one of the founding clans of Konoha. Having betrayed their own leader for the sake of peace, they had shed sweat, blood, and tears for Konoha. Yet what had they received in return? Distrust, exclusion, and oppression. With a shared glance, they steeled themselves for death, dragging their weary bodies forward. They knew they could not contend with the entirety of Konoha, but what did it matter? Better to stand and resist than to kneel and live. Even in death, they would leave behind the illustrious name of the Uchiha. Danzo's eyes turned icy. This source of chaos, even now, refused to surrender, insisting on meeting their demise. Indeed, they should have been eradicated long ago. Their blood would serve as a testament to the dark legacy of Konoha. Secret technique, violent rain pear blossom needles. Suddenly, a small figure leapt high into the air, raining down thousands of explosive tags, causing a cacophony of explosions. The Root ninjas narrowed their eyes, unleashing various ninjutsu, bracing against the overwhelming blasts, forging ahead through the chaos. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed for a full 30 seconds before finally subsiding. The Root members collectively exhaled, relieved that it was over. Indeed, they were cold-blooded killing machines, rigorously trained and selected, capable of turning against their own and viewing life as inconsequential. Ordinarily, they feared nothing, except when they could no longer endure. Was that explosive tag truly so densely packed, more impenetrable than the heaviest rain? Were they operating a store for weapons? Was there no cost? With barely 3,000 of them crammed into a 500 square meter space, the explosion had plowed the ground down by 3 inches. Was there no end to this madness? Such a young girl, still in her youth, must she be so merciless? With a disdainful glance at Tian, they lowered their heads and pressed on. Their mission was to annihilate the Uchiha clan, not to delay their task by engaging with a mere girl. Tian pouted. Her master had advised that one should initially feign weakness, avoiding overwhelming displays of power that might frighten the enemy into retreat. Suppressing the urge to scratch her hands, she remained silent for 3 seconds before leaping once more. Secret technique. Heavenly Maiden Scatter. In the darkness, Tian appeared ethereal, dancing gracefully in the moonlight, scattering countless gifts upon the earth below. The Root members gasped, "Goodness! Are you back again? Did you rob the armory of Konoha? Where did all these explosive tags come from?" They now blanketed the sky, covering every visible surface. At this density, not only would they be obliterated, but they would be reduced to ashes. The continuous and dense explosions had robbed those present of their auditory senses. All that met their eyes were the flames birthed from the blasts and the shattered remnants of their fellow ninjas. There was not a single intact piece of flesh. Any moment of inattention could lead to being blasted into thousands of fragments. Even if they managed to gather what remained, reconstructing it was impossible. The root member, Leopard, leaned against the earthen wall, gasping for breath. What on earth was this? Such a relentless barrage. Was this combat? No, this was war. Frustrated, he realized his chakra was running low. He needed to find a way out. Suddenly, hundreds of explosive tags detonated above his head. The violent shockwave left him disoriented, his ears ringing. He felt blood trickle from his hand as he discovered his eardrum had been ruptured. Tian smiled slightly. Her master had taught her that effective fire coverage required not only saturation but also targeted strikes, particularly for those stubbornly resisting from fortified positions who deserved special attention. This was what was meant by casting a wide net while selectively fishing. Numerous explosive tags cascaded into the earthen wall, and Leopard hastily formed hand seals, body replacement technique. With a bang, he vanished from his spot, appearing 5 meters away. Yet, before he could catch his breath, several explosive tags floated past him. Glancing back, he saw the ground, the sides, and above. Everywhere was densely packed with explosive tags. No, just as he uttered the last syllable of his life, he was utterly engulfed, reduced to countless fragments. This scene played out repeatedly, causing all present to shudder. Not only the root ninjas, but even those watching would kneel before this devastation. Danzo's face turned ashen, while he was indifferent to the loss of his subordinates. The fact that they had been nearly annihilated without even touching the enemy was intolerable. Yanaka Kigen, Kazekage, eliminate her. Chapter 42. Little Lee's debut. The two exchanged glances, refusing to show mercy simply because Tian was still a child. Using their companions as cover, they stealthily approached her from either side. Yanaka Kigen launched the first attack to draw her attention. Secret technique. Insect clone technique. Secret technique. Poison mist technique. Taking a deep breath, he and the clone simultaneously released a vast cloud of toxic mist, contaminating the surroundings and obscuring visibility while resisting the explosions. Tian, predictably, took the bait, hurling numerous explosive tags in his direction. Yanaka Kigen furrowed his brow. Secret technique. Infestation worm. Cyclone. Countless infestation worms swirled like a tornado, ensnaring the explosive tags and controlling the detonations. Simultaneously, he struck the ground. Forbidden technique. Poison jar technique. Gathering all fallen bodies, friend or foe. He activated a barrier to spread toxic insects, allowing them to multiply rapidly in the confined space. Seeing this, Tian focused her attention on Yanaka Kigen, unleashing a frenzy of explosive tags. The explosions echoed continuously as Kazekage utilized the fire's illumination to throw out a puppet, forming hand seals. Secret technique. Mind control puppet technique. Little girl, you're still too green. No matter how many explosive tags you possess, you cannot match the prowess of 2 elite jonin. Come now. You will spend the rest of your days within that puppet. A powerful mental force struck Tian, attempting to yank her soul from her body and into the puppet. In a critical moment, raging foot, a fierce slash cleaved the puppet in two, as Little Lee, clad in a black bat suit, appeared before Tian. On my father's orders, I shall eradicate the roots. Open, shave. Without any further ado, he activated the first of the 8 gates, swiftly appearing before Yanaka Kigen, interrupting his forbidden technique. White Lotus. His left leg shot up, striking Kigen's chin and sending him soaring. Little Lee then leaped, delivering a flurry of kicks from below. Reaching the apex of his jump, he released his bandages, ensnaring Kigen tightly to prevent resistance, and spun at high speed, crashing him down to the ground. The explosion sent debris flying, raising clouds of dust. Gasping, the spectators were taken aback. Tian was expected, as she merely threw explosive tags, leveraging external force. But Little Lee, how old was he? He hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yet he could already utilize the 8 gates? Absurd. Many elite jonin had struggled to master them. It was evident from his smooth movements that he had profound mastery over White Lotus. Earth Release, Heart-Cleaving Technique. A muffled groan emanated from beneath Little Lee's feet as he leaped to avoid it. His master's words rang true. Smoke does not equate to injury. Yanaka Kigen emerged, his expression grim. Fortunately, he had used a clone to absorb the damage. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade such a rapid attack. However, unfortunately for him, his lack of battle experience led him to leap into the air, leaving him with no means of escape. Secret technique. Infestation worms. Dark and grotesque. The parasitic insects surged toward little Li, intending to devour him before the eyes of all present, as a warning to anyone daring to provoke the root. Moonstep. Little Li sidestepped a meter in midair, executing a backflip while simultaneously delivering a kick. Raging foot. White thunder. The powerful attack and broad range easily obliterated Kigen's parasitic insects. What? Kigen's mind raced with disbelief. How could a mere taijutsu ninja achieve such aerial movement? Not to mention, how could he strike with such force? Was there no justice? Shave. Iron block combination technique. Jade. While Kigen was still reeling, Little Li began spinning rapidly, using shave to accelerate, summoning iron blocks to gather above his head, descending like a whirlwind. Humph. Kigen coldly retreated, forming hand seals. Secret technique. Insect swamp. The ground caved, revealing a mass of parasitic beasts clustered beneath, a chilling sight. Little Li, caught off guard, found it too late to change direction, plunging headlong into the swarm. Kigen scoffed. Not even a true ninja dared challenge him? Channeling chakra. Secret technique. Infestation worms cluster. Countless parasitic worms surged forth, fully engulfing Little Li. This time, let us see if you survive. His parasites do not merely feast upon chakra, they consume flesh and blood as well. Come forth and become nourishment for my parasites. The combination technique, finger gun and gale foot, song of thorn and dance. With hands and feet in motion, Li unleashed countless finger guns and gale feet simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The air trembled as ring after ring appeared in the night, shimmering and dissipating until they vanished. Li, enduring the relentless onslaught of the swarm, fought his way through. Taking a deep breath, utterly exhausted, he gave a thumbs up to Oil Girl. You are truly strong. Therefore, I must give it my all. Damn. Oil Girl was also stuck in a bind. I am an elite jonin, an elite jonin. I am the left and right arms of Konoha's shadows, and you, a mere child, seriously tell me to give it my all. Really? Li's serious demeanor appeared utterly ironic to Oil Girl. Boom. The violent tremor turned his face ashen, his hands forming seals, ready to unleash a fierce attack, but he staggered. His eyes widened, disbelief clouding his vision amidst the swirling smoke. What the hell? This must weigh over 1,000 pounds, right? Otherwise, it couldn't possibly cause such commotion. But he had just fought against that immense weight. Is this a joke? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Boom. Another intense tremor struck, as if it were pounding on Oil Girl's heart, causing his complexion to shift from red to blue, then to purple. Boom. Another. More? Oil Girl felt numb, deeply doubting this world, as though everything was a deception. Boom. Another. Oil Girl chuckled darkly. Let it be destruction. Let the entire ninja world perish. What the hell is this? An 8-year-old? No, a ninja student who hasn't even graduated? Ridiculous. The combined strength of all the teachers in the Ninja Academy would probably not be enough to withstand a single punch from him. Li began to stretch his limbs to adapt his body, then shouted, Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Open the injury gate. Open the death gate. And it didn't stop there. Open the 6th gate, the view gate. Powerful green steam erupted from Li, sweeping across the battlefield. Everyone was astonished. He opened the 6th gate? The 8 gates of death are not particularly difficult to learn, nor do they require special skills. Essentially, anyone can master them. The real challenge lies in the fact that knowing how to open them does not equate to being able to do so. To unlock the 8 gates, one must possess an extraordinarily strong body and endure the immense pain that follows. The most challenging aspect is to control the sudden surge of overwhelming power without succumbing to it. Guy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Li, as if witnessing the emergence of a new star, a genius capable of transcending him and breaking through all limits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li dashed around the arena at breakneck speed, leaving the spectators bewildered, only able to make out a blurred shadow, while their bodies honestly informed them that they could not keep up, not in the slightest. A bitter feeling surged within. The gap between people was wider than that between man and dog. They had already overcome 3 Sannin and even vanquished Minato. And now here comes Li. Li reveled in the powerful strength bestowed upon him after receiving Hashirama's cells from his adoptive father. He trained recklessly, coupled with the cleansing pills given to him by Shun and the subsequent enlightenment, propelling Li's strength to meteoric heights. Landing and striking a pose, he declared, Senior, I'm going all out. His soaring battle intent and formidable aura left Oil Girl momentarily speechless as he struggled to swallow non-existent saliva, his limbs tingling, heart chilling. Feeling as though he might kneel today, Bagua empty palm. Neji emerged from the shadows, slowly walking towards Oil Girl. Attacking from behind is not the mark of a hero. Oil Girl tensed. Neji's aura matched Lee's. Where did these two little monsters come from? They were clearly just children, yet they instilled fear even in someone like him, who had faced countless battles. Wait a minute, that S. Hinata Neji, the child from the Hyuga branch family, the one who was barely a genin before. How could he suddenly be this strong? This is unscientific. I heard he recently took a master named Uchiha Shun. Could it be? As Lee launched his attack, Taijutsu, Morning Peacock, countless super-fast punches sliced through the air, igniting the night sky in flames. So fast, too fast. Oil Girl gritted his teeth. There was no way to evade. With hands forming seals, he utilized the body replacement technique to appear 10 meters away, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique. A massive insect materialized before him, but before he could issue any commands, Lee appeared before the giant bug, Gale Foot, Kirin Ring. Oil Girl watched helplessly as the summoned creature was obliterated by torrential slashes, dissolving into a cloud of white smoke. Oil Girl thought to himself, he is an elite jonin, an elite jonin. How could he be beaten like a dog? Just as he attempted to move, a sudden pain surged through his abdomen, throwing his body into the air, spewing a mouthful of blood. Ugh, does it have to be like this? What about my dignity? Before he could even react, another powerful kick sent him flying several dozen meters, desperately screaming in his mind. Move, just move. Even a little finger would suffice. Unfortunately, before his body could respond from its stiffness, Lee had already caught up to him, delivering another kick that sent him soaring through the air. Then, bang, bang, bang. Countless ferocious iron fists rained down upon Oil Girl. With vacant eyes, he gazed at the moon above, tears of regret streaming down his face. If there were a next life, and he could choose, he would prefer to be a little grass swaying in the wind rather than being publicly humiliated by a school student who hadn't even graduated. For the final blow, Lee suddenly appeared above him, charging his power, his hands tracing a blurred dragon shape in the air. Secret art, rising dragon of Mount Lu. A colossal azure dragon materialized out of thin air, plunging Oil Girl deep into the earth. Boom. The ground erupted, debris flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the crowd stood agape at the 3-meter wide, over 10-meter deep pit that had formed. Tasks for anyone over 10 years old should be off limits. This is far too dangerous. Move aside. On the other side, Mountain Wind was extremely anxious, preparing to kick, as his secret technique was not suitable for direct use. Yet, he did not believe that with his mastery of body techniques, Neji could stop him. Neji sidestepped, evading the left kick, then contracted his body to dodge the subsequent flurry of right kicks. When Mountain Wind's strength waned, Neji placed both hands on his right ankle, lifting it to destabilize his balance, then spun and struck downwards forcefully. Humph! Mountain Wind grunted, forcing himself to brace with one hand against the ground, breaking free from the hold, and spinning his body around for a sweeping kick. Neji retreated to avoid it, but Mountain Wind, emboldened, attempted another flying kick, not realizing that Neji merely took a back step, evading the kick while resembling a taut bow, then released it. In an instant, he thrust against Mountain Wind's widely open legs, sending him flying 5 meters away, crashing to the ground, clutching his body and convulsing. It wasn't that he wanted to be humiliated, it was just too painful. This was said to be more agonizing than breaking 120 ribs. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, for they believed that little Lee was formidable enough. Yet here emerged another fierce contender. In that fleeting moment, a faint aura of sorrow seemed to hang in the air. This lad was indeed ruthless in his approach. Neji felt a tinge of embarrassment and stammered, I did not intend for it to be this way, but his explanation sounded feeble and ineffectual. The Mountain Wind, consumed by rage, twisted his face and bellowed, I shall end your life. He leapt into the air, delivering a punch imbued with all his might and fury. Neji, with a resigned demeanor, traced a circular motion with one hand, brushing against the back of his assailant's hand, redirecting the force downward, exposing his wrist, and then gently nudging him. With a crack, the two opposing forces converged upon the fragile wrist, making Mountain Wind feel as if it were about to snap, forcing him to alter his stance and retaliate with a kick. However, Ninji seized his calf, pulling him back, causing sharp pain to reverberate through the already injured area. Ninji was taken aback. He had not exhausted his strength yet he felt a complete absence of power. With a determined push, he returned his opponent to his original position. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Mountain Wind's face flushed crimson with disbelief as he regarded Ninji. How could this child, in front of all, thwart him? He had fought against the ninjas of the Hyuga clan before and had never considered them a threat, save for their formidable defense techniques, Heavenly Spin, and the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Yet, after their recent exchanges, he was beginning to feel uneasy. How could he be so easily overpowered despite the apparent lack of effort from his opponent? Was he to resort to secret techniques? No. His secret arts were slow to activate and demanded significant mental energy. Should he fail again, he would be the one collapsing before anyone else could intervene. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that he could not allow himself to be defeated by a mere child from the Hyuga clan, even if he was an elite jonin. Stepping forward once more, he unleashed a left punch, intent on scrutinizing every movement of Ninji, searching for a flaw. Ninji, taking a half step back, had no desire to engage further with Mountain Wind, for Little Lee had already dispatched his adversary, and he could not afford to lag behind. With his left hand converging, chakra transformed into threads, his wrist spinning as he gently enveloped Mountain Wind's left wrist. Bind. His right hand, fingers splayed, projected chakra into the air, encircling Mountain Wind's other arm. Stick. Both hands converged, his left leg advancing as he rotated his body, utilizing Mountain Wind's own momentum, targeting his lower limbs. Strike. The clash of hands and legs resonated powerfully, leaving Mountain Wind's limbs tingling, forcing him to stagger back, while Ninji followed closely in pursuit. Mountain Wind felt desperation. He could clearly see Ninji's every action, yet he could not evade. Taiyuan. Ninji grasped Mountain Wind's wrist, applying chakra to seal his movements. Young man. He raised his left hand, then pointed his thumb at Mountain Wind's throat. With a thud, smoke erupted as Mountain Wind had managed to use a substitution technique. Appearing behind Ninji, brandishing a kunai aimed at his back. Jiwei. Ninji remained unfazed, bending sideways and striking Mountain Wind's chest with a powerful blow. Mountain Wind suppressed the blood surging in his throat, unwilling to retreat, enduring the pain as he pressed forward. Ninji clenched his palm into a fist, unleashing an immense force. Shove, block, strike, burst. The sound echoed as if a hammer had struck Mountain Wind's chest, and he could no longer contain the blood, which erupted in a torrent. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Yet, trained under Shun's guidance, Ninji offered no respite, chakra surging, the gentle fist style. 8 trigrams 32 palms, modified. With swift precision, he thrust his kunai into Mountain Wind's vital points, striking 32 times. Why employ 32 strikes when 2 could suffice? Ninji firmly believed in Shun's wisdom. A torrent of blood flowed from Mountain Wind's body, laden with profound regret, as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlooking Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback. Was the 8 trigrams technique capable of such application? Could the gentle fist truly be so formidable? Clap, clap, clap. Danzo, with an impassive expression, applauded as he descended from the heights, standing before Ninji, Little Lee, and Tian. Well done, well done. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. At such a tender age, you possess such prowess that I cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. I offer you a single chance. Kneel before me and pledge your loyalty, and I shall spare your lives. Ninji, along with his companions, exchanged anxious glances. For Danzo had orchestrated chaos within the Leaf Village, instilling fear in the trio. Ninji stood resolutely at the forefront, confronting the immense pressure in life. I belong to my adoptive father. In death, I shall be a ghost for my adoptive father. Very well, very well. Danzo laughed heartily. You truly exemplify loyalty and righteousness. I admire you all the more. However, just as Ninji and his companions began to relax, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of chakra, as if from a machine gun. The sound of wind roared, and debris flew chaotically. This was dire. They had not anticipated Danzo's audacity to launch a surprise attack in full view of the crowd. The trio had no time to evade. Ninji had no choice but to unleash his chakra, shielding his companions. Taiji Kaiten. He continuously pulled and strained to withstand the assault. But soon beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Danzo's wind-release ninjutsu was formidable. He was known for being able to slice through Sasuke's Susanoo. "Ah!" Little Lee roared, "The seventh gate, the shock door. Let me handle this. You have done well enough." Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, halting his movements. As a series of hand seals were formed, fire release, dragon fire technique. The surging and searing flames obliterated the wind chakra before him. Uchiha Shursui dispelled his transformation, revealing his true self. "Danzo, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Danzo's heart sank as he cast a furtive glance into the shadows. "Humph, Shursui, you traitor." "What?" "Shursui is still alive." Countless clan leaders were forced to reconsider their bets, for the upper echelon of the Leaf had pressured the Uchiha clan, only to see them annihilated. It was a repugnant scheme. If one were to lose their teeth, would they not fear the next target might be themselves? Yet the third Hokage held absolute authority, supported by the Umbu and Danzo, rendering them hesitant to voice their concerns. If, perchance, the Uchiha clan's performance today were to surpass expectations, they would not hesitate to lend their support. Shursui smiled at the treacherous Danzo, who had once been an ally of the village. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to monitor him. Yet, due to Danzo's actions, he felt deeply disillusioned with the village. He had strived earnestly. Yet how had the village repaid him? With ambushes and eye-gouging. Rather than fearing his rebellion, they coveted his Kotoame Tsukumi. He flung several shuriken, while simultaneously creating numerous clones. Charging forward rapidly, Danzo furrowed his brow. With Shursui's prowess, he thought it would be a simple task to eliminate him. But exposing the secret of his right arm was not an option if he wished to remain in the Leaf. Yet today, he had to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, without the Sharingan, he would be unable to suppress the cells of Hashirama. Casting a glance into the shadows, he formed hand seals, activating his Anaji. He had 3 minutes to eliminate Shursui. Wind release, vacuum blade. He infused the wind chakra into his kunai, forming an exceptionally sharp long sword, sweeping through. Bang! Shursui's 2 clones, meant to divert attention, were instantly severed, dissolving into smoke. Furrowing his brow, Danzo was now nearing 70 years of age, and he was not renowned for his physical prowess. Thus, his reckless attack was unexpected. Recalling Shun's mention of the immortality technique, was Danzo deliberately luring him in? Once more, he divided himself into 2 shadow clones, launching an assault from multiple directions. The Leaf Village sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Beneath the moonlight, 3 exquisite blade shadows erupted instantaneously. Danzo guarded his right arm tightly, bracing himself against the blade, heedlessly piercing through the figure of Shursui before him. Chapter 45. The Cold Lord Orochimaru Bang. As the white smoke dissipated, it was indeed a shadow clone. Danzo showed no surprise, nor did he take any precautions as he swung his right arm. With a squelch, as he was stabbed through the heart, he simultaneously pierced through the right side clone of Shursui. Once again, he had gambled incorrectly. Spitting blood, he felt no regret, instead revealing a meaningful smile, struggling to turn his head. Yet, he found the world spinning around him before succumbing to darkness. The onlookers were astonished. It was not a shadow clone. The splatter of blood and the sound of the blade penetrating flesh told everyone present that it was Danzo's true self. But how could this be? The esteemed leader of the Root, the shadow of Konoha, and a disciple of the second Hokage. How could Danzo be so easily beheaded? Suddenly, Shursui flashed behind him, cleaving Danzo in 2. The crowd was bewildered, clearly unable to keep pace with the unfolding events. What was happening? Hadn't Danzo just died? Why was he suddenly appearing behind Shursui? And why did Shursui so effortlessly divide him? What was going on? Were they too old to keep up with the times? Why could they not comprehend the battle before them? Danzo, begrudgingly falling into darkness once more, was not dispirited. He still had time to toy with Shursui. Shursui smirked. Indeed, that old fool Danzo still wished to use Izanagi's power of death evasion to barter for his life. Yet, Danzo was unaware that once information was exposed, stripping away its mystique, even the most astonishing ninjutsu would lose its significance. Information is paramount for a ninja. Did one not see how Haiden, relying solely on his curse technique, had slain countless strong opponents? But once his secret was analyzed, not to mention an elite ninja, even a mere jonin could easily manipulate him. Immortality does not equate to invulnerability, does it? A simple water release, water prison technique could teach him to behave. If all else fails, a copper coffin could be fashioned to lock him away, submerged in the ocean. or he could be dismembered and displayed in a museum. With a single-handed seal, Shui directed a ninjutsu at the newly appeared Danzo. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames instantaneously engulfed Danzo. Rebirth, secret sword, moon shadow. The fusion of body flicker technique and supreme swordsmanship left Danzo no chance to breathe, leading to his demise once more. Death, rebirth, death again. The spectators shifted from initial astonishment to numbness. Some even wagered whether Shui could slay Danzo 99 times. This cat-and-mouse game persisted for a minute, during which Danzo experienced no less than 32 different methods of death: decapitation, incineration, piercing, and slicing, among others. At that moment, Danzo began to question his existence. Having died so many times, he was now in a state of confusion. He did not understand why Shui, upon witnessing his resurrection, exhibited no sign of shock. Shouldn't he be perplexed? And why was Shui able to so accurately locate his rebirth point, striking down with ease? Another minute passed, and after being killed over 20 times, Danzo finally panicked, resurrecting and raising his palm. Wait, how can you find me with such precision? Having killed Danzo nearly 60 times, Shui had fully vented his initial rage over the loss of his eye. It was now time to expose his vile nature. Slowly approaching, he inserted his short blade into Danzo's right arm bandage. Danzo, I wonder if you've forgotten something. This Izanagi is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Targeting me with it seems rather foolish, doesn't it? Once, like Sasuke, Shui had known little of his family's secret techniques. However, after following Shun, especially after acquiring the legacy of the Elder, his understanding of the family's bloodline limits had deepened significantly. Had he not wished to toy with Danzo, he could have easily eliminated him. Danzo seethed inwardly. That cursed elder must have betrayed him. No, perhaps he had always intended to deceive. Stalling for time, secretly gathering strength, while simultaneously luring Danzo and Hizen into a trap. The accursed Uchiha clan should have been annihilated long ago. Whoosh! In the moonlit night, a silver flash appeared just as Danzo was about to be exposed. Clang! A half-body sword suddenly flew out, knocking Shui's short blade away. Who? Shui's eyes narrowed as he focused on the figure ahead, as if confronted by some primordial beast. Step by step, a figure emerged from the shadows, each footfall echoing in the hearts of the crowd. Accompanying the appearance of the figure was an icy chill that permeated the air, enveloping all. Countless hearts trembled, limbs turning cold. This terrifying killing intent, this overwhelming aura belonged to one of the legendary three ninjas, the Cold Lord Orochimaru. Why was he here? He was a pure shadow-level powerhouse, capable of effortlessly slaying the fourth Kazekage. Moreover, he was not in a reincarnated state. His soul was intact. Even more frightening was that his hands were not sealed, allowing all his ninjutsu to flow freely. It could be said that currently, there was no one in Konoha, aside from the third Hokage, who could contend with him. Danzo approached Orochimaru with pride, commanding, "Kill him." With a swift motion, a hand plunged into Danzo's chest, extracting his bloodied heart, bringing it to his lips for a gentle sniff. Orochimaru remarked, "The repugnant and filthy scent is truly nauseating." Danzo resurrected once more, retreating 10 meters away as his last Sharingan finally closed. He bellowed, "Orochimaru, what do you mean by this?" Bang! Orochimaru crushed the heart, blood splattering as he extended his long tongue to flick a drop of blood from his face. "It means nothing. I simply discovered a better quarry, thus terminating our partnership. Now, while I am in a good mood, be gone." You. Danzo was furious, yet powerless. Not only did he lack the Sharingan, even if he had it, he would not dare to confront Orochimaru. Ignoring Danzo's impotent rage, Orochimaru turned, surveying Lee, Neji, Shui, and Itachi lurking in the darkness. This world was becoming increasingly interesting. The legendary figure who was said to stand on par with the god of ninjas was still alive. The shock and excitement he felt upon receiving that news was indescribable. Immortality. He felt he had glimpsed a path toward eternal life. Tonight, he would savor the power contained within those eyes. Picking up the half-body sword from the ground, he swallowed it whole, his pupils narrowing as he coldly fixed his gaze on Shui. "Do not disappoint me." A chill coursed through Shui. The sensation of death was closing in. Was this the power of the legendary three ninjas? He should have heeded Shun's advice and avoided entangling with the enemy. Indeed, he had been too merciful, leading to this unforeseen turn of events. With both hands forming seals, he unleashed multiple shadow clone technique. Countless clones materialized, rushing towards Orochimaru. Chapter 46. The Clam and the Fisherman. A fleeting specter manifested above Orochimaru's head, wielding a short blade, unleashing a flurry of 13 lethal strikes in an instant. There was no hesitation from either side. They launched directly into their deadly techniques. Bang! A cold smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips as his skin began to disintegrate, revealing countless serpents within, their gaping maws swiftly encircling Shisui. Shisui's short blade danced rapidly, his hand forming seals in an attempt to escape, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru elongated his neck, biting down on Shisui's shoulder with an inhuman speed, the secret technique, mark of binding. His body became rigid, unable to move. Orochimaru was well acquainted with Shisui. Yet Shisui knew little of Orochimaru. In this scenario, Shisui was at a distinct disadvantage against a ninja like Orochimaru, whose mastery of bizarre secret techniques and formidable strength was unparalleled. With his ocular prowess, Shisui activated the second state of Susanoo, crushing Orochimaru's skull and sweeping through the battlefield. Under the hazy moonlight, an ominous and tyrannical aura relentlessly assaulted the nerves of those present. They had merely endured a sleepless night, yet it felt as though the entire shinobi world had transformed. They could somewhat comprehend the resurrection of Danzo, but why he could return from death remained a mystery. And what of Shisui now? A towering figure? The old generation had perished on the shores of time, but was this still the same shinobi world? Emerging from the serpent's maw, Orochimaru, unperturbed by the dampness clinging to him, surveyed Susanoo with keen interest. Its formidable defense and commendable offensive capabilities. Was this the power contained within those eyes? Oh, how he yearned to dissect and study it. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. A grotesque, purple serpent materialized, its cold eyes surveying the crowd. Orochimaru commanded. 1,000 sacrifices, eliminate them all. He showed utter contempt for the leaf ninjas present. Arrogance, hubris. Orochimaru leapt upon the serpent's head. Today, there is but one enemy. The myriad snakes turned their gaze towards Shisui, sensing the malevolent chakra he radiated, something he had not encountered in ages. Susanoo? A glimmer of doubt flickered in the cunning serpent's eyes. He requires 2,000 sacrifices. Very well. Orochimaru reluctantly acquiesced, feeling as though he had been shortchanged. Yet he was the proud serpent. Once spoken, his words could not be retracted. The serpent's tail swept through the air, the howling winds tousling Shisui's hair. Indeed, as one of the legendary Sannin, even this summoning beast could be deemed a weapon of war. Seizing the moment, Shisui grasped the serpent's tail, twisting and swinging with force. Boom! The earth trembled as a massive chasm was carved into the ground, leaving the onlookers awestruck. Shisui furrowed his brow. His strength lay in the fusion of genjutsu and body flicker techniques, swiftly eliminating targets within the realm of illusion, not in combat of such colossal proportions. Earth style, earth flow river. Wind style, cyclone. Water style, grand waterfall technique. Combined ninja art, mudslide. The ground transformed into a quagmire. Gale winds conjured towering waves that surged relentlessly towards Shisui. In a mere glance, Orochimaru discerned the flaw in Shisui's Susanoo. The absence of a lower body rendered it cumbersome. As Shisui attempted to leap, a colossal maw lunged from behind, flanking him. In a moment of peril, Shisui unleashed chakra at an unprecedented rate, bypassing the third and fourth forms to instantly summon complete Susanoo. Secret technique, 1,000 Leaves 99. A radiant glow ignited his chest, and countless shuriken cascaded like rain upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru, exhilarated, countered with summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Instantly, 3 colossal gates arose to shield him, only to vanish in less than a second. Shisui soared high, drawing forth his spiral sword, Uchiha sword technique, landslide. A torrent of chakra surged forth from the ground, tearing Orochimaru and the myriad snakes into fragments. Shisui did not relent. His gaze darted swiftly. The battle against Danzo had already drained much of his energy, and sustaining complete Susanoo placed an immense burden on his eyes, chakra, and body. There was no time to waste. He needed a swift resolution. 4 black snake formation. For snake clones positioned themselves at the cardinal directions, chakra surging, and in an instant, A translucent purple rectangular barrier encased Shursui. Next, Orochimaru sprang from Shursui's right leg, sprawling on the ground, mouth agape. Unleashing a torrent of serpents. Secret technique. 10,000 snakes formation. Shursui was ensnared, and as he reached for his sword, the myriad snakes emerged, one biting his wrist while another coiled around his left leg. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands, swiftly ascending. Water style, water dragon bullet. Lightning style, thunderclap. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. The lightning-infused water dragon struck Susanu's forehead, causing Shursui's body to react a full second slower. In that fleeting second, Orochimaru closed the distance, expelling the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, piercing through Susanu's defenses as if it were mere tofu. It penetrated Shursui's chest. And then Orochimaru gazed upon Shursui's eyes with a fervent admiration, his expression ecstatic. Now, it belongs to me. Yet this action was gravely mistaken, as Shursui regained his composure. He unhesitatingly invoked the strongest genjutsu, Kodoamatsukami. A powerful mental force surged through his eyes, invading Orochimaru's mind, relentlessly attempting to recalibrate his thoughts. No. Orochimaru's visage contorted, his body quaking as he roared defiantly. No, none shall invade my soul. With all his strength, he twisted the Kusanagi, sword within Shursui's body. Bang! Both could no longer sustain their immense chakra output, and Susanu and the myriad snakes dissipated simultaneously. Their support vanished as they plummeted heavily to the ground. Ignoring his grievous wounds, Orochimaru expelled another serpent from his mouth. The serpent's maw opened, and a new Orochimaru emerged. Then another serpent was expelled, and yet another Orochimaru appeared. He sought to weaken Kodoamatsukami in this manner. Shursui coughed forth a spray of blood. Indeed, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was as formidable as his reputation suggested. With a mighty swing, he withdrew the Kusanagi sword embedded in his chest and approached Orochimaru, ready to strike down. Let this be the end of the legend of the Sannin, ushering in an era belonging to his Uchiha clan. Clang! A colossal shuriken sent Shursui flying. The third Hokage appeared atop the rooftop, sighing deeply. Shursui, you have profoundly disappointed me. Shursui spat blood once more, glancing around to find the sudden appearance of Umbu ninjas encircling the Uchiha clan, despair washing over him. Was it truly futile? Hokage-sama, I shall bear the responsibility alone. I am willing. The third waved his hand dismissively, gazing skyward at the stars, tears cascading down his cheeks. Once, I trusted you so deeply. I had high hopes for you, believing you could prevent the Uchiha clan's rebellion. I never imagined you would lead the insurrection. Alas, it was I who misjudged you. I bear the burden of this night's devastation. I am deeply remorseful. Bowing deeply, forgive me. Once I have dealt with the traitors today, I shall resign and yield my position. His demeanor, coupled with his resonant voice, commanded the admiration of many bewildered leaf ninjas, yet it disgusted the clan leaders. This tactic of retreating while advancing was indeed masterful. The third had willingly assumed responsibility while announcing his resignation. What more could they question or demand? But if one truly believed that, they were exceedingly naive. How splendid! Shun arrived gracefully at the center of the battlefield. The third Hokage truly lives up to his title as the strongest. His ability to fabricate such lies with a straight face is truly remarkable. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the third's gaze, followed by a tone of feigned compassion. I understand you harbor resentment towards me, Shun. However, you fail to grasp the truth. You believe I am targeting your Uchiha clan, thinking I have ulterior motives. But my intentions are not driven by a lust for power. I sincerely wish for the village's well-being, though it pains me deeply. I must today take it upon myself to eradicate those among you who pose a grave threat to our village. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for this cause. Ah, how admirable the third Hokage is, a model for us all, selfless and abhorred by evil. Might I inquire, esteemed Hokage, what were you doing just now? Why, after such a lengthy interval, have you finally chosen to appear? The third's gaze turned icy. This question was indeed venomous. With such a significant occurrence in the village, his prolonged absence as Hokage was disheartening. However, he had prepared for this moment. After a moment of contemplation, the third retorted, Do you know why I must eliminate the Uchiha clan? Shun chuckled, looking at him with amusement. What other reason could there be than their covetous desire for our clan's bloodline limit? No. The third sighed heavily. I had hoped to keep this to myself, believing it my burden alone to bear. Yet today, I must reveal the truth. 10 years ago, the third appeared to reminisce. Our Konoha had just achieved victory in the Third Ninja War. It was a time of reconstruction and prosperity, yet an extraordinarily tragic event transpired. That fateful night, the Nine Tails rampaged, and our pride, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself to seal the beast for the sake of the village. But none of you know why the Nine Tails went wild. Unable to contain his sorrow, the third's expression reflected his grief, because someone betrayed the village. They betrayed everyone. They betrayed the will of fire. I have continuously granted them opportunities, hoping they would reform, investing immense effort and cost for this purpose. Yet they remained unsatisfied, only desiring the position of Hokage, and once again they rebelled tonight. I cannot endure this. I must eliminate these destabilizing elements threatening the peace of Konoha. You all believe I am targeting the Uchiha clan, that I am ostracizing them. But who among you knows the pain residing within my heart? He tore open his Hokage robe, revealing a massive, bloodied wound. 10 years ago, a mysterious individual used his crimson eyes to control the Nine Tails, inciting the chaos. A decade later, he has re-emerged, and despite my efforts to thwart him, he has left me with deep scars. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan commenced their rebellion. This mysterious individual is named Uchiha Madara. Gasps filled the air, and whispers erupted. Uchiha Madara, a legend in the shinobi world, remains unparalleled even after a century. He is the mightiest of the Uchiha clan, a peer to the sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. He was one of the founders of Konoha, and even the village's name was bestowed by him. Once a celebrated hero of Konoha, he ultimately betrayed the village, indirectly causing Hashirama's death and igniting the first great ninja war. His every action has vast implications for Konoha, indeed, for the entire shinobi world. Is it conceivable that such a legendary ninja still lives? More terrifying is his hostility towards Konoha. Fear spread like wildfire, and even the clan leaders were thrown into disarray, utterly uncertain of how to respond. I know you may not believe me, but the third traced the scar on his chest inflicted by his own kunai. Casting a disdainful glance at the assembly of individuals, a group of inept fools, still manipulated by him. Itachi, step forward. Uchiha Itachi approached the crowd, his expression devoid of emotion, tightly clutching the last lollipop given to him by Fuku. Why must it be him? Why is everyone forcing him? Drawing a deep breath, he despairingly closed his eyes. Indeed, that person is named Uchiha Madara. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What to do? Such a legendary figure returning for revenge. Who could withstand him? Who would dare resist? Applause erupted from Shun. You ought to consider a career in acting, truly, Hokage. The third glared furiously. Shun, do you dare to quibble in your final moments? Bring forth the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Are you in such a rush? Shun laughed at him. I'm not disparaging you. Given your encounter with Uchiha Madara, do you truly believe you could return alive? You are nothing. And the so-called strongest Hokage, truly shameless. Indeed, the assembly began to awaken from their stupor. If what the third claimed about Uchiha Madara were true, then Konoha would have been obliterated a decade ago. The Nine Tails? To those two, it would have merely been a pet. Doubtful glances began to scrutinize the third, and Shun continued. Do not cast all blame upon the Uchiha clan. Itachi, please, tell us what command that mysterious individual issued to you. Was it to lead the Uchiha in rebellion against Konoha, or to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Chapter 48. A violent confrontation with the third Hokage. Itachi locked eyes with the third, and for the first time that night, he found the once kind old man utterly repulsive. His command was to annihilate the Uchiha, leaving none behind. What a revelation. The crowd regarded the third with curiosity. Previously, he had claimed his actions were in response to the Nine Tails incident a decade prior. Now, he stated it was due to Madara's desire to incite rebellion within the Uchiha, hence the extermination. Yet the truth seemed to be quite different, didn't it? Sighing heavily, Shun lamented. I truly do not understand why the second Hokage chose you, this supposed genius. The Uchiha clan once expelled Madara for the stability of Konoha. Yet now, absurdly, you claim to be eradicating the Uchiha clan for the village's sake. I fail to comprehend how this benefits the village or you at all. Indeed, under your reign, the Senju clan has vanished. Why would you allow the Uchiha clan to persist? Speak, which village's spy are you? intent on weakening Konoha? The third S expression darkened. Cease your unfounded accusations. I have devoted myself entirely to the welfare of Konoha. Shun flicked his fingers. Flying finger gun. A powerful force shattered the seals on Danzo's right arm, revealing a pale arm and closed Sharingan. How do you explain this? The crowd gasped. Hashirama's cells were one matter, for he was a deceased individual, and many had secretly studied them. But to pilfer the bloodline limits of one's own kin was a grave transgression. After all, no one desires to see a comrade who fought alongside them one moment, only to have their heart pierced the next. Once the seed of doubt is sown, the disintegration of Konoha is not far off. Do not tell me you were unaware. My esteemed Hokage, Shun continued to press. Were it not for your indulgence, how could Danzo have dared to act so? Each of those Sharingan represents a vibrant life of a fellow shinobi. They fought valiantly for the village, only to perish at the hands of Konoha's upper echelons. Is it not tragic? Is it not lamentable? The crowd fell into silence. Countless clans in Konoha had faced Danzo's coercion, who had not experienced the inexplicable disappearance of their kin, let alone those common shinobi. Any who displayed even a modicum of excellence or possessed special abilities and were not of use to Danzo often faced a grim fate. They yearned to resist, to seek justice, yet what did the third do? Perhaps the most frequent activity was hiding in his office, peering through telescopic jutsu to spy on women's baths. Furthermore, what was the initial purpose of inventing such a jutsu? With these memories, the crowd regarded the third with increasing coldness and hostility. The third's face darkened as he realized he had long employed Danzo to eliminate dissenters. Simultaneously, he contrasted his imposing image, drawing the crowd in. Yet he understood that tonight his blade was rendered useless. Heartbroken and filled with profound doubt and tears, he exclaimed, Danzo, how could you? How could you commit such an atrocity? As the Hokage today, I must seek justice for the villagers. Danzo, you know yourself well. Ha ha ha. Danzo laughed heartily. Realizing that he could never ascend to the position of Hokage again, once exposed, his chances would vanish. Hisashi, I am performing one last act for you. He rushed towards Shun, tearing open his chest, blood gushing forth. For symbol's seal. The third Hokage's eyes brightened. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Danzo. Excellent. As long as you can eliminate him, or at least injure him slightly, I shall ensure your name is cleared in the future. The others watched Shun intently, eager to see how he would respond. If he performed no worse than Shursui, then tonight would mark the third's resignation. 20 meters. 15 meters. Closer, ever closer. They had reached the boundary of the four-symbol seal. Shun disdainfully raised his right arm and gently waved downward. Capricorn Golden Secret Technique. Sacred Sword. A refreshing breeze swept through, and Danzo's body abruptly halted, staring blankly at Shun, incredulous. The crowd was puzzled. What was happening? Why had Danzo stopped moving? 1 second. 2 seconds. A thin line of blood suddenly appeared on Danzo's forehead and began to spread, cleaving him in two. Thud. His bisected body collapsed to the ground, the stench of blood permeating the air. Gulp. The sound of countless people swallowing echoed in the night. They had thought Shursui was formidable, yet the Uchiha clan had someone even more terrifying? The third fell silent, engulfed in silence. What kind of ninjutsu was this? That with a mere wave of his hand, his old friend had vanished without a sound? He knew Danzo well, aside from the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. He was merely an elite jonin at best. Yet if it were him, he could not have so casually slain someone. Hiss. If it were him, would he not be left with a face wrinkled in despair? Shun, you are still too young. There are matters within the village beyond your grasp. Heed my words. Take your clan and return today. Tomorrow I shall give you an explanation. Explanation? Shun planted his feet firmly, hands waving. Today, I either wish to be killed by you, or to kill you. Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Roar. The resonant roar of the dragon was deafening. The overwhelming aura caused everyone to pale. Nonsense. What kind of power was this for a mere human to attain? What kind of monster had emerged from the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage felt the weight of that immense power most acutely. His chakra surged without hesitation. Hands forming seals. Substitution technique. Bang. As the white smoke dissipated, the third found himself 300 meters away. What the hell was that? In that fleeting moment, he had an illusion that Shun was Madara. This terrifying pressure he had only experienced from Madara himself. Just as he turned, a colossal fist flew towards him, causing his nose to bleed profusely. This punch, I dealt it on behalf of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The third made no attempt to resist. A singular thought raced through his mind. Escape. I must escape. Blood flowed freely as he formed seals once more. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. A heavy kick landed squarely in the third's abdomen, bending his body into a near U shape, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. This kick, I delivered on behalf of the Leaf's White Fang. The third's mind spun, struggling against the pain, channeling chakra, darkness technique. Bang. Summoning technique. Monkey. Boom. Secret technique. Impure world reincarnation. Slap. Did he still think to seal me with impure world reincarnation? The more Shun thought, the angrier he became, seizing the third by the neck and pounding him into the ground with brutal force. Flames dancing, is it? Eternal life, is it? The will of fire, is it? Chapter 49. Destruction. If not for his own weakness, would Hayashi Hyuga have been forced to death? If not for his inaction, could the Leaf's White Fang have committed suicide? If not for his indulgence of Danzo, the fourth would not have perished? If all this had not occurred, the Senju and Uchiha clans, alongside the legendary Sannin, Minato Namikaze, and the Leaf's White Fang, as well as geniuses like Shun and Shursui, would have gathered together. Let alone the Akatsuki. Even Otsutsuki would think twice before entering such a treacherous den. But what of the third? He had a winning hand, yet played it poorly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He was nothing but a dog, yet he insisted on pretending to be a righteous figure. When the fourth sacrificed himself, entrusting Naruto to the third with the hope of proper care, what was the outcome? Damn it, he couldn't even ensure a full meal. A bowl of ramen could excite him for ages. That was the fourth's son, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Was this how the third completed the fourth's wishes? Was this how he cared for the son of a hero? Who could not feel heartbroken? As for the Uchiha clan's rebellion, if he had not stirred the pot, could such a tragedy have occurred? A proud clan of the Leaf, and instead of contemplating how to unite, he sought to obliterate them, afraid of the Leaf growing strong. Was he? Each punch landed heavily on the third, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. They stared blankly as the third was hammered by Shun like a beaten dog, too fearful to move an inch. It was absurd. They did not dare raise their voices against Danzo, and facing such an overpowering Shun, what could they possibly say? After a prolonged beating, Shun straightened up. A thick, viscous liquid dripped onto the third's aged face, and he made no effort to resist. He had grown completely numb. He merely stared vacantly at the moon, his mind echoing three questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Humph. Shun placed a foot on his face. Today, I shall state 3 points. Justice. Justice. And what a mockery of justice. Hence, I propose we elect a new Hokage. Glancing around, anyone who made eye contact quickly lowered their heads. The strong are always justified. The third lay beneath your feet. What could anyone say? In the ninja world, power reigns supreme. Why was Hashirama able to achieve peace in the ninja world? Was it due to his political acumen? Was it because he preached virtue and morality? No. It was solely because he was strong. Thus whatever he said was deemed correct. In the ninja world, death is a constant, entangled interests, familial conflicts. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, why could everyone unite? Was it truly due to morality? Was Naruto's ascension to Hokage truly the will of the people? Was it not because disunity would lead to being hung on trees as white Zetsu, and because Naruto was extraordinarily powerful, no one dared to resist? Hayashi Hyuga was the first to stand. I, from the Hyuga clan, propose Uchiha Shun as the new Hokage. Yamanka Inoichi hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed. I, from the Yamanaka clan, support Uchiha Shun as the new Hokage. I, from the Nara clan, second the motion. I, from the Akimichi clan, also support. I, from the Yamanaka clan. One by one, clans expressed their support. Many jonin hesitated, but Kakashi was the first to step forward. I, Kakashi, support Uchiha Shun for the position of Hokage, not for anything else, but because Shun has spoken up for my father multiple times, I stand with him. Guy scratched his head. To him, who became Hokage was of little consequence. Since Kakashi supports him, then I do as well. The likes of Kazekage, Mizukage, and others, though reluctant, still raised their hands in agreement. Only Asuma stared blankly at the third on the ground, turning away silently. Believing Shun to be just another hypocritical politician like his father, Shun shook his head. I refuse. What? The crowd gasped, staring at Shun in bewilderment. What had he just said? Asuma halted, turning to Shun with tears in his eyes. He had not been mistaken. He truly had not been mistaken. He held a confidential letter sealed with the Hokage's emblem, solely to rescue Shun. Now it was no longer needed. Sighing, Shun thought to himself that he had no desire to become Hokage, slaving away day after day. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to languidly recline in a rocking chair, indulging in leisurely pleasures? Why would he take on such a thankless task? Did they not see how Naruto, once brimming with energy, was now utterly exhausted after assuming the role of Hokage? I refuse, he declared. I propose Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Who's in favor? Who's against? The crowd, expecting a tyrant, was taken aback by his selfless spirit, reminiscent of Hashirama. The position of Hokage was within his grasp, yet he unhesitatingly declined. What a remarkable spirit! What profound integrity! It was truly astonishing. Even the 3rd Hokage, lying on the ground, regained a flicker of vitality in his eyes, disregarding his pain to rise. Shun, I have misjudged you all along. You are the one who truly cares for Konoha. Shun, he was merely lazy. Why did everyone look at him with such reverence? Scratching his head, he said, if no one opposes, then it's settled. Yes. The enthusiastic voices echoed through the night. Shun turned to the 3rd Hokage and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, how about you call me father? The 3rd Hokage rolled his eyes dramatically and fainted. He had already endured enough humiliation today. But calling Shun father was an absolute impossibility. Shun still envied the 3rd Hokage's mastery of all 5 chakra natures. Never mind, he thought. Tomorrow is another day. He approached Itachi and said, let's go. Take me to meet that mysterious person. Itachi, expressionless, led the way, though he could not hide his inner excitement. The two soon arrived at Hokage Rock, where Obito sat high above, gazing down at the myriad lights below. Itachi, you have disappointed me. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Otherwise, your brother will inevitably perish. Itachi clenched his fists, but Shun strode directly to Obito, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Don't you wish to revive Rin? Obito's fading form abruptly halted. What did you say? Revive Rin? Ignoring the pain radiating from his head, Obito stiffly turned his neck, revealing his crimson Sharingan. The fate of those who deceive me is dire. Shun smiled, a hint of persuasion in his expression. Just call me father, and I shall grant your wish. Destroy everything. Let the entire ninja world perish. Itachi cried. What time is it? You still jest? He was the puppet master, the true controller of the ninja world, and Shun expected him to call him father? Itachi, I'm tired. Father. Yet Obito showed no hesitation. As long as he could see Rin again, he would call him whatever it took. Chapter 50. Welcoming the clan leader with the sound of the system alert, immense power surged within Shun's body. Being chosen as a proxy by Madara indeed indicated exceptional potential. Obito watched Shun nervously. A single word could destroy a man, yet the same word could also grant him rebirth. Shun ruffled his hair and said, I suspect you might be a fool. If Madara can revive you, why can't you use the same method to revive Rin? Obito. Damn it. Yes. Since the rebirth technique can bring Madara back, why can't it revive Rin? As for the secret technique on the heart, if Rin can be revived, what does it matter if I die? He stood up, preparing to capture the 9 tails, but Shun stopped him. What is the rush? Now is not the time to alarm the enemy. You continue to lurk in the shadows. I'll have Itachi assist you. Understand? Obito's eyes were filled with struggle. He could not wait, even a moment longer. But alone, he could not use the sealing technique to extract the power of the 9-tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails. Without becoming the 10 tails, Rin's revival would always be flawed. And most importantly, he currently lacked Rin's cells. Just a little longer. Rin, trust me. I will revive you soon. Obito straightened up, glancing at Itachi. I don't care how you know all this, but if you dare to obstruct me, I will kill you. Thud. A powerful punch landed on Obito's head. How dare you speak to me like that? Obito? Where was his intangibility? His expression turned fierce. Did he really think that calling him father made him his parent? Kamui. 1 second. 2 seconds. The air was calm, devoid of turbulence. Itachi blinked, and the image of the once mysterious and powerful figure in his mind crumbled. A grand villain, a formidable boss, the masked man, had capitulated for a woman. Did he not care for his reputation? Obito widened his Sharingan and shouted, Kamui space. A gentle breeze swept by, and Shun turned his head. Are your eyes dry? Obito went mad. He was showcasing his formidable Mangekyo Sharingan technique. and Shun had the audacity to question his eyes' comfort? Wait, what was happening? He had traversed the ninja world for over a decade. Even the fourth Hokage could do nothing against his ocular technique. How could it fail now? His expression grew serious as he looked at Shun. What have you done to me? Shun slapped Obito on the head. Stop pretending. Huh? Pretending? Obito attempted to phase out. But each time he began, an inexplicable force surged, driving him back. This was absurd. This was his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. How could another control it? For 3 minutes. The one-sided confrontation culminated in Obito, battered and bruised, finally realizing a harsh truth. This peculiar, temperamental youth could manipulate his Kamui space, and due to Shun's superior chakra, his control over Kamui surpassed Obito's. Senior, no. Father, please stop. I've learned my lesson. Just let me revive Rin, and you can ask anything else. That's the spirit. Shun chuckled, retracting his hand. Now how about a little snack? Obito, is this really appropriate? Did he not care for his dignity? After some playful banter, Shun called Itachi and earnestly said before Obito, I don't trust him completely. You will follow him from now on, lurking within the Akatsuki. However, if you grow weary or wish to return, the Uchiha doors will always be open for you. Don't burden yourself too much. Just ensure this fool doesn't do anything foolish. Oh, by the way, I saved Izumi as well. Come back to see her. She is a lovely girl. Itachi gripped his popsicle tightly. Compared to the third Hokage, Shun was light years ahead. The third Hokage only forced him to comply, silently compelling him to slaughter his kin, while he dared not utter a word against the mysterious figure. And then there was Shun, who treated the mysterious figure like a child. Shun sensed the atmosphere had reached its peak, grasping Itachi's shoulder. His expression tinged with nervous anticipation. So, Itachi, are you willing to be my son now? Itachi's eternally indifferent expression nearly faltered. Shun was delightful in every aspect. Yet this peculiar penchant for adopting people as his sons was something he could not accept. He, Itachi, had his dignity. Noticing Itachi's increasingly peculiar expression, Shun scratched his head. Pondering, is that not acceptable? Should I give him a beating to test the waters? As if sensing Shun's overwhelming malice, Itachi instinctively took a small step back, nervously watching him. Lord Shun. Shun waved his hand dismissively, concluding that forcing affection was unwise. He had no need for such trivialities. The night of the clan's massacre had passed, and all that awaited was the resurrection of Kaguya in a few years. At that time, he would present her with a surprise. The palm pressed against Obito's head, the body relaxed. If I ever find out you are bullying Itachi, Obito. Soon after, his eyes began to glaze over as an overwhelming surge of chakra surged into his body, so intense it felt almost tangible. He thought there was nothing he could not endure, yet his body began to convulse. Even the right side, wrapped in white zetsu, tingled as if it were about to regenerate. Hiss! Is it truly this powerful? A night passed, and as dawn broke, Shun retracted his hand with a smirk. He had hastened the process as much as possible, but still barely completed the transfer of energy. This won't do. I must find a better method in the future. This is too time-consuming. Obito, feeling a portion of his right side restored, lifted his hand, intending to say something, but he fell to the ground, succumbing to sleep. Ding! You have imparted energy to your adopted son, Uchiha Obito, enhancing his abilities and restoring his limbs, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill, Super Recovery, along with a vast reservoir of chakra. Would you like to claim it? Super Recovery? Yes, please. An immense flow of chakra surged within him, accompanied by an invigorating sensation in Shun's abdomen. Drawing out a kunai, he swiftly sliced a deep wound, only for it to vanish in the blink of an eye. Isn't this the passive ability of Hashirama? How could he possess it too? This is promising. Although he did not trigger the quality return to gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was still a worthwhile endeavor. Shun pointed at Obito on the ground and said to Itachi, "All right, let's take him back and say our goodbyes to the family." A deep sense of guilt washed over Itachi. Lord Shun had been rejected by him without a word and still encouraged him to return for farewells. Yet, accepting someone as a foster father was a face he could not bear to show. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Fuki and Shursui led a throng of clan members who had been waiting anxiously. Kneeling on one knee, we welcome the clan leader. Chapter 51. Who else could she lose? They genuinely admired Shun. Although he refused the position of Hokage, his courageous demeanor was eternally etched in their hearts. Shun scanned his surroundings, noticing a lack of A-ranked individuals. How vexing. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough said. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. Anyone who defies you shall be punished. No matter how far. Yes. The crowd erupted with fervor. This was the essence of a true leader. How could one allow their kin to be bullied while aiding outsiders? Fuki attempted to approach, but noticed Itachi turning away. With a resigned sigh, he understood that Itachi did not wish to see him. He could only take Makoto and Sasuke away, grateful to be alive. Shun tilted his head. What? You aren't going to see your parents and brother? Itachi, expressionless, laid Obito down and stood quietly by the lotus pond. For a long time, he remained there. He still had a mission. He had to go undercover. He did not want his parents or brother to worry. He would bear everything alone. As the sun set, a cheerful laughter reached his side, and a girl presented a piece of cake to Itachi. Lord Shun made this himself. If you don't eat it, it would be disrespectful to him. Itachi looked at the girl, his fingers quivering, yet he restrained himself, silently accepting the cake and placing it in his mouth. A sweet flavor instantly filled his mouth, causing him to squint in delight. So sweet, so delicious. The girl beamed with happiness, sitting beside Itachi as her small, white feet dangled in the sunset. Lord Shun said not to put too much pressure on yourself. Come back whenever you want. He will handle everything. Itachi inhaled the girl's fragrant scent and gazed at the remaining twilight. He nodded. But could he truly return? The girl, noticing his mood, opened her bag and began sharing various pastries with him. They exchanged bites in silence, their actions speaking volumes. However, as they continued, Itachi suddenly felt something amiss. Why was his body growing warmer? Turning to the girl beside him, he found her already gazing at him with dreamy eyes and flushed cheeks. Itachi, A sense of foreboding flooded Itachi's mind. Could it be that Lord Shun would engage in such antics? Shun, hiding in a pavilion, chuckled mischievously. Hee. Familial affection is not enough. There must also be romantic love. Izumi, I trust you, go for it. Accepting the pastries from Ryu, he wondered why they tasted so familiar. Reminiscent of the ones he had added a touch of seasoning to in the afternoon. Turning, he noticed Ryu's mouth still bearing traces of her earlier indulgence. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. Lord, I feel so strangely curious. Shun's lips twitched. Was retribution arriving so swiftly? So unexpectedly? And Ryu, how old are you? Must you mature so quickly? A night passed in silence, and the next day, Shun awoke, feeling as though a pair of inquisitive eyes were scanning him. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he met the gaze of a man with white hair and a long tear streak under his eyes. Shun, you've peeked into the women's bath, and now you're not sparing the men either? When did Paradise of Affection release this series? Jiraiya's eyes lit up, stroking his chin. Why didn't I think of this? Art should not be so narrow-minded, limited by gender. Since there are women, there should be men as well. Treating them differently is a desecration of art. I've decided, next year, I will launch the Romantic Tales series. As the proposer, Lord Shun, your name will be included. Especially the first issue, which will feature Uchiha Shun's signature and sell for an exorbitant price, making it hard to come by. I must thank you. Shun rubbed his eyes. Fortunately, Ryu is not here. Could it be that last night was merely a dream? With that, the illustrious Sannin, the lecherous sage, Jiraiya, stealthily infiltrated his room. For what purpose? Jiraiya scrutinized Shun from head to toe, reaching out to pinch him. This shouldn't be possible. Hiss. The Uchiha clan should not be like this. Uchiha Shun, are you sure you are your parents' biological child, and not adopted? Shun scoffed twice. Taste my iron fist. With a heavy punch, he struck Jiraiya in the stomach, causing his eyes to bulge and his body to feel as though it were a budding lotus. Hiss, such power. Stronger than Tsunade? There was no doubt. He could not be from the Uchiha clan, or else how could he refuse the position of Hokage? Retreating 3 steps, Jiraiya exclaimed. Don't hit. I'm here because the 3rd Hokage was worried and specifically summoned me to accompany you in search of Tsunade. Shun rolled his eyes. Do I have time to lie in bed? Alas, Jiraiya sighed. With your strength and current prestige in Konoha, I want to hide it from you. Tsunade suffered immense trauma during the 3rd Shinobi World War when her brother, Nawaki, was killed by an explosion, and her lover, Dan, was eviscerated in front of her. This left her with severe blood phobia, forcing her to wander. Oh, Shun turned over. What does that have to do with me? Don't bother me. I just want to lie at home. The plot won't begin for several years. Why not enjoy some leisure? I'll give you the entire Paradise of Affection collection along with the limited edition. 2 sets. Deal. Let us go. With a flip, Shun left a note for Ryu and departed with Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled knowingly. While he may lack in ninjutsu, he was a master of art. Both men, decisive in their actions, left the village in a whirlwind. The people of Konoha marveled, observing how Lord Shun, who had been accused of stalling and harboring ill intentions, was now seeking out Tsunade to return as Hokage. This exemplified selflessness and righteousness. 3 days later, within a gambling den at the border of Konoha, 664. A significant win. Tsunade tossed a hefty sum of money onto the table once more. This marked the 13th time that she had hit the jackpot, yet she remained unfazed. The other patrons eagerly placed their bets on the winning number. For the legendary cash cow had finally graced them with her presence. How could they resist the opportunity to take a substantial cut? 124, a small win. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't it said that she always lost at gambling? Could this be a ruse? Tsunade herself was taken aback, her foggy mind slowly clearing. Every time such an anomaly occurred, it heralded dire consequences. So who was it this time? What more could she possibly lose? She placed all her money on the small bet. Let's go. Chapter 52. Come on, baby. 3-2-1, a small win. Crack. Tsunade clenched the pendant around her neck, her fingertips turning pale with anxiety, murmuring, "Old man, Jiraiya, please, let nothing happen to you." Without considering her winnings, she turned to leave. Just as Tsunade departed, Jiraiya arrived with Minato in tow. After a brief inquiry, the two decided to visit the tavern. Indeed, Tsunade was inebriated, desperately trying to drown out the fear of hearing about the demise of someone familiar. Tsunade. Jiraiya's heart ached at the sight as he took a seat opposite her. "I have significant news to share." Tsunade gulped down another generous swig of alcohol. Jiraiya was still alive, so it must be the old man, right? Her feelings towards the third Hokage were complex. She appreciated his nurturing, yet resented his weakness that led to the downfall of the Senju clan. To make matters worse, there were those who dared to study the remains of her grandfather, Hashirama. Is the old man dead? No, he is still alive. Jiraiya glanced at Minato, though he is not in great shape. Well, he did get publicly humiliated and is now bedridden like a mummy. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Then who else could it be? Orochimaru? Jiraiya smiled. It's good news. The Uchiha clan wants you to return as Hokage. Tsunade spewed her drink in disbelief. What? The Uchiha want me back as Hokage? Is my hearing impaired, or has Jiraiya lost his mind? Jiraiya wiped his face, feeling ecstatic that this alcohol had touched Tsunade's lips. Here's the situation. The Uchiha clan rebelled, and the third led the suppression. But then, well, the Uchiha clan leader relinquished the Hokage position and nominated you as the new Hokage. He needed Tsunade to grasp the gravity of the situation, to ponder whether she should return to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Is this truly the case? Has Jiraiya lost his wits, or has the Uchiha gone mad to nominate her, their sworn enemy, as Hokage? Jiraiya nodded, admitting that his initial reaction mirrored Tsunade's disbelief. However, after thorough confirmation, the truth stood as such. The Uchiha had successfully rebelled, relinquished a coveted Hokage position, and endorsed their adversary, the Senju clan's Tsunade, for the role. This is preposterous. He gestured towards Minato. Let him explain. Tsunade's frown deepened as she caught sight of the emblem she despised. Minato, seemingly unfazed, sat down casually. I hear you're over 50 now? A massive sweat bead formed on Tsunade's forehead. Minato continued to prod. I hear the Senju clan has dwindled down to just you? Boom. An invisible fury erupted from Tsunade. Minato, oblivious, added, I hear everyone you've kissed has perished? Boom. A powerful aura surged forth, sending Jiraiya quaking in fear. No, don't provoke Tsunade further. It could be fatal. Minato leaned in closer. I don't believe it. I want to test that, especially since I'm the leader of the Uchiha clan. Fine, if you want to test it, I'll oblige. Tsunade could no longer contain her rage, roaring as she swung her iron fist. The ground shattered. The entire tavern trembled as though it were under siege by an earthquake of monumental proportions. A fierce wind swept through, yet Minato maintained his smile, leisurely drawing a kunai and lightly poking Jiraiya's backside, brandishing it before him. Crimson blood trickled down the kunai. Time froze. Tsunade trembled, several times attempting to strike down the insufferable Uchiha before her, yet she found herself paralyzed. Jiraiya sighed heavily. Alas, the ever-stubborn Tsunade, how, oh, he lamented, pounding his chest in sorrow. Is this it? Minato leaned forward. The illustrious Sannin, the princess of the Senju clan. Is this all? Tsunade fought to regain control of her body. She did not wish to humiliate herself before the Uchiha clan. Yet, she found herself incapable. Minato, perhaps we should let this go? Jiraiya observed Tsunade with pity, unable to bear it. Minato waved him off, signaling him to mind his own business. Jiraiya shook his head. He had misunderstood the Uchiha clan in the past. Minato was indeed a good soul. You dare take that away. Tsunade helplessly braced herself against the ground, inching backward. She felt so small, helpless, and pitiful. Minato, grinning wickedly, closed the distance, inhaling her enticing fragrance. Weren't you going to hit me? Come on. Tsunade gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them in frustration. She longed to deliver a punch that would leave Minato as a mere flower. However, staring at the bloodied kunai before her, she found herself powerless. Do not push me. Oh, but I will. What will you do about it? Minato pressed closer, their faces nearly touching, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Come, strike me. Tsunade stood her ground, her gaze icy and filled with intent to kill. Inhale. Exhale. The warm breath brushed against her flawless skin, tinting her cheeks with a subtle flush. Yet, she remained steadfast, not shying away, nor retreating. Even though she had never been this intimate with another. You will regret this. With a mischievous grin, Minato leaned in, crossing the bridge of her nose, drawing close to her alluring lips. Is that so? Now I am even more inclined to find out. Tsunade proudly raised her chin, fixing her gaze on Minato, devoid of any emotional nuance. Jiraiya clenched his fists, feeling an odd sense of hope. Tsunade was no longer backing down. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the crowd believed this was the end, Minato suddenly accelerated, crashing his lips onto hers with ferocity. Silence. Jiraiya exploded. What? You must be joking. Are you serious? That is his goddess, and you dare to kiss her in front of him? This is intolerable. Tsunade was stunned, lying still on the ground, allowing Minato to explore without restraint. After a while, their lips parted, and Minato smacked his lips. Over 50? Not bad, quite decent. Boom. The ground trembled, the air shifted. A wave of killing intent darkened the sky. Tsunade and Jiraiya clung to each other, trembling in fear of the wrathful Tsunade. Minato tossed the bloodied kunai aside, provocatively beckoning Tsunade. Come on, baby. Chapter 53, Living in Pain. Boom. The earth crumbled, dirt flying everywhere as Tsunade appeared before Minato, unleashing a silent, devastating punch. It was due to the convergence of all power, with no leakage whatsoever. In that moment, Tsunade genuinely contemplated ending Shun's life. Shun, with a disdainful gaze, raised a finger and pressed it against the force. Having recently gained a 1,000-fold return from Abido, he was immensely inflated with confidence. The air stood still for a brief moment before suddenly erupting in a visible ripple that swept away everything in its path. Boom. The entire tavern vanished in an instant, leaving the vicinity within 10 meters utterly devoid of substance. Indeed, Shun twisted his finger, realigning his shattered bone. You managed to injure me. Quite commendable. Tsunade's extraordinary strength was not merely a simple enhancement of power, but rather an explosive force that penetrated deep, one that even Shun, in his current state, could not withstand unscathed. A chill swept through Tsunade as she stared blankly at Shun's finger. Her full-force strike had merely broken one of his fingers? It was no wonder the old man lost. It was understandable that he cared little for the Hokage title. Possessing such power, what earthly matters would concern him? I will return to be Hokage. She could not allow the village her grandfather painstakingly established to be destroyed. She must act. Though she doubted her ability to pose a threat to Shun, she had to try. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at her with a sense of relief. She remained as steadfast as ever. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared with a cold smile. Tsunade, Jiraiya, surely you do not wish for him to threaten Konoha? Let us join forces and eliminate him. That night, after Shursui had implanted the Kodoame Tsukumi to instill loyalty in Shun, he had managed to escape. But no matter how he struggled or transformed, he could never fully break free from its influence. Now, he could only manage a feeble seal, yet it would occasionally resurface, compelling him to consider surrendering to Shun. This immense issue affected his thoughts and his pursuit of immortality, forcing him to seek out Tsunade. Despite knowing that the chances of her curing him from such an illusion were less than 1 in 10,000. Yet he had no other choice but to attempt it. Now, a golden opportunity lay before him. If he could eliminate Shun, everything would be resolved. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged grave looks, pondering, should they trust Shun and the Uchiha clan, or unite their strength as the legendary three ninjas to eradicate this ticking time bomb? After a moment, Jiraiya hesitantly spoke. Tsunade, we cannot be like Danzo, preferring to kill wrongly than to let a threat go unpunished. Though he longed to eliminate the grandson of the man who had forcibly kissed his goddess, his principles forbade him. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade nodded resolutely. She too wished to eliminate future troubles, yet she was not one to resort to such means. Orochimaru, your unscrupulous methods are still in play. But you have chosen the wrong opponent. Leave now, lest I lose all compassion. Orochimaru slashed his palm and smeared the blood across his face. Is that so? Having fled after being ensnared by Kotoa Mitsukami, he had not witnessed Shun's subsequent actions, hence his audacity to provoke. Perhaps he would not care even if he did know, for he had essentially achieved a new level of immortality. Tsunade trembled, an overwhelming fear engulfing her mind, as memories of past events flooded back with Orochimaru's proximity. Jiraiya rushed forward, placing himself in front of Tsunade. Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? You can protect her for a moment, but can you shield her for a lifetime? Orochimaru licked his lips and advanced, for now was not the time to reveal his true intentions. Jiraiya's expression stiffened. If the fear of blood were to be unveiled, even Tsunade's ascension to Hokage would be in jeopardy. How could it be cured? Like Shun just did? Tsunade, shaking, pushed Jiraiya aside. Having chosen to return and safeguard the Konoha her grandfather built, this trial must be faced. Secret technique, shadow snake hands. Orochimaru, devoid of any pity, had forsaken all ties in his relentless pursuit of immortality. As the snake's mouth approached to bite Tsunade's neck, she remained motionless, while Jiraiya anxiously clenched his fists. It's possible, she can do it. Bang! The snake's head was crushed by Shun's grip, blood splattering across Tsunade's face. Ack! With a scream, Tsunade collapsed to the ground, unable to release her burden, unable to forget. Her brother, torn apart by explosive tags, and her beloved, hollowed out, lay lifeless no matter how hard she tried to save them. She was merely a woman, bereft of all her loved ones. Jiraiya stood by, bewildered, wishing to extend a hand to comfort her. Yet what could he say? He had spent his life searching for that elusive prophesied child. Was it not also a form of escapism? Shun, expressionless, retrieved a large wooden barrel from a distance, roughly stuffing Tsunade inside. Then unfurling a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The sound of flowing blood and unknown entrails cascaded down, quickly engulfing Tsunade. No. Tsunade struggled in terror, attempting to escape, but Shun viciously grasped her throat, forcing her to meet his blood-red gaze. Illusion technique, Narakuju. Fear expanded infinitely, her memories dragged back to that fateful day. That night, in an endless loop, her pupils dilated, she forgot to struggle, collapsing directly into the barrel. Glub, glub. Countless bubbles surfaced in the blood. As Tsunade failed to emerge, Jiraiya's heart raced. Tsunade, you must pull through. 1 second. 2 seconds. The barrel fell into an eerie silence. Jiraiya clung tightly to the edge of the barrel, suppressing his unease. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Jiraiya extended his left hand to the blood surface. 5 seconds. 6 seconds. Panic gripped Jiraiya. He wanted to reach out to rescue Tsunade, but was kicked away by Shun. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. Shun shook his head, observing that Tsunade had knelt. Perhaps it was for the best, sparing her from that loathsome mouth technique. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Orochimaru turned to leave. Life was so fragile. Were former companions beginning to vanish? 11 seconds. 12 seconds. Jiraiya hung his head in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Should he blame Shun? Perhaps. Perhaps enduring this pain was worse than seeking an end. Prophesied child, where are you? 13 seconds. 14 seconds. At the moment when all hope seemed lost. Boom. The barrel shattered, blood and entrails flying in all directions. Tsunade maintained a stance, fist raised, kneeling on the ground as she retched. Uchiha Shun, I remember you. Chapter 54, The Great Battle of the Three Ninjas. Tsunade. Jiraiya quickly climbed to Tsunade's side. You're back. Retching, Tsunade delivered a punch to Jiraiya, sending him hurtling back faster than before. Uchiha Shun, come, let us fight. Her heart brimmed with frustration. She understood Shun's intent to cure her hemophobia. Yet she wished never to experience that feeling again. Shun nodded. Let the three of you come at me together. Tsunade Jiraiya. Orochimaru, who do you think you are looking down upon? Being a ninja is not solely about strength. They are the legendary three ninjas. Isn't it a bit excessive to have them team up against a mere fledgling? Who granted you the audacity to make such a reckless choice? Shun tossed a large stack of coins to the nearby residents. This place is unsuitable. Let us change locations. This action prompted Tsunade and Jiraiya to exchange glances. Uchiha Shun was indeed an enigma. You could say he was heartless, yet at times he seemed considerate of others' feelings. You could say he was gentle, yet he was ruthlessly fierce in action. Shaking their heads, the two followed after Orochimaru. Four individuals arrived at an open area. With a swift gesture directing attention towards them, a lecher, Huang, a gambler, Du, and a pervert, Du. Instantly, the trio squinted. For no one enjoys being pointed at and insulted, especially not these three notorious figures. Shun stepped forward, commanding attention. Enough of this nonsense. This is not the time for jest. The villagers await our return. Ignoring his words, Shun first pointed at Jiraiya. You seek the child of prophecy. Then he gestured towards Tsunade. You wish to see those who have departed. Finally, he indicated Orochimaru. You desire immortality. He concluded, defeat me, and you shall attain your desires. Lose, and you will kneel and call me father. A surge of terrifying combat intent erupted. Who will step forward first? Jiraiya bellowed, indignant at the insult of kneeling. Tsunade, already furious, was the first to act. From their very first encounter, she had yearned to shatter Shun's arrogant visage. Leaping high, she unleashed her secret technique, superhuman strength. Shun, unimpressed, raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A dull thud echoed as he effortlessly absorbed Tsunade's full-strength blow, unscathed. The trio narrowed their brows, astonished that anyone could withstand Tsunade's might with mere physical prowess. With fingers now together, he grasped Tsunade and hurled her downwards. Could you perhaps pique my interest a little? Boom. As the smoke dissipated, Tsunade, prepared, used the body replacement technique to appear behind Shun, wielding two razor-sharp chakra scalpels that danced through the air. In an instant, Shun shifted into another dimension, effortlessly gliding through Tsunade's form, and delivered a kick to her rear. Trembling and flustered, Tsunade rolled away several meters. Bewildered, what sort of ninjutsu is this? It was no wonder Tsunade was astonished. This technique was truly an extraordinary feat. Without elaboration, Shun beckoned Jiraiya and Orochimaru. What are you waiting for? Attack together. They inhaled deeply, unleashing fire release, fireball jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, creating a raging inferno that surged forth. Godly might. The space warped, and all chakra became uncontrollable, vanishing from sight. The three exchanged glances, realizing they were indeed facing one of the most challenging space ninjutsu. Engaging closely, they fought with seamless coordination, Jiraiya absorbing damage, Tsunade launching attacks, and Orochimaru seeking opportunities to strike from the shadows. In mere moments, they discovered the flaw of Shun's intangibility. While absorbing, releasing, or attacking, his form would solidify, leaving him vulnerable. Needle Jizo technique. With long white hair enveloping him, Jiraiya braced against Shun's assault as Orochimaru hurled several shurikens, swiftly forming hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, and 100 became 1,000, filling the air with a deluge of projectiles aimed at Shun and Jiraiya. Shun activated godly might, distorting space as countless shurikens vanished. Meanwhile, Obito, observing the shurikens that had appeared at his rear, fell into contemplation. Jiraiya was sent reeling, blood spitting forth as his white hair fluttered. Boom. Just as Shun completed his attack, Tsunade, having shed her disguise, launched a surprise assault. Taijutsu. Painful heavenly kick. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Simultaneously, Orochimaru pressed a hand to the ground, summoning a vast swamp that destabilized Shun's footing. Beastly Lion's main technique. Jiraiya, not to be outdone, sent his hair, transformed into a lion's head, to ensnare Shun's right arm, diverting his trajectory and evading Tsunade's kick. Thud. A tremendous force erupted in Shun's chest, shredding his clothing into countless fragments, sending him flying several meters. This is somewhat interesting. I shall take this more seriously. The show had begun. Shadow clone technique. Countless Shuns converged upon the three ninjas, simultaneously forming hand seals. Shun body technique. Illusory blade waltz. A secret technique from Shizune. Countless Shuns wielded kunai, leaving afterimages as they weaved among the trio. This was the pinnacle of speed and illusion, blurring the line between reality and mirage, leaving even the three legendary ninjas struggling to discern truth from deception. In an instant, blood gushed from their bodies, kunai embedded in the ground. Shun chuckled. If you do not showcase your true abilities, you may find yourself slain. Ninjutsu, creation rebirth. Seals spread across Tsunade's body, instantly healing her wounds. Orochimaru opened his mouth, releasing a sharp long sword that soared into the sky, soaring freely. Kusanagi sword, void of space. Jiraiya bit his finger, pressing a hand to the ground. Summoning technique, stage collapse. A gigantic toad, adorned with a pipe and a sword, descended from above. Shun swiftly retreated, the smoke clearing to reveal Jiraiya's shoulders perched with two Sage Mode masters, their eyes transforming into frog-like orbs. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Sage art, thousand needle technique. With Fumita spewing oil and Jiraiya unleashing flames, their hardened hair shot forth, saturating the ground and sky with relentless assaults akin to a tempest. Jiraiya, the first of the legendary trio to launch a lethal attack, was indeed a kind-hearted man. But the recent blade waltz had forced him to confront a long-forgotten sense of peril. He could not afford to hold back any longer, for his Sage Mode was fleeting. He must conclude this battle swiftly. Chapter 55. Aftermath. Orochimaru hesitated, reluctant to go all out, but Tsunade charged into the fray despite the rain of flames. Unfazed by her injuries, she unleashed the 8 gates, opening the shock gate. Secret technique, superhuman strength, daytime tiger. Even Kakashi could open 2 gates. How could Tsunade, renowned for her strength and healing, fail to do so? Orochimaru licked his lips, relishing the long-lost thrill. He would indulge them in a proper duel. Biting his finger, he pressed a hand to the ground. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. 5 elements, great multi-strike technique. Simultaneously summoning 4 clones, they stood atop the heads of the myriad snakes. Coordinating their efforts with wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth ninjutsu unleashed in a simultaneous assault. While not as potent as the third Hokage's techniques, they were far from ordinary. Losing his hands, but retaining his ability to form seals, Orochimaru was indeed the most formidable version of himself. Shun, rare in his excitement, recognized that each of the legendary ninjas was a paragon among Hokage. Moreover, the trio, as a cohesive unit, was an unparalleled force. With his powerful gaze unleashed, crimson chakra coalesced, and a terrifying, malevolent giant materialized, towering above the world. Longing is like a river, endless in its flow. The first spear of longing. Drawing the long spear from his back, he assumed a stance, the spear tip trembling, embodying the harmony of man and weapon as it transformed into a dragon. The colossal daytime tiger let out a mournful cry, vanishing before it could approach. Raising his spear again. How many longings can a single night hold? Across the ends of the earth. The second spear, heartbreaking. The blood-red spear, infused with 5 elemental chakra, pierced Tsunade, inflicting immense agony, prompting a muffled groan from her. With a flap of his wings, he cast Tsunade away. What is seen is illusory. To hear is to grasp reality. The third spear, blind dragon. As flames erupted, and countless needles fell, Fumita dissolved into smoke. In the grand scheme, the world roams. The moon hangs like a hook, making separation difficult. The fourth spear, flirtation. A fleeting afterimage swept past. The spear struck without a trace, leaving Jiraiya grievously injured, blood spilling forth as he was sent reeling. How many flavors of literature exist? Who among the world deserves to wear white robes? The fifth spear, unmatched. The spear, akin to a dragon, and the man, like the wind, surged forth. The tempest rising as the myriad snakes failed to even cast their shedding technique before vanishing entirely. The sixth spear, white dragon. Layered illusions danced, a chilling gleam heralding its approach, and Orochimaru barely managed to raise his head, letting out a furious roar before disappearing from sight. With a sudden motion, he embraced his shoulders, standing majestically above the sky, like a deity surveying the 3 below. Kneel. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru exchanged a knowing glance. Sage art, 5 left guards. Sage technique, super large Rasen shuriken. Secret technique, 8-headed serpent technique. Secret technique, curse seal, super 10,000 snakes formation. Ninja art, chakra rampage. Taijutsu, dragon god. The fusion of illusion, physical prowess, and ninjutsu unleashed a tempest of ferocious energy. The heavens darkened, the earth crumbled, and violent winds roared, sweeping everything in their path. With a smile, he gazed down, a trickle of blood streaming from his right eye. All things shall return to ashes. A blazing meteor fell from the sky, resembling a second sun, blinding and lethal, impossible to behold. Under the extreme heat, even the air began to distort. In the next moment, as his fingers fell, the sun began its descent from the sky. The tempest surged as the three legendary ninjas roared, forcing every ounce of chakra from their bodies. How could they, the famed Sannin, be defeated by a mere boy? Before the collision could occur, the shockwave had already begun to radiate outward, its thunderous sound echoing even from 1,000 miles away. Countless souls felt the apocalyptic aura, collapsing to their knees in prayer. Then, with a thunderous roar, the sun struck the earth, and the tempest dissipated. Hundreds of towering flames howled towards the heavens, the land parched, and under the searing heat, nearly 100 miles turned to scorched earth. For a time, all eyes lost their function, as the only sight was a blinding whiteness, devoid of all else. The blazing blade, consuming everything, left no trace unburned, no essence unturned into ash. After a while, from the center of the explosion, a hand emerged from the liquefied ground. Tsunade's skin was inflamed and rotting, yet it continuously healed. This was due to the air still infused with lethal heat, devouring everything around it. With a kick, she sent Jiraiya flying and pulled out the dazed Orochimaru, who lay on the ground gasping for the scalding air, erupting in laughter. Ha! She is lost. The three Sannin together have been defeated. Jiraiya touched his nearly non-existent white hair, coughing twice. If we lose, we must call him father. Orochimaru, lying on the ground, gazed at the sky, pondering if this powerful figure held countless secrets. Was he truly immortal? The corners of his mouth lifted, as he seemed to find a new direction. Yet, he still needed to probe further. Shun retracted his Susanoo, landing coldly before the three. Wagering entails accepting the loss. Call me father. In your dreams. The three Sannin retorted in unison. Unless we die, you shall not have it. Humph. Shun looked at Jiraiya. The child of prophecy resides within Konoha, and soon he will emerge. Who is he? Jiraiya sprang to his feet. Shun did not respond but instead turned to Orochimaru. On the moon lives an immortal being, unchanged for 1,000 years. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. Indeed, he seemed to know many secrets unknown to others. What do you desire? Shun finally turned to Tsunade. You must know of the impure world reincarnation, but do you know of the rebirth technique of the Rinnegan? It can perfectly resurrect the dead. And I believe you have seen the Rinnegan in your time. Tsunade's expression darkened. This Uchiha Shun was indeed peculiar. Why are you revealing all this to us? Shun shook his head and extended his hand. I merely wish for you to be my children. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Jiraiya could not help but scoff. Is this boy mad? You nearly killed us, then dangle the most coveted information before us, merely to have us call you father? I can understand if you want Tsunade, but why us? Jiraiya and Orochimaru? Do you wish for a cozy paradise and snake play? Instinctively extending his long tongue, Orochimaru knelt. Father. For the sake of his pursuit of immortality, what was his mere pride? Moreover, it seemed Shun possessed countless secrets awaiting his discovery. Jiraiya interjected, Orochimaru. You. But before he could finish, Tsunade had already grasped Shun's hand, pulling him into her embrace, defiantly gazing into his eyes. Do you not desire anything else? Shun felt the heavy weight upon his chest, hesitating for a moment before resolutely stating, no. Despite his seemingly flirtatious demeanor, he retained the essence of a lonely orphan from his past life. Father. Tsunade gently brushed her finger against Shun's face. You are blushing. As Shun sought to hold Tsunade firmly, she had already slipped away from his embrace. As a village leader, one must often require more than mere martial prowess. Finally, only the fervent Jiraiya remained. Chapter 56. Return to the village. Must you too be like this? Jiraiya observed Shun's displeased expression, his lips twitching, hesitating multiple times before ultimately closing his eyes. Kill me, then. Oh. Shun regarded him. What? Have you given up on the prophecy? Jiraiya's heart twisted once more. But he could not. Shun approached him, drawing a kunai. I shall give you one last chance. Will you call me father or not? Jiraiya exhaled deeply, allowing Shun to press the kunai against his neck. Farewell, Tsunade. Farewell, Konoha. Farewell, everything. Orochimaru crossed his arms, keenly observing the scene. Tsunade's expression tightened, her fingers clenched. Uchiha Shun, what will you do? Time froze. After what felt like an eternity, seeing Jiraiya still unwilling to concede, Shun tossed the kunai aside and turned to leave. He sought disciples, wished for children, to reap the benefits of a critical return. What was left if everyone perished? Jiraiya panted heavily. The murderous intent from Shun had been almost palpable, yet why did he choose to spare him? What was his true motive? Driven by curiosity, Jiraiya approached Shun, who was the child of prophecy. Shun rolled his eyes, without calling him father, merely seeking to benefit. How naive. He walked over to Orochimaru, muttering softly. Really? Orochimaru gasped, eyes wide, gazing at the sky. Was the truth of this world like this? What was he? What of his existence, his struggles, his sacrifices? Were they merely to follow a predetermined fate? No, he was himself, and no one could control him. Lowering his head, he extended his tongue to lick his lips. Very well, let me verify this. Shun patted his shoulder. He chose not to impart knowledge too liberally. For Orochimaru was difficult to manage. No one could predict his next move. Let us go. Shun led Tsunade and Jiraiya back to find Shizune, heading towards Konoha. With his involvement, how would the Sage of Six Paths respond? He eagerly anticipated the outcome. 5 days later, Tsunade stood before the gates of Konoha, long separated. Nostalgia washing over her, as if all past memories were but yesterday. In her childhood, at 4 or 5, she had followed her grandfather Hashirama around the village. Carefree and innocent. As a youth, competitive and ambitious, she trained alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya under Sarutobi Hiruzen, forging bonds. In her early adulthood, around 18, she participated in the Second Shinobi World War, fighting alongside her comrades against the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, gaining fame and respect in the ninja world. The village hailed them as heroes, and she found love. These were the happiest moments of her life, the onset of all tragedies. First, her brother Nawaki, who had vowed to become Hokage, fell victim to an explosive tag, dying in the blast. Then, on a mission with her lover, Kato Dan, she helplessly witnessed him being eviscerated, unable to save him. From that moment, she was afflicted with hemophobia. The war had concluded, yet she believed she was destined to languish in the village for the remainder of her days. To her astonishment, she discovered that some individuals were clandestinely examining her grandfather's remains. She sought out the third Hokage, and despite being his apprentice and possessing considerable renown, he remained as ineffectual as ever. She had exerted herself, yearning for change, yet nothing transformed. Who would care for a ninja afflicted with hemophobia? Who would pay heed to the long-forgotten Senju clan? Heartbroken and despondent, she reluctantly departed from the village, leaving Konoha behind. She wandered throughout the ninja world, seeking solace in alcohol and gambling to dull her pain. Thus, nearly 30 years elapsed, years that were, paradoxically, the most splendid of her life. Mito Gate Inn and Tokashoka stood at the village entrance alongside the upper echelons of Konoha, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed a few individuals. Their displeasure palpable. Danzo's demise and Sarutobi Hiruzen's severe injuries left them reeling, significantly undermining their authority. What was even more infuriating was Uchiha Shun's outright refusal to assume the mantle of Hokage, leaving them bereft of a strategy to engage in their preferred battle of public opinion. With Shun having relinquished the Hokage position, what could they possibly say? Without a trace of warmth, they addressed the group. Please follow us. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who subtly shook his head, and she immediately understood this was an issue left behind by the old man. Though he was powerful and genuinely cared for them, he was not a competent leader. After being thrust into the Hokage position during a crisis, his timid disposition and disastrous political acumen led to an unyielding tolerance that ultimately spawned numerous tragedies. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade prepared to follow, still unfamiliar with the village upon her return, not wishing to confront them directly just yet. However, Shun approached the two men and dealt them swift blows to the head. You, Mito Gate Inn and Tokashoka glared at him. Shun retaliated with another pair of strikes. What are you staring at? This is the new Hokage. What is your attitude? Show some respect. We are the Hokage's advisors. Mito Gate and raised his chin, confronting Shun before the entire assembly of Konoha's elite. How could they possibly maintain their standing after this? No, this momentum must be stifled. Uchiha Shun, what do you mean? Do not presume that your strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. We represent the village. With a sharp slap, Mito Gate spun 720 degrees. How dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the audacity to address me in such a manner? Though unaware of who Liang Jingru was, the embarrassment was enough to prompt Tokashoka to immediately align herself against Shun, Hokage-sama. Will you simply watch him assault the upper echelons of Konoha? If you cannot win, will you call for reinforcements? Shun raised his palm again, preparing to strike Tokashoka once more. I truly do not comprehend how you both survive in the ninja world. Is it through sheer shamelessness? Tsunade, with a smile full of mirth, seemed to call Shun her godfather with no hesitation. She wrapped her arm around him. All right, our esteemed Shun. Grant me this favor today, and let it be. Shun cast a disdainful glance at Mito Gate Inn and Tokashoka before turning towards the Uchiha compound. These two were even more insufferable than Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least the third had the decency to confront threats when they arose. These two had never once been seen taking action. All they did was squabble over resources, prolonging the situation. Truly a disgrace to their elders. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous observer, who had been watching, felt a surge of indignation, quickly darting from the crowd to catch up with Shun. Lord, please take me with you next time you go out. Shun, feeling embarrassed, still could not recall what had transpired that night. He tousled the observer's hair. All right, I will definitely bring you along next time. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat, relishing the sight of the fiery imprints left on Mito Gate Inn and Tokashoka's faces. Let us proceed. First, we shall check on the old man, then head to the Hokage's office. Chapter 57. Intrigued, the group arrived at Konoha Hospital, where Sarutobi Hiruzen hung limply like a mummy, every cell in his body radiating pain. Shun had struck with such ferocity that had it not been for his immense strength, he might well have met the previous Hokage in the afterlife. Yakushi Kabuto stood nearby, setting down the medical file, adjusting his glasses, and quietly observing Tsunade and the others. Was this truly Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? And the white-haired, bald man beside her, was he the famed Jiraiya, the Toad Sage? Hiss! Hadn't the intel described him as having a magnificent mane of silver hair? Why did he appear as if singed? Tsunade picked up the medical file, flipping through it rapidly, her brows knitting tightly. No wonder they sought her return to the Hokage position, even with her utmost efforts. The old man wouldn't be able to rise from his bed for at least a year or two. As for regaining his strength to battle again, that seemed virtually impossible in this lifetime. Hiruzen gazed at Tsunade, tears welling in his eyes. The greatest regrets of his life were towards the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and secondarily, Tsunade herself. He struggled to utter, "It is good that you are back, good that you are back." Tsunade coalesced 2 chakra surgical knives in her hands, treating the third without reservation. She cut open his chest, exposing his crimson insides, and without glancing up, asked Kabuto, "Do you know how to use healing jutsu?" Kabuto stepped forward, channeling a ball of green chakra into Hiruzen's chest, scrutinizing the legendary ninja before him. Due to Danzo's untimely death, he had not been embroiled in the conflicts with Yamanaka Ino. He was still quite the optimist. With her remarkable skills, Tsunade mended broken bones and revitalized parts that others could not heal. The elite of Konoha breathed heavily. Was Tsunade's hemophobia truly resolved? This was why she had not dismissed them. She aimed to demonstrate to all that the formidable Tsunade had returned. Soon, 2 hours had passed, and Tsunade wiped the sweat from her brow. "What is your name? Come to the Hokage's office tomorrow." To endure for 2 hours and notice numerous details while assisting her in surgery, this individual was worthy of cultivation. Moreover, having just returned to the village, she had no allies. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, transitioning swiftly from a spy to a free agent without any objectives. Understood. Tsunade nodded, disregarding her exhaustion, and rapidly led everyone to the Hokage's office. At that moment, the office door was tightly shut, and 2 Umbu ninjas outside repeatedly implored Konoha Maru to open the door. However, the irate Konoha Maru paid them no mind. He only knew that this was his grandfather's room, and no one could enter. Jiraiya frowned. Who is it? His reluctance to return to Konoha stemmed from the endless scheming of the villagers. Although this situation appeared to be the old Hokage's grandson acting out of dissatisfaction, it was evident that someone was deliberately probing. Mito Gate Inn and Tokashoka exchanged knowing smirks. The contest had commenced the moment Tsunade returned. They merely took the third's belongings in front of Konoha Maru, while subtly warning the Umbu not to harm the old Hokage's grandson. Now, it was up to Tsunade to navigate this situation. If she were too harsh, it would seem she lacked compassion. If she were too lenient, they could encroach upon her authority, just as they had with the third. With a swift motion, Tsunade pushed aside the two Umbu ninjas, her expression unreadable as she dismantled the barricade and forcefully shoved open the door that had been blocked by a desk. Konoha was in a worse state than she had imagined. In a place like the Hokage's office, where even a child could waltz in and set traps, not a single person was there to intervene. It was evident that the higher-ups of Konoha had reached an unprecedented level of decay. With a few decisive strikes, she dismantled the traps set by Konoha Maru and deftly dodged flying shuriken, stepping forward to crush explosive tags. With a formidable punch, she shattered a stone and approached Konoha Maru. Mitsukuru trembled in fear. As the grandson of the third Hokage, he had always roamed the village with impunity. Yet he was now confronted with such a formidable presence. Tsunade, with an impassive expression, withdrew a book from beside him and held it in her hand. Now, who can tell me the situation in Konoha? Mito Minyan exchanged glances with Toka Shorin. They understood that Tsunade was not to be trifled with. Her actions conveyed a clear message. She possessed unwavering determination and would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dared to obstruct her. However, if one complied obediently, she would overlook past transgressions. What are you still dawdling for? Mito Minyan bellowed at the two Umbu stationed at the entrance. Hurry and clear the scene. Take Mitsukuru away. Tsunade plopped down in the Hokage's chair, crossing her legs. No need. Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately. Humph. The Umbu serve the Hokage, not your whims as advisors. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mito Minyan's face as he stepped forward, stating, Konoha is in a precarious situation. Our elite combat forces have suffered severe losses, especially following the recent Uchiha rebellion, which resulted in significant casualties among the Umbu. Moreover, Elder Danzo and his root have all perished, leaving Konoha devoid of deterrence against foreign nations. Furthermore, during the recent envoy from the Cloud Village, a member of the Hyuga clan was killed, and when the Cloud Village demanded accountability, Uchiha Shun publicly assaulted the envoy. The Cloud Village's delegation has returned home. We cannot predict how the Raikage will respond. Should war break out, our current circumstances are far from optimistic. Additionally, rumors suggest that the Sand Village is stirring. A cascade of grim news poured from Mito Minyan's lips. You wish to demonstrate your capabilities? Let us see how you handle these formidable issues. Jiraiya, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in concern over the internal and external crises. Tsunade, perhaps we should postpone this discussion for another day. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Dealing with Uchiha Shun is already challenging enough. I have no time to engage in a battle of wits with this corrupt elite. Danzo and his root were never part of Konoha's legitimate structure. Their attempt to seize the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and incite turmoil within the village warrants extermination. With a single statement, she characterized the Uchiha rebellion and Danzo's demise. Has the Hokage yet to assume office and already is acting so autocratically? Toka Shorin retorted with sarcasm. If that is the case, it seems we old fellows are of no further use. Perhaps we should collectively resign. A threat, an overt threat. The small Hokage office was suddenly charged with tension, brimming with hostility. Is that so? Shursui entered slowly from the doorway, declaring, in the name of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Shun. Chapter 58, Promotion. From all corners of the world, from all ninja villages, any who dare oppose us shall meet their demise, their nations extinguished, their villages annihilated. Shursui gazed at Tsunade, bowing slightly. Additionally, Lord Shun has a message for you. One cannot slumber beside the bed of the tiger. Such domineering words. Tsunade, along with the others present, was profoundly struck by the gravity of these statements. Shun's ideology starkly contrasted with the third Hokage's inclination towards concession and diverged greatly from the first Hokage Hashirama's quest for peace. It was a blatant call to war, asserting dominance above all else. According to Shun's vision, Konoha should obliterate every other ninja village, including the Land of Fire. What purpose does the feudal lord serve? It is baffling how Hashirama and Madara once thought. One insisted on distributing tailed beasts under the pretense of deterrence, while the other naively believed in a prophecy inscribed on a stone tablet that led everyone into a dream. Truly absurd. If you two unified the ninja world, wouldn't that bring peace? Perhaps that is why they were able to collaborate. Both had invested all their attributes into strength, leaving only a semblance of rationality. Mito Minyan and Toka Shorin's expressions soured as they pointed at Shursui. Silence. You reckless child, do you wish to disregard Konoha? Such declarations, if spread, would undoubtedly incite suspicion from other villages. Did they desire a repeat of the Third Great Ninja War? The 4 villages almost led Konoha to ruin. The 2 lamented loudly. Shursui rolled his eyes, dismissing their outcries. A group of incompetent fools, merely retreating and yielding, selling out the village for personal gain, currying favor with the 4 surrounding nations. Truly a remarkable talent. Ignoring their clamor, Shursui turned to leave. Tsunade rubbed her temples, realizing the mess the 3rd Hokage had left her. She slammed her hand on the table. All right, advisors, the die is cast. I trust the other villages will soon learn of these 2 statements. We can no longer waste time debating right and wrong. Immediately heighten border defenses and mobilize our village's fighting force to prepare for the impending war. Humph, she Tsunade was no weakling like the 3rd Hokage. If war was what they sought, then let it be war. This would also provide an opportunity to eliminate some pests and create openings for trusted allies. No, Toka Shorin raised her arm in protest. The village is currently incapable of withstanding an assault from the 4 great ninja villages. At Mito Minion's prompting, numerous high-ranking officials quickly raised their arms in agreement, vociferously declaring, "We strongly condemn the Uchiha clan, particularly Uchiha Shun, who disregards the village's safety and acts independently. Hokage, you must impose a punishment upon him to make him understand the rules, while also making it clear to his clan that this is not Konoha's doctrine." They were utterly averse to the idea of war, having barely escaped the last one, had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Nine-Tails crisis. Leading to the demise of Minato, Konoha might have long since lost their standing. Very well. Tsunade crossed her arms, a knowing smile creeping onto her lips. It just so happens that I have long been displeased with Uchiha Shun. Let us punish him by placing him in Konoha's prison for 3 months. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was Tsunade so easily acquiescing? You. She pointed at the 3 most vociferous individuals. This grave responsibility falls upon you. For the safety of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, I trust you will execute this task admirably. The faces of the 3 turned ashen. Realizing the absurdity of being sent to confront Uchiha Shun, who had the audacity to execute Danzo and strike the 3rd Hokage in public. Were they not walking right into the jaws of the tiger? Hokage, high-ranking official A, Shitora Hidenori, wore a look of distress. This cannot be right. Oh. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. Did you not just say he must be severely punished? High-ranking official B, Shitora Kazuhiko, hesitated momentarily before deciding that preserving his own life took precedence over anything else. Ignoring Mito Minion's murderous glare, he said, well, Lord Shun only just returned to take up the mantle of Hokage. Punishing him immediately might lead to rumors. A verbal warning might suffice. That will not do, Tsunade replied with calm authority. Merit must be rewarded, and transgressions penalized. Otherwise, how can we maintain order? Moreover, Uchiha Shun's unilateral actions constitute a grave sin. It will be a chore for the 3 of you to go and properly discipline him. Shitora Kazuhiko and Shitora Hidenori were on the verge of tears. They were to punish Shun? That was tantamount to sending them to their doom. Slap, slap. High-ranking official C, Mito Shikage, suddenly struck his own face, bowing deeply to Tsunade. Hokage, we were wrong. Uchiha Shun is a hero of Konoha. He has restored order by eliminating the greatest malignancy in our village, Danzo, and his root. He has rendered great service to Konoha, and we should not treat him this way. We must reward him. Really? Tsunade observed with a playful glint in her eye as Mito Shikage nearly touched the ground with his forehead. Really? Mito Shikage, along with the suddenly enlightened Shitora Kazuhiko and Shitora Hidenori, affirmed in unison. Then this will indeed be a challenge. Tsunade gazed at the pallid faces of Mito Minion and Torian Koharu. What advice can you 2 advisors offer me? The 2 harbored a torrent of curses for the trio in their hearts as they surveyed the room. Each person caught in their gaze lowered their heads, for they feared the loss of power even more than death itself. With gritted teeth, Tsunade declared, since Lord Shun has rendered service to Konoha, let this matter be settled with a verbal warning. She glanced at Jiraiya, who understood her unspoken cue and stepped forward. That is incorrect. Shun has eradicated the malignant roots within Konoha, and if there is no fault, then he must be rewarded. You, Mito Minion, and Torian Koharu glared at Jiraiya, who returned the gaze without a hint of trepidation. He had no desire to become Hokage, fearing their retaliatory schemes. What? Do you wish to have a word with Lord Shun? Instantly, the 2 stiffened, their faces ashen. Shun was not one to engage in idle chatter. If displeased, he could overturn the table. How do you wish to reward him? Tsunade spoke calmly. Let us appoint Uchiha Shun as the head of the administrative department, Shursui as the head of the Umbu division, and Fuchio as the head of the interrogation department. Impossible. Mito Minyan and Torian Koharu exclaimed in shock. If Shun becomes the head of the administrative department, what fate awaits us as advisors to the Hokage? All our power resides there. Shursui as the head of the Umbu, and Fuchio as the head of the education department. After a brief hesitation, Tsunade added, Uchiha Shun as the head of the security department. Good. Tsunade nodded in agreement, having merely aimed high in her bargaining, yet surprised by the cooperation of Mito Minyan and Torian Koharu. Since no one objects, this matter is settled. Chapter 59. Intoxication. Mito Minyan and Torian Koharu exchanged glances, realizing Tsunade was still somewhat naive. Among the three positions, only Shursui's role as head of the Umbu held any genuine significance. Fuchio's leadership and education bore negligible power. They could exploit their positions to create countless troubles for Fuchio, preventing him from extricating himself. Meanwhile, the head of the security department was a veritable quagmire, a role previously occupied by vacuous figureheads or left empty. The personnel of the security department were predominantly Uchiha clan members, and outsiders could not be mobilized. Previously, due to the deliberate exclusion by the third Hokage and others, the Uchiha clan had been denied this ministerial position. Now, bestowing it upon Shun appeared to reinstate the Uchiha into the upper echelons of Konoha, while in truth, it was a covert trap. Isn't Tsunade using Shun to threaten them? They mused. Now that Shun has become a minister, let us see how she responds to his requests. Within half a year, the Uchiha clan would surely force Tsunade into a corner. At that point, she would have no choice but to seek their assistance to jointly resist the Uchiha. One could only hope that Tsunade would retain her current fortitude. After a lengthy debate over trivial matters, the assembly finally dispersed under the moonlight. Tsunade rubbed her throbbing temples. She had finally passed the first hurdle of her Hokage tenure. Leaving the drowsy Shizun behind, she ascended to the Hokage cliff, gazing down at the myriad of lights below, and retrieved a flask, vowing silently, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will not allow the village you founded to perish." With her head tilted back, she took deep swigs from the flask. Jiraiya, lurking in the shadows, sighed. The familiar, strong-willed woman had returned. He was uncertain whether this was right or wrong, but he wished for Tsunade to no longer evade her challenges or descend into despair. As he observed the moonlit figure of his heart's goddess, he resolved to eliminate the threats facing Tsunade and protect Konoha from peril. However, at present, he thought with a chuckle, having returned to Konoha, it is imperative to gather inspiration. He was not lecherous. He was merely devoted to the lofty cause of art. With a few swift movements, he vanished, heading straight for Konoha's largest and most luxurious bathhouse, renowned for its abundant resources. Tsunade, with her ears twitching slightly, ignored the sensation and continued drinking, her heart heavy with unacknowledged sorrow, eventually succumbing to inebriation. In her hazy state, she sensed a figure approach, an inexplicable sense of comfort washing over her. She believed she was dreaming, for no one could ever provide such reassurance again. She collapsed into the embrace of the figure, exclaiming, "That old bastard, the third Hokage, left me with nothing but these ghastly specters. And that little wretch, Uchiha Shun." Tsunade raised her pinky. "He's so small. And yet I'm expected to call him father? Shun, you're so tiny, your entire family is small. I'm quite large, you know." She simply could not fathom how she had stumbled upon this foolishness while trying to escape the haunting gaze of the one who had witnessed her kiss Tsunade and acknowledge her as his godmother. "Grandpa, I have returned." Tsunade nestled deeper into Shun's arms, finding a comfortable position. She was somewhat astonished that this dream felt so real, yet she thought little of it. "Nawaki, I have become Hokage. I will no longer run away." As Shun attempted to push Tsunade away, he paused mid-motion, sighing, "Just this once. Only this once." He wrapped his arms around her, resting a hand atop her head, gently stroking her hair. "You have no idea. I encountered a lunatic. He tossed me into a pool of blood, nearly drowning me." Shun's hand froze, and he lowered his gaze to the inebriated Tsunade, whose curves were quite prominent. Yet he chose not to push her away. "I merely possess slightly lesser strength than he does," Tsunade protested, extending her thumb and index finger nearly together. "That scoundrel even made me call him father?" A sudden thud echoed as a symbol appeared on Shun's forehead. How dare she insult him? "Do not blame me. I cannot gamble." You do not understand how cold, ruthless, and cruel he was during our first meeting. He was so arrogant, so conceited, that he forced the three of us to besiege him. As if recalling the terror of that day's sunset, Tsunade trembled slightly, her voice quivering as she continued. I truly could not dare to gamble. You know I always lose when I bet. That day, I genuinely feared he would kill me, kill Jiraiya, leaving Konoha without anyone to restrain him. I must strive to protect the next generation of Konoha, to see them grow and defeat the great demon, to rescue me. I'm so weary. I long to find Grandpa, to find Nawaki, to find you. Shun gazed at the starry sky, the world of Hokage filled with tragedy. Neji was the most pitiful, constantly striving to defy fate, ultimately sacrificing himself to save Hinata. Lee was the most comical, having peaked early. He could only unlock the sixth gate during the final battle. Jiraiya's death was the most heart-wrenching. He inadvertently arrived at Myobokuzen through reverse summoning, which initiated everything, marking a turning point in his fate. Since then, he tirelessly pursued prophecies, failing repeatedly, yet rising again and again. He was rejected by Tsunade, failed to prevent Orochimaru from veering off course, and could not protect his disciple Minato, nor his mentor Hiruzen. Yet he never gave up. He was not a perfect man, but he was more genuine than most. Yet he perished, having the opportunity to retreat unscathed. But he sank into the depths of the sea for the sake of acquiring more information. As for who had the most tragic life, it belonged to Tsunade. Whomever she cherished met their demise. Her grandfather, her brother, her lover, her mentor, until the final gamble with Jiraiya. From possessing everything to gradually losing it all. Fate seemed to play a cruel joke on her, arriving alone, living alone, and departing alone. The following day, Tsunade groggily rose from the ground, yawning and unconcernedly brushing off the dust from her attire, preparing to leave. Such occurrences had become far too frequent in her 30 years of life. Suddenly, she picked up the clothing that had been draped over her, puzzled. What happened? Was last night not a dream? Could it be that someone? It is impossible. Even if she were to indulge in copious amounts of drink, she would never allow anyone to approach her, let alone fall into their embrace. Furthermore, this attire seems so familiar. Wait a moment. The family crest, the fan, Uchiha. Could this not belong to him? The ominous aura is unmistakable. It can only be him. No one else could dare to approach without her noticing. It must be him. It must be him. With a light-hearted step, Shun, who had just finished washing by the riverbank, returned, intending to quietly take away the clothes and leave without a trace, doing a good deed without leaving a name. Uchiha Shun. Chapter 60. Misunderstanding. Their eyes met, and time stood still. The air became thick with tension. A potent and intense malevolence erupted from Tsunade's being, causing the very ground to tremble. Awkwardly scratching his head, Shun stammered, "Let me explain. I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Tsunade descended into a frenzy. Blood surged like smoke, swirling around her as a chakra resembling a tailed beast writhed chaotically around her form, distorting the air. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, her body advanced forward. Boom! The earth shattered beneath her feet as if crushed by a titan, disintegrating inch by inch, like waves crashing in tumult. In mere moments, Tsunade stood before Shun, delivering a punch. Boom! The ground was rent asunder, and the air wailed in agony. A colossal tiger roared, its voice echoing for miles, lunging ferociously at Shun. "Let me explain." Shun's fingers clenched tightly, ready to retaliate. "I will kill you." Tsunade had completely lost her reason, launching a relentless assault on Shun. With a series of left jabs, right crosses, left elbow strikes, and right hooks, she pressed on, culminating in a powerful elbow thrust. The sounds of impact reverberated, and Shun warned, "If you continue like this, I might have to fight back." Ignoring him, Tsunade pressed forward. Despite having had lovers, her experiences had only ever included hand-holding, and she had never gone further. How could he? How could he? Enraged, Tsunade's fists flew wildly. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that her power had surged beyond measure. Shun, also somewhat irked, thought to himself that he had not complained about her alcohol-laden scent or the insults she hurled at him all night. He had been kind enough to hold her and bestow upon her enlightenment. Instead of expressing gratitude, she dared to strike him. In a flash, he thrust his palm forward, landing squarely on her chest. Thud! The dull sound left them both momentarily silent. His fingers hovered in the air as he mused. "Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? You have gone too far." Tsunade disregarded all else. She inhaled deeply, bent forward, and boom! The ground within a 10-meter radius cracked instantly. With a swift kick, a menacing dragon's head surged forth, charging at Shun. Women truly are troublesome. Shun grasped Tsunade's ankle and spun around. Thud! A massive human-shaped crater formed beneath them. Tsunade attempted to resist, but Shun had to swing again. Thud, thud, thud. A series of hammering sounds echoed, and after a while, Tsunade lay tattered beneath Shun's foot. Are you still going to strike? Tsunade ground her teeth, nearly shattering them. You scoundrel! How dare you do this to me? I shall fight you. Hey, hey, hey. Shun pressed down firmly, pinning Tsunade to the ground. Food can be eaten recklessly, but words must be weighed carefully. What have I done to you? Tsunade paused. You're still pretending. Aren't the clothes on my body yours? Tell me, what did you do to me last night? Truly, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize kindness. Shun rolled his eyes dismissively. Who was it that got completely intoxicated last night, clinging to me without letting go? Was it me? I think not. Crack. Tsunade's veins bulged. Scoundrel! You can't take advantage of me like that. Did I do anything to you? Shun looked at Tsunade. Don't slander me. I am the esteemed Uchiha clan leader, never one to engage in underhanded deeds. Ah, you dare say that. Tsunade struggled to retaliate, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge an inch. Wait. Shun gazed at Tsunade with curiosity. You aren't still a. Are you? That shouldn't be. After wandering the shinobi world for so long, you've never seen a pig run? Tsunade's face flushed. As the princess of the Senju clan, few had played with her. How could anyone impart knowledge of such matters? Yet, there were rumors that it could be painful, that it would bleed. Had she experienced that? Really? Are you certain? If you want to think of it as 4-4s, I can comply. Get lost. Ouch. Take your foot away. You can't keep hitting me. Tsunade turned her head in a huff, making a sound of discontent. Shun raised his foot and extended his hand. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, grasping his hand, and stood. Take off your clothes and give them to me. Why? Shun clutched his chest. I must tell you, I am a very respectable person. I sell my skills. Not myself. Shatter. Tsunade muttered, her cheeks slightly flushed, covering her meager clothing to shield her modesty. Who would want you? Hurry up and hand them over. Oh. Shun made an unintelligible sound and removed his shirt, handing it over. Do you need the pants as well? Thud. Tsunade's veins bulged as she accepted the clothing. Turn around. Face away from me. Shun closed his eyes and turned, silently activating the Byakugan he had received from Neji, instantly capturing the surroundings in his mind. Tsunade, completely unaware, turned to remove her tattered battle attire. After taking a whiff of Shun's clothing, she detected only a faint fragrance, nothing else, quite pleasant. I'm done, you can turn around now. Shun remained motionless, his mind replaying a vivid image. Hey! Tsunade approached Shun, waving her hand. Why are you bleeding from your nose? Shun hurriedly wiped his nose. What? Tsunade. She had merely been testing, but Shun's reaction clearly indicated something was amiss. Tell me, did you use some ninjutsu to spy? Shun shook his head frantically. No, I am a righteous gentleman. Really? Swear to the heavens. Big what? What? White what? What are you saying? Is it beautiful? I don't understand. Do you still want to see? I do. Shun blurted out instinctively. Slap. Shun quickly reached out, blocking a fair hand that sought to touch his face. Here we go again. Let go. Tsunade glared at Shun, feeling she had suffered a significant loss today. No, she would reclaim her dignity sooner or later. Wait, what is this power within me? Realizing, Shun smiled, thinking to himself, as expected of one of the Sannin, her strength was truly formidable. Last night's enlightenment had triggered a 100-fold increase in her power, elevating her abilities significantly. Chapter 61. The continuation begins. It is worth noting that Shun's current strength is already tremendously formidable. A 100-fold return has significantly boosted his power, making him exceptionally powerful. How did you achieve this? Tsunade examined each part of her body cautiously. Such miraculous feats were beyond her comprehension. She had reached a bottleneck in her abilities, where each increment was invaluable. Yet, feeling the surge of power coursing through her, she was confident she could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of her former self. Initially, Shun intended to enlighten her, but she had rejected him, her pride as a medical ninja leading her to doubt such absurdity. What if Shun had ulterior motives? In a moment devoid of explanation, Shun, with a playful arch of his brow, clasped Tsunade's shoulder and exclaimed, "This feeling is fantastic, isn't it?" Ha ha. With a loud thud. Ino, who had come in search of Tsunade, stood there with her mouth agape, oblivious to the plush toy that had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. What had she just heard? No, what had she just witnessed? Was it truly that shocking? To lay beneath the heavens, with the earth as one's bed? She glanced at Tsunade's tattered garments strewn across the floor, evidence of a fierce struggle. Yet, they had only just returned to the village, and the position of Hokage had yet to be formally passed on. How could such a scandal arise so soon? Her face flushed crimson, and she vanished like a flash of lightning. I saw nothing. Reappearing, she scooped up the plush toy, insisting, I truly saw nothing. Shun, indignant, protested. This is not my fault. Tsunade sighed, reasoning that it might be advantageous to leverage the Uchiha's influence to intimidate the Elder Council. Let go, she commanded. Oh. Shun complied promptly. However, the arrival of the Konoha elite and Jonin who witnessed the scene could not suppress their enigmatic smiles. Those in the know understood the implications. No wonder Uchiha Shun had declined the Hokage position and instead recommended Tsunade. It appeared the depths of this matter were quite profound. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. How could he have overlooked this aspect? The villagers had been waiting for quite some time. All right, I shall attend to it, Tsunade declared. And before the gathered crowd, she planted a kiss on Shun's cheek, stating, I have matters to attend to. You may return. Shun felt a twinge of offense, but was equally weary of the Konoha elite, choosing silence as he turned to leave. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. She found Shun increasingly intriguing. Swiftly returning to tidy up and don her Hokage attire, she ascended to the high platform. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed her. Flanking her were Jiraiya, Mito, and the ever-watchful Kurenai, with the statues of the 4 previous Hokage towering above them on Hokage Rock. Before her, a sea of villagers stood, heads held high, gazing up at her. At that moment, Tsunade was filled with fervor. This was the village her grandfather had founded. The very village her brother had aspired to protect as Hokage. Removing her Hokage hat and tossing her flowing hair, she proclaimed with unwavering confidence, from this day forth, I shall govern Konoha. I am the 5th Hokage. Cheers erupted, with countless villagers raising their arms in jubilant celebration. TCH, what a nuisance, Shikamaru remarked, his expression one of displeasure upon realizing the 5th Hokage was a woman. Don't underestimate her, Choji interjected. She is the most powerful and beautiful woman in the world. Recalling the astonishing scene from that morning, Shikamaru felt a sense of urgency, knowing it was time to make a significant move. Neji stood below, expressionless. Indifferent to who held the title of Hokage, his focus remained solely on his father. Kakashi, observing Tsunade's spirited demeanor, seemed to reminisce. Hoping she would bring about a transformative era for Konoha, Guy remained his usual exuberant self, unconcerned with the Hokage's identity, his only desire being to train vigorously. Asuma's expression was conflicted, and he ultimately decided to depart. The faces of various ninjas, including Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and others, radiated joy. They believed Tsunade's assertiveness would provide them with greater opportunities. Meanwhile, the clan heads, such as Hayashi, Shino, and others, pondered their next course of action. The following day, under Mito's direction, a multitude of reports and requests filled the Hokage's office. Humph, think you can handle all this by yourself? Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino approached Uchiha Shun's doorstep as per their clan's instructions. TCH, what a bother, Shikamaru muttered, his head drooping in annoyance. Choji, you go knock. Okay, Choji replied, stuffing a snack into his mouth as he approached and knocked firmly on the door. Who is it? Yoji lazily poked his head out. Ever since Shun became the clan leader, his status, along with Sho-S, had soared, yet they remained dutifully attentive to Shun. Ino stepped forward, presenting a letter of introduction. My father has met Lord Shun and has an important request. May I convey this message? Yoji took the letter, recognizing the famed Yamanaka clan. Please wait a moment. He dashed to Shun's side. My lord, the new generation of Inoshikacho has come to pay their respects. Inoshikacho? Shun, reclining in his chair, relished the service being rendered. Y&T they sought Tsunade first. Let them in, he instructed. Yoji complied, leading the trio through a lotus pond to Shun. Along the way, they encountered Tenten, Lee, Neji, and Izumi, who had recently pledged allegiance to Shun as a father figure after a fateful encounter with Itachi. Cold sweat trickled down Shun's back. How could there be such a disparity in strength? Was it true what they said, that Uchiha Shun could elevate a person's abilities and potential in an instant? Upon seeing the trio, Shun remained in his chair, asking, "What brings you here?" Shikamaru bowed his head. "Our father's wish for us to take you as our mentor." "Oh." Shun scanned them with the system, making the trio feel utterly exposed. Their heads bowed even lower. Choji was S rank, Shikamaru was S rank, and Ino was A rank, all meeting the system's criteria for disciples. "Very well," Shun replied nonchalantly. "I have no formalities. You all possess clan secrets. Come by whenever you wish." Their visit was more a gesture of allegiance, akin to how their team leader Asuma had once represented them. The trio exchanged glances, each producing prepared scrolls from their robes, extending them with both hands. "Master, please accept our bow." Shun, with a hint of confusion, accepted the scrolls and opened them to discover the core techniques and guidelines for Yin-Yang release from their respective clans. What was the meaning of this? The trio broke into a cold sweat. Even a simple statement from Shun could leave many restless at night. Shikamaru, under immense pressure, stated, "This is a gift from our fathers to you, hoping you will accept it, Lord Shun." Silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Shun rose, gazing down at them, causing their hearts to race. "Very well, tell them I accept the gift. Come by early tomorrow." The trio, relieved, rose to depart. Yoji, puzzled, refrained from asking questions. Understanding some matters were not for him to know. As he saw off Shikamaru and the others, Fuka entered with Sasuke. "Might I have a moment, Lord Shun?" Yoji, despite being a former clan leader, felt compelled to show respect. "Please, come in." The moment Sasuke entered, he knelt before Shun, pleading, "Please accept me as your son." Shun, momentarily taken aback, felt an ominous premonition. He sensed he would soon be very busy. "Why?" Sasuke raised his head defiantly. "My father said that my brother—" "Please, Lord, accept me as your son. I will not be inferior to him." Without Shun, he would face the annihilation of his clan and the tragic demise of his parents, while Itachi bore the burden alone, hoping only for survival. Clenching his fists, Shun felt a surge of frustration. How could Sasuke let his brother bear such a heavy load alone? He vowed to surpass his brother. Scanning Sasuke with the system, Shun recognized his potential. Indeed, he was the secondary protagonist, with talent reaching SS rank, and his combat intelligence was exceptionally high, unlike Naruto, who relied solely on his shadow clones and various jutsu. His windmill blade can showcase shurikens and kunai in a mesmerizing display. Even the likes of Orochimaru and Itachi have faltered under its might. Furthermore, he masters taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu alike, possessing no discernible weaknesses. These abilities synergistically amplify each other, unleashing even greater power. Yet, despite being favored by the ninja world, Shun remains untroubled by aspirations of conquest. Sensing something amiss, Fuku kneels on one knee, beseeching, "Please, Lord Shun, I possess a kaleidoscope." Shun gestures dismissively, lifting the kunai to tilt the chin of the second pillar, locking eyes with Sasuke, where he perceives a profound longing. The will of the world? Or perhaps the dawn of the Sage of Six Paths? Should he dare approach, Shun would not hesitate to engage him. "Very well, I shall accept it." Sasuke, overwhelmed with joy, exclaims, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father." A faint flicker of chakra courses through Shun's body, akin to a single droplet in the vast ocean, raising not a ripple. After closing his eyes to introspect, Shun resolves to withhold the impartation for now, for Sasuke, at his current strength, could hardly withstand such power, risking a waste of this once-a-year opportunity. Producing a cleansing elixir, he urges, "Consume this." With a steady gaze toward Fuku, Sasuke resolutely ingests it. Soon, the effects manifest, veins bulging. He endures the excruciating pain of muscle reconstruction, kneeling in silence. Indeed, Shun nods inwardly, unlike Naruto, who rapidly trains with shadow clones and the swift recovery of the Nine Tails. Sasuke relies solely on his resolve and will, managing to turn the tables on the ailing Orochimaru after merely 2 years of training. Truly commendable. An entire hour passes before Sasuke weakly lifts his head, elated within. His choice was indeed correct. Lord Shun possesses the means to swiftly elevate one's innate abilities and strength. Just as he prepares to bow in gratitude, Shun produces Hashirama cells and injects them without hesitation, confident that Sasuke's robust physique would withstand the process. Soon, the Hashirama cells react within Sasuke, muscles swelling and regenerating continuously. However, being a rare case, Sasuke stands as the second individual who can autonomously absorb and utilize the Hashirama cells without Shun's intervention. He does not suffer the fate of being consumed and transformed into a mere tree like others. Instead, a remarkable equilibrium swiftly establishes between them, devoid of any bizarre transformations. Upon reopening his eyes, Sasuke marvels at the newfound ability to perceive. Overjoyed, he finds immense delight in this significant enhancement to his power, having just pledged himself to Shun as his adoptive father. Yet, Shun retrieves a scalpel, making several precise incisions on Sasuke to eliminate potential hazards. This ability must remain concealed from all. Yes, father. Sasuke nods vigorously. The unique wood release technique of the first Hokage is best kept from prying eyes. Now, return and rest well. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to guide your training. Reclining back in his rocking chair, Shun contemplates what to teach Sasuke. Perhaps a combination of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan? He mischievously muses, envisioning a path that mirrors Naruto, leaving him with no alternative. As Fuku leads Sasuke away, he feels fortunate for his decisive allegiance back then. Otherwise, he might share the same fate as the elders, with grass growing high over their graves. As they depart, Yoji is about to settle down when another knock echoes at the door. I am Hyuga Tadao, sent by the clan head to pay my respects to Lord Shun. Yoji thinks, is this never-ending? This marks the third group today. I am Yamanaka's Yamanaka Yuki, here to deliver an invitation on behalf of the clan head. Just as he finishes speaking, another voice chimes in. I am Inazuka's Inazuka Ryoso, sent by the clan head to pay my respects. I am Shimura's Shimura Kamizuki, here to deliver an invitation. Do not doubt. Not only the Shimura clan, but even the Sarutobi clan has sent representatives. After all, there are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. Moreover, they are merely gathering for a meal. What is the harm? Even if the third Hokage were to learn of it, what could he possibly say? Initially, Yoji and Juchi greet them with warm smiles, as they represent other clans, making it unwise to offend them. Yet, as the numbers swell, their irritation grows. The incessant flow of visitors leaves them exhausted, not to mention the incessant inquiries for information, truly taxing their patience. Suddenly, Osamu peeks out from behind the door. Enough with the noise. Listen to me. Lord Shun has decreed that all who wish to depart may leave their offerings at the door, while those who do not wish to remain may take their leave. He continues, those who intrude with ill intent or spread unfounded rumors, regardless of evidence, Lord Shun will personally visit them. That's all I have to say. Yoji Juchi, come back. Yoji and Juchi exchange glances, realizing that Lord Shun truly disregards the various clans of Konoha. Yet, this attitude is precisely what befits the pride of the Uchiha clan, is it not? They joyfully enter and close the door behind them with a resounding thud. Chapter 63. I am the protagonist. This leaves those outside quite dissatisfied. Even if Shun wields formidable strength and shares an ambiguous connection with the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, he must not disregard them. Everyone is a part of Konoha. Such behavior complicates future encounters. Yamanaka Yuki leans toward Hyuga Tadao. Did the Hyuga clan not gain entry? Hyuga Tadao glances at him, expressionless, placing the gift at the door before departing. Attempting to sow discord? In your dreams. The clan head, Hyuga Hayashi, has repeatedly cautioned against offending Shun. Moreover, with Neji in the mix, they are hardly concerned about acquiring the taijutsu secrets. Yamanaka Yuki, seeing this, reluctantly places down his gift, realizing that with Uchiha Shun at his zenith, he cannot afford to be the scapegoat. Soon, the guests leave their offerings and quietly return to report. As for how the clan heads will react to this news, that remains a mystery. Aren't you afraid of offending them? Jiraiya leaps down from the foam mountain, casually snatching a pastry from the table and popping it into his mouth. Delicious. Where did you buy these? What do they matter? What consequences could arise from offending them? Shun remains reclined in his rocking chair. But you, instead of assisting Tsunade properly, come here to mooch food? Jiraiya leans in conspiratorially. Without their support, you may never ascend to Hokage. Let anyone who desires to be Hokage take the position. Rolling his eyes, Shun continues. You need not test me. Just tell me your purpose for being here. Jiraiya pulls out an appointment letter and a stack of documents, tossing them towards Shun. This is from Tsunade. You are the head of the security department. Fuku is the head of the education department, and Shursui is the head of the Umbu. You may also select 100 ninjas to join the Umbu and 300 clansmen to join the other departments. Oh, quite a grand gesture. Are you not concerned about the Uchiha clan growing too powerful? Shun hands the documents to Juchi. Deliver these to Fuku and Shursui. Let them arrange things as they see fit. Jiraiya's expression carries a hint of bitterness. The upper echelons of Konoha have utterly decayed. Rather than entrust it to them, it is better to hand it to you. At the very least, you will not act against your fellow villagers. The third Hokage truly left behind a troublesome mess. I hope the next generation matures swiftly to rectify all this. Shun chuckles, unconvinced of Tsunade's benevolence, let alone any past entanglements, even if they had occurred. Her perspective as Hokage would preclude such actions. It is merely that she has recently assumed office and lacks a supporting cast. Now that the formalities are concluded, speak your true intent. You see right through me, don't you? Jiraiya wore a somewhat ingratiating expression. Who is this prophesied child? Call me Dad. Impossible. Why should I tell you? You will be the first to receive every issue of my forthcoming Intimate Paradise, including the collector's edition. Deal. Jiraiya was taken aback, staring at Shun. Was it really that easy to reveal the identity of the prophesied child? He felt an odd sense of unreality. Was Shun trying to deceive him? But what could he, a carefree wanderer, possibly have to fool anyone about? Follow me. Shun rose, donned a simple disguise, and accompanied Jiraiya to the streets of Konoha. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Is the prophesied child truly living in Konoha? What else could it be? Shun pushed aside the curtain and sat at the bar. 2 bowls of ramen. Oh no? Make that 3. And give that blonde kid a supersized portion. Indeed, the mischievous Naruto would likely be found at Ichiraku Ramen. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled. Uncle, you are such a good person. Shun thought to himself. Naruto certainly wasn't the most likable child. Scanning his system, Shun was astonished to find Naruto possessed only an A-grade aptitude. It wasn't that A-grade was weak. He had barely scanned 10 A-grades among the entire Uchiha clan, let alone S-grades. However, compared to the average S-grade aptitude of the 12 young ninjas, Naruto's A-grade was indeed quite feeble. Is he truly the one? Jiraiya gazed at the exuberant Naruto, wondering if this was really the prophesied child. Wait a moment. Wasn't he the son of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and the host of the Nine Tails? Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya immediately immersed himself in the vital information about the village's key figures, with Naruto as the Nine Tails host being of utmost importance. Soon, 3 bowls of ramen were served, and Naruto's bowl was a staggering 3 times the size of theirs. No, more than 5 times. Watching Naruto devour the ramen with such delight, Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow. He was the son of a hero, the host of the Nine Tails. How had he fallen to the point of finding such joy in a simple bowl of ramen? He pushed his own bowl toward Naruto. Go ahead, this one's for you. Shun scoffed, realizing everyone in the village knew Naruto was the Nine Tails. Yet the 3rd Hokage pretended to be ignorant and offered no protection. Naruto had survived without being taken away, truly a sign that the Sage of 6 Paths was working behind the scenes. He nudged his bowl toward Naruto as well. I'm full, you eat it. Wah. Naruto was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by good fortune. To be treated to a supersized bowl, plus 2 extra bowls, was beyond his wildest dreams. Thank you. I want to hold back. In a flash, the enormous bowl and the 2 adult-sized bowls of ramen vanished into Naruto's stomach. I am so full, he exclaimed, patting his round belly and holding up 2 fingers. 2 days. No, I won't need to eat for 3 days. Jiraiya stiffened. Old man, is this how you promised the 4th to take care of his son? At that moment, he found himself no longer resenting Shun for turning the 3rd into a mummy. Ruffling Naruto's hair, he said, all right, if you ever want to eat, just come by any time. It's on me. Having been away from the village for so long, Jiraiya had never realized how hard Naruto's childhood had been. Little Naruto, what else do you want to eat? Just then, Kakashi pushed aside the curtain and entered, growing tense upon seeing Shun, but relaxing when he spotted Jiraiya. Lord Shun, Lord Jiraiya, you are both here. Taking advantage of the 3rd's absence and Tsunade's ascension, Kakashi could discreetly disregard the 3rd's orders and look after his master's child. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to before, but the 3rd had strictly prohibited any ninja from approaching Naruto. Naruto was nearly fainting with happiness. First, the white-haired uncle appeared with a plethora of gifts, and now a mysterious elder, Shun, wrapped up to avoid recognition, had invited him for ramen. If only this day could last forever. This is not the place for conversation. Jiraiya exchanged a glance with Kakashi, then touched Naruto's head. If you encounter any difficulties, go to the Hokage's office and find a woman named Tsunade. She will take care of you. Naruto tilted his head, somewhat confused. Wasn't the Hokage just a lecherous old man? Jiraiya, Kakashi, and then Shun burst into laughter. Yes. That's right, Naruto. Show them your original ninjutsu. Although Naruto didn't fully understand, he was more than eager to demonstrate his skills and earn recognition. He brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands into a cross. Ninjutsu. Seduction technique. Boom. Amidst the swirling smoke, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, clad only in wisps of fabric. Jiraiya's nose erupted with blood, the overwhelming force causing him to fall backward. Her exquisite appearance was only secondary to her perfect proportions and the tantalizing allure that lay beneath the smoke, invoking immense fantasy and temptation. It was hard to fathom how Naruto, an innocent child, had created such a bewitching technique. Kakashi fared no better. A devoted reader of Intimate Paradise, he was thoroughly overwhelmed. He crushed the cup in his hand, staining even his mask with crimson. Only Shun remained composed, having weathered the onslaught of online bombardments. He had seen far worse. For now, he couldn't rise, so he sat quietly, savoring an empty teacup. What the heck? Naruto grumbled, returning to his form. Turns out you're all just like the Hokage, a bunch of perverts. Coughing after a long pause, Jiraiya used 2 large paper balls to stifle the flow of blood from his nose. Today's events are not to be spoken of by anyone. Kakashi nodded, understanding, and led Naruto away. He needed to buy Naruto 2 new outfits and some essentials. The boy couldn't keep wearing that hideous shade of yellow. Shun appraised Ichiraku's elder, placed the money down, and stood to leave. Jiraiya hurried to catch up. What do you think of this matter? Shun tilted his head. What does it have to do with me? That is your concern. And don't forget to deliver the intimate paradise you owe me. Remember, it must be discreet. After wandering the streets alone, purchasing a plethora of snacks and trinkets for repair, he headed home. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. He needed to inform Tsunade about this situation and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, countless eyes were relaying this event through various channels to the hands of influential figures. Hyuga Hisashi mused, a storm is brewing. Nara Shikaku remarked, another performance is about to unfold. Yamanaka Inoichi silently tucked the information into his sleeve, making it vanish. Inazuka Kiba, at the hospital, alongside Mito Gate and Tenzin Komatsu, brought photographs to the 3rd Hokage. This is bad. Uchiha Shun has started targeting the Nine-Tails host. What? The 3rd Hokage tensed, wanting to rise but unable to move a finger. Was Konoha on the brink of destruction at the hands of the Uchiha clan? Feeling a wave of despair, he exclaimed, quickly, notify Tsunade. No need. Tsunade pushed open the door, leading Jiraiya and Kabuto inside, her cold gaze fixed on Mito and Tenzin, radiating a murderous intent. Why didn't you inform the 3rd that Jiraiya was also present at the scene? What do you mean by that, Tsunade? Tenzin glared at her, indignation clear. Tsunade slammed another photograph down before them. At that time, Jiraiya was eating ramen with Uchiha Shun, and coincidentally, Kakashi was there with Naruto at the ramen shop. Why didn't you mention that Kakashi was present? The 3rd Hokage's expression shifted. Good. With you around, I can finally be at ease. You. Tsunade lifted a photograph, her voice filled with frustration. You come looking for the old man without knowing the specifics? Grabbing Tsunade by the collar, she lifted her up. Then why didn't you come to me first? I am the Hokage. The atmosphere in the hospital room became charged with tension. Cough. The 3rd Hokage cleared his throat several times. Tsunade, let us speak calmly. Please put her down. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Tsunade remained indifferent. The 3rd Hokage sighed. Lord Hokage, could you please release the advisor? Humph. Only then did Tsunade relent. Remember, there is only one Hokage in Konoha, and that is me. She stormed out, slamming the door behind her. The 3rd Hokage glanced at his 2 old friends, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. If it comes to it, let it go. He resumed his role as the benevolent elder, fully aware that no matter how he persuaded them, Mito and In would not relinquish their power. At this moment, observing the conflict from the sidelines seemed the wisest course of action. Humph, Tsunade, Uchiha Shun, what I have lost, I will certainly reclaim. We are not. Tsunade was about to explain when Mito intervened. All right, we understand. No. Tsunade, anxious to clarify, retorted. Mito pushed her out. Hisashi, focus on your recovery. We won't disturb you further. You've done well. Tsunade leaned back in the Hokage chair. Do you wish to become my disciple? She had just been discussing matters with Jiraiya when Kabuto approached to report that the two Hokage advisors had arrived at the hospital to visit the third Hokage. Tsunade quickly deduced that this situation could not be so simple and hurried with Jiraiya to the hospital. Thankfully, she arrived in time, otherwise, the two men would have undoubtedly exaggerated matters, leading to unforeseen complications. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. It is an honor to become the Hokage's disciple. Without Danzo's tasks, he no longer had to navigate the various ninja factions. Returning to the hospital, he found this new life quite unsettling. He craved excitement, which prompted him to openly ally himself with Tsunade. Here, Tsunade tossed several scrolls to him. Take these for training. Feel free to ask me whenever you have questions. After a while, I will assign you other tasks. Kabuto, with a feigned smile, slowly retreated from the Hokage's office. Tsunade rubbed her temples. The only person she could truly rely on, Jiraiya, was still quite unreliable. Trusting in prophecies? It was truly exhausting. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Tsunade took a deep breath, regaining her authoritative demeanor. Chapter 65, Struggles for Power. Mido, accompanied by the heads of the Umbu, administrative, intelligence, and educational departments, stormed in. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shun has come into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This matter must be resolved. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Were they resorting to force after failing to persuade her? What do you propose to do? Mido inhaled deeply. Lord Hokage, you must understand that the Uchiha clan is a clan of calamity. Their members are exceedingly dangerous and could potentially undertake actions detrimental to Konoha. Remember, the Nine-Tails incident 10 years ago occurred because someone manipulated the beast. As far as I know, the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan can accomplish such feats. Tsunade crossed her arms. Oh? What are you implying? Mido scanned the room with a piercing gaze. I know that Lord Hokage was appointed and personally retrieved by Uchiha Shun. While I appreciate this, the Hokage is not merely an individual. The Hokage represents Konoha. You cannot allow personal feelings for one individual to lead to irrevocable losses. Therefore, I suggest we revoke Uchiha Shursue's position as the head of the Umbu and monitor the Uchiha clan to prevent them from revolting. Of course, the initial strike must target the key players. Whether or not to monitor them is irrelevant. Today, we must strive to strip away the position of the Umbu leader. The Umbu represents the Hokage's inner circle. If that position is revoked, it will signal a rift between Tsunade and the Uchiha. At that point, if they orchestrate a conflict, it will eventually lead to the Uchiha's downfall and allow them to accuse Tsunade of betrayal. Who would dare follow her after that? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that a minister and two deputy ministers exist, but only one wields real power. This must be taken down. Tsunade, exasperated, found the whole situation laughable. What was this old man thinking? Without Uchiha restraint, wouldn't they soar to the heavens? Impossible. Mido, do you even realize what you are saying? The Uchiha are an inseparable part of Konoha. All their clansmen are our villagers. You just suggested we monitor our own people. What do you mean by that? Are you inciting division? Mido narrowed his eyes. Tsunade was not to be trifled with, and her words were lethal. He could not accept that accusation. Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Mido, have devoted my life to Konoha. Lord Hokage, to think you would doubt me truly saddens us old folks. Very well, if you have feelings for him, we won't disturb you any longer. He produced a prepared resignation. I hope Lord Hokage will approve my retirement. Tsunade's chest heaved with anger. She had just returned yesterday, and now her advisor was resigning. How could she continue in her role as Hokage? What would others think? Not to mention the insinuations regarding her relationship with Uchiha Shun. Mido, are you really forcing my hand? Mido bowed deeply. Please, Lord Hokage, approve it. Tsunade trembled with rage. What if I refuse? Mido drew a kunai and pressed it against his neck. Then I have no choice but to trouble the Hokage to tidy up the Hokage office. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hands on the table, surveying the crowd. What about you? Please, Lord Hokage, approve it. The ministers also produced their prepared resignations, bowing with hands raised high. Slumping back into the Hokage chair, Tsunade closed her eyes. What to do now? Should she choose to endure or stand firm? Mido smirked coldly. Tsunade, do not think that with Uchiha's support and Jiraiya's martial prowess, you can act as you please. This Konoha is not a playground for you alone. You are still too inexperienced. At that moment, Tsunade considered abandoning her position and wandering again. If that was what he wanted. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Then become him, Why not? I am always eager to help. Let me assist you. Uchiha Shun. Mito and the others stared in horror at the figure casually lounging by the window, eating grapes one by one, and they instinctively recoiled. This was a reckless individual who would upend the table at the slightest disagreement. He would not consider rules like Tsunade, and, moreover, his strength was formidable. None present could match him. He could eliminate anyone he wished, which was truly terrifying. When did you arrive? Tsunade approached Shun in astonishment. Shun offered her a grape. I came in right after that bespectacled fellow left. I was about to lie down in the courtyard when Jiraiya came to ask for my help to get you through this predicament. He understood that Mito and the others would not easily relent and would surely strike at this issue. He could not bear to watch Naruto continue living the same life. So he had no choice but to seek Shun's intervention to intimidate those old men. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and consuming a grape. Did you hear what they just said? Humph. Remaining silent until now and only choosing to reveal yourself? No, he must resolve this matter. Shun rose from his seat, stepping forward toward Mizukado Minion. What did you say just now? Speak again, I wish to hear. Despite the absence of any murderous intent, Mizukado Minion felt a profound sense of impending doom, trembling all over. Shun, Lord Shun, did I say anything just now? No, I did not. I swear I said nothing. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. Shun spat a grape skin onto his aged face. Then how is it that I distinctly heard someone claim that the Uchiha clan is a source of chaos? What do you want? Oh, right. To revoke the position of the Minister of Darkness from Shirzue and send someone to monitor us. Indeed, my esteemed Hokage advisor? Cold sweat dripped down Mizukado Minion's forehead. Pulling at his chin, he was not ready to die. He had not yet lived enough. Konoha could not afford to lose him. Lord Shun, you jest. This must be slander, sheer slander. The Uchiha clan is a vital part of our Konoha, having made tremendous contributions to the village. Whoever speaks otherwise is an enemy of Konoha. Enemies must perish. Oh, is that so? Shun unsheathed a kunai, gliding it gently along his neck. Yet, I distinctly recall you saying that. Chapter 66. Team Formation. Mizukado Minion struggled to swallow an imagined lump in his throat, deciding to weave a lie. Although he had told countless lies in his life, he believed this one to be the most exquisite. He knelt, clutching Shun's leg tightly. Lord, I am being slandered. My admiration for you is like an unending river, flowing ceaselessly, like the mighty Yangtze, unstoppable. Lord, I am a steadfast supporter of the Uchiha clan. How could I utter such words? Slander, this is blatant slander. Tears mixed with mucus streamed down his face as he wept uncontrollably, earning the admiration of onlookers. Truly the Hokage advisor. His audacity is remarkable. Shun laughed heartily, swinging the kunai and severing 5 of Mizukado Minion's fingers and some hair. Consider this a minor lesson. Now go. Remember, should there be a next time, I shall annihilate your entire clan. There was no incentive to assist Tsunade in dealing with these old geezers. What if she later turned her attention to the Uchiha? One must understand that such occurrences are not unusual for a leader. The pain of severed fingers rendered Mizukado Minion speechless, yet the humiliation of losing his hair was unbearable. As the saying goes, ahem, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet, he could do nothing but retreat slowly, vowing silently. Today's humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold in the future. Shun turned and seated himself at the Hokage's desk, lifting Tsunade's chin. How shall you thank me? Tsunade leaned forward, causing a tremor in her form. What would you like as a reward? Perhaps I could visit you tonight? Shun found himself momentarily lost in a white haze, blurting out, sure. You devil. Tsunade's anger flared. You lecher. Take this punch. Alas, Shun was too engrossed and forgot to evade, receiving a punch squarely to his left eye. You dare strike me? Feel my double dragons playing with pearls. Hiss. The sensation was exquisite. Tsunade, caught off guard, screamed rogue. In an instant, the two were locked in a tussle within the Hokage's office. After some time, Shun, sporting 2 black eyes, left with satisfaction. You wait. Next time, I will assist you. Tsunade raised her middle finger in disdain. She then slumped into the Hokage chair, muttering, Grandfather, rope tree, broken. I am so weary. Before her stood a group of finger-pointing old men, and behind her was Shun of the Uchiha clan, capable of single-handedly overpowering the legendary Sannin. Yet, she had no one to rely on. She felt utterly exhausted, like walking a tightrope, teetering on the edge of a precipice. She wondered how much longer she could endure. Shun, with panda eyes, stealthily returned to the courtyard. Along the way, he attempted to employ medical ninjutsu, but he could not fathom how Tsunade managed to eliminate his injuries. Cursed be it. Using his phasing technique to evade detection, he returned to his room, only to hear a sarcastic voice. "Ah, our esteemed Lord Shun has returned." Shun's body stiffened, yet he did not turn. It's getting late. Let's rest." Xiao, bubbling with resentment, approached Shun, her body stiffening at the scent of a woman. Her cheeks swelled like dumplings. Ever since that Mediterranean lecher, Jiraiya, arrived, Lord Shun had been led astray. No, this must be corrected. Lord Shun belongs solely to her. Determined to convey with her eyes that this was wrong, she turned to run before Shun could notice her panda eyes, hastily dodging. The two chased and evaded, exhausting Xiao, who pointed at the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Hokage-sama, what brings you here?" "Humph," Shun scoffed, dismissing such petty tricks as attempts to deceive him. He turned in the opposite direction, only to meet Xiao's clear gaze. Having served Shun for so long, she understood his habits well. Shun had grown careless. He quickly covered his eyes, but it was too late. "Ah, Lord Shun, how did you get hurt?" Hearing the commotion, Li and others rushed in. "Who dares to harm my foster father?" Neji activated his Byakugan, puzzled. Foster father's chakra and meridians show no signs of battle? Shirzue detected the faint scent of a woman in the air, a smirk forming on his lips. Shun, having reached this point, decided to abandon pretense and confess. "It's nothing. I merely sparred with the Hokage." Shirzue and Neji instantly understood, while Li attempted to advance but was pulled back by the others. Upon learning it was the 50-something Hokage, Xiao exhaled in relief and refrained from pursuing the matter further, allowing Shun to escape. The next day, Neji, Li, Tenten, Sasuke, Izumi, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and 9 other A-ranked Uchiha stood in a row. Behind them stood 300 B-ranked ninjas and those who had contributed during the Night of Rebellion, along with the descendants of the fallen, densely gathered below. Shun distributed a washing marrow pill to each person, a resource abundant due to his critical hit returns. "Without further ado, since you have acknowledged me as your elder brother, I must ensure you all enjoy the finest. We swear to follow Lord Shun to the death, through fire and water." The crowd knelt in unison. Now, the Uchiha clan revered Shun as a deity, not only for his formidable strength, but also for his transparency. As long as they obeyed, completed tasks, and required ninjutsu or wealth, he never defaulted on promises, maintaining a firm stance. Furthermore, those with high task completion rates, positive attitudes, or who achieved merits could elevate their status and earn medals. These medals were not merely symbols of honor, but carried tangible benefits. A third-class medal granted a monthly stipend of 100,000, extendable to the families of the deceased until the children came of age or the elderly passed, ending only when no family remained. Additionally, it allowed for 3 sessions of guidance from Shirei or Fugaku. A second-class medal provided a monthly stipend of 300,000, also extendable to the families of the deceased, allowing for 5 sessions of guidance from Shirei or Fugaku, plus 1 opportunity to intervene. A first-class medal awarded a monthly stipend of 500,000 and announced the bearer as equivalent to an elder, granting various privileges. Moreover, it allowed for 5 sessions of guidance from Shirei or Fugaku annually, and most importantly, an audience with Shun once a year. Under this reform, the previous upper-class monopoly has vanished. Now, the entire Uchiha clan is infused with vitality, and the eyes of its members sparkle with hope, for they understand that through diligence, they shall reap rewards. No longer will they find themselves in the embarrassing situation of merely knowing a few ninjutsu techniques while toiling to the point of exhaustion. Shun waved his hand, signaling them to rise. His intention was merely to recline comfortably, for to engage in every task personally would be foolish. Pointing to those with B-level talent behind him, he addressed Shirzue and Fugaku. "Do not hold back. Teach them all, especially those eager to learn or possessing innate talent." "Yes." Shirzue and the others nodded eagerly, understanding their responsibility. With Shun as the clan leader, how could the family not flourish? Shun continued, "Li, Neji, and Tenten, you shall form a team called Dicing Knives. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, you shall be known as Phoenix Chicks. Sasuke, for now, team up with Izumi. I will assign more members to you later. And your team shall be called Crouching Dragon." Chapter 67. Guidance and Training. Finally, Shun turned to the remaining 9 Uchiha clan members, varying in height, build, age, and strength. Among them were 6 males and 3 females, who were paired based on their relatively comparable abilities. 2 males and 1 female forming teams named White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Rin observed from the side, hesitating. She wished to inform Shun that after infusing herself with Hashirama's cells, she could control plants. However, she feared that once Shun learned of this, he would make her train, thus preventing her from remaining by his side. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to forego revealing her abilities, yearning only to serve Shun faithfully. Once the teams were established, Shun began to guide everyone in their training, leveraging the comprehensive knowledge he had acquired from Danzo, Shursui, Abido, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. His expertise encompassed various disciplines, including taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, secret techniques, and medical ninjutsu, making it effortless for him to instruct the group. Soon, 3 hours had passed, and Shun had provided direction and resolved queries for all. He retrieved a long-forgotten discipline token and handed it to Neji, speaking in a tone laden with persuasion. "You 3 have been with me the longest and are my adopted sons. Thus, you must lead by example. Properly instruct your junior brothers and sisters, facilitating their swift progress." Neji nodded, accepting the token, and under Shun's caring guidance, their strength surged dramatically, far exceeding that of ordinary Jonin and nearing the threshold of Kage-level power. Among them, Tintin initially possessed the weakest abilities, but upon Shun's return, she learned both Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and her extraordinary strength. Particularly, the latter seemed to have unlocked a tremendous potential within Tintin, causing her abilities to skyrocket. Neji surveyed the scene and addressed Shikamaru's team. "You 3, step forward." Shikamaru felt a wave of unease. He vividly recalled the training from the previous day. Was this something an ordinary person could endure? Would they not end up crying? Could they concede defeat? No. Tintin stepped forward first, eager to test her newly learned techniques. Meanwhile, Li shouted, "Youth cannot yield." Finally, with an expressionless face, Neji assumed a fighting stance. Since his adoptive father had spoken, he must take the task seriously. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino felt the gravity of the situation. Today would be disastrous. Ino quickly utilized a secret technique to connect their thoughts. "Shall we run?" Shikamaru forced a bitter smile. "Where can we escape? Our fathers have already sold us out." Choji, attack. Multi-size technique. Meat tank. Choji instantly transformed into a large, round form, rolling swiftly towards Neji and the others while Ino mimicked the stance of executing a secret technique. Mind-body switch technique. Seizing the opportunity provided by the expanding shadows, Shikamaru initiated the shadow imitation technique. His shadow rapidly elongated, connecting to Neji and the others. "Got it," Shikamaru mentally shouted. "Choji now?" The massive meat tank hurtled towards them. As 3 plumes of smoke erupted amidst the chaos, Neji shouted, "Shadow clone technique." When did that happen? Tintin executed a flying kick, sending Ino sprawling. "Look out." Lee suddenly appeared beneath Choji, delivering a swift kick. Shikamaru turned to flee but collided directly with Neji. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A series of rapid strikes left Shikamaru dazed, his body collapsing to the ground, just when he thought he could escape unnoticed. Neji brandished the discipline token and delivered a sharp strike. A blood-curdling scream echoed, propelling Shikamaru 3 meters into the air, his hands instinctively clutching his back. "What is this? Why does it hurt so much?" Ino attempted to flee, but Tintin had already seized the token, delivering a swift blow to her rear. Another heart-wrenching scream erupted as Ino collapsed, tears streaming down her face. The pain was unbearable. Tintin relished the moment, recalling how their adoptive father had disciplined them mercilessly, truly a source of deep anguish. Yet this token left no marks and alleviated the muscle fatigue from training, thus ensuring they would feel discomfort if not struck at least twice a day. Now, it was their junior brothers and sisters' turn to experience this. Bang! Just as Choji landed. Dazed, Lee snatched the token and unleashed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, Choji's eyes bulged, resembling enormous bronze bells. Aya? The overwhelming noise compelled everyone to cover their ears, yet Lee was exhilarated, eager to continue. "Junior brother, strike a few more times. This is incredibly beneficial for recovery." Choji paid no heed, sprinting away while Lee pursued relentlessly. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The relentless blows sent Choji into a state of delirium, his cries echoing continuously. Shikamaru and Ino turned pale, devoid of any color. Would they have to endure such days indefinitely? After guiding Shikamaru's team for an hour, until they could scarcely rise from the ground, Neji finally relented. Turning his attention to Sasuke, who approached with a cold demeanor, he thought, only the weak scream. I am determined to surpass my brother, Itachi. He hurled 5 massive shuriken bound by fine threads. Uchiha shuriken technique. Windmill of the 3 blades. His fingers danced, adjusting the positions of the shuriken and threads. Neji frowned, effortlessly using a kunai to disrupt Sasuke's control over the shuriken. Did he think he could play these games against someone proficient in Tai Chi? Was that not akin to performing swordplay before a master swordsman? Sasuke's body twitched as he recalled unpleasant memories from his youth when he foolishly mocked Shun, only to be mercilessly beaten by Neji and the others. He formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique, leaf great whirlwind. Lee executed a powerful spinning kick, obliterating Sasuke's fireball. Unwilling to concede, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Drawing a short blade, Uchiha's sword technique, solar eclipse dance. He was no longer the defenseless boy he once was. He needed to prove himself. 100 crack fist. Tintin unleashed a shadowless kick that nearly knocked Sasuke off his feet, sending him tumbling for dozens of meters before he barely regained control. What? Is the gap still this vast? No, it couldn't be. His brother had risked everything for him. He must grow stronger quickly. Bang! Sasuke created 2 shadow clones and simultaneously formed seals. Jinjutsu, Mirage of the Twilight. One illusion after another surged towards Neji and the others, while Sasuke and his clones intertwined. Swapping positions. Closer. Even closer. Observing Neji's stillness, Sasuke shouted, Leaf sword technique. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Chapter 68. The Crown Princess, 3 short blades. Each pointed in a different direction, toward Neji's throat, heart, and groin. If Sasuke were to triumph, he would vanquish the strongest. Neji remained steadfast, his left hand sweeping upward, drawing circles in the air as he pulled and tugged, unleashing 3 powerful forces that instantaneously freed the blades from their control, sending them soaring away. Yet, Sasuke exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. You've fallen for it. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the 3 clones were obliterated, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. In that instant, the short blade in the upper left transformed with a resounding crash back into Sasuke's true form. Fire release, Fire Phoenix. As his words faded, Neji's right hand, charged with energy, struck like lightning, landing squarely on Sasuke's nose. Too many feints. With a resounding thud, blood gushed from Sasuke's nose, and tears streamed down his face. He felt as though his nose might snap in two. With a sharp crack, a fierce blow followed, and Sasuke leaped 5 meters into the air, exclaiming, What is this? It feels as though my very soul has been struck. Pathetic. Itachi bore all burdens for your sake, and you cower at this minor injury? Rise and fight. Neji raised his weapon for another strike. With immense pain, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson. I will fight you. Half an hour later, Sasuke lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of spirit, questioning the very essence of existence. What is the purpose of life? Is it merely to endure such torment? Neji retracted his weapon. Izumi, it's your turn. Another half hour later, Izumi, drenched in sweat and disregarding decorum, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. It was overwhelmingly difficult. Confronting any one of Neji's trio was already a monumental challenge, let alone contending with their seamless synergy. Struggling to persevere, Neji, satisfied, refrained from using his weapon this time. Recognizing Izumi's potential and rapid improvement, he then turned his gaze toward the remaining 9 Uchiha. The 9 stepped back imperceptibly. How terrifying. Are all of Lord Shun's disciples monsters? So small yet immensely powerful. Come at me together, Neji addressed the 9. Let us not waste time. Exchanging glances, the 9 hesitated not, launching their assault. In the realm of shinobi, strength reigned supreme, irrespective of age or intellect. Might held sway. However, it was not long before the 9 experienced the formidable power of the mysterious weapon, each of them bouncing about as they were struck. Thus, amidst shared pain and joy, days slipped by, until a month later. Has there been no response? Hyuga Hayashi paced within his quarters, growing increasingly anxious. This cannot continue. He had wagered heavily, and the absence of results could lead to dire consequences. In Konoha, being weak was inconsequential, but strength drew scrutiny. Slander, deception, threats, Those old geezers would stop at nothing to obliterate you. The Senju clan, the Uchiha who narrowly escaped destruction, Konoha's White Fang, the Yellow Flash. The legendary Three Nin, each stood as a testament. He could not allow the Hyuga clan to perish under his watch. He must take decisive action. Summon Hinata and prepare for our departure. If one Neji was insufficient, then he would add another. Hyuga Hayashi was utterly desperate. An hour later, he arrived at Lord Shun's estate, dragging Hinata along. Do you remember everything? Hinata nodded nervously. Hayashi sighed. Do not blame father. He truly has no alternative. I hope Lord Shun can grant you liberation. According to clan rules, one among Hinata and Hanabi should have long ago been marked as a caged bird, relegated to the branch family. Yet he had sought various excuses to delay this fate, barely holding on until now. Now, he would gamble once more. Go. Hayashi encouraged Hinata to knock on the great door. Who is it? Juchi emerged, a chicken leg dangling from his mouth. It had been ages since anyone had the audacity to disturb Lord Shun. Upon seeing Juchi's nonchalant demeanor, Hinata shrank back, fear gripping her, rendering her incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. I. Sighing, Hayashi understood why he had emphasized nurturing Hanabi over Hinata. Hinata's nature was far too gentle and soft for a clan leader. Stepping forward, he requested politely, please inform Lord Shun that Hyuga Hayashi and his daughter seek an audience. Hoping he might grant us a moment of his time. Though he maintained a lowly demeanor, Juchi replied without a second thought, not seeing. Lord Shun has said to leave a message, and he will. Wait, what did you say your name was? I am Hyuga Hayashi, clan head of the Hyuga family, accompanied by my beloved daughter to pay respects to Lord Shun, and I hope you will convey our request. Hayashi found himself repeating the introduction. Just a moment, Juchi hurried inside to inform. It was no wonder Juchi had not reacted immediately. Hyuga Hayashi was far too unassuming and humble. Without even a single bodyguard and dressed in plain attire, how could he be recognized? Within the courtyard, Shun lounged comfortably in a rocking chair, basking in the sun while enjoying the commotion below. Neji, ease up. Lee, pick up the pace. Tenten, stop hitting Sasuke in the face. He relished the delicious morsels his friend had prepared, savoring life and existence. What is the matter, Juchi? You seem flustered. Juchi, with a wicked grin, replied, Lord Shun, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and his daughter Hinata are waiting at the door. Should I send them away? Sighing, Shun thought, what must come will come. It was predictable that he could not remain in this serene retreat for long. Let them in. Soon, Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata stood before Shun, who remained reclined in his chair. What brings you here? The lack of decorum did not incite anger within Hayashi. Instead, it compelled him to lower his stance further. Kneel. Hinata's eyes glistened, trembling as she knelt before Shun. This act instantly halted Neji's movements, his expression complex. Sighing heavily, Hayashi's eyes brimmed with tears. Lord Shun, you are aware that within the Hyuga clan, to prevent the Byakugan from being stolen, only one individual can inherit the main family status each generation. The remaining offspring must bear the mark of a caged bird, subjecting them to the main family's whims. Even as clan leader, I am powerless to change this. Bowing deeply, he lowered his head. Therefore, as a father, I beseech you, Lord Shun, to protect my daughter Hinata. I cannot bear to see her marked as a caged bird, reduced to a tool of the main family. Shun's lips twitched. His reluctance to become Hokage stemmed largely from a distaste for engaging in the deceitful games of the elders. Are you certain you wish to choose Hanabi? Chapter 69. Asuma and Kurenai sighing once more, Hayashi lamented. Hinata is far too kind-hearted. She is ill-suited for the position of clan leader. Of course, had it been Hanabi, I would have made the same plea to Lord Shun. I earnestly implore you, Lord Shun, please accept Hinata as your adopted daughter. Beyond this, I truly do not know how else to safeguard her. Neji gazed at Hayashi in a daze, watching his uncle. In that moment, his heart felt pierced by something. In the midst of this, all past resentments and animosities seemed to dissolve. Perhaps, just perhaps, Uncle had done all he could. Shun delivered a light smack to Neji's head. Fool, why do you believe everything you hear? Hayashi felt no shame. He approached as a father, not as the head of the Hyuga clan, driven by ulterior motives. Strategy and calculation are essential for a clan leader. Is that not a given? As long as it ensures the prosperity of the family, what does sacrificing a little pride matter? Shun did not respond directly to Hayashi, but instead posed a question to Neji. Do you desire an additional sister? Neji trembled. He was young, not foolish, and soon understood everything. In his actions, Hisashi not only aimed to protect Hinata, but also to open his heart and strengthen his bond with his adoptive father. It was a masterstroke, achieving multiple objectives with a single endeavor. However, as he gazed at the pitiful figure of Hinata and kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but see a reflection of his former self. Would he allow her to suffer the same fate, bound like a caged bird for life? No. His adoptive father once proclaimed that to change one's destiny, one must possess the resolve to break all chains. With unwavering determination, he nodded at Shun, affirming his desire to change. Shun, satisfied, encouraged him not to impose limitations upon himself. The breadth of one's aspirations determines the heights of one's achievements. Rise. I accept your resolve, he proclaimed. Hisashi, filled with joy, retrieved the meticulously prepared techniques and insights of the soft fist style and presented them to Shun, saying, "A small token of my esteem, I hope you will not take offense." Shun rolled his eyes, having already accepted the offering, dismissing any further concerns. "Very well. You may leave now. Hinata will reside with me from now on." "Understood." Hisashi half sank to the ground, supporting Hinata's shoulders. "Your father is inept and unable to protect you fully. It is my fault, but do not fear. Stay here with your adoptive father and behave well." He squeezed Hinata's shoulders gently, tears welling in his eyes. "Father will visit you when he can." "Father!" Hinata cried out, tears streaming down her face. "Do you no longer want me?" Hisashi took a deep breath, giving her shoulder one last reassuring pat before turning to Neji. "I entrust Hinata to you." He then walked away. "Father!" Hinata's heart-wrenching cry echoed in the air. Hisashi paused for a moment, but resolutely continued his departure. Harboring his own plans, yet genuinely not wishing for his biological daughter to be ensnared as a mere puppet of the clan. "I am sorry, Hinata, for being such an inadequate father." Left behind, Hinata stared blankly at her father's receding figure until it vanished, at which point she fainted. Neji, momentarily abandoning his training, gently picked her up. "Adoptive father, Shun tossed a bottle of cleansing elixir along with the training insights given by Hisashi to Neji, urging him to take them. Words failed to express Neji's feelings at that moment. He nodded vigorously and hurried away with Hinata in his arms. Shun, contemplating Neji's retreating silhouette, pondered over the Konoha's 12 guardians. He had successfully recruited 8 of them, with only Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino remaining, while Naruto's ambitions were too grand to engage with. As for Haruno Sakura, that vexatious individual was utterly unacceptable. Thus, there seemed little reason to linger in Konoha, especially with the inevitable influx of individuals seeking to test him following Hisashi's departure. Perhaps a stroll outside would be in order? Meanwhile, a significant assembly of Konoha's upper echelons, including Mito Gate and others, convened. "This is intolerable. We have waited an entire month without a response from Uchiha Shun. Even the Hokage would not dare disregard us." The sentiment of indignation was palpable. His arrogance poses a grave threat to Konoha. However, his prowess was formidable, and he seemed to collaborate with Tsunade. "I have heard whispers of a new faction in the shinobi world, known as Akatsuki. It is said their leader possesses the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, though the cost is exorbitant." "Is this true?" "Absolutely. We must pay any price to contact him. Uchiha Shun must be eliminated." "I second that. I second that. I second that." On the afternoon following Hisashi's departure, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza visited under the guise of a father checking on his child. Shun, reluctant to let them in, ultimately succumbed to their persistence, and by nightfall, they had shamelessly stayed for dinner. Throughout the evening, they probed Shun about any aspirations he might have for the Hokage position, only to be met with unequivocal refusals. Disheartened, they left, realizing their investment might yield little return if Shun did not ascend to the position. The following day, various clans, including the Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and even the Shimura and Sarutobi, flocked to visit for a multitude of reasons. Shun, unable to decline due to the nature of their shared village, managed a few polite exchanges. On the third day, Asuma gathered his classmates, including Kakashi, Guy, and others, and they arrived together. "Shun, you are still lounging about? This cannot continue. We must leave. Now." Sporting a disgruntled expression, Shun reclined in a rocking chair. "Feel free to treat this as your own home." Asuma shook his head, observing Shun's lethargy. "I am heading out." Shun, confused by Asuma's sudden urgency, he wondered, "Are you off to become one of the 12 guardians?" Asuma, his face alight with excitement, affirmed his intent to pursue his dreams. Having anticipated this outcome, Shun scoffed. Very well, I shall not impede you. But when will you arrange your wedding with Hinata? Asuma, caught mid-sip, spewed his tea, his face flushing crimson. Shun, cease your nonsensical chatter. Hinata and I share a pure friendship. Oh, Shun replied with an enigmatic tone, scrutinizing the two with a knowing expression. Asuma, flustered, insisted, it is not what you think. We are merely friends. Hinata, displeased, felt slighted. What does that imply? After all our shared meals and conversations, I am just a friend? With an indignant huff, Asuma broke into a cold sweat, panicking as he sought to rectify the situation, only to find Shun grinning mischievously. Oh, this is all your fault. In a burst of playful aggression, Asuma tackled Shun to the ground, and the group erupted into laughter reminiscent of their carefree youth. They had been so innocent then, but since graduating from the Ninja Academy, they had all changed. Chapter 70. The emergence of a generation's demon under the third Hokage's rule. Even masters and apprentices could not meet frequently, let alone classmates. Any close contact would invite scrutiny from the Umbu, or worse, the root. Even Kakashi could not reach out to his mentor, Minato, further emphasizing the hardship they had endured throughout the years. Amidst their laughter, Shun held Asuma down, teasing. Do not think that puffing on a cigarette makes you a love expert. In reality, you are nothing of the sort. Let me go? If you have the courage. Release me. Asuma protested, struggling to maintain his dignity in front of Hinata, yet his efforts were futile against Shun's strength. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Shun suggested, perhaps I could release you if Hinata pleads for your release. Hinata, taken aback, turned her head away, a faint blush on her cheeks. Why would I ever plead for him? The playful banter elicited peals of laughter from the group. Shun produced a makeshift weapon and playfully assaulted Asuma, who cried out in agony. Shun, spare me. I can't take it anymore. It hurts too much. Shun, what is this? It is unbearable. Ignoring Asuma's pleas, Shun dragged him closer to Hinata, intensifying the playful assault. Hinata, please help me. I beg you, assist me. As Hinata witnessed Asuma's predicament, though skeptical, she felt a pang of compassion. Shun, please let Asuma go. All right, Shun declared, tossing Asuma into Hinata's arms. Since your sister has spoken, I must comply. With great force, Asuma found himself completely enveloped by Hinata. That wasn't my intention. I am releasing you now. Another cry escaped Asuma as Shun playfully kicked him in the rear, binding them together once more. Release? What do you mean by that? The laughter erupted once more, filling the air with joyous camaraderie. After a considerable time, Hong finally extricated herself from Asuma's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at Shun. Asuma stood awkwardly to the side, exclaiming, Shun, you've gone too far. Shun shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that if Asuma were not such a good brother, having not only sought out Kakashi to teach him the 8 gates, but also stealthily delivering a confidential order stamped with the Hokage's seal the night before the clan massacre, he wouldn't bother with him at all. With a playful grin, he wrapped an arm around Asuma's shoulder and teased, How does it feel? Want to go for another round? Asuma's face turned crimson, prompting another round of laughter from the group. In the late hours of the night, as the revelers had enjoyed themselves to the point of departure, only Asuma, Hong, and Kakashi remained, while Guy had already returned to his training. However, Shun ensured that each departing guest received 3 essence cleansing pills, a gesture that indicated he had not forgotten their past camaraderie. Kakashi, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, What are your plans moving forward? His presence here was not solely due to Shun's repeated efforts to vindicate his father, but also because he carried Tsunade's subtle intentions. Indeed, come with me, Asuma, slightly inebriated, invited, let us brothers make our names known in the shinobi world. Though he was not favored by the third Hokage, he was privy to numerous insider details, and he was aware that many were conspiring to eliminate Shun. Shun set down his cup, dismissively stating, A bunch of fools, do they really think they matter? If they dare to provoke me, I shall annihilate their entire clan. His domineering words left Kakashi and Asuma momentarily speechless, until Hong raised her cup and declared, Enough of this nonsense, let us drink. Seeing this, Asuma and Kakashi ceased their hesitations and continued to drink heartily. For there are certain truths only the liquor can convey among men. The next morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Asuma, panicked, covered Hong's mouth, thinking, Didn't we agree not to scream? Do you think I did nothing? Do you believe me? Slap. A bright red handprint appeared on Asma's face as Hong retorted. Why do you think I screamed? It was to coerce you into marrying me, and you dare say you did nothing? Asma stared at Hong. Bewildered, was this still the gentle goddess he admired? What happened? What happened? Shun feigned concern as he rallied the others around. Asma, flustered, stood protectively in front of Hong, declaring, Nothing happened. You must not speak recklessly. Oh, really? Shun narrowed his eyes at Asma. Then why do I see a certain son of the Hokage pulling up his trousers and pretending not to know anyone? Asma glanced back at Hong, his resolve hardening. All right, I shall propose tonight. Well, Shun nodded, that's the spirit. But you must take me with you. Asma added, why would I need you there for my proposal? I'm scared. He implored Shun, as brothers, accompany me. Shun, exasperated, looked at Asma and then at Hong, ultimately conceding for the sake of his brother's lifelong happiness. Fine. Fine. Just call me when you're ready. Asma was nearly moved to tears, but then Shun added, since I'm being so good to you, shouldn't you call me Dad? Get lost. After some playful banter, that afternoon, Shun guided Asma to Hong's residence, where everything proceeded smoothly, with Hong showing no signs of resistance and readily agreeing. This brought a sigh of relief from Asma. 3 days later, after arranging everything, Shun swaggered out of the Hokage's office with Asuma. Tsunade watched their departing figures. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. Did he truly not care for the Hokage position? Meanwhile, at the secret base in the roots of Konoha, Mito and others gathered once more. He has left. What a perfect opportunity. How much for a single strike? 100 billion. I'll offer 50 billion. I'll offer 30 billion. Kill. 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 Master. Where are we going? Shio, carrying a small bag, asked with curiosity. For the first time, it was just the two of them, and she felt an immense happiness. Shun patted her little head. Let us go. I'm taking you to meet a peculiar individual. 3 days later, the two arrived at a market not far from where they had arranged to meet Orochimaru, planning to rest for the night. Look, Shun, there are 2 people ahead who are just like us. Shio exclaimed joyfully. All along the way, she had been brimming with excitement. Shun turned to see what she was pointing at, the decapitating sword? Zabuza Momochi? Has he acquired the decapitating sword so early? Did the brave Pipazong already kneel? Hey, brat. Zabuza, gripping his sword hilt, growled, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. As a rogue ninja, he was always on high alert for pursuit, thus harboring hostility towards anyone. Shio, frightened, hid behind Shun. Shun, he is so fierce. Master. The small boy beside Zabuza tugged at his clothing. This is a bustling market. Any conflict here would easily expose us. Humph. Zabuza snorted, releasing his grip on the sword. Consider yourselves lucky. We're leaving. Is that Haku? Shun became intrigued, stepping in front of Zabuza and his companion, Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the Mist Village. I shall claim your head. You seek death. Haku instinctively prepared to intervene, but Zabuza had already swung his decapitating sword down with ferocity. Clang. Contrary to expectations of bloodshed, Shun merely extended 2 fingers to effortlessly catch Zabuza's full-force strike. So cool, so cool. Master Shun is truly magnificent. Shio cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. How is this possible? Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. Although it was not his strongest attack, he had exerted all his effort. How could he be stopped by just 2 fingers? Struggling to withdraw, he felt as if a mountain were pressing down on his blade, rendering it immovable despite his efforts. Crack. As Shun increased the pressure, cracks began to appear along the blade, and he disdainfully remarked, the quality of this sword is quite poor. No wonder it couldn't withstand the tailed beast bomb. Are you mocking me? Zabuza's face darkened. What sword could withstand the destruction of a tailed beast bomb? Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Is this all you've got? Shun scoffed. Are all Mist Village ninjas this arrogant? Zabuza released his grip on the sword and formed hand seals with one hand. Ninjutsu. Mist ninja technique. Thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring vision, accompanied by terrifying laughter echoing from within. Kik. Feel the pain of death. The silent killing technique. Crimson chakra flickered within the mist. Are you afraid? Kik. Succumb to fear. Shio gripped Shun's arm tightly, while Shun sighed. Didn't I notice this Zabuza is still a bit of a delusional character? From what little he had seen in the anime, it was clear that he could have easily slain Kakashi trapped in the water prison technique, but chose to show off instead. Naturally, he ended up meeting his demise under the protagonist's brilliance. Raising his left hand, Shun advanced, delivering a powerful slap. Smack. With a resounding echo, Zabuza spun in the air and crashed into the ground, the impact reverberating. Dazed, he thought to himself, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The fierce winds dispersed the mist, leaving Haku staring blankly at Zabuza lying in a deep pit. What just happened? Did Zabuza lose? Hastily, she ran to Zabuza's side, arms outstretched, defiantly gazing at Shun. I won't allow you to harm Zabuza. Shun remained silent, steadily approaching. In an instant, the chilling intent to kill enveloped Haku. As if she were standing amidst a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, cold sweat trickling down her back, trembling uncontrollably, her lips turning pale. No, you cannot. If you wish to harm Zabuza, you must first step over my dead body. As Zabuza was about to cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood, he pushed away Bai and declared, he is merely the material I have prepared for my sacrificial blade. Don't you wish to exchange my head for a bounty? Come on. It was a grave oversight. The seemingly calm youth before him was unexpectedly powerful. It appeared that today would mark Zabuza's demise. Oh, is that so? Shun's fingers spread wide, poised above Zabuza's head, as if ready to crush him at any moment. No. I let out a heart-wrenching scream. Please, spare Lord Zabuza, I beg you. As long as you let him go, I will do anything you ask. Get away. Zabuza growled. Who do you think I am? I am Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I do not need your pity. I clung tightly to Zabuza, enduring his insults and blows without letting go. No. If we must die, we shall die together. If we are to live, we shall live together. A touching scene unfolded before them, prompting Shio to tentatively ask, Lord Shun, what if we just let it go? Let it go? Shun gently ruffled Shio's hair. How can we let it go? Remember, the ninja world is rife with slaughter. If you do not kill him today, he will return tomorrow with others to kill you. Sighing, Zabuza, upon hearing Shun's words, looked at Bai's stubborn and resolute gaze. Letting out a long sigh, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes. Very well. I cannot leave Bai alone in this desolate world. It seems they can accompany each other on the road to the underworld, so they will not be lonely. Is there truly no way? Shio gazed hopefully at Shun. Not entirely impossible, Shun mused, stroking his chin. As long as what? Bai shouted. As long as you let Lord Zabuza go, I will do anything. As long as you drag him out and publicly perform a dance of the elephant, Shun said wickedly. I shall not only release you, but also grant you power. Bai. Zabuza, this is madness. There's a great lunatic here. Zabuza exclaimed. No, Bai, do not believe him. He merely wishes to torment you and mock you in your final moments. Bai pushed Zabuza's hand away, knowing that even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, he could not give up. Slowly, he approached Shun, took a deep breath, and resolutely began to perform the dance of the elephant, awkwardly shaking his rear while waving his trunk like a child. Shun covered Shio's eyes, marveling at Bai's unexpected adorableness. Indeed, he must be a boy to be this cute. Wait, what does that mean for Zabuza's tragic tale? Suddenly, Zabuza shuddered, sensing an ominous fate approaching. Do not insult me, he shouted. Come on, 18 years later, and I will still be a valiant warrior. Without hesitation, Shun plunged his blade into Zabuza's shoulder, draining his blood and continuously healing him. Is this truly your intent? How long will you continue to humiliate us? Zabuza seethed with rage. I will fight you. Despite his formidable reputation in the ninja world, the repeated humiliations from Shun had pushed him to his limits. No, Bai cried out in pain. Shun raised his right hand, delivering another blow to Zabuza, causing him to question his existence. He then turned to Bai and commanded, kneel and call me father. Chapter 72. The mysterious summoning beast. I shall spare your lives and accept this waste of a man. No, Lord Zabuza bellowed, do not. Please, no. However, I was already kneeling on the ground. I greet you, my adoptive father. Shun nodded in satisfaction, tossing them a medicinal pill. Very well, follow me. Zabuza was taken aback. Is that it? So simple? You should have said so earlier. Why did he have to cry so much? Wait, won't he watch them consume the poison? Hesitating for a moment, he snatched the pill from Bai's hand and swallowed it. Instantly, his eyes bulged, and he let out an unintelligible roar. Seeing this, Bai refused to let Zabuza endure the pain alone and swallowed his pill as well. The agonizing transformation coursed through him, causing him to collapse to the ground, curled up in agony. Is this how I die? To die alongside my lord is still a form of happiness. Shun shook his head at the two fools and led Shio to a nearby restaurant to wait. As for the restaurant owner, the moment the thick fog appeared, The entire market had already been deserted. Half an hour later, Zabuza and Bai rose from the ground, joyfully feeling the surge of power within them. Particularly Zabuza, who had not advanced in ages, knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Once again, the strong are revered in the ninja world. What harm is there in offering loyalty to one who grants strength? Very well, Shun nodded. Let us depart. The four of them made their way to Orochimaru's base, arriving at a cave just as the sky darkened. The atmosphere was cold, damp, and dark, filled with an overwhelming aura of malevolence that assaulted Shio's senses. Has Lord Shun truly brought us to seek out a lunatic? This is it. Ever since Lord Shun encountered that perverted Mediterranean man, he has changed. I must remain vigilant and protect Lord Shun from those peculiar individuals. You have arrived? Orochimaru sensed their chakra and emerged from the ground, instinctively licking his elongated tongue in the air. Help! This is horrifying. Zabuza gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes alight with excitement. He was determined to prove he was not a mere waste. Defeating the infamous Sannin would surely elevate his reputation as a warrior. It must be said, ninjas emerging from the Blood Mist era are incredibly self-assured. With a massive blade and the strength to defeat tailed beasts, how absurd. How could a mere subordinate of the three tails consume 6 layers of chakra from the 8 tails and not be drained? Your subordinate? Orochimaru glanced at Zabuza and remarked, "Quite excellent as experimental material." This is intolerable. Zabuza roared in fury. Am I to be treated as mere fodder for your experiments? Ninjutsu, mist ninja technique, silent killing technique. The thick fog enveloped Zabuza, and in less than a second, he was swallowed by the serpent. Ninjutsu, turnover technique. Just as Zabuza was about to be digested into a mere mass, Shun interjected, "All right, that's enough. Release him." He was eager to witness the unfolding love story. And how could he allow the heroine to perish? "As you command, my adoptive father," Orochimaru replied with a feigned smile, manipulating the serpent to regurgitate the slimy Zabuza. Zabuza, once one of the most elite forces of the Mist Village, had assassinated the 4th Mizukage and escaped unscathed. Yet now, after just gaining strength, why could he not endure against Orochimaru for even a second? Orochimaru licked his tongue. "Follow me. Though it took all day, I am now fully prepared." As they followed Orochimaru deeper into the cave, the surroundings grew increasingly damp and dark, the walls coated in unknown slime, accompanied by faint, distant cries. Indeed, this scene was worthy of a horror film. After a few more minutes, they arrived at a vast clearing. Shun naturally plopped down at the top, grabbing some fruit nearby and taking a bite. To be honest, he was a bit hungry. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Was he fearless or simply brazen? He pulled out prepared documents and handed them to Shio. "As my father said, the moon does not appear to be a natural occurrence. Furthermore, there exists a significant similarity in the genes of the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and the Kagaya clan of the Mist Village." Orochimaru's expression became fervent. The legendary concept of immortality and the primordial source of chakra seemed to be drawing near. Shun casually perused the documents, comparing them with the knowledge of Orochimaru stored in his mind. 13 inaccuracies, 22 misleading statements, and 31 crucial pieces of information glossed over. With a flick of his fingers, Orochimaru was reduced to a mist of blood. "If you dare to play such tricks again, I shall confine you to the eternal abyss, where you will endure the torment of unending flames." In the shadows, Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of a small snake. "Yes, my adoptive father." It seemed he could not deceive him after all. Yet, he alone possessed this knowledge, convinced that no one else had intervened. How, then, did Shun come to know? With a sly smile, the more secrets there were, the more exhilarated Orochimaru became. "Come here." After much contemplation, Shun ultimately resolved to impart knowledge to Orochimaru, not out of concern for the returned power, but because only with Orochimaru's strength could he more effectively unearth the secrets of this world. For instance, the enigmatic Great Sage Toad, Gamamaru. Not only had he lived for over 1,000 years, but he also possessed the ability to foresee the future. It was known that even the Sage of 6 Paths, with the Otsutsuki bloodline, had perished. Why then did Gamamaru endure? Moreover, he actively lured the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, Haku, to meet him, even granting the sage a resurrection talisman to awaken the Rinnegan. Yet, when asked who the true successor was, he declined, citing the vagueness of the prophecy. Such thoughts were chilling. And what of the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest? filled with enigmas throughout the shinobi world. Placing a hand atop Orochimaru's head, a powerful chakra surged forth, merging with his body, dramatically enhancing his power. This formidable force and extraordinary method thrilled Orochimaru, who eagerly extended his tongue, yearning to dissect Uchiha Shun. After 10 long hours, the importation concluded, and Shun frowned in dissatisfaction. This is far too time-consuming. What if there's something urgent? Especially the urgent matters of nature. He issued a new command to Orochimaru. Discover why the summoned beasts assist humans in battle. Shun turned to leave, pondering why the weak might be compelled, yet the mighty, like the 3 great sanctuaries, could refuse. Why risk death to aid humanity? Particularly the likes of Miyaboku Mountain, the Sage of 6 Paths, Jiraiya, and Naruto, all profoundly influenced by it. What was their true motive behind these actions? Just as he was about to depart, Shun suddenly recalled something and asked, "Can you change genders?" Chapter 73. The Transformation of Zabuza Orochimaru. He merely contemplated the compatibility of vessels and was forced to consider a female one. But what did Uchiha Shun mean by that? Did he imply a direct transformation, turning a robust man into a woman? This seemed to touch upon a magnificent and novel domain, and the more Orochimaru pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Certainly. How may I serve you, my adoptive father?" "Ah, splendid." Shun pointed at Zabuza. "Transform him into a woman. And remember, she must be beautiful." Zabuza, who had been minding his own business, gasped, "What? You want to turn me into a woman?" If the previous cleansing elixir was a gift, this was a threat. Yet, this threat was quite terrifying. Just imagining a woman wielding a beheading blade sent chills down his spine. With a thud, he knelt. "My lord, I am loyal and willing to follow you unto death, serving you without reservation. Please rescind your command. I implore you." The overwhelming fear left him nearly speechless. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Indeed, Uchiha Shun was a man worthy of admiration. His thoughts, his methods, so ruthless, so profound, so perverse. Yet he relished it. Dragging Zabuza along, he excitedly ventured deeper into the lair, where his most sophisticated experimental apparatus awaited. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this delightful sensation. No, Zabuza, in terror, clawed at the ground, leaving deep marks. "My lord, I was wrong. I truly was. I swear I won't do it again. Please, spare me. I do not wish to become a woman." Resisting? Orochimaru could dispose of him in an instant. How much more so Shun? To resist? To become a woman? He absolutely did not want that. Shun stroked his handsome face. "Why do you all look at me like that? I merely wish to fulfill the poignant love story of Haku and Zabuza." "What expression is that?" Haku retreated in fear, thinking Shun was already sufficiently twisted, having made him kneel and call him father, and even strip in public. He never expected there to be something even more depraved, turning Zabuza into a woman? Unimaginable, unfathomable. Trembling, cold sweat pouring down, he suppressed his inner terror and knelt before Shun. "My lord, I plead with you, spare Lord Zabuza. I am willing to become the experimental subject to turn into a woman." Zabuza's eyes brimmed with tears. He couldn't recall the last time he cried. Was it at 3 years old? 2? Or perhaps even younger? In the blood-soaked mist village. Tears were merely a symbol of weakness. Yet now, his eyes were genuinely misty. "No, my lord, I beseech you. We are willing to do anything you ask. But please, do not turn us into women." What was happening? Why had the iron-willed Zabuza been brought to tears? "My lord." Haku's small face was puffed up in anger. "If you continue this way, I shall ignore you." She was genuinely upset, noting how her lord had changed since encountering that Mediterranean lecher. "Fine." Shun shook his head in resignation. "If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. However, should you ever wish for it, do let me know. I shall fulfill your desires." Haku and Zabuza shook their heads vehemently. Such a notion, even amidst the myriad of perversions in the shinobi world, was utterly unique. They had never imagined such a cruel punishment. Fear gripped them. After 2 nights of recuperation in Orochimaru's secret base, Shun reluctantly departed at the earnest pleas of Haku and Zabuza. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Each day, Orochimaru would pose bizarre questions, and Shun would engage in fervent discussions, ultimately convincing Orochimaru with diverse theories. That feeling was simply exhilarating. Yet for the others, it was different. The more they listened, the more they felt dread, the more they perceived it as perverse. What kind of mindset could astonish Orochimaru so? Shun declared that this was trivial. After all, amidst the explosive bombardment of the internet, he had witnessed far stranger things. The likes of mermaids and sewers and human centipedes. Orochimaru's questions were but trifles. As the four emerged to the surface, Zabuza appeared rejuvenated, facing the morning sun, tears streaming down his face. He feared he might have developed a phobia of the dark. Indeed, he now felt profoundly uncomfortable in all dark, damp places. "My lord, where are we going next?" Haku, her cheeks puffed, gazed at Shun. "If you utter anything strange again, I shall truly ignore you." "Huh." Shun scratched his head. He had no specific destination in mind, merely seeking to lay low. His visit to Orochimaru was just incidental. "Well, let us head to the land of whirlpools. I hear the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are quite formidable." Hokyuin-bai, as long as they were not venturing into any perverse locales, could accept any situation. Shortly after their departure, a figure materialized above the cave. "Feel the pain." Shinra Tensei. Boom. The overwhelming repulsive force instantaneously leveled Orochimaru's secret base, crushing it into oblivion. With a chilling laughter, Orochimaru emerged unscathed from the rubble. Gazing at the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths in the sky, "It seems we meet again, Yahiko." Emotionless, Yahiko produced an image and inquired, "Where is he?" Minato harbored no fondness for the Leaf Village ninjas, even harboring a deep-seated disdain. Had it not been for Danzo's interference, would Yahiko have met his demise? Would he not have to spend his days confined to a wheelchair? Suppressing his agony, he resolved to spare Orochimaru's life, provided he complied with his demands. Given that Orochimaru was a comrade of Jiraiya, Orochimaru's lips curled upwards. Indeed, this world was growing increasingly intriguing. In the land of whirlpools, devoid of any shame for betraying his adoptive father, Uchiha Shun, he yearned to witness the sage's eyes trampled into the ground. Were they still as noble and mysterious? Indeed, after being enlightened by Shun, Orochimaru's power surged exponentially. A mere Yahiko was beneath his notice, let alone Shun, whose strength far surpassed his own. Yahiko sensed Orochimaru's overwhelming chakra, his brow furrowing as he cast aside a ring. Surrender or perish. Ha ha. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Then let me test the might of the sage's eyes. Secret technique, hidden shadow snake hands. Half a day later, Orochimaru found himself beneath the foot of the arriving pain. Having underestimated the situation, without prior intelligence, he, like Jiraiya, knelt. Yet, he felt no fear, donning the ring upon his finger, admiring it. "Uchiha Shun is my adoptive father. You expect me to betray him? That will cost you." Pain declared, "This world is truly sick. Repent in suffering." Shinra Tensei. Chapter 74. I, too, have dignity. 7 days later, in the land of whirlpools, a desolate wasteland. Shun could not help but lament. The higher echelons of the Leaf Village are simply a bunch of fools. Such a powerful clan. And not even considering their integration into the Leaf, they did nothing to salvage their kin after the massacre. At the very least, they should have gathered the remnants. Even if not for those sealing techniques, wouldn't having more ninjas like Naruto, Nagato, and Konan be advantageous? Stop. Suddenly, a large group of ninjas adorned with mist headbands appeared, relentlessly pursuing a red-haired girl. "We cannot let her escape. She must be of the Uzumaki clan." The land of whirlpools had been thoroughly scoured. Anything bearing writing, even toilet paper, had been seized for research, yet various factions continued their relentless pursuit of the Uzumaki clan, hoping to obtain their formidable and mysterious sealing techniques. Humph. Zabuza scoffed. "They can't even catch a little girl. The mist ninjas are becoming increasingly pathetic." Forming 44 seals, he unleashed, water-style, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon, measuring nearly a meter in diameter, roared and engulfed the mist ninjas along with the young girl. A cruel smile crept across Zabuza's lips. He, the demon, would not permit waste. Smack. A blow to the back of Zabuza's head. "Who told you to act?" Zabuza stood there, feigning indifference, nodding submissively. "My lord, I feared these worthless fools would taint your vision, so I hastened to eliminate them." What could he do? He had to maintain his composure. He was on the verge of being transformed into a woman. Wouldn't anyone be frightened? "Go." Shun commanded Zabuza like a dog. "Bring me that red-haired girl." Zabuza scoffed, mentally deriding. "What a joke. Who do you look down upon?" "I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With a single water dragon bullet, I can't possibly fail to kill a little girl." Coughing violently, Konan bit her arm. barely managing to escape the torrent of water, collapsing on the ground and coughing incessantly. Zabuza grumbled, "Is there no justice? Is there no logic, huh? You're nursing yourself?" What a ludicrous turn of events. With a bemused expression, he dragged Conan before Shun. "My lord, the girl is here." Shun examined the girl before him with curiosity. Her vibrant life force was unmistakable. She was certainly from the Uzumaki clan. He extended his hand. "Do not be afraid. You may call me father from now on." Conan. Just when she thought she had escaped the jaws of the wolf, she found herself in the clutches of a tiger. This was too swift. Moreover, how perverse. Who meets someone for the first time and demands they call him father? "Oh, mother, the outside world is truly terrifying." Conan timidly edged back. Sir. My name is Conan, and I haven't eaten for 3 days and nights. Could you spare me a bun?" No. She must buy time and create an opportunity to flee. "Call me father." Shun raised an eyebrow. No wonder she could nurse herself. She was indeed Conan. She had done her utmost to appear pitiful. Yet this pervert displayed no compassion whatsoever. Wait, she had heard that some wealthy men had a peculiar fondness for young girls, calling them father while. So terrifying. She must escape. Zabuza. Suddenly, 2 more ninjas adorned with mist headbands appeared, their faces ashen. "Did you kill them?" "Humph." Zabuza regained his pride, coldly gripping the hilt of his sword. "And if I did, the weak should not exist. You." The 2 were enraged, drawing their kunai to avenge their comrades. "Wait." At that moment, a seductive, mature woman pushed aside the 2. "Zabuza, do you wish to join me in overthrowing the blood mist rule of Yagura?" "Ha ha." Zabuza laughed maniacally, drawing his executioner's blade and pointing it forward. "You think you can command me, the demon? Prepare to die." Ninjutsu, mist concealment. Smack. Another blow sent Zabuza staggering. "I didn't even speak. What nonsense are you spouting?" Zabuza lamented, feeling indignant. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wherever he went, he commanded respect. How had he ended up being treated like a dog? Why resist? Shun glanced at Zabuza. Zabuza? This was truly outrageous. After being beaten, he was expected to wag his tail for comfort. How absurd. He, too, had dignity. Collapsing to his knees, a forced grin plastered on his face. "My lord, you truly jest. How could that be? I am your most loyal subordinate." Bark, bark, bark. There was no choice but to submit. If he didn't, he would truly be turned into a woman. Kisame and the mist ninjas suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Kisame pondered. "Who are you? I have no recollection of this person." However, if a mere glance could make Zabuza submit, he must possess some formidable abilities. Heightened vigilance was necessary, signaling his subordinates. Soon, the mist ninjas encircled Shun and his companions, and Kisame threatened with a playful smile. "If you do not speak, do not blame me for taking irrational actions." The palpable killing intent made Hokyu nervously retreat behind Shun. "My lord?" Shun gently patted Hokyu's little head. "Do not be afraid. They are but a pack of rabid dogs." "You." The mist ninjas erupted in fury, brandishing their weapons, intent on dismembering Shun. "Halt." Kisame maintained his composure. How could this person be so impervious to reason? "Who are you? And do you not fear the mist village pursuing you to the ends of the earth?" She was currently seeking powerful allies to rebel against the 4th Mizukage, and she did not wish to stir up trouble at this moment, risking failure. "Benefits," Shun replied. "What?" Kisame looked at Shun, her expression fluctuating between surprise and suspicion. Shun reiterated, "Benefits. You wouldn't want me to work for you for free, would you?" Kisame hesitated for a moment. Then her expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Then, my lord, what is it that you desire? As long as one opens their mouth, matters can be resolved. Regardless of the exorbitant demands, as long as the debts are settled, the price to be paid is not insurmountable." A flirtatious glance and a gentle lick of the finger on the tongue. "No matter how outrageous the request, I shall endeavor to fulfill it." "Vixen," she scolded inwardly, shamelessly enticing Lord Shun. Indeed, the outside world is perilous. The days spent with Lord Shun in the small courtyard were the happiest. "My lord." The mist ninjas looked at Terumi Mei with confusion, but her single glance silenced them all. "Have you made your decision, my lord?" "A wise choice." Shun gazed at Terumi Mei. "As long as you call me father and remit 1/3 of the annual income of the mist village to me, I shall ensure you ascend to the position of the 5th Mizukage." Chapter 75. The Assault of Pain. Here he comes again. The Lord is back. Everywhere he goes, people call him father. Zabuza, Haku, and Karen fell silent. This person seemed somewhat unhinged. How could he utter such provocative words while surrounded by so many mist ninjas? A true man. Impressive. The mist ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Did he just say what they thought? Call him father? Hand over 1/3 of the village's income? Laughter erupted, filling the air with disbelief. Who does he think he is? Demanding a third? Why not just give it all to him? What a ridiculous dream. He should hurry home and find a hood to cover his head, lest he be laughed at. How audacious. Let me teach him a lesson. Call me father. I'll make you call me father. Silence. Shun's fingers spread wide. Flying finger gun. Bang. Dozens of mist ninjas who had just laughed out loud found their heads exploded simultaneously. The thick scent of blood instantly saturating the air. Quiet. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be paused, all noise vanishing. Impossible. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. While these individuals were certainly not as elite as Zabuza and his 7 ninja swordsmen, they were nonetheless carefully selected talents. How could they not even attempt to resist, only to be decimated in an instant? What kind of jutsu could possess such overwhelming power when he merely opened his palm? Fear crept into Terumi Mei's heart without her awareness. As she felt this, the others were even more disconcerted, some, fearful, prepared to sneak away. For what were ideals and wealth compared to life? Yet, once tranquility was shattered, a chain reaction ensued. The pause button disappeared, and chaos erupted. Some fled. Some knelt in supplication, others collapsed, and some even died of fright on the spot. Shun frowned once more. He disliked such cacophony, as it marred his grand demeanor. No, Terumi Mei exclaimed, but alas, it was too late. Bang! Another wave of explosions rang out, and regardless of whether they were escaping, begging for mercy, or frenzied, all the ninjas brought by Terumi Mei fell with their heads blown off. Blood quickly pooled into a small stream, flowing across the ground. 50%. Shun coldly regarded Terumi Mei. He held no thoughts of peace in the ninja world, only the corpses of fallen enemies, for they were the true adversaries. Terumi Mei trembled, realizing that if she disobeyed, she would be next to suffer the same fate. In that moment, she finally understood why Zabuza was more obedient than a dog. Such power, such ruthlessness, such tyranny. Kneeling, disregarding the filthy blood beneath her, she bowed 3 times. Father above, please accept my loyalty. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Her sole option was to feign submission for the moment. Quite obedient, Shun observed, glancing at Zabuza, who was drenched in sweat, kneeling and knocking his head fervently. Woof, woof, woof. Terrifying, simply terrifying. Among those just moments ago, there were individuals he found formidable, yet what was the result? They vanished without so much as a blink. Zabuza, now devoid of any rebellious spirit, merely desired to kneel and grovel before Shun. And you? Shun finally turned to Karen, who was stealthily attempting to slip away. Karen forced a smile that resembled a grimace, sprinting back to clutch Shun's leg. Father, I'm hungry. What could she do? She was equally desperate, merely a young girl, hoping that her father would be gentle with her. Shun rolled his eyes. She was indeed a quirky girl. Sasuke was blind to such a wonderful girl, and chose to marry Sakura Haruno instead. No, if Sasuke dared to wed Sakura, he would turn him to ash and build a wall with him. Get up. Shun tossed a cleansing pill to Karen and instructed Zabuza, draft a statement for Fugaku to release as soon as possible. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall shelter all members of the Uzumaki clan, regardless of age, whether they are ninjas or civilians. For all who come, there shall be shelter, food, work, and wages. Furthermore, should anyone dare to obstruct this, if one is hindered, an entire village shall be annihilated. If 10 are obstructed, an entire nation shall be destroyed. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at Shun. Though he spoke with calmness, once this declaration was released, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest in the ninja world. The destruction of the Land of Waves was due to the fear of other forces in the ninja world regarding its formidable strength, leading to a collective assault for its eradication. And should this proclamation be issued, would it not mean offending the entire ninja world? Did he still wish to maintain a foothold within it? Did he not fear a repeat of past events? Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Karen's cheeks. No one could fathom how a young girl had endured these years. Hiding was trivial. Every moment she faced the greed around her, living in constant trepidation. She had witnessed her clan members, carelessly exposed, captured and tortured, their mutilated corpses discarded. She had no recourse but to watch, all while meticulously concealing her own identity. The obliteration of a nation is a terror beyond comprehension for its people. No one truly wishes to know or understand. She was uncertain of her future, unaware of where she could find refuge. Her only option was to flee, an endless escape. Wiping her tears, Karen approached Shun, deeply bowing, wishing to express gratitude for her clan. Even if this was merely a facade, a temporary reprieve, she hoped her clan could find a stable place to live, free from fear and confusion. My lord, I am willing to offer all that I have, only asking that you provide my clan with sustenance. As she spoke, she disrobed and closed her eyes, presenting herself in a manner that suggested acceptance of death. Come, father. Shun, what are you doing? Karen's face radiated sanctity. My lord, do not hesitate. I can endure it. Come, ravage and destroy me, so long as my clan may live in peace. Shun's face turned dark, his anger palpable. What the hell are you thinking? Put your clothes back on and leave. Infuriated, he was genuinely enraged. Was he, Uchiha Shun, that kind of person? Karen was merely a child. Could he commit such an unspeakable act? No, even if she were older, it would still be unacceptable. Oh. Karen adjusted her attire. I understand. There are many eyes around, and it would tarnish your reputation. Fear not, my lord. I shall take the initiative tonight. Damn. Shun was utterly exasperated. What was wrong with the children in the world of ninjas? They could wield blades in battle and yet engage in romantic pursuits that could destroy worlds. They appeared so young, yet they were masters of romance. In a fit of anger, one sought refuge in a tavern, drinking alone in solitude. Meanwhile, 6 watchful eyes and a small serpent that had been stealthily following them appeared nearby. Chapter 76. The tragic Koyomi Meitendo Yahiko floated expressionlessly in the air, surveying the situation while keenly sensing a chakra that could not be mistaken. This was indeed the target of their mission. The beast path summoned a small chameleon, which then swallowed several individuals, rendering them invisible as they approached. At that moment, Shun stood firmly at the door, glaring at Koyomi Mei and Shakurin with a mix of anger and tension. Shakurin was understandable. Having grown up alone and misunderstood by adults, her behavior could be excused. But what was Koyomi Mei's intention? Did she intend to sneak into Shun's room in the dead of night? How shameless. Please leave. I am more than enough for Lord Shun. A smirk played at the corners of Koyomi Mei's lips. To survive in the ninja world, mere strength was insufficient. Some female ninjas inherently possessed an advantage over others. She confidently swayed before them, declaring, Little sister, it is late, and Lord Father needs more than just you. Believe me. He needs me even more. Humph. Koyomi Mei was merely biding her time. Did they think they could conquer her through brute force? Nonsense. She was convinced that, should she wish, she could easily alter Shun's entire existence. No. Shun resolutely blocked the doorway, his face flushed with indignation. How could she so brazenly utter such shameless words? You have no say in this, little sister. Koyomi Mei chuckled lightly. Water release, hidden mist technique. She parted her crimson lips, exhaling a thick, intoxicating mist, then tugged at her collar, revealing a depth that seemed bottomless. It was as if something deadly alluring lay within, enticing one to delve deeper and explore. Oh, the allure of being partially concealed was exquisite. Pushing open the door, she asked, Lord Father, may I serve you tonight? Shun, already inebriated, felt a haze clouding his thoughts. He was such a kind, innocent, and pure soul, yet everyone believed him to be a beast? No, Shakurin was still so young. How could he possibly do such things? Inwardly tormented, he wondered why no one understood him. He merely wanted to acknowledge a few more sons and daughters, to hear them call him father. Was that a crime? No. He drank deeply, casting not a glance at Koyomi Mei, who seemed puzzled by his lack of attention. Was she not enticing enough? Unbelievable. She swayed closer, gently wiping the liquid from his lips, saying, Lord Father, look, you've spilled on your collar. Let me serve you. Shun furrowed his brow, wrapping an arm around Koyomi Mei, pulling her closer. What was this? An ambush? A slender, swift needle flew silently from behind Koyomi Mei. The Azura path lowered his wrist. His first attempt at a surprise attack thwarted. Koyomi Mei stiffened. She had maneuvered through various male and some female ninjas, trading her beauty and exceptional skills for information and support, even gaining sacrifices from some. Yet, she had never engaged in direct physical contact with any male before. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she leaned against Shun's chest, whispering, Lord Father, you're so naughty. I'm not ready yet. Shun, in a daze. Glanced at the figure in his embrace. Why does Shakurin seem larger today? He looked down, narrowly dodging another flying needle. The Azura Path frowned. Was he discovered? That shouldn't be possible. He had hidden within the chameleon's mouth, having taken down countless powerful foes without fail. Was it merely coincidence? Koyomi Mei's eyes widened as she watched Shun's face drawn nearer to hers, caught in a dilemma. Should she resist? If exposed, it could mean death. But if she did not, she would lose her first kiss. Thinking quickly, she pressed 2 fingers against Shun's lips, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Lord Father. Are you in such a hurry? I'm not ready yet. Besides, the night is long. Tonight, I am wholly yours." Shun, sluggish from drink, responded, "What are you saying? Oh, how annoying." Koyomi Mei pouted, pushing against his chest, attempting to free herself from his grasp. "You're being so mischievous, Lord Father. I will ignore you." However, just as she was about to succeed, Shun's left hand grasped her pert posterior, yanking her back, causing her to return to his embrace, even closer than before. Their heartbeats synchronized. Thump, thump, thump. Koyomi Mei's heart raced as she bit her lip. Was Uchiha Shun truly so difficult to handle? Had she, Koyomi Mei, who had spent her days hunting, come to lose herself in this moment? Another hidden weapon? Shun, puzzled, surveyed the empty room, sensing an ambush. The Azura Path, fuming, attempted a third time, yet failed once more, almost succeeding. In the distance, Nagato hesitated for a moment, contemplating one last attempt. If it failed, he would resort to outright force. Koyomi Mei, pressed against Shun's chest, gritted her teeth, feigning innocence. How could she maintain her facade? Earlier, she had acted so holier-than-thou, rejecting Shakurin's advances and ignoring Koyomi Mei upon her entrance. And now, she couldn't even rise to leave. Men, indeed, were all the same, foolish and self-serving. Shun, oblivious to the thoughts of the woman in his arms, sensed something amiss within the room. His fingers began to tap rhythmically, yet he had forgotten where they were positioned. What was it? It felt so familiar, yet he could not recall. The 6 paths of pain were constructed from corpses, lacking breath and warmth, only faint chakra fluctuations. Expertly concealed, something a normal person could hardly fathom. Koyomi Mei blushed deeply, feeling violated. "You pervert. You can touch, but what is this tapping?" She writhed in Shun's embrace, attempting to evade his scorching hand. "Don't move." Shun activated his sensory abilities, invisible waves sweeping through the room, quickly identifying the source of his discomfort. Just as he was about to act, Koyomi Mei, with her irresistible allure, continued to rub against him. She was all in. If she could secure Shun tonight, she was willing to sacrifice anything. She was determined to prove that no man could resist her. "You're so naughty. Where is your hand? How embarrassing. But I like it so much." Turning the tables, she pressed Shun down beneath her, declaring, "Come now, Lord Father. My heart races so. Will you come and check?" Grasping Shun's hand, she trembled as she guided it towards her clothing, willing to risk it all for the information she sought. In a swift motion, Shun slapped Koyomi Mei's face to dodge a flying needle, bodies, and lizards. It turned out that the 6 paths of pain had arrived. Excited, he thought. Since they had come to him, he would not let them escape. Koyomi Mei was stunned. Just as she attempted to flee, Shun held her tightly. Her advances had resulted in an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 77. The dragon soars over Mount Lu'a. "I can't take this anymore. This isn't how it works. Even if I die today, I will confront you." She lunged toward Shun, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. With his hands clasped behind his back, he struck a pose, poised to reveal the truth to his future sons and daughters. "Since you are here, reveal yourselves." Suddenly, the door burst open, and Shakurin emerged from the mist with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "My lord, you must stay away from Koyomi Mei." "Shun? Wait. If that wasn't a repair, then who was it?" At this moment, Terumi Mei lay on the ground, her face filled with sorrow and indignation, her chest heaving rapidly as she suddenly spewed forth 2 jets of blood, trembling as she pointed at Uchiha Shun, exclaiming, You go too far." Her head tilted, and she fainted. Silence. An utter silence. Shun scratched his head, having indulged a bit too much in drink, and hadn't he quite controlled his strength. His kick had been a tad heavy. Yet, none of that was significant. "Must I personally intervene to persuade you?" The light and shadows twisted, and 5 circular eyes appeared simultaneously, their voices devoid of emotion, cold as ice. "This is not a place for battle. Come with me." He had become an orphan due to war, and if possible, he wished not to disturb the tranquility of this small mountain village. You stay here. I will be back shortly. Shun looked at Pain's 6 paths and revealed a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be kind. It sent shivers down Pain's spine. Orochimaru had called him a freak, and he had initially dismissed it. But now, it seemed there was truth to it. At such a young age, to gaze at him with such a smile was utterly eerie. With a tense expression, he flew out through the window. Shun shook his head, sighing. Why choose the window when there was a door? It appeared he would need to educate him shortly. They arrived at an open valley, where Hell Path, Human Path, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path lined up, as Deva Path Yahiko slowly descended. Bathed in moonlight, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Someone has paid for your life. Therefore, feel the pain. Huh? Shun paused. Someone wanted to kill him? It seemed the lesson he had imparted to those old geezers was insufficient. He could no longer be blamed for his cruelty. With hands behind his back, he declared, hand over their names, and I shall grant you power. Hidden not far away, Nagato commanded, universal pull. Regardless of how powerful Shun was, he had no intention of allowing him to join the organization. The malevolence within the organization was already abundant. He did not wish to add another freak. A formidable pull surged forth as the other 5 paths began their actions. The Azura Path sliced open its arm, concentrating chakra at the incision to create an explosion, thus generating immense thrust to launch the first attack on Shun. Following that, the wound opened, unleashing a multitude of rocket projectiles, 5-finger missile. Finally, it opened its head to fire lasers, head laser cannon, as a primary output force among the 6 paths. It was essential to maintain firepower coverage. The animal path clapped its hands fiercely against the ground. Summoning technique, Yada no Kagami. Summoning technique, chameleon. Summoning technique, bull. Summoning technique, centipede. Summoning technique, rhino. One by one, the summoned beasts emerged, providing visibility and a pincer attack. Summoning technique, King Enma. The Hell Path summoned Enma in preparation for emergencies, while simultaneously, the Human Path and Hungry Ghost Path split into 3 directions to commence their assault. In an instant, an overwhelming onslaught pressed upon every inch of space, a murderous intent saturating the air. Not far away, a small snake opened its mouth, revealing a pair of slit pupils filled with curiosity. Father, how will you respond to the Sage Si? Shun maintained his posture with hands behind his back, letting out a long sigh. Why is it that these people outside cannot be proactive like the Konoha 12? Why must they only call me father after my educational interventions? Golden light began to emanate from his body. The earth started to crumble, and the sky dimmed. Shun bellowed, Lushan Dragon Source. A golden dragon ascended, its violent aura sweeping across the land, causing even those far away in the marketplace to feel a chill of fear. Thud. Terumi, who had been secretly attempting to escape, uncontrollably knelt upon the ground. It wasn't that she did not wish to flee. Her legs simply felt too weak. What manner of monster was this to possess such might? How infuriating. Was she to remain subjugated beneath his overwhelming presence for all eternity? No, she could not accept that. Terumi aspired to be the Mizukichi. How could she yield so easily? Struggling to rise, she crumpled again under a roar of fury. Roar. The golden dragon let out a thunderous cry, and in that moment, all summoned beasts, rockets, and universal pull faded like fireflies in the golden light, collapsing into nothingness. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, every cell in his body trembling. It was fear, it was exhilaration. This exhilarating sensation overwhelmed him, driving Orochimaru into madness. Uchiha Shun, you truly astonish me. I must possess you, dissect you, understand you. Nagato stood entranced, gazing at the golden dragon bathed in silvery moonlight, noble, mysterious, and tyrannical. What have I attracted? After learning about Shun's intelligence from Orochimaru, he had elevated his perception of Shun's strength as much as possible in his mind. But reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. 1 trillion? Not even 100 billion would suffice. Run. Quickly, Conan, run. Conan jolted, snapping back from her shock. What about the 6 paths of pain? What time is it? Nagato shouted in frustration. Who cares about the 6 paths? As long as I survive, they can all be revived. But, Conan clenched her fists tightly. Yahiko is gone. Silence. Nagato suddenly fell into a deep silence. On one side was his fear of death, and on the other, the corpse of his dear friend. What should he choose? He hesitated. He truly hesitated. In the blink of an eye, he lost all perception of the 6 paths, but lifted his head, resolutely gazing at Conan. Do not use chakra. Dig a deep hole in the ground. Let us try. Conan smiled radiantly, as if 100 flowers bloomed at once, momentarily draining color from the world. How wonderful. Nagato hasn't he changed? She drew out a kunai and began to dig earnestly, relying solely on her physical prowess, extremely slow without using chakra. Bang! Shun seized Yahiko's body, descending from the heavens. Found you. Are you preparing a grave for yourselves? Chapter 78. What to do when the child misbehaves. It was understandable that Shun thought this way, for he had landed to see Conan with her rear in the air, fervently digging with a kunai. Ahead of her lay a large square pit. It wasn't a grave. Were they planning to build a house here? Waving his hands. Relax, relax, no need to fear. I have no intention of harming you. I simply wish for you to call me father. Nagato and Conan thought, is this person insane? They had come to assassinate him, yet he asked them to call him father? Nagato looked at Yahiko's intact corpse on the ground and sighed in relief. Thankfully, he hadn't been damaged. What is it that you truly desire? As long as I can provide it, I shall grant you anything. Just let Conan go. No. Conan stubbornly blocked Nagato's path. She had already lost Yahiko. She didn't want to lose Nagato too. Shun, with a hand on his chin, scrutinized Conan. Rumored to wear a highly alluring backless top beneath her black cloud cloak, adorned with a ring at her navel? Hiss. Who would have thought that beneath her usually cold exterior lay such fiery passion? His direct and heated gaze made Conan uncomfortable. Her face flushing. What do you want in order to let us 3 go? In her heart, she believed Yahiko was not dead. He merely existed in another form beside them. Shun withdrew his fiery gaze, hands behind his back, feigning profundity as he gazed at the starry sky. Sigh. Why must everyone resort to killing? Why can't we coexist peacefully? Nagato was taken aback, his expression animated. Could it be? Pushing Conan aside, he looked earnestly at Shun. Do you also wish to experience pain? Did he harbor a deep aversion to war? Did he also yearn for the world to be reborn through suffering? Damn. Shun's defenses shattered in an instant. What peculiar interests do the members of the Akatsuki possess? Who, in their right mind, seeks to experience suffering? Shun could not help but silently scoff at Deidara's preference for clay over the more traditional black earth. After all, he is merely a child and lacks understanding. Yet, Kakuzu, you are nearing a century in age, and instead of indulging in the pleasures of life, you are consumed solely by the desire to accumulate wealth? Are you afraid of poverty? Ultimately, in his pursuit of extra earnings, he and Haydn found themselves ensnared. The most ironic twist was that the fruits of his labor, painstakingly gathered over decades, were effortlessly purchased by Conan in the form of explosive tags. In just 10 minutes, they were all deployed. One wonders if Kakuzu, in the afterlife, would be infuriated to the point of explosion. It appears that discussing ideals is futile. Thus, Shun adopted a tone laden with temptation. Do you wish to walk again? Do you desire to resurrect Yahiko? Do you long for peace in the ninja world? Become my son, and I shall fulfill all your dreams. The atmosphere grew awkward. Nagato and Conan, having witnessed myriad eccentricities within the organization, were taken aback by his childlike coaxing and his peculiar demand to be called father. What could be the reason behind such odd proclivities? Infertility, perhaps? Clearing his throat, Nagato was the first to break the silence. What do you truly want? The Rinnegan? Release Conan, and I will grant it to you. Oh, what a strange lot they were. He merely sought to offer them a semblance of paternal affection, yet they suspected ulterior motives. Would he truly care about those piercing eyes? He desired everything. It seemed that only his ultimate move could suffice. What to do if the child was disobedient? A good beating would suffice. If necessary, even 2. Clenching his fists, Shun advanced menacingly. Nagato, do not approach. A resounding thud echoed as he delivered a heartfelt punch. Will you speak? Another blow followed. Will you speak? And yet another. With each strike, Shun found his rhythm, relishing the challenge presented by Nagato, who, once frail, had ballooned considerably, his face swollen beyond recognition. Even his own mother would struggle to identify him now. Please, stop. No more. Conan cried, tears streaming down her face as she shielded Nagato. I beg you. Do not continue. Whatever you desire, I will give it to you. She recalled Shun's fervent gaze, so direct and intense. Closing her eyes, she slowly placed a hand on her collar. And no, Nagato struggled to maintain his composure. Conan, Do not yield. Even if I am beaten to death today, I shall never call him father. Please, if this continues, you will truly perish. Conan turned, resolute as she opened her dark cloak, allowing Shun's gaze to roam freely over her form. Taking a deep breath, she turned her head. Come on. Shun could not help but express his astonishment. Whether it was at her selfless spirit or her flawless physique. What the hell? He swatted Conan aside. Ever since he left the village, everyone he encountered seemed to view him as a pervert. He was a good person, truly. Producing a vial filled with a mysterious green liquid, he approached Nagato. You still have time to regret your choices. Nagato defiantly raised his chin. You will not succeed. I will never submit. Yet, amidst Conan's desperate pleas, Shun inserted the vial into Nagato's body, and in that instant, the cells of Hashirama began to invade and transform him. Before their very eyes, Nagato's swollen form began to rapidly recover, and miraculously, even his withered legs began to regain sensation. Nagato, astonished, glanced from Shun to his legs. Disbelief etched across his features. My legs, I can feel them? Attempting to rise, he fell, yet joy surged within him. Ignoring the dirt and grime on his body and face, he pushed himself up again, taking a step only to tumble once more. But he persisted, laughing like a child. For he could distinctly feel his legs returning to him. For over a decade, he had been confined to a wheelchair. Who could fathom such torment? Who could comprehend how he endured those years? Raising his gaze, he regarded Shun with a complex expression. You can heal my legs. Then, you can resurrect Yahiko, cannot you? His demeanor shifted, excitement coursing through him. The anguish of witnessing his dear friend perish was a burden only he could understand. Countless nights, he had awakened from nightmares. If you can bring Yahiko back, I shall do anything you ask. I will give you my Rinnegan, the Akatsuki, everything I possess. Just bring Yahiko back. Shun scoffed. You think I cannot obtain your Rinnegan? If I desired it, I would have taken it long ago. I merely wish for you to call you father? Nagato sat dejectedly on the ground, pondering. With his power, what could he not possess? Yet, how could he utter those words? Suddenly, his chest contorted, the sharp pain eliciting a scream as a face began to emerge upon his torso, plunging him into a pit of terror. He had not stooped so low as to tattoo an unfamiliar visage onto his body. Conan rushed forward in alarm, but was at a loss. The overwhelming power of the Hashirama cells, while sparing Nagato's life, began to manifest numerous side effects. Branches erupted from his body, growing taller and greener. Thud. Conan fell to her knees before Shun. Please, I implore you, save Nagato. You must have a way. Shun disregarded her, pressing his foot upon the face emerging from Nagato's chest. This is your final chance. Call me father. Nagato's face flushed crimson. Even in death, he would not yield. Yet, alas, Yahiko's dreams were about to be extinguished. Forgive me, I have come to find you. Daddy, Conan cried out in anguish. Please, father, save Nagato. I would give anything. Conan, you. Nagato felt a mix of emotion, anger and gratitude. How could you? Her sorrow deepened as she unveiled her innermost feelings. I seek no dignity. I am but an orphan. I do not yearn for peace in the world. What does that mean for me? I only wish for you and Yahiko to be with me, for the three of us to live joyfully together. As long as they were united, she would find happiness. Did he not understand, Nagato? Nagato's eyes brimmed with conflict, straining against Shun's foot, yet powerless to escape. Father. That single word seemed to encapsulate all his strength, all his spirit. His arms fell limply at his sides, a solitary tear tracing down his cheek, as every principle, every resolve, crumbled before him. Had they done this sooner, they could have avoided such torment. Shun's lips curled into a smile as he produced 2 chakra surgical knives, deftly carving away the face and eradicating the lingering scars left by the otherworldly statue. But wait, was he not the protagonist? How had he strayed so far down the path of villainy? No, he must correct this course. Half an hour later, Nagato fully recovered. How can I resurrect Yahiko? Those 2 words pierced his heart deeply, causing him more anguish than the death of his dear friend at his own hands. Fortunately, after gaining the system's acknowledgement, Shun ceased to provoke his fragile nerves. One day, when your master finds you, bring him to me, and I shall reveal the truth. Jiraiya, do you not see how benevolent I am towards you? Why not call me father? Nagato was momentarily taken aback, a rare softness appearing in his eyes. Master? The image of his master, with his lustrous silver hair, materialized in his mind. The 3 of them had recklessly sought him out, nearly falling victim to Orochimaru, only to be saved by their master who took them in and taught them ninjutsu for 3 long years. Those years were among the few joyful moments in Nagato's life. Yet, as he clenched his fists, he realized the world remained rife with suffering. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to gather the 9-tailed beasts, confident that he could defeat Shun with his current strength. Let us go, Conan. Conan glanced at Shun with curiosity. Was he truly allowing them to leave so easily? Did he not care about the Rinnegan? It was the legendary Eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, a coveted existence that many longed for but could never attain. Could it be that he simply desired them to call him father? How absurd. Wait. Shun flicked his fingers, dispatching a small snake. To resurrect Yahiko, you still require a secret technique in Orochimaru's possession. You must obtain it first. We cannot allow Orochimaru to remain comfortable. We must create some trouble for him, lest he conjure some mischief. Nagato's taut nerves relaxed. He had nearly feared that Shun had changed his mind. Without the Rinnegan, he would be unable to absorb the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and thus, he could not make Shun experience pain. All right, Conan, let's go. He attempted to leave with her once more. Wait. Shun appeared to remember something. Who hired you? Nagato's forehead bulged with veins, exasperated. Could you not say it all at once? Is it amusing to frighten me? Taking a deep breath, he answered, Konoha, the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Horizon. Wait. As Shun began to speak again, Nagato vanished in a flash, unwilling to endure the sight of Shun's face, which caused him so much torment. Truly, not for a moment longer. Conan couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Yahiko's death, she had not seen Nagato display any other emotion, even when facing her. He wore an icy demeanor. Wiping her tears, she bowed deeply to Shun. Thank you, thank you. Discovered? Shun pondered, realizing he was indeed concerned about the children's physical and mental well-being, as their survival would yield long-term benefits for him. Come, Conan, let your adoptive father examine your health. Conan had aired gravely. This man was a lunatic. Regardless, she expressed her gratitude once more, casting a lingering glance at Shun before disappearing like a flurry of paper. Shun scoffed. How disappointing. Not even allowing a father to check on them. Sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. He returned to the tavern, where Sue and the others had been waiting for some time. See, I told you adults are invincible. Sue exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. Karen swallowed her saliva, forcing a smile. Invincible? They have transcended into gods. Just moments ago, she had no desire to flee, but once that golden dragon appeared, escape seemed futile. Zabuza pondered whether he should become a woman and take the initiative. The most exhilarated was Terumi Mei, who suddenly leaped onto Shun's back, wrapping around him like an octopus. Father, I want to have your children. Chapter 80. Alright, I'm going. What is the 4th Mizukage? What does the hidden mist village matter? As long as I cling to Shun's leg, it will be an easy feat. Get down. Sue puffed up her cheeks, annoyed. How shameless can you be? However, the little strength Sue possessed did not deter Terumi Mei. Instead, it drew her closer to Shun. Father, come on, come on. After a considerable ruckus, they finally returned to their rooms to rest, with Sue vigilantly guarding Shun's chamber, preventing Terumi Mei from seizing even the slightest opportunity. Thank you, Shun expressed. The next day, Shun instructed Zabuza to procure black cloaks, one for each of them, shrouding their entire bodies. Let us depart, Konoha. Uchiha Shun seeks vengeance, and it shall never be delayed. Forgiveness? That is the domain of the divine. His mission was to escort them to meet the divine. 10 days later, under Shun's insistent demand, a group of masked figures clad in black stood at the gates of Konoha. In an instant, Tanzai and Kamizuki Izumi heightened their vigilance. Who were these fools daring to stir trouble in Konoha? Were they unaware that Konoha was the mightiest of the 5 great nations? Having been partners for many years, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Tanzai stepped forward to test the waters. Who goes there? Boom. In the blink of an eye, Tanzai was embedded against the Konoha gate. You dare. Kamizuki Izumi's eyes widened in fury, and he turned to flee. In an instant, he realized he was no match for Shun. Rather than waste his life here, it would be wiser to raise the alarm. However, the next moment, he, like his brother Tanzai, found himself hanging against the gate. Flapping in the wind, Zabuza kicked the gate open, brandishing his executioner's blade with bravado. Who else? His body trembled with excitement. A mere rogue mist ninja was brazenly launching an attack on Konoha? He wouldn't dare, even in his dreams. Smack! A sudden slap sent Zabuza sprawling, and Shun, infuriated, delivered 2 more kicks. I've let you play long enough. What are you doing? Damn it. I must turn him into a woman. Immediately, Shun cast a fierce gaze around, and an ear-piercing alarm rang out. Villagers swiftly closed their doors, taking refuge. Why such adeptness? Simple. Practice makes perfect. Just ask. Which village outside of Konoha has endured multiple assaults? The so-called strongest of the 5 great nations was nothing but a sham. As the villagers vanished, a multitude of ninjas began to assemble. But upon closer inspection, one would find that aside from the Uchiha, a few members of the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, and a host of ordinary ninjas, there were virtually no members of the Sarutobi or Shimura clans, those from Konoha's higher echelons. Shun's gaze turned ever colder. He had initially intended to leave them as distractions for Tsunade, to reduce the troubles for the Uchiha. But now, it seemed futile to expect anything from them. He charged through, making his way to the Shimura clan's compound, activating his Crimson Sharingan. All things shall turn to ash. Flowing blade, meteor fire. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted, illuminating the surroundings. The earth cracked, and the intense heat distorted the air. At that moment, Tsunade, racing towards the scene, suddenly halted. That familiar sensation, he had returned? Wait, what did he mean by this? Boom. Without pause, the sun descended, and a massive mushroom cloud billowed upwards, vaporizing countless Shimura clan ninjas who had been pretending to be turtles hiding their heads. The powerful shockwave swept across Konoha, freezing countless ninjas and villagers in their tracks as they gazed at the now glassy deep pit. Goodness, is this even humanly possible? Goodness. The Shimura clan, which had held sway in Konoha for decades, just like that, they were wiped out. Not even 10 seconds passed, and they were gone. Uchiha Shun. Tsunade stood trembling at the edge of the deep pit, staring at the utterly vanished Shimura clan, her body quaking with rage. It had only been a few days of calm, and he had already stirred up such a monumental incident. Could he not remain stable for even a moment? I demand an explanation. With a swift motion, Shun removed his hat and tossed it aside, where it was caught by the still waters below. The Uchiha clan had gathered in full, awaiting the commands of their adoptive father, the clan leader. The resounding proclamations echoed through the air, instilling in everyone the sense that the fate of Konoha was about to shift dramatically. All members of the Uchiha clan, including the commoners, brandished their kitchen knives with fervent anticipation as they gazed at Shun. They believed that with diligent effort and sacrifice, they could acquire ninjutsu, wealth, and status. Their unprecedented unity stemmed from a singular desire to protect their current, idyllic lives. They would not shy away from sacrificing their lives if necessary, for even death could yield substantial benefits for their families. What was there to fear? Shun said nothing, but began to stride towards the next destination, with the Uchiha following in an impressive formation behind him. Tsunade's face turned ashen with anger. What was he plotting? Did he intend to rebel? Suddenly, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared, inquiring anxiously, "Lord Hokage, what shall we do?" Tsunade herself was equally perplexed, aware that they would be no match against their 3 strongest ninjas combined. Yet, to do nothing would strip her of the honor bestowed upon her by the villagers. "This is all your fault." Tsunade seethed with clenched teeth. Although she had some understanding of the situation, she refrained from intervening, even finding a certain satisfaction in the unfolding chaos. Only through mutual opposition could she, as Hokage, exploit the turmoil to gradually build her own power and eliminate the troubles left behind by the 3rd Hokage. However, before she could act, it seemed she was already on the brink of defeat. Hidden behind the mask, Mito Yain smirked disdainfully. "Regret it now, Tsunade? You didn't heed our warnings, and now you'll pay the price." Producing a scroll he had prepared in advance, he presented it solemnly. "Lord Hokage, Konoha stands at a critical juncture of life and death. Only you can turn the tide." Tsunade furrowed her brows, detecting a strong scent of conspiracy. Upon unrolling the scroll, she was met with 4 ominous characters: Reaper Death Seal. In that instant, everything clicked into place. Her complexion paled. This was a force compelling her towards her demise. Veins bulged as she clenched her fists, the sound of cracking echoing in the air. These selfish, greedy old fools had never genuinely cared for Konoha. But could she simply stand by and allow Shun to run rampant? No, she was Hokage. Lowering her head, she imagined seeing the triumphant expression behind the mask of Mito Yain. "Fine, I'll go." Mito Yain stood and began to retreat slowly, his heart brimming with laughter. Tsunade, Uchiha Shun, all the esteemed leaders of Konoha, they believed he was merely a pawn, a fool to be tested and dominated. How naive. Did they truly think his years of service as an advisor to the Hokage were in vain? Every move was part of his grand design. Assassination was merely the first step. If successful, splendid. If not, it mattered not. Shun's audacious nature would surely incite chaos. When that time came, who would be left to restore order? It would be Mito Yane, who would rise to the occasion. By then, the dead would be dead, and the wounded would remain. He would claim everything and ascend to greatness. In the hospital, with Tsunade's significant power resurgence, the third Hokage, now able to walk, stood by the window savoring his tea. The conspiracy might be uncovered, but what of the open schemes? Greed was the norm, and regrettably, Mito Yane's blade could only be wielded once. Tsunade, do not blame me. You have grown too close to Uchiha Shun. Only under my guidance can Konoha flourish. Tsunade meticulously examined the scroll, and with her knowledge, she quickly mastered the Reaper Death Seal. It was not difficult. The challenge lay in the resolve to perish alongside the enemy. Raising her gaze, she found herself lost in thought, looking at the rapidly vanishing clans. Why? Why must you force me? Why? To be honest, her feelings towards Shun were exceedingly complex. From the initial provocation and disdain for the Uchiha, to the shock of him effortlessly receiving her full-force attack, and then to being thrust into a barrel filled with blood and entrails, where he forced her to relive her most painful memories. The despair and confusion when he single-handedly subdued the three ninjas, and finally, all the events that transpired upon her return to the village. There was joy, confusion, disgust, and a sliver of anxiety over what might be lost, if given the choice. She truly hoped not to become enemies with Shun, even if they could only maintain an ordinary relationship. Yet, for the sake of the village her grandfather built, and for the ideals of Hashirama and Tobirama, as Hokage, she had no choice but to step forward. Sighing deeply, she thought, well, after 30 years of evasion, it is time to confront them. With a few leaps, she positioned herself before Shun, wishing to shield her expression from him. Stand down, cease hostilities now. I will bear the consequences of today's events. This was Tsunade's final attempt. If it failed, they could only choose mutual destruction. Shun paused. What did Tsunade mean? This was not like her. She was known for her clear-cut emotions and stubbornness. Uncharacteristically, Shun explained, let me deal with these parasites. Tsunade's eyes reddened. She believed his words. With his strength, if he desired the position of Hokage, he could easily claim it without resorting to such measures. With just a bit of patience and diligent management, he could effortlessly secure the coveted position. I understand. I will provide you with an explanation. Please, just wait a moment. At that moment, Tsurugi Kokoro arrived with a group of terrified high-ranking officials and their families. Even now, amidst such turmoil, you are still indulging in love affairs? Lord Hokage, your actions are truly commendable. You, Tsunade seethed with rage. Do not think I am unaware of your deeds. What have we done? Tsurugi Kokoro retorted boldly. We merely seek to eliminate a grave threat to Konoha. He has slain Danzo, forced Hiruzen to retreat, and indiscriminately massacred the innocent. Look at the atrocities he has committed today. Has he spared anyone, young or old? If he can annihilate us today without cause, tomorrow he can kill you. And the day after, he could obliterate Konoha at his whim. Such a perilous individual must be eradicated, even at great cost. Her forceful words and alarming rhetoric instantly garnered the support of the gathered officials. Indeed, the Hokage's advisor speaks the truth. He must be eliminated. He is a demon, and his presence will surely lead to Konoha's destruction. Death is the only option, regardless of the price. Amidst the chorus of condemnation, Shun felt tears of laughter welling in his eyes. Do you hear that? This scum, these parasites, are clinging to Konoha, draining its lifeblood. Greedy and inept. I ask you, where were you when the Senju clan fought at the front lines? When the three ninjas struggled in the land of rain? When the fourth Hokage battled the Nine Tails? What did you do while Konoha White Fang risked his life for the village? You fools, you insects. You only fear the rise of those who threaten your interests. You drove Konoha White Fang to his death and forced away the three ninjas. You stood by and watched as the fourth perished, all for your pitiful gains. I can smell your filthy, decaying scent even from outside Konoha. Utter nonsense. Tsurugi Kokoro shouted, a hint of panic in her voice. What do you know? The development of a village is beyond the comprehension of a young man like you. If all of this were to be revealed, how would we stand on moral high ground to judge others? Stretching lazily, Yang Er and Shou eagerly retrieved a rocking chair and an assortment of fruits and snacks from their ninja tool pouch. Even in the absence of Shun, and with impending combat on the horizon, their pouch contained nothing but these items. Please, sir. Shun was quite pleased when he rewarded one individual with a cleansing elixir, igniting fervor among all present. This solitary elixir had surged to astronomical prices on the black market, fetching over 100 million, yet remained elusive. Who wouldn't desire a healthier body, greater potential, and a longer lifespan? Indeed, the cleansing elixir could extend one's life. Greedy glances darted towards Shun, a collective thought to eliminate him and seize that miraculous potion. Disregarding the malevolent gazes, Shun reclined casually in the rocking chair. 10 seconds. I grant you 10 seconds to argue for your lives. If you succeed, I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will claim a life every 10 seconds. 19, 18, 17. A profound silence engulfed the scene. No one dared to speak or move. Shun shook his head and flicked his fingers. Did they think he would hesitate? Boom. The head of the administrative department behind Xuan Xian Xiaochun exploded in a mist of blood. Madman! Xuan Xian Xiaochun wiped the blood from her face, exclaiming, he is utterly insane. Will you all live in perpetual fear of him? Are you not terrified that you might be the next to die? We must unite. We must band together to slay this fiend and restore clarity to Konoha. Bravo! Shun clapped. Sadly, your answer is incorrect. Chapter 82. Innocence with a flick of his fingers. Dozens of Konoha's high-ranking officials, including various ministers and deputies, burst into a crimson mist. Blood rained down like a gentle shower. Who would be next in the following 10 seconds? Terror and confusion etched themselves upon the faces of Konoha's elite, as they realized that their cherished moral constraints were ineffectual against Shun. Devil! You are a devil. Amidst rising panic, Xuan Xian Xiaochun feigned calmness, lamenting, even if we disagree with you, why must you slaughter our families? Those elderly, those children, are they not innocent? Innocent? Shun chuckled lightly. Did they not revel in the privileges you provided? As they resided in opulent villas and feasted on gourmet delicacies, where was their innocence? Innocence indeed, taking advantage without a word, only to cry foul when retribution arrives? Pathetic, a collection of wretched souls. Do they even deserve to be called human? With a sweep of his left hand, beneath the sacred sword, countless lives were cleaved in twain, their innards spilling onto the ground, yet they did not succumb immediately. Instead, they writhed in agony, desperately attempting to reassemble themselves, though to no avail. The air thickened with the stench of blood and decay. Xuan Xian Xiaochun could no longer maintain her composure and began pressuring Tsunade. Hokage, will you merely stand by, watching him massacre our fellow villagers? You truly are a competent Hokage. Tsunade's expression was complex as she surveyed the crowd, young and old, their faces twisted in hunger. But what could she do? By tomorrow, Konoha could very well be in ruins, lost to the annals of history. Enough. Enough. She felt a profound despair regarding Konoha, reflecting on the years gone by. Studying her grandfather's remains, surpassing the 3 legendary ninjas, passing the Hokage title to Jiraiya's disciple, Minato. One event after another, she was weary, truly weary. She no longer wished to strive, nor did she desire to alter anything. Let her compose the final chapter of Hokage's glory with her last breath. Uchiha Shun, come forth. Shun gazed at Tsunade. 1 second. 2 seconds. You will die? Tsunade smiled sweetly. As Hokage, I am prepared to face death. Come, accompany me to my final destination. Very well. Shun rose. Recognizing Tsunade's choice, he would honor it. The two disregarded everyone else, strolling to Hokage Rock, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. Tsunade cheerfully stated, thank you. Even at this moment, Shun remained willing to tolerate her caprice, permitting her a dignified departure. Perhaps, perishing at Shun's hands would not be a poor fate. Shun waved his hand. Once a father, always a father. Since you have called me father, it is only right that I attend to your feelings, is it not? Boom. A massive symbol appeared on Tsunade's forehead. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. All her carefully cultivated emotions dissipated with a snap. With a fierce roar, she commanded, form the formation. The 8 waiting Umbu suddenly revealed themselves, chakra surging as crimson flames swiftly encircled Tsunade and Shun. 4 red sun formation, weakened version. Tsunade removed her hair tie, letting her hair flow. Let us not only determine our strengths, but also our fates. Suddenly, the scroll in her arms erupted, releasing an intensely rich pink gas that filled the entire barrier. Shun, is this your ultimate move? Shouldn't it be the Reaper Death Seal? Wait, this doesn't seem like poison, but rather. Shit, it can't be. You say that even if you are over 50, I could reluctantly accept it. Tsunade, filled with frustration, felt like spitting blood. By heaven's conscience, how could I ever wish to resort to such means? Despite her best efforts to suppress the effects, the specially concocted thousand-fold enhancement drug from Mito Menyin flushed her face crimson and clouded her vision. Gradually, she inched closer to Shun. Shun, are you serious? This is in full view of everyone. Tsunade was rather audacious, and truth be told, he felt a thrill. Apologies. But this drug was indeed potent. Besides, he couldn't resist, especially with Tsunade's too. No, don't. With her last shred of rationality, Tsunade unleashed the forbidden technique, wrapping herself and Shun in darkness. Shun was enveloped in shadow. Thus, during the Fourth War, Tsunade refrained from using any forbidden techniques because her approach was flawed. Mito Minion smirked. Ha ha ha. Did you think it was merely about your mutual downfall? No, you must be utterly disgraced for my heart to find peace. With a sweep of his arm, he issued commands, believing that Tsunade would never sacrifice herself for another. The 8 Umbu dispersed the formation, hands forming seals, a chilling aura enveloping Konoha. As countless individuals gazed up at that ominous figure. Years later, the Grim Reaper reappeared. Mito Minion trembled with excitement, as Jiraiya had long been lured away. If he could merely delay the Uchiha's assault, he would lead his followers to eliminate that pair of dogs. Then, he would become Konoha's hero. Uft. A blade pierced through his chest. Mito Minion gazed in disbelief at the subordinate who had followed him for over 20 years. You? Why? Why would you do this? Uft. No reply. The figure behind him withdrew the dagger, casting aside countless pieces of evidence collected over the years, vanishing without a trace. In the infirmary, the third Hokage observed the crystal ball, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Let him remain silent forever. After a moment of turbulence, the infirmary returned to tranquility. The third Hokage leisurely held his teacup, gazing at that familiar Grim Reaper. The actors were in position, and the grand performance was about to commence. On Hokage Rock, darkness enveloped, shrouding everything. Yet the dark technique could only obscure vision, failing to silence that alluring voice. Countless Uchiha clan members sensed something amiss and charged forward, but the prepared Umbu held them at bay. Even high-ranking officials from Konoha joined the fray. If they could merely delay for a moment and seal Uchiha Shun within the Reaper's belly, Konoha would once again belong to them. However, amidst the cacophony of chirping birds and blinding lightning, Kakashi pierced through a minister's heart, not merely because he had pledged allegiance to Tsunade, but more significantly, he felt that Shun was indeed correct. This wretched swarm of pests, they were the ones who caused his father's demise. Open the gate of shock. Daytime Tiger. The formidable gust of wind from his punch obliterated all the ambush units targeting Kakashi. Guy was indifferent to who the Hokage was. He solely wished to hone his taijutsu. And Shun seemed to possess the potential to elevate him further. Jinjutsu, Tree Binding Kill. Jinjutsu, Absolute Lotus. Combined Ninjutsu, Death Feast. Chapter 83, Commanding the Battlefield. Trees sprang forth, flowers bloomed, and a colossal lotus incessantly drained the life from the ambush units. Konoha's Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, joined the fray. She did so not for any other reason, but for Shun to become the bond between her and Asuma. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams palm, 128 palms. Hinata Hizashi unleashed his prowess. Whether the clan would soar to greatness or vanish into oblivion depended on today's outcome. Secret Technique, Amplification Technique. Secret Technique, Super Meatball Tank. Secret Technique, Mind Turnaround Technique. Secret Technique, Mind Chaos Martial Arts Technique. Secret Technique, Shadow Stitching Technique, Black Bienhua. Secret Technique, Shadow Hanging Technique. In hot pursuit were Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikaku, with the latter gambling on the outcome, not believing that Uchiha Shun would perish so easily. Ninjutsu, Scatter Thousand Crows Technique. Konoha Flow Sword Technique, Crescent Moon Dance. Aoyama from Yamashiro and his classmates, including Suki and Reiku, joined the battle one after another, drastically altering the tide. Should Shun be sealed, and Tsunade relinquish her position, then only the third Hokage could be reinstated, and it would surely result in friends and family being unable to reunite, and the Master's offspring not being cared for. In the hospital room, the third Hokage frowned deeply, What was happening? Why were so many aiding him? Having played with the hearts of men for a lifetime, he thought he had calculated everything. Yet he forgot that what everyone initially desired was quite simple. Finally, the moment Ji Shui freed his hands, he activated the complete Susanoo, leading to the total collapse of Konoha's high-ranking officials and ambush units. Boom. Summoning technique. Destruction of the stage. Jiraiya, bloodied, caught Naruto as they plummeted from the heavens, landing heavily on the last few ambush units. While the Grim Reaper let out a reluctant roar, dissipating into the cosmos. Where is Tsunade? Without regard for anything else, Jiraiya urgently inquired. Ji Shui, expressionless, pointed toward the encroaching darkness. That voice seems, perhaps, possibly, to be Tsunade's? How crude. He wouldn't dare depict such intimacy in paradise. The villagers gathered around. But this was the Hokage's cliff. What would the ancestors think? Would he ever etch his name there again? It was overwhelming. Jiraiya was in despair. Grabbing Ji Shui, he roared, "Who is that person?" Ji Shui pried Jiraiya's fingers apart, standing firm before the darkness, his icy gaze fixed on Jiraiya, refusing to trust anyone. Unwilling to allow the recent events to repeat, Ji Shui said nothing, but Jiraiya comprehended everything. Aside from that rascal Uchiha Shun, who else could provoke such a reaction from Ji Shui? Entering Sage Mode, stand aside. The green chakra began to rise. Ji Shui, would not permit anyone to disturb Lord Shun. Simultaneously, Kakashi, Gai, Kurenai, Hizashi, Narashikaku, and Yashoino, all bloodied, stood in front of Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was bewildered. Clearly, it was Shun engaged in such activities. Why did everyone obstruct him? Allow me to explain, Hizashi spoke. Enduring Jiraiya's murderous glare, Mito Gate sent assassins to eliminate Lord Shun, then pressured the Hokage to confront him, yet did not trust the Hokage, secretly poisoning and summoning the Grim Reaper to achieve a twofold result. Jiraiya stumbled back 3 steps. He was aware of Konoha's corruption, but never imagined it reached such depths. Grabbing Tsukihime's collar, for the first time, he felt murderous intent towards his fellow villagers. You all deserve to die. Humph. Tsukihime's expression remained calm. To the victor belong the spoils. It's a pity that this pair of adulterers could not be eliminated. Jiraiya trembled with rage. Without them, how would Konoha have fallen to such a state? Raising his arm, he intended to crush Tsukihime's skull, but hesitated. Come on. Tsukihime, rather arrogantly, raised her chin. Come on, you vile criminals. Konoha will eventually perish at your hands. Even at this juncture, she still did not believe she had done anything wrong. The Uchiha should be eradicated, and all unstable individuals must die. Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed bitterly. Peace in the ninja world? With these self-serving, short-sighted individuals, how could there be peace? Lowering his arm, he turned to leave. Bang! Tsukihime's triumphant expression vanished, replaced by a torrent of blood. One must eradicate the roots. Will you keep them for the new year? The darkness receded, revealing Shun, his bare upper body covered in bite marks and scratches, cradling Tsunade, emerging slowly. One must admit, Kishimoto truly lived well. He knew how to play. Shadow clone technique. Shun created 2 clones, one assigned to transcribe the sealing scroll that Tsunade had dropped, while the other... Well, I suspect you wouldn't want to know. Especially knowing that the entire village was watching, that sensation. Hiss. Cannot speak, cannot speak. As for why Tsunade entrusted him with her belongings, it was likely because she found no one else trustworthy and had to carry the sealing scroll herself. Put me down. Tsunade bit her lip. How would she stand in Konoha after this? Utterly humiliated. No, I refuse. Shun not only refused but also tightened his embrace around Tsunade in front of Jiraiya and everyone else. Even under the pressure, it became distorted. I am a man determined to become Hokage. How could I let go? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the villagers of Konoha. Is this man truly worthy of being Hokage? Is he the Hokage we envisioned? Tsunade struggled, suddenly sensing a wave of heat, collapsing softly and motionless in Shun's embrace. Shun was exceedingly satisfied. That, Hizashi, from tomorrow on, you shall be the head of the administrative department. Yes. Hizashi knelt, overwhelmed with excitement. He had won the gamble. May Lord Shun, no, Hokage lead us. The administrative department, seemingly insignificant, was in fact the department closest to the Hokage, wielding the greatest power. Narashikaku, you shall be the head of the intelligence department. Yamashiro Ino, you shall be the head of the interrogation department. Akimichi Choza, You shall be the head of the security department. Henceforth, all ninjas in Konoha must join the security team for rotation. Simultaneously, the education department will undergo reform, establishing ninja elementary, middle, and university levels. 6 years in elementary school. Graduating as a Genin, middle school will train Chunin. The university will hold classes intermittently with me, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and other formidable figures at the level of Hokage. Focusing on practical experience, all Jonin must participate. Additionally, a rewards and punishments department, library, martyrs monument, laboratory, etc. The rewards and punishments department will reward merit and punish mistakes. The sovereign and the commoner will be equally culpable. The library will contain various ninjutsu and knowledge collected by Konoha, accessible through contributions, ensuring fairness and transparency. The Martyrs Monument will honor those who made outstanding contributions to Konoha. A series of policies were continuously issued, and everyone's eyes began to gleam. This was the visage of a true Hokage, opening pathways for advancement, nurturing talent, and uniting hearts. Not through intimidation, coercion, or solitary battles leading to tragic ends. If, during the Fourth War, there were 10 individuals capable of performing the corpse demon technique, what would it entail? 100? 1,000? Obito? Even the Sage of Six Paths would kneel. Chapter 84, The Uzumaki Clan. A month later, with the troublesome old geezers out of the way, Tsunade's every command was executed to perfection. The entirety of Konoha flourished, a picture of harmony and joy. Yet, there remained a few who were not particularly pleased. Lying on the bed with vacant eyes, staring at the ceiling. Why? Why did he merely utter the words, "Is there anyone else?" Why has it come to this? Although he showed little interest in women and was solely focused on becoming stronger, once a man loses his roots, life itself loses all meaning. His heart was as calm as still water, and nothing could stir any ripples within him. By his side, Bai clenched her small hands. Determined not to let Dajan fall into despair, she had to inspire him to regain his spirits. "Master, I have heard that Orochimaru possesses secret techniques that can restore." On the other side, Shibi, consumed by her grief, munched on papaya, convinced that the Hokage was already over 50 and would be safe. Little did she know, he was indeed old, so old that it made her feel inferior. No, she couldn't allow Shun to become infatuated with the hands of an elderly woman. Kagami knelt beside Shun, striving to serve him. Father. She felt no jealousy, not a shred of it. Wasn't it just the revival and unity of Konoha? What was there to fear? Wasn't it merely the emergence of another ninja god who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama? What was there to envy? Hadn't they experienced something similar before? Those two powerful figures had perished, and it was their own actions that led to the unification of the ninja world, wasn't it? No, that was not fear. That was not envy. At worst, it would only last a few years. Given Shun's age, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would just be a few decades of being a grandson. What was the big deal? Wasn't the Mist Village still the same Mist Village? Wasn't the Mizukage still the same Mizukage? What mattered now was how to deceive Shun into helping her overthrow the Blood Mist regime of the Fourth Mizukage. Damn it. That little girl was watching too closely. She couldn't even find an opportunity to sacrifice herself. In the Hokage office, Tsunade's fierce roar echoed, audible even from dozens of meters away on the street. What? Forbidden techniques are rampant? Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry into who has disseminated these forbidden jutsu. What? Kakashi is attempting to combine Raikiri with 1,000 Years of Death, single-handedly taking down a squad of ninjas at the Rock Ninja border? How many times has this been this month? Can't he just calm down for once? Inoki had issued a strong protest, declaring that such ninjutsu was inhumane and that if it continued, he would personally visit Konoha to demand an explanation. What? Guy used the multi-shadow clone technique to take on the entire Cloud Ninja camp and left behind the remark that there wasn't a single capable fighter among them? Furious, the fourth Raikage, A, declared he would personally challenge him. How on earth did he learn the multi-shadow clone technique? Wait, why could his shadow clones open the 8 gates? 10, exactly 10 lotus blossoms blooming simultaneously. What? Moonlight Gale, along with Raijin and others, has stolen the corpses of past wind shadows and is being pursued by the fourth wind shadow, Rasha? What on earth are they doing stealing corpses? Tsunade's head throbbed with frustration. What was all this chaos? Could they not settle down for even a moment? 5 years. No, 3 years. Give her just 3 years. And she was confident that Konoha could return to its former glory. But what was wrong with this group of people? Had they been infected by Uchiha Shun? Each of them had become so abnormal. And the originator of all this chaos, Uchiha Shun, was still asleep, incapable of training. He would never be able to. He had merely imparted a few jutsu privately and offered slight guidance. Yet, this led to Kakashi, Guy, and others completely submitting to him, calling him father without hesitation. Of course, Shun had assured them repeatedly that this matter was known only to the heavens, the earth, and themselves. No third party was to know. And it would only be a one-time occurrence. He would never demand they call him that again. They were merely shy when they did. Embarrassing? Not in the slightest. After all, no one else knew. Moreover, calling Shun father was certainly better than being called grandson on the battlefield. But Shun truly did not understand why so many powerful and useful jutsu had to be forbidden. Wasn't it just a matter of a few lives lost? With so many ninjas in Konoha and countless missions, wasn't there always someone who would perish? They had all fought their way out of a sea of corpses. So why should they care? Rather than fail a mission and die, surely every ninja would prefer to master a few forbidden techniques, even if it meant summoning the dead demon-consuming seal. At worst, they would perish together. After all, death was inevitable. Why not take someone down with them? Report. An Umbu ninja cautiously knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Huh. Tsunade exhaled deeply, leaning back in her Hokage chair. Speak. Has the Raikage declared war? Has Inoki come to visit in person? Or is Rasha protesting? That was fine. She was exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. As long as she prepared for the worst. Nothing could further rattle her. Hokage-sama. The Umbu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Tsunade had completely let herself go in recent days, roaring countless times each day. Nowadays, they, the Umbu, would feel somewhat out of sorts if they did not hear her shout at least once a day, at the entrance. A group of individuals claiming to be from the Uzumaki clan wished to meet Lord Shun and requested his shelter. What? Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, instantly splitting the poor table in half. Is this true? Her expression faltered, overwhelmed with concern. The Uzumaki clan, renowned throughout history. If they were to ally with the Uchiha clan, what would become of the other clans in Konoha? Although Uchiha Shun had repeatedly declined the position of Hokage, she could not guarantee that his kin would not harbor other ambitions. If possible, she still wished to strengthen her authority as Hokage, mitigate Uchiha Shun's influence, and prevent the Uchiha clan from growing too powerful. No, the Uzumaki clan must remain firmly in her grasp as Hokage. Bring them to me. However, the Umbu hesitated. They specifically requested to see Lord Shun, and besides, enough with the buts. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. Are you afraid that Lord Shun will be displeased? Do you not know my relationship with Lord Shun? Or do you think I, as Hokage, am unworthy of welcoming our close allies, the Uzumaki clan? Very well, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja shook his head. I shall bring them to see you. Good, hurry. Tsunade's face flushed with annoyance. It was all because of that day that her reputation as Hokage had been tarnished. Now the entire village was aware of her connection to Shun, with all manner of gossip flying around. She could not stop it, and instead had to use it to intimidate other would-be schemers. What was even worse was that, despite a month passing, that scoundrel hadn't come to see her even once. Standing by the window, gazing at the peaceful scene below, she thought, I'm sorry. This is truly not what I intended. Tap, tap, tap. A group of footsteps approached, and Tsunade turned with delight. Welcome, esteemed allies of the Uzumaki clan, to Konoha. It wasn't that her speech was disjointed. Rather, the stark contrast between her expectations and reality was overwhelming. Each one of them appeared gaunt, their sunken eyes betraying their suffering. Some even looked as if, with her exceptional medical skills, she could easily ascertain that they would not survive more than 3 days. These people, were they truly the Uzumaki clan that Shun had invited? When did he begin to take an interest in beggars? With a thud, the leading elder removed his headscarf, revealing long red hair wrapped beneath. Lord Shun, please take us in. We vow to serve you faithfully and risk our lives for you. We implore you to shelter us and provide us with sustenance. We are truly at our wits' end. They were in despair, ever since the fall of the land of whirlpools. Their once peaceful lives had been riddled with persecution and relentless pursuit. Forced to abandon their homeland, they embarked on a treacherous path of flight. Yet the journey was hardly tranquil. Wherever they go, they encounter adversaries as fierce as wolves and tigers. Gradually, their numbers have dwindled from thousands to hundreds, and now only a few dozen remain. Yet, this is not the most frightening aspect. The most terrifying thing is their inability to see any glimmer of hope. They are unaware of where in the vast ninja world they can find refuge, where they can live in peace. Their arrival in Konoha was a gamble. Rather than fading away in their flight, they decided to stake everything on Konoha. Tsunade gazed with a complex expression at the members of the Uzumaki clan, kneeling and pleading for asylum. Rationality dictated that she must refuse. If they were a handful of formidable ninjas, she might consider it, but a group of the elderly, the weak, and the sick, she truly could not take them in. Tsunade was well aware of the reasons behind the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Accepting them would mean becoming enemies with the entire ninja world. When all are clad in darkness, and you are the light, then you are deemed wrong. Yet her emotions would not allow her to turn them away. Her grandmother, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido, was one of their kin. Moreover, Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had enjoyed a long-standing friendship, as evidenced by the Uzumaki symbol adorning Konoha's emblem. However, one misstep could cost Konoha its stability. She hesitated deeply. 3 years. If only she could secure 3 years of peace, she believed that the new Konoha would be unafraid. But now, with her teeth clenched and hands tightly balled into fists, she pondered. If you were Uchiha Shun, what choice would you make? Would you forsake your clan for the sake of Konoha, or would you risk offending the entire ninja world for the sake of your family? Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Rise. Konoha shall be your home from now on. You may live here in peace, free from oppression." She recalled how Shun had often expressed disdain towards the Sannin, questioning whether one should abandon their convictions out of fear. What was the point of being Hokage if one could not face the challenges head-on? To retreat home like a coward? To send the Hyuga clan away out of fear of war? To annihilate the Uchiha clan out of fear of rebellion? To allow the old guard to dictate their every move? If everyone could ride roughshod over Konoha and the Hokage, then what was the Hokage's role? And what was Konoha but a hollow name? Thank you. The Uzumaki clan wept tears of joy, for they truly had nowhere else to turn. Go now. I will ensure everything is arranged, Tsunade said, glancing at the newly appointed head of the Umbu. The latter broke into a cold sweat. Bowing deeply, I promise to fulfill this task. Tsunade remained silent, but vowed that if anything akin to Naruto's incident were to occur, she would not hesitate to purge the higher echelons of Konoha once more. After a moment of contemplation, as the crowd began to grow impatient, she spoke. In my name, Tsunade, I hereby issue a summons for the Senju clan. Instantly, everyone in the room was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Has the Hokage lost her mind?" Offering refuge to the Uzumaki clan is already a provocation to the entire ninja world. What will they think if we summon the Senju clan as well? Hokage-sama, this is ill-advised. Tsunade understood their concerns. She closed her eyes, envisioning the smiles of her clan members. Once, the Senju clan had been immensely powerful and glorious. Yet now, under the valiant leadership of the third Hokage, many had perished, and those who remained likely lived in hiding like the Uzumaki clan. Could she merely stand by and watch them vanish? No, she recalled Shun's words. A true hero must dare to do what others fear to. Her mind was made up. There was no need for further persuasion. The onlookers, though eager to speak, ultimately fell silent, shaking their heads as they withdrew. Events from a month prior still lingered, and no one knew the current relationship between Tsunade and Shun. In the blink of an eye, news of the Uzumaki clan joining Konoha and Tsunade's call for the Senju clan spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. In the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage, clenched his fists. The actions of Guy at the border had already irked him. This was the perfect opportunity to obliterate Konoha and unify the ninja world. Prepare the village for war. In the Stone Village, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, smiled wryly, troubled by the thought of how much longer he could endure. If a war were to erupt, who in the Stone Village could rise to the occasion besides him? Cursing the fact that all the geniuses seemed to hail from Konoha, he ordered all villagers on high alert and offer substantial rewards for the capture of members of the Uzumaki and Senju clans to prevent their return. Once, these two clans were feared and renowned. Their return to Konoha could spell disaster if a god of ninjas were to emerge again. In the Mist Village, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, looked expressionlessly at the gathered crowd below him. What do you want from me? I am but a puppet. In the Sand Village, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, felt invigorated by the prospect of Konoha's self-destruction. It was an opportune moment for him to assert his power. Send word to Orochimaru. Tell him I wish to meet with him personally to discuss urgent matters. Recalling the horrors of the Second Ninja War, Nagato clenched his fists. believing that the world must experience pain. We must expedite the collection of tailed beasts. Obito, lost in thought, remembered how Rin had perished in the Third Great Ninja War. Fine, our forces are nearly ready. We can commence the hunt for the tailed beasts at any moment, but we must tread carefully regarding Konoha. All factions, including Takigakure, Hoshigakure, and Kusagakure, began to mobilize their efforts. In no time, the calm that had reigned for a few years in the ninja world was about to be shattered once again. Just then, an invitation arrived on the desks of the Five Kage. The Five Kage Summit? Tsunade furrowed her brow as she held the invitation. If negotiations could truly maintain world peace, why would there have been a first, second, or third Great Ninja War? Such naive thinking. She would not forget that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had met his end during negotiations with the Raikage. This Five Kage Summit could very well become a battleground. However, if she could use the summit to confound the other four Kage and secure a few years of peaceful development for Konoha, then she would face it without fear. Should she attempt it? Tsunade, Jiraiya, perched at the window, suggested, why not consult with Uchiha Shun? His heart ached. Shun was his idol. And yet that scoundrel had dared to sigh? While not entirely to blame Shun, he had been a victim too, yet it had been a month, an entire month, of silence. What did it mean? Did Tsunade not measure up to him? No, he had to ensure that Shun married Tsunade. I will accompany you. Tsunade shook her head. No, I shall go alone. Some matters are best faced by oneself. Seizing the invitation, she stormed into Shun's courtyard. Upon entering, she found that nearly all the Jounin and members of the Umbu, including the Umbu captain, had gathered to study ninjutsu. Where did that leave her, Tsunade? No wonder it had taken a month without any discernible progress. If they could solve this, it would be miraculous. With a glare directed at everyone present, Tsunade burst into Shun's bedroom. Meanwhile, Shun was fast asleep. Bang! A symbol of frustration appeared on Tsunade's forehead. She was utterly exhausted from endless paperwork and unrelenting responsibilities. While Shun was carefree and sleeping soundly, this was intolerable. Raising her fist, she brought it down with tremendous force, only to have it effortlessly caught by a pair of strong hands. Why so angry this morning? Do you need me to help calm you down? Tsunade's face flushed crimson. Though she did not fully comprehend the implications of the situation, it was evident that it was far from flattering. Let go, she exclaimed, though momentarily distracted. She felt compelled to engage in a deeper discourse with the Hokage. In a swift motion, Shun enveloped both of them in a veil of darkness, claiming, let us explore this topic further. Tsunade was taken aback. Women often harbor unique feelings towards men, particularly those who have claimed their first experience. She attempted to push him away, only to find herself powerless, as Shun had already breached her lips, embarking on a tantalizing exploration. A philosopher once posited that harmony within a household could be achieved with a mere kiss. If that failed, two would suffice. Though she pondered the viability of his iron resolve. After a while, their lips parted, and Tsunade, clinging to her last vestige of sanity, interrupted Shun's advances. The Land of Iron has sent an invitation for me to attend the Five Kage Summit. Do you think I should go? Shun paused, momentarily bewildered. Had the narrative already spiraled out of control before it had even begun? Indeed, it seemed that mischief was afoot. Very well, I shall accompany you, he declared. Eager to witness the tempest he had inadvertently stirred, and resolute in his intent to shield Tsunade from any further indignities. Satisfied with his response, Tsunade stood, preparing to flee, only to be tackled to the ground by Shun. The scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing her heart to race. No, Tsunade, you must resist. You love Dan. Your relationship with him is merely a misunderstanding, and you are only using Shun. Is our esteemed Shun not concerned about inciting the ire of his little attendant? Shun's body stiffened. What was he doing? Why was he treating Tsunade with such disrespect? When had he become so consumed by desire? Shaking his head, he began to scrutinize every inch of his body, suddenly aware of the uncontrollable dark chakra flowing within him. Is it you, Sage of Six Paths? Is this your doing? To bring about destruction as the narrative shifts? How ironic it was that he could alter everything yet chose to reveal himself only at the last moment. Distributing his power between Naruto and Sasuke. Did he not fear failure? Regardless, none of this seemed pertinent. He would wait until he could make Kagaya call him father. Releasing the darkness that ensnared them, he reclined lazily back onto the bed. All right, you may leave now. Tsunade froze. Incredulity etched across her features. Despite his earlier actions, he had suddenly withdrawn? Was it due to his concern for his attendant? Tsunade, confident in her own allure, could not fathom why Shun would relinquish his pursuit. What manner of man was Uchiha Shun? Suddenly, she found him inscrutable. Very well, 3 days hence, we shall depart. Outside, the attendant gripped her hands tightly, filled with anticipation. Indeed, Shun had not disappointed her. Meanwhile, Mei Terumi, discreetly observing from the sidelines, furrowed her brow in frustration. Had her concoction failed? How could this be, when it was her custom formula? What would she do now? Though she believed her charm rivaled Tsunade's, she was not far behind. If Tsunade faltered, she too would struggle to wield her beauty to influence Uchiha Shun. 3 days later, Tsunade awaited at the gates of Konoha, accompanied by her guards Kakashi and Gai, advisor Nara Shikaku, liaison Yamanaka and Oichi, and her student Kabuto. What on earth is that scoundrel Uchiha Shun doing? It is already noon. Why has he not arrived? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, reflecting a glimmer of light. Hokage-sama, shall I inquire about his whereabouts? Kabuto, lost in thought, was keenly interested in Shun and had long sought an opportunity to draw closer. Tsunade hesitated. She held high hopes for Kabuto, wishing for him to become a formidable ally. Yet, she sensed the madness lurking beneath his calm facade. No need. I trust Shun is not a man of empty promises. If he is pledged to come, he will. Just as she finished speaking, Shun appeared with Mei Terumi by his side. My apologies. I was momentarily lost at a crossroads in life, hence my tardiness. Tsunade's frustration was palpable, her aura radiating dark clouds. She was the Hokage. To have been made to wait so long, and for such a flimsy excuse, she inhaled deeply. Let us go. The 5 Kage summit required his presence, and Konoha was now filled with his allies. He was not to be trifled with. Jiraiya watched the group depart with a heavy sigh. Was this truly the case? Send word. Heightened security. We must protect Konoha while the Hokage is away. Though he doubted any fool would dare assault Konoha, the absence of the Hokage and the village's strongest fighters stirred his concern. Not far off, a carnivorous plant peeked out, revealing a sinister smile. Leader, the one you worry about has left. Shall we commence the plan? Meanwhile, Shun and his companions, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, noticed a small puddle ahead and shared a knowing smile. Only Tsunade felt unease, her expression grave. They had scarcely left Konoha, and the assassination attempts had already begun. It seemed they had truly entered a den of peril. The group traversed silently past the puddle, but as they did, the water began to churn. 2 rogue ninja from the mist wielding massive spiked clubs struck Kakashi, who was at the rear, reducing him to a mere pulp. Yet before their triumphant expressions could fully form, they heard a voice cry out. Lightning style, 1,000 birds, with the cheerful call of birds accompanying him. Kakashi formed his hands into a tiger seal and thrust them into the back of Rogue Ninja A, causing lightning chakra to surge violently through him. Rogue Ninja A's expression shifted from blissful to a rapid spectrum of colors, green, red, purple, before unleashing a blood-curdling scream that seemed to encapsulate all worldly suffering. Soaring into the air at an impossible speed, he leapt several meters high before crashing back down, skidding for dozens of meters. Yet, he cared little for the impact. All he could do was squirm in agony, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he sought to alleviate the torment that ravaged his senses. Every second felt like an eternity as he endured pain that pierced his very soul. The potency of the 1,000 birds, combined with the White Fang's secret technique, would forever be etched in memory, a haunting experience that would linger until death. In my suffering, please, kill me. Rogue Ninja A's face contorted in desperation as he pleaded with his companion, the relentless lightning chakra wreaking havoc within his body. Once the numbing sensation faded, the escalating intensity of his pain rendered him utterly paralyzed, unable even to twitch a finger. In my misery, please, kill me. Rogue Ninja B, horrified at the sight, had braced himself for death, but the sheer terror of this torment shattered his resolve. He turned to flee. Was this the new generation of Konoha's White Fang? How ruthless, how savage, how terrifying. With a sudden rush, a blue figure swiftly pierced through his back. In a moment of inexplicable fury, betraying Ninja B let out a primal roar, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, as if he had glimpsed the light of salvation. Yet, Sasuke's overwhelming power pierced through his vital organs, and blood gushed forth. Soon, he slipped away from the world in a haze. Kakashi approached Sasuke, reminding him, I have told you numerous times that the essence of the Chidori is not merely in the quantity of chakra, but in the precision of control. It must neither be excessive nor insufficient. You must first reach the limits of your opponent's endurance before gradually escalating the intensity. Remember, this technique is not merely about delivering a fatal blow, but about allowing your adversary to experience the profound agony akin to a millennium of suffering. Sasuke coolly nodded, having developed a fondness for the Chidori from the very first moment he beheld it. Kakashi ruffled Sasuke's hair, encouraging him, "With more practice, you will grasp its quintessence." Kakashi held a deep fondness for this child, reminiscent of his own youth, and therefore, he freely imparted his unique ninjutsu to Sasuke. He had considered passing it on to Naruto as well, but Naruto lacked the Sharingan to harness the true potential of the Chidori and could not master it at all. This caused Kakashi to deeply question whether Naruto was truly the biological son of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is known that Minato possessed extraordinary talent. "All right, let us proceed," Kakashi called out, and the group resumed their journey. Given Sasuke's current prowess, they had long realized his presence, yet chose to remain silent about it. The two rogue ninjas from the Mist Village were merely the beginning. Throughout their journey, various ambushes and assassination attempts ensued, causing Tsunade's expression to darken considerably. Did they believe this newly appointed Hokage was an easy target? The Mist, Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages, even a multitude of smaller villages like the Star and Snow villages, had dispatched ninjas to assassinate her? In 2 years' time, she would make them pay for their insolence. 10 days later, the group finally arrived in the Land of Iron, where Mifune personally came to greet them. "Welcome, welcome, Lord Hokage, please come inside." He was genuinely concerned for Tsunade, knowing that if he were in her position, he might have crumbled under the relentless assassination attempts. Thankfully, Tsunade had safely arrived in the Land of Iron. And as long as she relinquished the alliance with the Uzumaki clan and recalled the Senju clan, he believed that peace in the ninja world could persist. Who do we have here? Darui, the Raikage's bodyguard, stood at the entrance, blade in hand. "Isn't that the Hokage of Konoha and his pretty boy? You've taken your sweet time wandering about." Hayashi nodded in agreement. TSK. It's amusing. The other Kage brought only 2 attendants, while our Hokage brought a whole entourage of 7. One might think we were on a leisurely outing rather than attending the 5 Kage summit. They had already received instructions from Raikage to assess the condition of Tsunade and her companions upon their first meeting. Should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to strike and eliminate them. Chapter 88. The gathering of the 5 Kage. When the time came to confront the leaderless Konoha, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly sweep through with ease. As for the reports claiming that Uchiha Shun's strength was unfathomable, they did not believe a word of it. What could possibly be more unfathomable than the Raikage himself? "What a foul odor," Shun remarked, his nose wrinkling at the scent in the air. "Where is that wild dog barking from?" "You," Darui exclaimed in fury. "A pretty boy like you thinks you can act recklessly just because you're close to Tsunade? This isn't Konoha, so don't get too cocky, or you might find yourself clueless about how you met your end." Meanwhile, Hayashi was keenly sensing the atmosphere. Oddly, there seemed to be no ambushes. Why, then, did the other party act so brazenly? Shun smacked his lips, unwilling to waste more words. "Kakashi, give him a taste of reality." "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. "Young man, we know you're bold, but we didn't expect you to be this audacious. Do you even realize where you are? You want Kakashi to teach Darui a lesson? What a joke. Not even Inoki would dare do such a thing, for it would undoubtedly spark a war." Darui laughed in exasperation, having never encountered someone so audacious as to strike a bodyguard of a Kage. This was not merely an affront to Darui's dignity, but to the entire village. "Put down your weapon and come here, Kakashi. I dare you to hit me. I'm giving you an opportunity. Let us see if you have the courage." All eyes turned to Kakashi, filled with mockery and disdain. They were eager to witness how the renowned Kakashi would extricate himself from this predicament. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, ambled towards Darui, arm raised. The onlookers scoffed, doubtful that Kakashi would actually strike, for that would lead to a catastrophic conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village. What a farce. This was the singular thought shared by everyone, including Darui. Slap, slap. 2 resounding slaps echoed through the crowd as Kakashi withdrew his arm. "Did you all hear that? It was he who asked me to strike him. Such a ridiculous request, I must say." Everyone was left dumbfounded. It was one thing for Shun, the youthful upstart, to be oblivious to the implications, but Kakashi, a seasoned jonin, should have understood the stakes. Did he not fear provoking the 4th Great Ninja War? Darui's eyes burned with humiliation. As the sole inheritor of the third Raikage's black lightning techniques, and the right hand of the fourth, he was destined to become the fifth Raikage. Yet, he had been publicly slapped by Kakashi. Drawing his kunai, he prepared to confront Kakashi, only to be restrained firmly by Mifune. Calm yourself. Please, everyone, let us not escalate this situation. Mifune, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, was genuinely taken aback that the famed Jonin Kakashi would act so irrationally. Did he not realize that this 5 Kage summit was aimed squarely at Konoha? Everyone, please, let us remain composed. I believe you all have come here with sincerity, and none of us wish to ignite a war. Thus, I implore you to exercise restraint and not act on impulse. After all, violence cannot resolve our issues. I hope that for the future of the ninja world and its peace, we can sit down and converse amicably. Darui, still struggling against Mifune's hold, glared at Shun with venomous disdain, blaming this arrogant young man for his humiliation. You want to negotiate? Fine, but Kakashi must allow me to retaliate. At the same time, Darui pointed at Shun. That pretty boy must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, do not blame me for reporting to Lord Raikage and instigating a war. Shun scoffed dismissively. Why are all the Cloud Village folks the same? Always threatening to report to the Raikage for war? Can't you come up with anything more original? Kakashi, what are you waiting for? Since they refuse to back down, make sure they experience the warmth of hospitality, the second spring of life. Darui, feeling uneasy, instinctively clenched his buttocks, taking half a step back. Though Kakashi was merely testing his ninjutsu near the borders of the Rock Village, the Cloud Village had witnessed the tragic fates of those who fell victim to it. It was said that once ensnared, the memory would remain etched for a lifetime. Moreover, Kakashi's speed and lethality with the Chidori surpassed that of his father, Minato Namikaze. The sensation of lightning coursing through one's vulnerable back along with muscle spasms was said to send a person spiraling into ecstasy, as if their soul transcended to the heavens. In past missions, encountering the White Fang of Konoha was not deemed a failure. Wherever Kakashi treads, all ninjas dare not even step foot into the restroom, fearing that they might embark on an irreversible path. Swallowing an imaginary lump, Darui feigned composure and bellowed at Kakashi. If you take another step forward, I will ensure that the Raikage declares war. At that time, the 4 great nations will jointly assault Konoha, and you shall be the center of Konoha. Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged glances, with Tsunade glaring discontentedly at Shun, who had unilaterally determined her shadow guard without consulting her as Hokage, while Kakashi complied obediently. This infuriated her. Did she not deserve respect as Hokage? Stepping forward, she positioned herself before Kakashi to prevent any strange actions. I am Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Here, I declare that Konoha never initiates conflict. But should anyone dare to bully us, they shall not expect mercy. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Those who offend Konoha shall be punished, no matter how far they may flee. This unabashed declaration of dominance left everyone speechless, their mouths agape in silence. Who granted you such audacity to speak so boldly? Even during the peak of the 3rd Hokage's reign, with the complete trio of Sannin and the legendary White Fang of Konoha, he would not have dared to speak thus. And you, Tsunade, are merely one of the Sannin. What boldness! With a thunderous roar, the imposing and muscular 4th Raikage appeared before Tsunade. I wish to see how you will execute your threats of far-reaching vengeance. Come forth, everyone, stop watching, chuckled Onoki. Stepping in from the left with his hands clasped behind his back, Tsunade, it has been a while. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you? By addressing her simply as Tsunade, he implied that she was merely a junior with no right to boast. The stoic Raza, appearing from the right with a grim expression, demanded, shouldn't you Konoha ninjas provide an explanation for the theft of corpses from my village? Chapter 89. The surprise attack on Konoha. 3 formidable presences bore down upon Tsunade. Among the 5 Kage, the 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, remained expressionless, seated motionless in his chamber. What are you all looking at? I am merely a puppet. A puppet. Just as the 5 Kage were poised for confrontation, on the opposite side of the ninja world, in Konoha, the carnivorous plant once again emerged from the ground. It can be confirmed that the only remaining masters in Konoha are Jiraiya and Uchiha Shursui. Nagato nodded. In that case, let us make Konoha taste suffering. With a wave, the 6 paths of pain slipped into the chameleon, stealthily infiltrating the gates of Konoha. As long as they capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki, the remaining 8 are inconsequential. At that point, the outer path Gedomazo will awaken completely, and Uchiha Shun will be of no consequence. The gates of Konoha bustled with activity, with merchants and ninjas coming and going. Kanzo and Kamizuki diligently sat nearby, registering entries while scanning the vehicles and pedestrians for suspicious individuals. Yet, Konoha, being the foremost among the 5 great nations and centrally located, had an enormous flow of people daily. The two of them were utterly insufficient to manage it. The chameleon easily perched atop a cart, leaping over them and heading into the heart of Konoha. Humph, Nagato thought to himself. Konoha is not so impressive after all, such an important place. And there are only 2 guards? Bang! A shuriken struck the chameleon, revealing its form, accompanied by a piercing alarm. A large group of Konoha's battle squads, alongside the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan, swiftly appeared. A month prior, numerous sensory ninjas and elite members from various clans had already been stationed at the gates of Konoha, with Shun, Tsunade, and the others having left the village. The state of vigilance had reached its peak. Nagato had underestimated the situation, but it mattered not, as long as Uchiha Shun was absent. Konoha had no one capable of resisting him. The animal path clapped its hands to the ground. Summoning technique, centipede. Summoning technique, panda. Summoning technique, yada bird. This batch was far smaller than the previous one, as the last was the strongest Nagato could summon. Ninjutsu, monster arm rocket. Ninjutsu, finger missile. Ninjutsu, head laser cannon. Ninjutsu, mechanized armor. With firepower covering the area, the summoned beasts charged forth. As the Azura path and animal path unleashed their assault, chaos erupted. The human path and hell path seized several Konoha ninjas amidst the turmoil, beginning to extract memories and interrogate for information, seeking the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Amidst the chaos, cries, roars, and screams echoed in succession. Yet, even though they knew they were outmatched, not a single Konoha ninja faltered. Instead, they bravely surged forward, using their bodies to hold back the 6 paths of pain at the gates, preventing them from advancing even an inch. This reckless display of courage caused Nagato to furrow his brow. Was this the true foundation of Konoha? Tai Chi returning heaven. Countless threads of chakra appeared, pulling and twisting, diverting the attacks of the Azura path and the summoned beasts into a continuously spinning vortex. Heavenly shield Tengu blossom. Countless explosive tags soared into the vortex, booming and detonating, transforming it into a sea of flames. Taijutsu, Konoha dragon god. A massive dragon descended from the sky, devouring the fiery whirlwind. Boom. All missiles, all summoned beasts vanished, leaving only a few embers drifting in the wind. Neji, Lee, and Tintin stood before the 6 paths of pain. Humph, 3 little brats. The Azura path snorted coldly, preparing to launch another assault. Suddenly, night descended. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Secret technique, shadow binding technique. Secret technique, multiplication technique. Secret technique, meatball, war chariot. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino's new combination technique was deemed unsolvable. Once engulfed in darkness, there was no escape from the shadow's binding. They could only stand in place and be crushed. Bang! As the darkness dissipated, the Azura path had been reduced to a pool of blood, merging with the earth. The animal path remained unfazed, pressing its hands to the ground, summoning technique. A flurry of crows ascended, encircling the animal path, obscuring its vision. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the flock, wielding a black blade, launching a surprise attack. Yet, the animal path easily evaded it. Possessing shared vision, such trivial maneuvers were no challenge for its perception. Stepping back to avoid the attack, another figure appeared from behind. This time, it was seen, but there was no escape. Hinata's youthful voice rang out. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 32 palms. With a flurry of 32 rapid strikes upon the animal path, it scoffed in disdain. Such force was utterly ineffective against it. As for sealing chakra, that was out of the question. But what was that hissing sound? Looking down, he saw at least 32 explosive tags embedded in his body. Hinata smiled shyly, and, along with the figure from the crows, swiftly used earth release to escape. How dare you? The animal path let out a final roar before being obliterated into fragments. What kind of person resorts to 32 strikes? Shun had often scoffed. With such speed, wouldn't it be better to insert explosive tags? It was a certain death, one that would leave nothing behind. The demise of the 2 main forces intensified the frustration of the Deva path, raising its right hand. Feel the pain. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force swept through like a hurricane, toppling everyone and sending them flying. Nagato's face contorted in madness. The suffering you endure is nothing compared to what I have faced. Drown in pain. Ascending into the sky, hands raised high, suddenly. An enormous sphere appeared. Sage art, super large Rasen shuriken. The long-awaited hungry ghost path leaped forward, standing before the Deva path, arms spread wide, absorbing all the attacks. Jiraiya was astonished. What kind of ninjutsu was this, capable of absorbing even sage techniques? Thankfully, he still had preparations, shouting, "Bunta!" A colossal, glimmering ninja blade interrupted the actions of the Deva path, compelling it to alter its course. Shinra Tensei. Despite the immense size of Jiraiya, he was still unable to withstand the force and was sent tumbling hundreds of meters away. A golden opportunity. Jiraiya crouched down. Senjutsu. Hairpin thousand needles. The attack, which should have been as dense as a tempest, was instead sparse. He had forgotten his Mediterranean condition. The hungry ghost path easily absorbed the blows, while the hell path resurrected the slain animal path and Azura path. For the first time, Pain's 6 paths made their formal appearance before the crowd, their formidable aura instilling dread in all present. The Deva path, Yahiko, gazed down expressionlessly at the assembled multitude. Since you refuse to submit, embrace your rebirth and suffering. Chapter 90. The ferrymen of the underworld fear not, everyone. Jiraiya leaped atop the head of the colossal Jiraiya. Konoha shall never fall. If not for his Mediterranean condition, if not for his frog-like visage, I would have almost believed him. Pain wasted no time in further conversation. The remaining 5 paths obstructed any approach. The Deva path soared higher and higher, until it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, coming to a halt. The terrifying chakra fluctuated incessantly, heightening Jiraiya's anxiety. The destructive potential was already astounding, and if it accumulated further, who could fathom the magnitude of devastation it might unleash? Senjutsu, 5 left guards. The combination of wind, fire, and oil techniques unleashed an immense area of effect with tremendous power, compelling the hungry ghost path to devote all its strength to absorption. Yet gradually, its body began to twist and deform, having absorbed far too much Senjutsu chakra, leading to its petrification. The other paths, witnessing this, hurried to lend assistance. But the gigantic blade of Jiraiya had already cleaved through the air. The human path narrowly dodged, only to be met with a flash of cold light from behind. The dual blades of Gamabunta effortlessly severed him into 4 segments. The hell path gasped in astonishment. How is there still more? As his vision darkened, a harpoon covered in spikes appeared behind him. As he attempted to evade, a peculiar sound resounded. Senjutsu, illusionary technique, summoning of the frog. The space warped, and the remaining 4 paths, including the Deva path, experienced a reversal of their pupils, their bodies convulsing as if seized by a fit, engaging in a frenzied dance. Jiraiya plunged a stone sword into the hearts of the Azura path and animal path, while the hell path was reduced to paste beneath the blows of Gamaken. 5 of Pain's 6 paths had perished, leaving only the Deva path, Yahiko, suspended in the sky. Jiraiya bore the weight of Fukasaku and Shima, with the 3 great toads of Mount Mayaboku standing tall behind him. The 3 toads, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamagoro, towered like small mountains, their presence commanding. Yahiko, surrender. Yahiko offered no response. Raising his hands, Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force uncontrollably drew Jiraiya into the air, just as he prepared to act. Shinra Tensei. The colossal repulsion hurled Jiraiya back to the ground. Cough. A spurt of blood erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, summoning the 3 great summoned beasts once more. After repeatedly employing large-scale ninjutsu, his chakra reserves were dwindling. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "Everyone, please." 1 man, 5 toads launched their assault simultaneously. Secret technique, Toad Dual Blade Slash. Fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Water release, Iron Cannon Cloud. Summoning, Collapsing Stage Technique. Yahiko stared impassively at the onslaught of diverse ninjutsu approaching him, 1 hand raised above his head, the other pointed downward. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsion sent Gamaken flying while annihilating all ninjutsu in its path. With the augmentation of Hashirama cells, Nagato could now unleash various ninjutsu at will. Shinra Tensei. Drawing Jiraiya into the air, Daitapa. The earth began to crumble, with massive boulders defying gravity as they converged overhead, slowly enveloping Jiraiya. Boom. With no chakra left to sustain them, the three brothers of Jiraiya vanished first, followed by Fukasaku and Shima, who were forced to retreat back to Mount Myaboku. Cough. Jiraiya spat out a jet of blood. Was his heroic tale nearing its end? He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had yet to witness Naruto transform the world. He had not awaited Tsunade's return. He still had. A massive, green, spiraled sword cleaved the Daitopper in two, and Shirde stood with arms crossed atop it. Gazing down at Yahiko, let your true self emerge. Yahiko furrowed his brow. Had he been exposed so soon? Raising both hands, he prepared to strike. But Shirzue swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Secret technique. Illusionary instantaneous body technique. Illusionary flower from the other side technique. Uchiha swordsmanship. Flashing cut. Combined ninjutsu. Dreamlike blade waltz. 24 long swords floated above Yahiko. 5 figures simultaneously wielded their swords, indistinguishable from one another, amid a flurry of afterimages. Slicing through Yahiko's form in a fleeting moment, resembling a blooming flower, beautiful, yet filled with lethal intent. Humph. Nagato let out a muffled grunt. The sequential annihilation of the 6 paths had taken a toll on him as well. Conan displayed hesitation. What if we just let it go? Did he not claim he could resurrect Yahiko? She harbored no grand ambitions. She simply wished for the three of them to live happily together. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nagato rose. If we miss this opportunity, capturing the Nine Tails will become exceedingly improbable. He would not forget the humiliation of being trampled underfoot while calling out to his father. He must ensure that Shin also experiences this suffering. Of course, he would not kill Shin, as not only had the latter healed his legs, but Yahiko's resurrection depended on Shin as well. Soaring upwards, Conan sighed and quickly followed. She had always sensed that the one claiming to be Uchiha Madara harbored ill intentions. The two advanced towards Konoha, and as Nagato made his appearance, the overwhelming pressure he exuded rendered the inhabitants of Konoha breathless. Surrender the Nine Tails, and I shall spare your lives. Shirzue's expression grew serious. The legendary Sage of Eyes was indeed extraordinary, yet anyone daring to cause chaos in Konoha would face annihilation. Cough. Jiraiya weakly rose from the ground. Nagato, Conan, is it truly you? Why have you chosen to attack Konoha? How did Yahiko come to be in such a state? Countless questions swirled in Jiraiya's mind. Upon seeing the Rinnegan, he recalled the 3 students he had encountered in the Rain Village. He had once believed that Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, would be the savior, only to discover he was the one orchestrating Konoha's destruction from the shadows. Nagato let out a pained roar. How naive and kind-hearted they had once been. But what was the outcome? Why had it come to this? Was it not the great nations that instigated wars for their selfish gains? His parents had perished at the hands of Konoha ninja, and Yahiko had been forced to his death by Hanzo, colluding with Danzo. One by one, his comrades had vanished. One by one, his beloved friends had become souls lost to the void. The once beautiful memories felt increasingly distant, leaving behind only the embrace of agony. Let us all share in this suffering. Shinra Tensei, a repulsive force tenfold stronger than the ordinary Shinra Tensei, erupted from Nagato's hands. And Shirzue barely managed to resist with Susanoo. The situation was dire. He could not allow Nagato to wreak further havoc. Secret technique. Illusionary instantaneous body technique. Secret sword. Hazy moonlit night. Illusionary techniques. This is not that technique. Combined ninjutsu. The ferryman of the underworld. Chapter 91. The final ode. The moment the ninja blade was drawn, countless shadow clones surged forth from Shirzue's body. Even Nagato could not discern which was the true body, which was a clone, and which was an illusion. Their forms intertwined, and at extreme speed, they created countless afterimages. The cold light dazzling as innumerable figures launched their assault simultaneously. A sky filled with ninja blades, impossible to distinguish truth from illusion. Shinra Tensei. From Nagato's back extended 4 arms and 2 heads, controlling the repulsive force omnidirectionally, sending everything that dared to approach flying. The mechanized armor of the Hungry Ghost Path, wielded by Nagato, became all the more tyrannical. He has long manipulated the 6 paths, becoming accustomed to multitasking effortlessly. The simple act of drawing a square with his left hand and a circle with his right is trivial to him. He can effortlessly extend this ability to simultaneously sketch a triangle with his left foot, a rectangle with his right foot, a cylinder with his rear, and a trapezoid with his tongue. To avoid prolonged dreams, Nagato floats high above, coldly surveying the myriad of beings below. You have never truly felt pain. Allow me to enlighten you on all of this. 3 heads and 6 eyes gaze in separate directions, while 6 arms raise, each gathering immense repulsive and attractive forces. Destruction, the secret technique of reincarnation, the inferno of hell. The interplay of repulsion and attraction causes Nagato's body to spin at high speed, generating a massive tornado that abruptly materializes in the space between heaven and earth in less than a second. The earth is upheaved, clouds are parted, and the apocalyptic scene is indelibly etched in the hearts of the Leaf Village. With the power of Hashirama's cells restored to its peak, Nagato is invincible. The green chakra continues to coalesce, blood trickles from the corner of Shirzue's eye, and his ocular power radiates outward, the complete form of Susanoo rising higher and higher. Until, nearly 300 meters up, Shirzue raises his ninja blade, while the massive Susanoo simultaneously withdraws a green spiral sword. Behind him, an array of colossal swords begins to materialize. The ultimate technique, the gate of the underworld, the tombstone of death. Buzz. In the expanse of the world, no other sound exists, only the resonant clang of swords. Countless gigantic swords strike down towards the tornado with speed, both real and illusory, their thunderous roars resonating endlessly. Everyone gasps in awe, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. Is this ninja combat? This is truly a celestial battle. The deafening noises echo for miles. Yet the seemingly sharp blades continue to shatter and vanish, while the tornado remains relentless. Blood once more flows from Shirzue's eyes as he clasps the sword handle with both hands. Under the blazing sun, countless colossal swords begin to merge, quickly forming an enormous sword exceeding 500 meters in length. Flash! Shirzue bellows, the gargantuan sword cleaving through the air. Boom! The ground collapses. Countless stones are propelled hundreds of meters away. Feel pain, experience pain, accept pain, understand pain. In his roar, Nagato's chakra erupts uncontrollably, the already immense tornado expanding threefold, resembling a colossal pillar reaching from the depths of the abyss to the heavens above. Bang! In an instant, the over 500-meter colossal sword shatters, transforming into a cascade of starlight, drifting gracefully. Ha ha ha! Nagato's laughter echoes, in infinite pain, from mortal to divine. I shall place a period in this war-torn world. This is the divine mission. Fear shall quell war. Emerge reborn, Leaf Village. A colossal X appears, interrupting all of Nagato's actions, freezing time. The massive tornado halts, beginning to collapse and dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Shirzue pierces through, striking Nagato. A sound escapes, and 2 massive blood arrows erupt from Nagato's chest, exposing bone. The onlookers can vividly see his beating heart within. As Shirzue retracts Susanoo, 2 trails of blood slide from the corners of his eyes to his jaw, each drop falling relentlessly to the ground. There is no eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Each use incurs immense burden. This is perhaps the reason behind Itachi's terminal condition later in life. But can only the fusion of 2 brothers Sharingan give rise to eternity? Or must it be the reincarnation of Indra? Such coincidences seem as if fate has meticulously planned everything. Weakly, Nagato retrieves a green test tube, gazing at Shirzue. I admit, you are formidable. Yet the powerful side effects of the Sharingan dictate that it cannot last. Shirzue wishes to intervene, but every nerve in his body protests. He sways. Yet it is too late to stop. With the injection of the mysterious liquid, Nagato emits a painful scream. This vial obtained from Orochimaru, said to restore one rapidly, comes at the cost of life. The heavier the injury, the more life is consumed. 1 second, Nagato's chest wound heals. 2 seconds, Nagato floats once more in midair. 3 seconds, the 3-headed 6-armed form reemerges, and he is restored to his pinnacle. Shirzue sighs. Very well, if that is the case, come forth. The azure beast of the leaf. Bang, bang, bang. The eagerly awaiting Akimichi Choji steps forward, and Nagato suddenly feels an ominous premonition. The 7th gate of the 8 gates. The gate of shock opens. Blue steam erupts, and Choji's body releases billowing white smoke. Soon, a thick-browed, big-eyed figure with a bowl haircut and his ever-present green vest materializes before Nagato. Leave the rest to me. Guy raises his thumb. This feeling. It's youth, it's passion. Simultaneously, Guy beside Tsunade transforms into Choji's form. The Ino-Shikacho trio cannot be separated. Tsunade, with the presence of Shun, is more than enough. Calmly, Nagato observes the exuberant Guy below, suppressing the urge to scoff. A fool who relies solely on taijutsu thinks he can obstruct me? A delusional fantasy. Day Tiger. Without hesitation, compressed air transforms into a fierce tiger lunging at Nagato, who contemptuously grasps the air. Bang! The tiger is crushed. How powerful! Guy cannot help but exclaim. Then let my passion burn brightly. The 8th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of death, opens. Boom. Crimson steam soars into the sky. The overwhelming force stirring a tempest. Without any action, merely by opening, it compels Nagato, high in the air, to retreat 30 meters. Narrowing his eyes, a colossal wave surges within Nagato. You do not hesitate? You are ready to unveil the final song of your life? For comrades, or for your homeland? Nagato's heart seems stirred. For the first time, he praises, Might Guy, truly worthy of your fame. The leaf indeed abounds with talent. Chapter 92. Is this bullying the honest? Come, let me witness the might of taijutsu. As teeth fly from his mouth, Nagato stares blankly at the sky. What just transpired? Thud. Another kick slams into Nagato's abdomen, making him feel as though his innards might burst forth. This speed? This power? Truly, it is the strength that must be exchanged for life itself. Yet this is still insufficient. Raising an arm, Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsion fills a 30-meter radius around Nagato, catching Guy off guard as he enters his domain. His movements slow, muscles contort, veins bulge. Yet even so, he can only advance like a snail. This is the end. Nagato's gaze shifts, fingers spread, universal push. The iron block remains immovable as a mountain. In the final moment, Guy activates his body technique, hardening against the damage, retreating from Nagato's vicinity. My blood is boiling even more. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Guy excitedly circles around Nagato. Let my youth blossom. Evening Elephant. The overwhelming force forms a beam of light in the air. Boom. It is visibly apparent that Nagato's Shinra Tensei has created a dent. What? Nagato is astonished as he is pushed backward by the immense force, when suddenly, second leg, another force strikes from behind, the two forces converging, causing Nagato to spew forth a mouthful of blood, suspended in midair. Alarmed, he exerts all his strength to maintain Shinra Tensei, forming a transparent shell to withstand. Third leg. Fourth leg. Simultaneously, two beams of light appear on Nagato's left and right sides. Uft. Another blood arrow shoots forth. The tremendous power eliciting distressing cracking sounds from his body at the center. Fifth leg. A colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, propelling the irregularly shaped eggshell deep into the earth. A thunderous roar echoed as a small mushroom cloud erupted, the ground heaving like a turbulent sea, creating a massive wave over 10 meters high that spread outward until it finally ceased after reaching 100 meters. Breathless, Kai stood there, at that moment. No one dared to mock him even slightly. Coughing, Nagato's lips bled, his face contorting in agony, for every muscle in his body was undergoing relentless destruction and rebirth. Two strands of white hair emerged on his forehead. Even the vigorous vitality of the Uzumaki clan could not withstand such exhaustion. Nagato gazed at the crimson figure. Your efforts are commendable. The 8 gates, unparalleled in the world. Might Guy, your martial prowess, I shall deem the strongest. With thumbs interlocked and index fingers touching, he initiated, compressed Shinra Tensei. The air distorted, the sun and moon shifted hues, and before the overwhelming repulsive force arrived, a tempest surged hundreds of meters into chaos. A ripple, seemingly slow yet swift, raced toward Kai. With this strike, the entire Hidden Leaf village would likely be reduced to ruins. Kai lowered his body, feet planted firmly, hands gripping the ground as he gathered his strength. Boom. The earth was struck as if by thunder, and a deep pit several dozen meters wide suddenly appeared. A red vapor transformed into a divine dragon, roaring towards the heavens. Knight, Kai. The dragon proclaimed. Nothing could withstand it. If the earlier clash between Shimizu and Nagato was akin to celestial beings battling, then to the people of Konoha, this was the descent of a demon, the world collapsing. The ripple generated by the dragon's strike shattered upon contact with Kai, fracturing, annihilating, and dissipating like a mirror. The air around Nagato began to solidify, as if bound by a prison, while Konan, disregarding the peril, soared into the sky, unleashing countless explosive tags that fell like a torrential downpour. Yet they proved utterly ineffective, extinguished before they could approach. Nagato clasped his hands together, fingers spread wide, channeling all his chakra into one point. A black orb grew from minuscule to immense, the terrifying pressure striking fear into the hearts of even those at a distance within Konoha. Just the passage of that black dot through the air surrounding them would suffice to vaporize them, erasing all traces of their existence at the cellular level. The secret technique of rebirth, death rebirth. Boom. The condensed black sphere, with a long tail, converged with Night Kai in silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Crack. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, an infinite storm uprooting everything, leaving the landscape barren and desolate. Not even a centimeter of elevation remained on the ground. All was rendered smooth, as if polished by an indescribable force, disappearing without a trace. After a long moment, the world finally returned to tranquility. Kai lay motionless on the ground, his body covered in crimson cracks, his life nearing its end. Coughing up blood, Nagato emerged from the underground, having used a substitution technique at the last moment of the explosion. Yet, the overwhelming aftermath had left him grievously injured. Nearly a quarter of his once vibrant red hair had turned white, leaving Conan silent in contemplation. Was it worth it? She longed to ask. Was all of this truly worth it? Ha! Nagato ceased his recovery, fearing that he would exhaust his life before fully healing. I was mistaken. I am not a god, nor do I possess powers far beyond those of mortals. I have not altered the strength of the entire shinobi world. My guy, you deserve my respect. However, Konoha, if you do not surrender the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki today, I shall still erase you. Is that so? Shimizu observed Nagato with amusement. Kai, how does it feel to open the 8th gate? Nagato, confused, he rubbed his eyes, staring at the figure suddenly appearing beside Shimizu. How was he alive? It was impossible, he had perished. Scanning the spot where Kai had fallen, the deep pit remained, yet Kai's body had vanished. Hiss! Kai revealed his gleaming white teeth. Savoring the moment, the sensation of youth is indescribable. One might say, it is extraordinarily delightful. Lord Shun truly possesses remarkable intelligence, devising such a method to allow me to experience the pinnacle of the 8 gates. On his arm, 3 of the 7 tomo of his Sharingan had completely closed, and another was slowly shutting as well. Yet the price was exceedingly steep. Activating it consumed 4 of them. Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Each use inevitably blinds one of the Sharingan. Accompanied by its terrifying power, the user can erase all unfavorable events that transpired within a time frame. Even death can be erased. It is truly invincible. Uft. Nagato spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was paralyzed, utterly incapacitated. His mind was flooded with 1,000 exclamations of disbelief. Was this not bullying the honest? And to think it was played this way? Chapter 93. The Abandoned Conan, what a farce. Not only could he not withstand a few blows from Night Kai, but even if he could, did he even know how many Sharingan he had left? Nagato's heart was collapsing. Obito stared in bewilderment at this scene. Had Konoha truly reached this state? Now, even Nagato seemed beyond hope. He lacked the confidence to withstand this devastation. Could he truly gather the 9-tailed beasts to become the 10-tails Jinchuriki? No, for Rin. He must. Not far away, Orochimaru stood within the serpent's maw, excitedly extending his long tongue. Hiss, now that is interesting. However, this group of summoning beasts is indeed peculiar. The 5 great nations, while battling external foes, do not dare claim complete intimacy. So why is the toad of Mount Myaboku so willing to assist humanity? What benefit do they gain? The myriad serpents demand sacrifices, yet Mount Myaboku requires only chakra from the user, willingly risking death to aid the summoner. They even assist in training Sage Mode. This is quite strange. They say no one rises early without profit. Orochimaru did not believe that Mount Myaboku could be so sacred. Moreover, what concern is it of theirs whether humans live or die? Do they not fear that one day, humans might grow powerful enough to enslave them? Those not of our kind must have different hearts. The investigation into what Uchiha Shun had requested suddenly piqued his interest. Grasping the serpent's head and pulling it close, he fixed his gaze upon the cold vertical pupils, reflecting his own image. Orochimaru's current form owes much to the assistance of the Dragon Cave. As he contemplated the summoning beasts of the 3 legendary ninjas, a veil of mystery seemed to envelop them, His fingers tightened, crushing the serpent's head. It appears he must conduct a thorough examination of his own mind, even his soul. Otherwise, why had he never perceived the oddities before? With Kai's resurrection, the plan to ambush Konoha had utterly failed. Countless spies, disregarding the risk of exposure, transmitted every detail of this battle. They must reevaluate this village they once deemed a plump target. Nagato sighed bitterly. Cough. Conan, you should leave. His condition was dire, possessing the Rinnegan. He believed Konoha would not allow him to leave unscathed. Yet, Conan felt insignificant. As long as she could buy him some time, she believed escape was still possible. Emotionless, she grasped Nagato's shoulder, unfolding her enormous white wings. It was too late for words now. Yet, she would not allow Nagato to fall into Konoha's hands. She could envision all that had transpired today. If captured, Konoha would undoubtedly subject Nagato to countless experiments. Just as she was about to take flight, the sound of thunder echoed as Nara Shikamaru, along with Inazuka Kiba and others, appeared near Conan, having activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Secret technique, Thousand Crows technique. Ninja art, Thousand Paper Rain. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Konoha's sword technique, 3-day moon dance. Water release, Great Waterfall technique. Illusions diverge here. Towering walls rise on all sides, while countless crows swirl overhead. At the same time, thousands of kunai, along with surging waves and various illusions, assault the wings and limbs of Conan. Their intent is to capture her alive, not to slay her. Conan, anxiously observing the approaching figures of Konoha from a distance, swiftly forms hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. A formidable air mass tears through everything like a tempest, capable of clearing the area and creating a vacuum to dispel illusions. Boom, boom, boom. The group, including Obito, hurriedly dodges, having underestimated this seemingly delicate woman. Exchanging glances, they form hand seals once more. Suddenly, a hand erupts from the ground. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Earth release, Earth Flow River. Caught off guard, Obito is yanked into the earth, leaving only his head exposed, as the ground transforms into a flowing river, forcibly sweeping him away. Alas, reinforcements from the enemy arrive. One person splits off to rescue Obito, while Kakashi, wielding a kunai, strikes at the emerging figure of Obito. A hint of disdain flickers in Obito's crimson Sharingan. Were it not for the possibility of Konoha possessing secret weapons, he could easily dispatch these few. As Obito activates his intangibility, the kunai passes through his body without causing a ripple. In the astonished gaze of Kakashi, he sends him flying with a kick, fire release, explosive wind dance. The combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and fire release ninjutsu distorts space, creating a vortex-like storm, followed by the emergence of a fire serpent. Its range is vast, its speed tremendous, and its power extraordinary. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Inazuka Kiba and his companions clumsily unleash ninjutsu in a desperate attempt at resistance, their hearts filled with dread. Where did these formidable foes come from? Why are they all so absurdly powerful? Obito's disdain deepens. The only person in Konoha who can invoke fear in him is Uchiha-san. As for Might Guy, who just opened all 8 gates, Obito dismisses him entirely. Can you really shatter the void and enter Kamui space? As he approaches Nagato and Conan, he prepares to activate Kamui, intending to draw them into the space. The Gate of Shock, open. Guy, seeing the enemy trying to flee, directly opens the 7th gate, Daytime Tiger. The roar of the ferocious tiger fails to stir even the slightest reaction on Obito's face, but in the next moment, his expression changes drastically. Money release, 8,001 Nights. Taijutsu, Shadow Leaf Dance. Tai Chi, 8 trigrams, Air Palm. The combined ninjutsu of the Buddha Lotus Fury. 1,001 explosive tags, drawn by Neji's Tai Chi power and accelerated by Li's strength, form a blooming lotus that envelopes Obito and his companions. Should they activate Kamui now, it is likely that the 3 of them will meet their demise. These brats. Obito glares fiercely at Neji and his companions. When he was their age, casting a fireball was exhausting. Yet these youngsters make him feel as though they are abnormal. Summoning the outer path, demonic statue. Nagato spits out a mouthful of blood, using his last chakra to summon the 10 tails to resist the damage. Run. Obito furrows his brow. Without Nagato, he cannot become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. So sorry, Conan. With a single palm, he strikes Conan out of the protective sphere of the demonic statue, and in the next moment, the violent explosion abruptly ceases. The group, including Ten, halts their attack in shock, witnessing Obito push his companion forward to absorb the fatal blow to buy time. Anger rises within them. They feel that Obito has insulted their most cherished beliefs. Humph. Konoha remains as merciful as ever. So be it. Obito disregards their gazes and fully activates Kamui. No. Nagato exclaims a single word before he and Obito are drawn into oblivion. On the other side, Inoki, who has just received the news, gazes in shock at Tsunade. Has Konoha truly become this powerful? The Hokage is absent from the village, and he has hired the most formidable Sage of the Eye, yet he still returns empty-handed? That Sage of the Eye, a being he wouldn't dare to claim victory against, was actually repelled by Konoha? In an instant, Inoki's heart plummets. Their IWA ninja village lacks even one capable of mastering dust release, while Konoha continuously births one genius after another. Jealousy, if it could kill, would have Tsunade dead thousands of times in a second. Meanwhile, AI also receives reports from his spies. He has long been aware of Inoki's maneuvers and not only refrained from intervening, but actively encouraged them. Though arrogant, he understands the principle of the clam and the snipe both losing out, and that if Inoki succeeds, Konoha and IWA will engage in a bitter rivalry, allowing him to strike Konoha without worry. Even if Inoki wishes to ally with Konoha afterward, it is likely they would not trust him. Yet, how could Inoki's tactics fail so miserably? The brief reports are filled with astonishment, forcing AI to reassess Tsunade. Could this be the legacy left by the god of shinobi? Humph. AI snorts coldly. Let us go. Lus? Weren't the three Kage just pressuring Konoha? Why has the Raikage suddenly lost his nerve? What does it mean to have grand aspirations but limited abilities? The Wind Shadow is a prime example. He should consider the strength of the Sand Ninja Village before attempting to stir trouble. Those who aim high yet possess lowly skills will inevitably meet a tragic end. Did I permit you to leave? Shun strides forward with a nonchalant demeanor, wrapping an arm around Tsunade's slender waist. Weren't you fierce just now? Why the sudden meekness? AI glares at Shun. Boy, you best not provoke me. Or else. Or else what? Shun scoffs. Or should I report you to the third Raikage and ignite a war? Do you want me to dig him out for you? Boom. Violent lightning chakra erupts from AI. Are you not afraid of our four nations attacking? War cannot be altered by just a few individuals. Besides, I wouldn't mind leaving you here. Daring to insult the Raikage, Shun is the first and undoubtedly the last. With murderous intent swelling within him, his gaze flickers. Darui and Ki understand his intent, and Lus is eager to join the fray. He has seen enough of the endless sandstorms. Even having breakfast, he can't avoid getting a mouthful of sand. The most infuriating part is that the entire village's economy relies on him, the Wind Shadow, to mine for gold just to survive. Otherwise, the entire village might not even have dirt to eat. Yet he is the Wind Shadow, not a miner. Inoki hesitates. He is acutely aware of the Cloud Ninja Village's ambitions. Once Konoha falls, his IWA village will be next. Moreover, the enmity between their two villages is not any less than that between the Cloud and Konoha. He does not believe that AI will cease his advances after seizing Konoha. How can a wolf ever be sated? Only Lus seems to be foolishly fixated on toppling Konoha. The best choice for IWA is to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Casting his gaze over the Konoha group, Inazuka Kiba, Kakashi, Hokage Tsunade, and the young Uchiha Shun, he prepares adequately for the encounter, only to wonder why they brought along a child. Could this be the illegitimate child of Uchiha Shun and Tsunade? If Sasuke knew of Inoki's current thoughts, would he not want to pierce Inoki's back with Chidori? Wait, why is there a mist ninja here? Huh. Is the fourth Mizukage yet to reveal himself? Could it be that Konoha has secretly allied with the Mist Ninja Village? Over the years, Kuratsuchi has implemented a blood mist regime, leading to the deaths of his spies one after another, leaving him with no useful information to analyze. No, he must first strike at Konoha's arrogance, especially ensuring that the Senju and Uzumaki clans do not return to Konoha. Today, let the pretty boy Uchiha Shun and that little brat leave alive, while everyone else, including Tsunade, shall be left behind. Yes, Inoki, like the villagers of the Cloud, regarded Shun with utmost disdain, viewing him merely as Tsunade's pretty boy. The tension in the small courtyard became palpable once more. Mifune was drenched in cold sweat. He had invited the five Kage for a discussion, not for a battle to erupt in the land of iron. Esteemed guests, please Please lend me your ears. Over the past century, I believe many of you have lost numerous friends and family during the First, Second, and Third Shinobi World Wars. What have we gained from these tragedies? Nothing but sorrow. Therefore, I sincerely hope we can sit down and converse, cherishing this fleeting moment of peace. Inoki, ever the opportunist. Seize the moment. If we can avoid conflict, it would be most desirable. Hokage, if you surrender the entire Uzumaki clan to me, I can pretend today as events never transpired. In the face of pressure, Tsunade understood Inoki's ploy. The Uzumaki clan is an ally of Konoha. What is wrong with sheltering my allies? As for you, a bunch of hypocrites, I have yet to settle accounts regarding the annihilation of the land of whirlpools. Rashi crossed his arms. Hokage, do not speak with such venom. The land of whirlpools was destroyed by a coalition of mysterious figures. Do you possess evidence to implicate us? Lacking proof, I can become quite irate. You, Tsunade seethed. Without the involvement of the four great nations, could those small countries have destroyed the land of whirlpools? Are you suggesting we are all villains? A step forward. Is Konoha the only beacon of light? Perhaps the Cloud Village should join the other three nations in unearthing the truth behind Konoha's darkness? Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead. Could it truly lead to war with the other four nations? Are you bullying my wife? Shun tilted his head. If you bully my wife, you are bullying me. To bully me is to bully the 60,000 brothers of Konoha. Rashi frowned. Sand Ninja had no spies in Konoha and were unaware of Uchiha Shun's information. The Hokage is your wife? Who are you? Since you asked with such sincerity, Shun observed a shadow approaching Darui, deliberately stalling. I shall graciously inform you. Surely, all present know the name Chuan Haonan from Konoha. If not, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Uchiha Shun. Indeed, the very same who forced the third Hokage to abdicate. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha, and the fifth Hokage is my wife. I reign supreme in Konoha, brazen and unyielding. Rashi was bewildered. What does that have to do with anything? He asked who you are. You are so brazen? Do you think this is Konoha? He regarded Shun, the pretty boy, as daring to seek his own demise. With hands forming seals, he prepared to unleash his bloodline limit. Suddenly, Shun pressed his hands down. Wait, let me finish my speech. Chapter 95. The essence of a weaponless technique. What? Rashi and Inoki were astonished, gazing at Shun's palm, bewildered by his swiftness. When had he moved? They, seasoned masters, had not detected his action at all. In all his years, Inoki felt an absurd thought arise. Could the rumors be true? Impossible. He was well aware of the third Hokage Sarutobi's prowess. Could a mere nobody possibly overpower him? Yes. Upon receiving intelligence, Inoki had already investigated all prior information on Shun. The third Hokage had fostered ties with the Uchiha clan, and Asuma was his friend. A mere boy had barely awakened a single Tomo and advanced to Chunin. He could not possibly believe such a person could, in mere months, become capable of defeating a Kage-level expert. He was unaware of the exceptional nature of Konoha's prodigies, Jiraiya, Obito, Naruto, all prodigies in their own right. Moreover, he did not grasp the concept of transmigration or the existence of external aids. Shun watched as the shadow approached Darui, a smirk adorning his lips. I believe Konoha is the strongest village in the shinobi world. Therefore, I think the shinobi world should consist solely of Konoha, with the rest fading away. What do you mean? Rashi's expression darkened. If only you Konoha exist, what do we become? Excellent question. Shun patted the wind shadow Rashi's shoulder. If you are interested, you may join us in Konoha, but you must first pass our selection process. Konoha only accepts elites. We do not welcome the mediocre. Rashi, what? You claim I am mediocre? No, do not misunderstand. Shun returned to Tsunade's side, surveying everyone present. I am not targeting you. I am merely stating that all present are mediocre. Rashi, Mifune, Inoki, all present were taken aback. Young man, your audacity may lead to your downfall. We here are all elite bodyguards, and among us stand three, for Kage, three of whom are the mightiest among the 5 great nations. You dare to call us mediocre? This was not merely an insult. It was a flagrant disregard, a dismissal of their worth as human beings. Darui formed seals with both hands, lightning release, storm lightning. His joined palms conjured multiple beams of vaporized water, a technique not only capable of inducing foes but also of curving its trajectory, a signature jutsu of the third Raikage's bloodline limit. Yet just as it was about to be unleashed, a chorus of chirping birds and bursts of lightning erupted. The onlookers turned to Kakashi, who shrugged, indicating he was not responsible. What is that? Boom. Sasuke's figure dissipated like smoke. Lightning release. Chidori stream. Secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. Combined ninjutsu. Lightning dragon drill. Powerful lightning chakra enveloped Sasuke, spinning rapidly, turning the kunai in his hand into a frenzied drill. Darui, caught off guard, felt the pride of his chakra armor pierced. A small hole was created as a torrent of electricity surged through his vital points, overwhelming him with paralyzing sensations and muscle spasms, leaving Darui wide-eyed. This sensation, this exquisite chaos of oscillating between hell and paradise elevated him to an unparalleled peak. His soul seemed to detach, eyes glazing over, body convulsing, a strange liquid trailing from his mouth. Just as he approached the most intense climax of his life, the fragile kunai shattered under the pressure. The electricity faded, the birds ceased their song, and only Darui lay sprawled on the ground, emitting incoherent sounds. Shun considered, should he retrieve the blade of Raijin? Without the Kusanagi, Sasuke's flair had diminished significantly. That flowing open coat, the long sword slung over his back, exuding a coolness, how could one not admire it? Furthermore, the blade of Raijin, with its versatile dimensions, would perfectly complement this technique. Sasuke, expressionless, returned to Shun's side. Father. Shun waved dismissively. No worries, do not be disheartened. Once we return to Konoha, I shall procure a weapon for you that will ensure those struck by it experience unparalleled ecstasy. A chill ran down everyone's spine, including the epitome of masculinity, who instinctively took a step back. What terror! One strike had incapacitated a Kaga-level bodyguard, and the shadow of this encounter would surely haunt Darui for the rest of his days. He was finished, utterly defeated. AI understood that Darui was no longer suitable to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Even if he were to rise again in the future, his spirit would undoubtedly bear wounds deeper than those inflicted by Orochimaru's soul transfer. After all, this matter left Inoki's aged face contorted with concern. His beady green eyes fixated on Kakashi, or rather, on everyone from the Leaf Village. His hands clutched tightly at his back, not daring to relax for even a moment, and his feet barely touched the ground. He truly feared that another individual from the Leaf Village might emerge and launch a sudden attack against him. At 90 years old, lacking the lightning armor passed down through the Raikage lineage, he was not afraid of death. Rather, he dreaded the thought of his once illustrious name being tarnished in an instant. Raza anxiously shifted his gaze between Shun and Sasuke, bewildered by the ruthless nature of the Leaf's younger generation. How could they be so vicious at such a tender age? Although he himself had resorted to cunning, he had always done so with a sense of honor. Who would strike at a person's vital points from behind? It was truly terrifying. If the youth were already so formidable, what could be expected from their elders? Coughing awkwardly, Mifune struggled to suppress a laugh. Well, the day is drawing to a close. Let us take the opportunity to rest, and we shall reconvene tomorrow for the 5 Kage summit. What does everyone think? Shun was eager to continue provoking, but Tsunade firmly held his arm. You should calm down. Today, we from the Leaf are here to seek stable development. Did he not notice that AS' face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot? Even a mere glance from Tsunade made her fear that the Raikage might explode with rage. While it was true that the Leaf Village's high-level combat strength was adequate, war was not a conflict fought by only a few. Should a scenario akin to the Third Shinobi World War arise, with 4 nations besieging the Leaf, even a victory would leave the village severely weakened. At that point, it would be unable to govern its vast territories, giving rise to opportunities for unscrupulous factions and ambitious minor nations. Tsunade would bear the burden of being the Leaf's sinner. If they could secure 2 years of peaceful development, the Leaf's strength would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Inoki and Raza exchanged glances before Inoki took the lead in departing. He would not easily gamble the future of the IWA Shinobi Village. Furrowed his brow in thought. Was the Cloud Village doomed to endure another century of patience? How frustrating. Why did the Leaf always produce such exceptional talents? Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the White Fang of the Leaf, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. After enduring the reign of the 3rd Hokage, with many having perished or dispersed, the Leaf found itself in the darkest and weakest chapter of its history. And yet, with Tsunade and Jiraiya's return, it seemed they had come back just as they were aging. Now, a new generation had emerged. Kakashi Hitaki, the master of medical ninjutsu, Might Guy, the blue beast of the leaf, and the sublime fusion of genjutsu and swordsmanship, Shun Uchiha. Clenching his fists, he grasped the still twitching Darui on the ground, vanishing from sight. And he realized he must reassess his attitude towards the leaf. Raza, witnessing this, retreated unwillingly, thinking them a bunch of cowards easily frightened. No, he must acquire the leaf's fertile lands. He could no longer tolerate the sight of the endless yellow sands. As Shun observed their retreat, he made no attempt to stop them. The new generation of the 12 young ninja had yet to fully mature. Even if he were to occupy the remaining 4 villages, there would be no one to govern them, and he wished to meet that legendary sage. As for the so-called progenitor of chakra, that Kagaya, who possessed power but was effectively nothing. Oh, he would simply let her out for some fresh air before handing her over to Orochimaru for dissection. Upon arriving in the room arranged by Mifune, Shun found himself in an awkward situation. Mifune had genuinely believed it fitting to place him and Tsunade in the same quarters of the leaf. The bright moon hung high in the sky as Jiraiya, fatigued, approached Naruto's residence. Today, he felt a mix of relief and dread. Relieved that the strength of the leaf's new generation was formidable enough that he, a man in his 50s, need not take the spotlight. Yet, he feared that Shun Uchiha had unknowingly consolidated all the leaf's strength. With Naruto's foolish disposition, could he truly defeat him and alter the course of the ninja world? Burdened with worry, he recalled the day when the 3 Sannin had fought together, only to be utterly defeated. Shaking his head, he donned a smile. Worrying was futile. He had grown old and could no longer effect change. All hope now rested on Naruto. Pushing open the door, a white serpent devoured Naruto before his eyes and slithered away. Jiraiya, how dare you, Orochimaru? You have no sense of honor. Ignoring his injuries, he chased after the massive serpent until he reached the Hokage rock, his pupils constricting. How had he ended up here? Tobi, wearing a vortex mask, stood with his back to Jiraiya, gazing down at the sea of lights below. This place once held all his joy, his master, his mistress, his bonds, his love, yet all had ultimately vanished. He vaguely recalled Kakashi stabbing Rin with Raikiri, and hatred twisted his features, exposing his lone eye in a menacing glare. Is this the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, slowly revealing himself from the shadows. With his understanding of the leaf, sneaking in to abduct someone would be a trivial task. Orochimaru. Jiraiya glared at his former friend in anger. You would betray the village? Orochimaru drew his sword, slicing the giant serpent in half, retrieving Naruto from its belly and examining him with curiosity. Is this the person you would risk your life to find? The one who could change the entire ninja world? Unremarkable, and, from his expression, evidently as foolish as Jiraiya. No, even more so. I have brought the person. Where's the payment? Tobi tossed the blood of pain, which he had traded with Orochimaru, along with all he knew about the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and the outer path. Help me hold him off for a moment. He spread his fingers and pressed them against Naruto's abdomen. 5 elements unseal. A surge of malevolent chakra, laden with negativity, erupted from Naruto's body, his skin beginning to rot and decompose, while his crimson tails billowed in the wind. Roar. With all 4s on the ground, the 9 tails unleashed a furious howl, greedily inhaling the fresh air after being confined for so long. Then, he locked eyes with a crimson orb. What the hell? Am I not allowed to enjoy myself anymore? Once again, he was controlled. What is this? I was just resting comfortably at home. And now I'm dragged out for a beating, while everyone asks if I submit. Bewildered, he could only reluctantly yield. And then, he was locked in a dark room. In utter darkness, in a space no larger than a palm, even a fart could not escape. Just when he resigned himself to this fate, thinking he might as well please his captors, he was yanked out again, encased in a shell, only to be met with another savage beating. 1,000 hands, exactly 1,000 hands, struck him in relentless succession. Finally, he was seized like a chick and sealed once more. What does my existence as the 9 tails have to do with you? You humans can fight among yourselves. Why must you drag me into it? Are you mad? Until 10 years ago, with the familiar scent returning, he was once again yanked out to be controlled, but this time, there was no tall wooden figure. He felt triumphant and liberated, reveling in devastation. After so many years of resentment, he could finally exact his revenge. Then he saw a person. This time it was worse. Not only was he sealed, but he was also split in 2. What the hell? Do you have any humanity? any kindness, any decency. He is such an adorable nine-tailed fox, yet you audaciously severed his soul in twain? One half imprisoned within the body of a child, while the other half, for heaven's sake, was consigned to the belly of the Grim Reaper? Are you plotting to enslave me to my demise? Do you wish for me to live my life as a crippled beast? How infuriating. The consciousness of the nine-tailed fox gradually faded. Can you not employ a different strategy? Why do you incessantly glare at me with those eyes? Mark my words. One day I shall consume all those afflicted with the red-eyed curse. Jiraiya, filled with urgency, attempted to rescue Naruto, but was swatted away by Orochimaru's hand. He had acquired instantaneous enlightenment, his strength far surpassing that of Jiraiya, who had already sustained grievous wounds in the daytime battle. Lacking sufficient sage chakra reserves, he stood no chance against Orochimaru. Chapter 97. What an abomination! What should I do? Straight punches, hooks, and sweeping kicks. A relentless barrage of attacks rendered Jiraiya incapacitated. Shocked, he reflected on their years of companionship. They knew each other intimately. Among them, he was the most traditional ninja, with a balanced proficiency in taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu. Although lacking in exceptional prowess, he became invincible under the enhancement of Sage Mode. Orochimaru, on the other hand, excelled in ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Essentially, any ninjutsu that the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed, Orochimaru mastered as well. Coupled with his immortal body, he proved exceedingly difficult to contend with. Tsunade wielded immense strength and unparalleled medical ninjutsu, especially formidable after activating the Byakugan technique, rendering her virtually unbeatable. Yet, what was happening now? Orochimaru was effortlessly dominating Jiraiya with the most basic taijutsu. Although Jiraiya was severely injured from the earlier battle, surely he could at least defend himself? Gripping Jiraiya by the throat, Orochimaru revealed a disdainful expression. Jiraiya, you are slow. This time, I shall spare you, but should there be a next time, I will take your life. He spoke without jest. Rather than allow his old friend to perish at the hands of another, he preferred to end him himself. He could not bear the thought of the once great hero being slaughtered like a dog. The ninja world had descended into chaos, with grotesque monsters emerging incessantly. It was no longer the era when the three of them could roam freely. Just reflecting on the overwhelming power exhibited by Nagato, Uchiha sure sway. And Might Guy earlier sent chills down his spine. Should he confront them directly, he feared he would be forced to flee in terror. Meanwhile, his old friend remained stagnant, desperately nurturing some prophesied child. Did he not understand that in the ninja world, strength reigns supreme? Casting Jiraiya to the ground, Orochimaru extended his tongue, preparing to extract some bijou chakra for experimentation. The bijou, or any source of profound power, intrigued him immensely. No, Jiraiya pleaded from the ground, extending his left hand. Orochimaru, I beg you spare Naruto. He is the hope of the ninja world, the vessel of his soul. He cannot fall. Humph. Orochimaru lifted his foot and pressed it upon Jiraiya's hand. Do you still not comprehend, Jiraiya? Rather than entrust your fate to others, why not strive for self-improvement? When you rely on the nebulous whims of destiny, your death is already sealed. A tremor coursed through Jiraiya. It felt as though his entire life had been predetermined. It was preordained that he would arrive at Myaboku Mountain, destined to master Sage Mode, and encounter Minato, Nagato, and Naruto. His existence seemed to unfold within the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads, destined to become a great ninja and lead the prophesied child. Had he erred? No, that was impossible. The great sage of the Toads could not deceive him. Deceive you? Orochimaru coldly interrupted Jiraiya. Then why would he assist you? Have you considered that? Without your presence, they might have thrived in Myaboku Mountain. Orochimaru had never placed his faith in others, nor did he rely on the hope of a mere frog. Recalling the moment he tamed the great snake, he recognized the countless coincidences involved. Why would a gluttonous, cold-hearted serpent, which devoured hundreds of offerings each time it appeared, choose to fight alongside him? For the love of combat? Ridiculous. The world thrives on self-interest. If there were no benefits, would the serpent fight for him? It seemed time to revisit the Dragon Cave. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled his first encounter there. The landscape was a graveyard of bones, where human heads were fashioned into grotesque caps, flesh rotted into dust, and sinews entwined in branches, shining like silver strands. The stench of death was overwhelming. Even he, who regarded life as trivial, nearly lost his nerve. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. He had never pondered this question. He only knew that the great sage of the toads had foretold his arrival and future. But what relevance did the ninja world hold for Myaboka Mountain? Even if all humanity perished, would insects vanish as well? Despite his frequent visits to Myaboka Mountain, he found no trace of it beyond summoning techniques. That should suffice. Shursui stood upon a branch, addressing Obito coldly. Had it not been for Lord Shun's instructions, I would have intervened long ago. Do you think this Konoha is still the Konoha of the third Hokage? Obito reluctantly stowed away the scroll. The nine-tailed fox had become emaciated, its three tails limply resting on the ground, appearing weak and helpless. With the activation of Kamui, his form distorted. As for Orochimaru, their transaction had concluded. His survival was of no concern to Obito, who cared only for Rin. With clarity restored to his eyes, the nine-tailed fox trembled as it rose. Escape. A singular thought filled its mind. It must flee to a place devoid of humanity, to live unrestrained. It could no longer be involved with humans. Wait, who was that standing in the tree? Good heavens, are the Manjikyu Sharingan being mass-produced? One pair after another? Is there no hope left for the beasts? Woe is me. If worst comes to worst, I shall fight them to the bitter end. After all, in 3 years, I can be reborn as another beast. Wait, that is not right. If I die now, it seems I will be reborn within the other half-s body. Oh, does that mean I will be eternally trapped within the belly of the Grim Reaper? In that moment, the nine-tailed fox's will to survive surged. It forced a smile of appeasement. I'll return now. Oh, how humiliating. No, how beastly. I am the strongest Bijou. Why am I utterly defenseless against Jinjutsu? Why did the Sage of Six Paths grant me immense power, but no ability to resist illusions? Hatred. I am filled with hatred. Wait. Shursui regarded the nine-tailed fox with astonishment. The legendary strongest Bijou, capable of obliterating mountains with a single strike and reshaping terrain. Why does it appear so docile? Devoid of any savage demeanor? Lord Shun said that you need not be confined within a seal. Is that true? The nine-tailed fox fervently wagged its tail in a gesture of goodwill. It knew not who Shun was, but it understood that if it were released, the current Jinchuriki would be powerless to stop it. It would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vanish without a trace. Very well. Shursui cast a glance at the nine-tailed fox. Jiraiya, when Lord Shun returns, bring Naruto to me. Jiraiya, is that malevolent force truly targeting Naruto? What a conundrum. Chapter 98. The alliance of 4 nations at that moment. Jiraiya yearned for power more than ever. If only he possessed formidable strength, none of this would have transpired. After Shizumi finished speaking, he did not cast another glance at Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin had become rather inconsequential to him. Should they disobey, he would not hesitate to expel them from the ranks. Turning his gaze towards Orochimaru, he found the latter unperturbed, even extending his long tongue with excitement. Allow me to procure some experimental materials from the Nine Tails. Shizumi hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The Nine Tails? This was absurd. Had he truly been so compliant? And yet they still dared to approach him? How naive did they think he was? While he possessed the ability to recover infinitely, he was not immune to pain. The mere mention of experimental materials was an affront. Did they consider him merely a specimen? He was the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Just wait, humans. I shall remember your faces. With the seal now undone, even if it were to be restored, there would remain vulnerabilities. He refused to believe that Shizumi could stay by Naruto's side around the clock. When the moment was ripe, he would leave behind a mere shell and slip away, allowing them to face the consequences. Lying on the ground, he endured the humiliation of Orochimaru extracting pieces of his body, a deep sense of disgrace engulfing him. Yet, what choice did he have? Resistance would mean suffering under those piercing eyes. Jiraiya, in a daze, observed this scene. Wasn't Orochimaru a traitor to Konoha? When had he and Shizumi become such allies? Not only did they refrain from capturing him, but they also allowed Orochimaru to take materials from the Nine Tails. Was this still the Konoha he once knew? Was this still the shinobi world he recognized? It felt increasingly alien. The younger generation had become formidable enough to instill fear in him. Sage Mode was bested by the 8th gate, and even the revived guy remained sprightly, claiming he could unleash it again. What in the world was happening? When had the shinobi world become so terrifying? Weren't the legendary Sannin supposed to be the pinnacle of the shinobi realm? As if sensing his friend's turmoil, Orochimaru spoke. Do not forget. I called Lord Shun my father figure, and the sudden surge in my power is a gift from him. If all familiar faces perish, what meaning does my strength and longevity hold? This was his final reminder to Jiraiya, hoping the former comrade could relinquish his obsessions and strive forward. With Shizumi and Orochimaru departing, Jiraiya was left perplexed, gazing at Naruto. Change. Was he truly expected to bow to that man? But could a powerless him truly safeguard Naruto and nurture his growth? As doubt clouded his mind, the Nine Tails began to stir, fearing not the elderly figure before him, but those crimson eyes. Footsteps echoed as Fugaku leisurely approached the scene. Lord Shizumi has instructed me to stay by Naruto's side temporarily to prevent the Nine Tails from escaping. Nine Tails. This was a death sentence for him. Why was the Sharingan appearing again? Although he was a one-eyed beast, he dared not gamble. No, he must learn to resist Jinjutsu. The Nine Tails obediently retreated into Naruto's belly, sealing the door behind him. Frustration surged within him. No one was to disturb him. He wished to quietly sulk in a corner. Jiraiya glanced at Fugaku, not refusing the offer. He could sense the Nine Tails' recent malice. Shall we go for a drink? Perhaps you could introduce me to the legendary Lord Shun? Fugaku nodded. It was thanks to Lord Shun that Konoha had thrived, and he would not allow anyone to disturb him. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect the present beauty. At that moment, he admired and longed for Lord Shun, who was comfortably embracing Tsunade, lying in bed, lost in slumber. Though age weighed heavily upon him, it was better left unsaid. While Shun slept, others were wide awake, particularly A, who glared at Darui, who lay on the bed, moaning. The sight of a grown man whining was infuriating. Yet, remembering how Darui usually remained silent even when beaten to a pulp, and how he could not withstand the lightning armor, A's heart twisted with concern. Enough with the charades. Speak up. How do you plan to face Konoha tomorrow? In a small room, aside from Konoha's members, the other four great nations, including the Mizukage, had gathered. Oenoki pondered briefly before speaking first. To my knowledge, Konoha's power has greatly transformed, far beyond the weakness of the Sarutobi era. Yet, each of our four nations has its own strengths. I do not believe Konoha would recklessly attack us. In his view, the fact that Hashirama and Madara had not unified the shinobi world was due to their disdain for the territories of the other four nations. The Sand Village was a barren land, with little to no rainfall. Without Raza's tireless mining, half of the population would starve. The Rock Village, surrounded by mountains, was easy to defend but hard to attack, limiting its growth potential. After all, one could easily disappear in the vast mountain ranges. The Water Country fared worse, consisting solely of islands, lacking a single cohesive continent. Though seafood was abundant, a storm could leave many lost forever. The Cloud Village, seemingly the second strongest after Konoha, suffered from extreme cold, where no robust individuals could survive to adulthood. Their brashness and straightforwardness were born out of necessity, in temperatures below -30. Who would waste time talking? Raza scoffed. We haven't even started the war, and that Tsuchikage is already diminishing his own aura, boosting other spirits? What does Konoha have? Just a new white fang in Kakashi? All they can do is replicate jutsu and employ petty tricks. Tomorrow, I will order the crafting of numerous iron undergarments. Let's see how they respond. His fingers will be broken. Oenoki sighed heavily. Raza was still overambitious. Were it not for the need for his mining, he might have perished in political strife long ago. Mizukage, A inquired, glancing at the taciturn Kuratsuchi. Do you have any insights? You've been silent all night. Have you lost your voice? Itachi carefully controlled his chakra output, as Obito had transported the Mizukage to the land of iron and suddenly vanished. He had to maintain his control. Fortunately, although he lacked the Mangekyo, sustaining chakra output sufficed. We, the Water Country, are willing to cooperate with your actions, but once achieved, we require no more than that you leave us undisturbed. Itachi wished to refuse, yet he understood that silence would invite a thunderous strike. A's expression softened upon hearing Kuratsuchi's response. Though Konoha is powerful, if our four nations unite, they cannot be underestimated. Tomorrow, we shall force Konoha into submission through warfare. If not, we shall leave Tsunade and the others here. I have already issued orders for the Cloud Village's forces to advance rapidly. Even if Konoha possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, I hope none of you will let me down tomorrow. The palpable threat caused the others to pale. Oenoki exclaimed, Rakage. How dare you? I dismissed him with a glance. Tsuchikage, you are growing old. He then brazenly surveyed Kuratsuchi's long legs with his eyes. Surely, you would not wish for any misfortune to befall your beloved granddaughter? You. Oenoki's beard trembled in anger. If his rock village were not lacking in successors, He would have settled the score with the Raikage today. We leave. He stormed off, taking Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi with him. AI paid no heed for Yunnan village. There had always been but one adversary, Konohagakure. The rest, mere trifles, were hardly worthy of their consideration. Loza remained indifferent, believing that Anoki had grown too old, hesitating and second-guessing, which could never lead to great achievements. I demand 1/3 of the land from Konoha. In return, we, the Sand Shinobi, shall lend our full cooperation. Very well, AI extended his palm. I agree. Despite his outward compliance, inwardly he cursed, fool. Do you truly think you can claim 1/3 of Konoha's territory? You ought to fear being crushed under your own ambition. When the time comes, I shall be the first to obliterate your sand village. Loza, filled with excitement, clasped hands with AI, sealing their alliance. Konoha, here we come. The forest shall be his. No more will his mouth be filled with sand, nor shall he toil endlessly underground, digging pits. The two cast a menacing glance towards the controlled Kuratsuchi Yagura. What about you, Mizukage? Yagura, carefully manipulated by Itachi, extended 2 tails of a tailed beast to seal their pact. At this juncture, they could not afford to falter. Any hint of weakness could lead to ruin. AI's expression grew grave. He found the Mizukage unfathomable. Yet, it mattered not. Once the main forces of Yunnan arrived, none would stand in their way. Meanwhile, at the Mizukage's residence, Terumi, Mei, and Ao entered a concealed chamber where Chojuro had awaited their arrival. Are preparations complete? Terumi Mei inquired, having long abandoned hope in Shun. That man was beyond her control. She merely sought to seize the opportunity presented by the 5 Kage summit to eliminate Kuratsuchi Yagura and ascend as the 5th Mizukage. Chojuro, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, all is in readiness. He trusts no one in the Mist Village, so he must rely on us. When they return, their coordinated effort will surely lead to his demise, and then their dreams will be realized. Excellent. Terumi Mei regained her former vigor, asserting, no matter how powerful Uchiha Shun may be, he is but one man. He will age and die. If we endure these years, our Mist Village shall once again rise to prominence. After discussing the specifics and future policies of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei stealthily returned to Konoha, reverting to her clone while continuing to wait outside Shun's door. Kakashi closed his Sharingan, observing that the village was progressing towards a brighter future, one he would not allow anyone to disrupt. As for the prophesied child mentioned by Jiraiya, he scoffed. His only desire was to protect his master's child and ensure a peaceful upbringing free from suffering. He wished for Naruto to enjoy a life devoid of the anguish he had endured, the suicide of his father, the burdens he bore as a child forced into battle. Fortunately, he had encountered Minato Namikaze, Obito, and Rin, who brought light into his existence. Yet, Obito, in a bid to save him, was crushed under a boulder, entrusting his eyes and Rin to Kakashi's care. Little did he know that in the blink of an eye, Rin would be captured by the mist and implanted with the 3 tails, plotting to destroy Konoha. To protect Konoha, Rin chose to perish at his hands. In that moment, his heart turned to ash. Thankfully, with the support of his master, Minato Namikaze, he gradually emerged from the shadows. However, the one who had nurtured and shielded him, leading him to believe all was well, fell in battle shortly after becoming the 4th Hokage. Such anguish, such despair, who could truly understand it? His sole wish was for Naruto, the child of his master, to live a serene life, free from suffering. The child of destiny? Huh. The very name evokes a sense of suffering. The night passed without incident. On the morrow, under the arrangements of Sanmitsu, everyone hastily finished their breakfast and gathered in a conference room. Esteemed guests, Sanmitsu stood at the forefront. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, he summoned every ounce of energy, for the future of the shinobi world hinged upon war and peace. All would be revealed today. Please, be seated and remain calm. I shall preside over the 5 Kage summit shortly. I hope for your utmost cooperation. He had deliberately arranged a large round table to prevent any conflicts arising from seating arrangements. However, the number of attendees from Konoha was excessive. While others brought 1 Kage and 2 guards, Konoha had Tsunade, Ino Shikacho, Kakashi, and had even admitted the likes of the charming youth and Sasuke, along with Terumi Mei as a handmaiden. What did they think this was? A 5 Kage summit? A meeting to determine the fate of the shinobi world? Was it truly appropriate to bring along charming youths, children, and handmaidens? Tsunade felt a headache coming on but had given up the struggle. She merely wished to please Shun. After a night of deep and earnest conversation, She realized that one could not outmaneuver a larger force. As for her rise to Hokage, it was entirely due to Shun's negligence, as he ended up lying there, motionless. Was there no sense of justice, no law? As a woman, she was embarrassed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Men could be insufferable. Shun lounged carelessly in his chair, while Tsunade obediently perched on his lap, removing the Hokage hat and lifting a teacup. Thirsty? Care for a sip? Ai, Loza, Samitsu, Anoki, and Kuratsuchi Yagura, all present, were left aghast. Could you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? We are all watching. Your behavior as Hokage puts us in a difficult position. After all, our statuses are equal.